suffer at the hands of these people that come in and want to be our friends, or are plain and obviously anti-flat earthers. That Brian Mullins got taken down by Mr. Hetanyuk. Is that correct? Yeah.
So yeah, this community is precious to me in that way. Mickey. Yeah, it's almost like you're treading on sacred ground when you step foot in here. You know what I mean? Like when you're in here, it's just a whole different atmosphere. You guys have to realize that. I don't know if you guys get that or not. Like it seems to be kind of like, well, we're just hanging out on Discord. No, we're fucking not. This is a battleground for your mind. And the moment you're in here, it's game on. It's game fucking on. Like none of this, like we're like standing on the battlefield together. You either fight or get the fuck out of the way. You know what I mean? Because that's the thing. That's the level at the shit that we're in right now. These guys that come in here, they're coming in with sophist, angles. They're coming in with nice guy attitudes. They're coming in here with like solipsism, fallibilism. Like fuck, dude, you can name it. They're coming in here with it, man. All manner of trickery, gimmicks, and all kinds of shit. So we don't know if the person's coming in here going to be genuine or not. So the level of like, when we start to get to know, okay, this person's an okay Joe. Like that's still a little bit down the way. Where somebody says, well, I'm a nice guy. I've been a flat earther for 10 years. I'm like, okay, we'll see. Like we've got to give it some time. It's got to mature, that relationship. So somebody could say they're flat earth, and even I got cursed out like not too long ago, but I told you guys yesterday. But like even flat earthers today, they don't fucking like me. Well, that's fine. I'm not here for that. The people that do, I care about. You know what I'm saying? Like the relationships that I built. But I'm not going to let some guy come in here and say he's going to have a couple of beers as an anti-flat earther and just make a fucking joke out of this place as a place to hang out. Fuck off, dude. You can hang out somewhere else. This place here is for my people. Like these people here that stand by the truth, that's who it's for.
Whoa, that was great.
Seriously, dude. Like there was a comment that was made on the YouTube live stream and it said, you guys better relish QE while he's around. I'm like, fuck you, dude. I'm gonna make derivatives of us for years, and just don't trust me, there'll be people that'll follow after us, like, because they're gonna love the truth that much. But you don't have to worry about that. Like, yeah, but they say shit about us, man. And because they know that the truth can't be snuffed out like they want it to. They just can't.
Who was that guy? What was he called? What did he call himself? An epistemological absurdist or something like that? It was a while back. It was like a month ago. Remember? He said like
the fallibilist?
He was like the fallibilist absurdist or something retarded.
Oh my god! Yeah, he was just a mishmash of different fucked up ideas. Yeah, he was claiming to be. Per the definitions of those terms, I don't think he was any one of those. Like he was just fucking wacko, bro. Like it really was.
Yeah, like you were saying, they come in with like all these gimmicks, right? It's like Batman's utility belt of bullshit.
I think 24/7 flat Earth, started it all out, and I think in the last year, 15 months, you had people moving away, wanting to do their own thing. ADL, Tartaria, and there's this other Asylum, Discord server where they allow Globers to have moderation goals and have leading goals and have speaking, goals arrangements in their server. And I was one of them. I thought it was kind of cool. But you're seeing a progression, I think, now, and you will in the coming months, of people like myself and others that I've talked to that are tired of these Globers, and they're gonna start coming back to 24/7 Discord, and like I have, and you're gonna start seeing people who left and went somewhere else, and they're gonna come back, and because along with me, I appreciate what you ladies and gentlemen bring to the discussion. You're a lot, like I said, you got a lot of heavy hitters in here. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I came. Well, I never left, but sometimes I go out into the world. I was over. I don't think I was ever really a Tartaria, sir. Before
Negator was a mod.
Just that
But
was good context.
I was in Geo server, and I did feel a sense of I could push a little, and when the time was right and the right people were there, it was allowed. But ultimately, I got tired of uh my friend Jeremy going, "Oh, come on, just let him say what he has to say." I'm like, Jeremy, but he's not responding to what I said. It's not the first time, it's the fifth time, and I've been patient enough. Yeah, but you still gotta let him. All right, well, fuck it, I'm out. I don't got time for this.
Yeah. I got an invitation to the asylum server last week, and I went there, and it's just like no. FTFE and pseudoscience Tony were there. It's just like no, and then ADL Tartaria, and I forgot Earth Awakenings. It's just like I don't want anything to do with these guys anymore. I'm done.
Yeah, those places are, yo. All right, look, I love a lot of you guys. Some of you guys I don't have any love for if you're listening. But fam, if you're running around trying to prove that the earth is flat still, you missed the fucking boat. Oh, we could do these measurements and these experiments and what experiment? What are you talking? What experiment? What? Oh, I know how you guys get down over at Nathan's, but I'm just saying, like, what do you mean get down over how do we get down? Being accurate? Like, what do you mean? And it's like, oh, we just maybe if we can, that thing where they're like do the line or whatever, this hypothetical scenario that if they had something long enough, they could just extend it over the water, and if all this other extra shit, it's like, damn, you don't need to do any of that. Yeah, but they're not gonna listen to the Black Swan. Who gives a shit?
Think they're gonna listen to the Black Thread? Hell no.
Who gives it? What do you mean? Do we don't want to go with that because they're not gonna? What do you? All right, so you've let them beg the question again. Well, the conversation's over then. It's a globe. If they beg the question that it's a globe, it's a globe. If we're gonna allow that, like, what's the argument?
I don't know why winning is not good. Being already having understood that there's an argument out there that can defeat every idea for them to come. Like they can't. It's what me and India were talking about before everybody showed up. It's just the simple things that actually destroy the globe. You don't have to provide like this lengthy argument. It's fucking define the triangle, and how does that fit into physical and natural world, as in how we navigate. Fuck, just stay there.
That was one of the last times I frequented that Geo server because
that was my favorite.
Again, not to pick on you, Jeremy, but Jeremy, man, like we're talking about navigation, and he's like, well, I didn't get it. I went over to Nathan and I asked them a question. What does asking questions have to do with the necessity of an elevation angle? Just completely demolishes any idea of a globe. What you don't have to. You could go further and learn all the ins and but that's the truth. It starts with a measurement, not a calculation, not a this, not a that, not a him, not a ha. It starts with an measurement that you couldn't possibly get if the earth was curving beneath your feet.
See, this is the other thing I was talking about. Me and Miggy were talking about. See, the Globers, they start with an idea, and then they try to staple that idea onto some observation or measurement or natural phenomenon. It's doing it backwards. You do the observation, the measurement, or observe a natural phenomenon. You do that first, and then you construct your hypothesis, and then you test, and then you move into the theory, right? They try to do it all backwards. Oh, I have this pretty concept, this beautiful mathematical formula. Let me try to staple that onto something in reality. Thus affirming the consequent. There's also, like, those other discords you mentioned, some of those people, they don't like actual, when you're like, okay, you use the logical fallacy, they don't want to, like, quote unquote, defeat the Globers' arguments by pointing out their fallacious reasoning. Right? They just don't. Yeah, man. Like, I'm serious. Like, really, Elijah, they don't, man. That's why they like affirming the consequence. Oh no, we don't want to say that. We're gonna let him affirm the consequence, straw man, and use all these other logical fallacies.
Yeah, just let him do it. He's gonna die at the end. Just let him do it, and then here you are, fucking 20 hours later. Just let him do it, man. He's gonna die eventually. Just let him do it.
Yeah, I think some people have lost the plot, and so some people are trying to build a bridge between these people and their illogical fallacies that they strewn all around the room. Like, so, yeah, we're not trying to build a bridge. We're trying to build we're digging a chasm so deep they're never going to come back from. Alice and Bob times 10.
Well, they don't they don't understand what the problem with a logical fallacy is. I think, like, they don't understand that, like, the form of the argument just leads to an absurdity or something irrational. So, like, why are you entertaining it? And we get flack here for, like, cutting people off, right? They start with some straw man and then build some nonsense from it, and then we're like, no, man, we didn't say that. That's a straw man. Look, just let him talk. Yeah, let him talk. Let him waste our time for like 13 minutes so that we can go, well, your first sentence was a straw man. So those other 99,999 words, they don't mean anything. But thank you for wasting 15 minutes of my life, right?
And that's the one that gets me, is when we have to listen to them assume that the earth is a fucking ball in the first place. Yeah, let's let them beg the question, then we can talk about all of that shit from beyond that point, assuming it already to be true. Why are we assuming this bollocks? I don't like it when people say, nah, let him tell his story. I obviously don't like the straw men, and obviously don't like the bad reasoning or the logical fallacies, but it doesn't matter which way you point out the logical fallacy, it's bullshit. So why should we sit here and listen to your bullshit?
It's like that sort of mind virus too. Like what happened with Geo. He just let the guy go on and on about offing himself right on the live stream. And anyone who said, hey, dude, you can't let that guy talk like that, suddenly you were the problem because you had to let the guy get it out. I go, no, he's saying things to get the channel shut down. He's purposely invoking this.
Aside from that, Geo's I know a lot of people are gonna judge, and I know our last confrontation here is the catalyst why he left or how he left. But having been over there, Geo is kind of 90% of the time. 90. The only reason that I got 90% of my point through is because Geo's like, oh no, that point is good. No, don't cut him off. Let him finish that point. Like, so it's the only reason I even got it out is because of Geo, because none of the other moderators helped at all.
Thing is, my friend, he does that to Globers as well. He'll cut off a flat earther and say, please let the Glober get their point off, whether it's Zanuck or Kosho or Bacon. He'll do the same thing for them. So that's whatever.
Didn't they actually have a point, though?
No. It's just those names, Kosho and Zanuck. What the fuck are people even talking to these people for?
Like, listen, I'm all for someone getting to finish their point if they actually have a point. But if they start with, well, this disc in space thing, and then blah, 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 blah. Like, no, we're not going anywhere past that first sentence. Like, you're just wasting my time. You don't have a point. Because you're arguing against your own imagination. And I got to defend what you imagine we think. Like, no. Like, I'm not doing it.
And here's a new one, Indio. Here's a new one. They'll start a sentence out or a conversation with, the Globe says. The Globe freaking doesn't talk. But they'll say the Globe says. Like, give me a break.
Yeah,
that's a new one. I haven't heard them say that. Not
invariably, whatever they think the globe says isn't actually what the globe says.
It's either the globe says or the model says. One of the two. Still don't fucking talk either one.
The model. Yes, thank you. The model too.
They think science talks also. Science says.
Yeah, there's that one. Yeah, science says. Yeah. Quantum rays usually jumps in straight away if somebody says science says.
One thing Jim brought up that's really important, and I kind of forgot this until he mentioned it again, is a lot of these guys, too, they're completely under the influence of narcotics or street drugs. So you can't, it doesn't matter what you say to them, they're not paying attention. They don't have the current skill set. They're completely inebriated. So they can't even hear you talk to begin with. It just sounds like to them, the whole world is like the adults on the peanuts, on peanuts. Just blah, 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 blah. They can't even comprehend what you're telling them.
You know what? But that's really across the board, across all of society, like across the whole culture, as far as that goes. But the point is that when they start becoming dishonest, like I can sense it right away, and I've gotten a lot of shit from people for cutting people off because I can tell very quickly in a sentence or two, and sometimes I've cut them off too quickly, and I've had to like reserve myself. I don't mind having the conversation extended for a while so that we get to hear all of it. But I'm not going to agree to disagree with anyone. I don't care who they are. Like, honestly, like there's a point where like, okay, Miggy talks about like drop over distance. Do you have that the evidence of that drop over distance that you are required to have based on your geometry? Like, this is necessary. So if you start gish galloping, waffling along and, acting like you're online, you're acting like a dumb shit. I'm sorry to like be, that's not harsh. They're being absolute idiots. I don't stand for it. And like, I don't know, man.
Tell him, Sonny.
I love this place, man, and I'm always here, and I've never left. I've taken breaks. I've had troubles. I've had deep problems. I keep coming back. This is my home. This is like gives me a purpose for life. Like I've lived so much life, like I get really weary, and I have to lift myself up, and you guys help me do that. I'll just end with that. So not like.
Yeah, we got some new people in here also. We got Shotgun JS. Oh, Shogun. Sorry, Shotgun. Shogun JS is in here. I'm gonna mute Shogun. Shogun, if you're here,
Shotgun.
we like to hear you, Shogun.
Oh, sorry. I'm good. I'm just.
You're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this. Yeah, I don't know how you're good, but that's great that you're good. But anyway, welcome to the server, and we'd like for a little bit of introductory. So, as you clicked on the link and you joined here, what link did you click on, or who gave you the link, or how did you find us, and what is your position on the topic of the server?
My friends just invited me, I guess, to listen, and like a couple of days ago.
Sure. Who are your friends? Do we know them or?
No. I think they're just some random guys that just joined. I don't know how.
They gave you the link to the server? Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool. And so, what is your position on the topic of this server? The conversation of the shape of the Earth.
Wait, what's the topic? I'm a round earther, I guess. Yeah.
You're a round earther?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you say round earther, do you know what that means?
No.
Yeah. You don't know what round. The term round, do you think that it only refers to one specific thing, or can it mean something else?
It probably means a lot, like round probably could mean flat as well, but yeah.
Okay. So round could mean round and flat, right? So what would you define what you say that you think the Earth is?
Well, I probably think that the Earth is not flat, but I mean,
how would you? What's the right word to say then, other than round?
Probably a sphere. maybe.
Sphere. Okay, maybe. All right. So, would you say that you know that to be 100% sure that you know that it's a globe and a sphere, or is this something that you just don't really know for sure?
I mean, just my observations, I would say, I believe that it's a sphere.
But you don't know it, right? You just believe it?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll let somebody else take over the conversation. I will go a little bit farther with you, but just for your introduction, thank you very much for that. I'll see if I'll kick it over to Jedi, see if he wants to have a convo with you.
Alan, mate, you can start from Australia or New Zealand?
Oh, sorry?
Shogun. Where are you from? Australia or New Zealand?
New Zealand.
Ah, awesome stuff, man. Well, welcome to our server, my friend. What sort of age range are you? You under 20? You in your 20s?
I'm in my 20s.
Ah, awesome stuff. And you completed high school and normal type of education and got taught like everybody else that the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum of space, yeah?
Yep.
Awesome. And like you told Mayhem, you kind of just believe that, right? You understand that a belief is not knowing, not knowledge. Yeah?
Yeah, I do.
Awesome. So it's just a belief that you've got along with everybody else. How do you observe the world, my friend? Do you, for example, feel the Earth moving, as we are told that it is?
No, I don't feel it's moving, but I mean, I guess... yeah.
You guess? No, that's fine. What do you guess?
Sorry, what do you mean by guess? Like...
What were you going to say? You said no, but I guess.
I don't know. I'm just... Yeah.
Yeah, but the Earth doesn't look like it's moving either, does it? Like, it's not acting like it would do if it was a moving object.
Yeah,
the water, for example, that isn't.
I'm sorry.
Go on.
I'm sorry. He said he observed the Earth as a sphere.
When did he do that?
That's that. I was waiting for that. When did you look and see it was a sphere?
Like my observations, like, you know, like when I look over the horizon, like, you know, it's, you know, it kind of doesn't plateau. It just,
when you look over the horizon, can you get a picture of that?
Like,
what do you mean?
Like when you look over, like if I look in, like, towards Australia, I can't see Australia when I'm on the beach.
No shit, it's too far away for you to see, right?
Yeah, right. I don't know.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, you understand that things with distance, the further away they are, they get smaller and eventually become too far away for you to see. Maybe Australia from New Zealand is a little bit too far for you to see, mate.
Do you know what that is? If you can't see, what happens when it gets that far? Do you know what that's called? What does that reach? Like beyond your angular resolution.
Yeah.
I dub a new fallacy called the 5 cooks fallacy. Continue.
I'm just trying to figure out how he's seen a sphere. All I heard is he looked over the horizon and then that stopped. And then he said that he can't see Australia from New Zealand. What does that, how does that equal then globe?
I don't know. I don't really research this stuff, I'll be honest with you.
Let's ask this question. What do you think the horizon is?
You know, like,
Would you maybe describe it as the crest of a hill, and the other side of it, things go down, and if you're observing, you wouldn't be able to see it because there'll be a curve in the way, something like that. Yeah. That's what we all got taught. We were told that the horizon is physical, and when things are beyond it, you can't see them anymore. Right? Have you got access to the live stream voice text? Mayhem, has he got voice verified?
I just gave it to him. Yeah. Also, before we continue, I'm gonna pause for just a moment. Stay right here with this content. I'm gonna unmute a few guys that are just joining our server real quick, just to introduce them. We got Joanyo, whatever your name is. Are you there? Joe. I'll just call you Joe.
Yale.
Is that how you say that? Yale, are you there? Say hello. All right, if you want to, if you want to say anything, go ahead and contact us later. But right now, I'm just gonna mute you just in case you want to say obscenities. All right, so you're muted. Let's see who else we got in here. Just real quick before you guys continue. That was it. There was somebody else that was in here, but I just wanted to see if he wanted to speak. That way you can get more people in the convo. All right, please continue, guys.
Shogun, you still with me, my friend?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Awesome, and you've got access to the live stream voice text. The text room just above this chat room. You can go in there for me, yeah? You can
which one? Yeah, I see. I think, yeah.
Yeah. I posted it just a few moments ago, 10 minutes past the hour. Picture with 2 oil rigs in it. Can you tell me when you see it?
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Awesome. And just keep that in your view, buddy. We're going to talk about that. Because you mentioned that the horizon's, physical, as in things beyond it are physically blocked by that curve of Earth. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's not a problem. Would you agree that if we can do some maths, we can figure out for an observer standing at altitude how far away the horizon should be? If we say know the size of the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if we know the size of the Earth is a sphere, or 3,959 miles in radius, okay, and we know our observer height, it's just a mathematical calculation to figure out where the horizon is. That mathematical calculation, try and stay with me, mate, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. I'll try and break that down for you. Start with the end bit, observer's height in feet. Now, we want the square root of that, but ultimately, our height above the surface of the Earth, we then take the square root of that and then times it by 1.225. So, to keep the math really simple, for an observer, say, at 1 foot above the surface of the Earth, we understand that the square root of 1 is 1, and we just have to multiply 1 times 1.225. So the observation of a geometric horizon should be at 1.225 miles away. Would you at least agree that if maths exists, which it does, and we can use mathematical formulas, and we can use this one, that we're going to trust this for now, yeah? This is just the maths associated with a sphere.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So remember, if we're making an observation at 1 foot, the horizon, if it was physical, must be 1.225 miles away. Now I'm going to draw your attention to the observation of those 2 oil rigs. Now, this is a still shot. It's a still shot from a video. We can provide you with the video later on for you if you want to. It's not a problem at all. But just to keep it short as we can, we're just going to take a look at the photograph. It's got 2 oil rigs in it. The reason why those oil rigs are there, and the only reason why they're there, is for distance markers. One's at 6 miles plus, one's at 9 miles plus. They're from the observer standing at the beach who set up his camera at 1 foot above the surface of the water. Now, he's gained his location using Google Maps, and these are static oil rigs. They ain't fucking going anywhere. We know the distance to them. Can you tell me, my friend, in reference to those 2 oil rigs, where the horizon appears to be? For example, does the horizon appear before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or beyond the 2 oil rigs? Where's the horizon, my friend?
Probably
beyond the 2 oil rigs, yeah?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably. We can safely say that it's at least 10 miles away. The horizon could be further, could be 15, could be 20, don't know, but it's at least 10, yeah?
Yeah.
Now, if we're on a curved surface of a sphere, and that radius was 3,959 miles, for the observer standing at 1 foot or place his camera at 1 foot above the surface of the water, the horizon must be, in this image, 1.2 miles away. The horizon is clearly beyond the second oil rig, and we can safely say it's at least 10 miles away, demonstrating the horizon isn't physical. When we provide you with the video, you'll notice that before the man zooms in with his camera, you just see the fucking horizon. You don't see anything else. Then he zooms in, then the horizon keeps on going, and then the oil rigs hone into view. So you can look at that at your leisure. But what we're demonstrating is the horizon isn't physical, my friend. It's an optical physical phenomena dependent on the optics that you use, your eyes, binoculars, telescope, or high zoom camera, and the atmosphere that you're looking through, are the limitation of your view, not the physical geometric curvature of the Earth, like we were told and like you were led to believe. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you'll also notice that the water between the camera and the horizon is level. We understand that the water where it is contained, like your coffee in the morning or your bath that you have in the morning, or the swimming pool that you swim in, or the lake you go fishing in, or indeed this water between this observation and fucking horizon is level. Now, they tell us that if the Earth, as the Earth is a ball, 70% of it is water, and that is curved water. But we're demonstrating to you that the water is indeed level. If 70% of the Earth's surface is level water, how the fuck can it be a ball? We're just talking about water and observation across it, and demonstrating the horizon that should be blocking shit isn't physical. Do you understand that, mate?
Yeah.
Yeah, seems quite simple, really, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, it does. I mean, we don't see any curved water anywhere, do we? We definitely don't see any physical obstruction in this observation, now, do we?
Yeah.
So when we talk about, say, seeing from New Zealand to Australia, you got to understand, mate, it's just too far away for you to see. 3,000 miles, even with a high-powered telescope, you've got 3,000 miles of atmosphere to look through. Yeah, that's going to cause some problems, my friend. But ultimately, you can only see as far as you can. So we don't feel or detect or notice any motion to the Earth, and we most definitely don't see bendy, curved water anywhere. So that's taken care of the Earth not being a ball and the Earth not going anywhere, right? You know that place up in the sky, the vacuum of space, you know that's not true as well, right? Do you want to know why?
Oh, why is that?
Because they tell us that that's a vacuum and we're breathing gas pressure. And to have gas pressure, you must have a container, like within a football or a tyre, right? When that air is compressed within that contained volume, that gas is under pressure. If you don't have a container, and outside of that container is a much lower pressure, then according to natural law, second law of thermodynamics and entropy, the gas will increase into the space. The high pressure system will disperse into the lower pressure environment. The problem with the heliocentric model is they say the Earth is uncontained, an open system. So there's nothing physical for the gas to press upon to give us the consequent of pressure. And as there's no physical barrier, then we wouldn't have gas here. The gas would disperse into the vacuum of space, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's no ball because we can't see it. There's no motion because we can't feel it. And all of the evidence they say comes from the vacuum of space where they've turned around to take a picture of the Earth to present us with a ball that moves can't be true because that place up there can't be real. You can't have gas pressure without a container. You most definitely can't have an open system with pressure in it within a vacuum. You know Jupiter, giant ball of gas?
Yes.
Imagine that like a giant ball of gas in a vacuum without the container around it, without the football, for example. Now, you understand that if you were to click your fingers and magic that football away, the gas would fill the space. We understand that gas disperses in all directions. It doesn't correlate, it doesn't coalesce, come together and start sticking. No, gas disperses in all directions and fills the limitation of its volume. If they declare the Earth to be an open system, me and you wouldn't be breathing right now. So although flat earthers, or it seems a little bit silly, actually it's the observable, practical reality in which we inhabit. The Earth is flat, the Earth is stationary, and we're breathing gas pressure. So I don't know what to tell you about that vacuum they keep talking about, but that can't be real.
Wait, how come Jupiter and all that around though? Like, and why is Earth excluded?
I don't know why trees green and why do monkeys eat nuts, mate. Things can be different, right?
I guess
things can be different. Those things up there most definitely don't have to be the thing that I'm standing on down here. I'm not standing on a cloud. Just because I can see a cloud doesn't mean the earth is shaped like a cloud. Do you understand how silly that seems when I start pointing at everything saying that's where I am?
Mm.
Do you know what a triangle is?
Yeah, I do know what a triangle is.
Do you know what celestial navigation is, or have you ever heard of it? Navigating with the stars?
Yeah.
Awesome. Do you understand that if you're on a curved surface, for example, and you were trying to make a triangle, you wouldn't be able to measure an angle? For example, if I was to give you a triangle and one of those lines was curved on it, you wouldn't be able to read, well, two angles, right? Yes, no, maybe so. Yeah. So you know what a protractor is? You use them in the high school. You place them down on two lines and they meet at a vertices and you read the angle 90 degrees, 45 degrees between them. If one of those lines is curved, you're not going to be measuring an angle. Probably question 6 or 7 on your geometry test. Yeah, can you measure this angle? No, the line's curved. Yeah. So when we use celestial navigation, what we basically do is we get elevation angles off of the floor up to a star. Let's call it Polaris, for example. We draw a line down from Polaris to the surface of the Earth and create 90 degrees there, its ground position. There is then a straight line from that ground position to you. You can then get an elevation angle up to that star. You've basically built a triangle, yeah?
Yeah.
If the Earth was curved, that baseline would be bent. You wouldn't be able to measure the angle, the elevation angle up to the star, and you wouldn't be able to have 90 degrees under that star. In actual fact, you can't have 90 degrees on a curved surface, can you?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you can't. So you must understand that every single star in the night sky has a ground position of Earth, and that ground position is at 90 degrees to whichever observer is making the observation elevation angle to a star. He can take an elevation angle to every single fucking star if he wants to, and every single star will have a 90 degrees ground position straight line to him with his sextant angle measuring device. If the Earth was curved, we would not be able to use this form of navigation. We wouldn't be using angle measuring devices because you wouldn't be able to measure an angle if one of those lines was curved. I say angle, there's at least two. One line, two angles. So being as we've used celestial navigation since, I don't know, the late 1700s, then we navigate practically the Earth to be a flat plane. It is necessary the Earth to be flat for us to use these devices. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Awesome. So the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a flat stationary plane. Yeah?
Yeah.
Welcome to Flat Earth, my friend. Any other comments, questions, concerns? There's lots of other people in the live stream that I'm sure will be willing to answer any other questions. I'll give it back to everybody else because I've spoken for far too long. I'm going to make some coffee. But I appreciate your time, my friend. I hope at least you've learned something there. And if you haven't, please ask up some follow-up questions. Nice meeting you, my friend.
Nice to meet you too.
That was an excellent presentation on elevation angle and triangles and how it doesn't work on a ball. So thank you. I took notes. Thank you.
Yeah, someone must have cut that out.
Is the live stream up? Last I saw, it was down.
Yes, that was very well done. Thank you.
There are certain things residents of Globerville, population 5,000, the location on the internet won't give you, and they won't give you the elevation angle and celestial navigation, just like they won't give you southern star trails, they won't give you sunsets. So the more we can enunciate what it is, the better for our side.
Oh yeah, we're up. Never mind. Sorry about that. Definitely go back and clip that. Episode 3104.
Shogun, have you got any follow-up questions, mate?
I'm good.
Okay. Just stick around, my friend, if you do have any questions, and don't hesitate to ask. Dal, come. If you've taken on board anything that I said, you should understand. Invite your friends as well.
Yeah.
Do people just really just come on this Discord and like, one day I'm just looking around and look at this flat Earth Discord. Oh, let me just join randomly.
I don't think so.
And I just want to listen.
I don't. I think everybody. When I was a normie, I never thought about flat Earth. If I did, it was a Mark Sargent picture, and I always thought flat earthers. Even May of 2021, I even thought flat earthers were stupid, uneducated, and I wasn't identifying myself at all. And 6 months later, there we are. And so, I wouldn't think twice about coming onto a flat Earth. If I was just a normie. So I think they all come on for a reason. They say something different. And here's just a thought: the globe is a lie. The globe doesn't exist. So people will lie to protect their globe lie. So if they lie about why they came on, well, we shouldn't think any different of them, because that's what the globe is. It's a lie.
To them come on here supposedly out of boredom. So not out of any actual interest.
Yeah, I mean, when I came in here, I just I already kind of knew about this. Like, I was searching.
Same.
I was searching for knowledge. I was searching for a place where I could, learn about this stuff.
Troll free.
I wasn't just like, oh look, it's a flat Earth Discord. Let me just join and listen.
Mine was really to prove the argument, because I knew it was the truth, and finding more tactful and legitimate and simplified and articulating better the point of the flat Earth. And I think I've already got a lot of help, so I really am grateful to be here. I've just been kind of listening all day, so thank you.
Yeah, I think most people that come in here, right, whether they hide their true intentions or not, they're already researching the subject. Whether they're a glober or a flat earther, they're already into this subject. And it just depends what they believe in. But sometimes they come in here and they're like, I don't know, I think they're lying.
How do we get more people in?
There's a link that you can get in the settings at the top. But
people are put off by the name, so
good.
Yeah, but if you don't care about it, then you wouldn't even bother coming in here. Yeah, it's a flat Earth Discord. Okay.
might I say something?
Of course.
Okay, I'm driving if you guys hear any road noise, but I don't know. I feel like I have closer friends in here after just a week than because of just how much that matters, knowing the truth on it. I feel like there's a trust there already established, and I haven't had that in half of my life, at least 15 years. So I'm not trying to be like a sob story, but I truly mean it. Like, I feel like, yeah, it gives my day purpose now, and it's just really a nice feeling that I haven't felt in a lot of years. So I just wanted to say thanks.
Yeah, this place is, as I've been in here for a while now, it's very welcoming, you know? And there's a lot of equal-minded people.
Yes, and I had a real rough personal past few days with my fiance and just issues there. And it's just like, I don't know, I probably would have gone nuts had it not been for this channel. So thank you.
Yeah, it's an information hub. You can learn so much, meet so many people, and look into a bunch of other stuff as well. It's great.
A silent understanding of one another. It's nice. It's held. Oh, and whoever said the seagull theory, I'm going to make a meme or a Redbubble t-shirt about that just because it's like perfect.
I think that was Sunny.
Yeah, Sunny, that's genius.
Unfortunately, Sunny's not in the server right now. I'll tell him you said that.
I appreciate that. I'll send him a meme.
He needs the occasional compliment, bless him. Right, so if anybody's watching on YouTube, you can hit the link provided by Nightbot. Come and join the server and come and speak to us lovely people. Apparently it's a really warm, welcoming environment and people like to stick around. So if you want to come and join this great server, then hit that link. You can go to voice checker number 1, speak to our lovely volunteers if you want to, or because I'm feeling generous, you can come into the live stream straight away. I'll probably notice you, I'll unmute you, and I'll put you on the spot and start asking you some questions. See who you are. So doesn't matter if you're flat or whether you're a ball, if you've got a keen interest or not an interest at all, you've just stumbled across the YouTube channel where people are talking shit about the shape of the earth, hit the link if you're curious, who's got the better of you, come and speak to us lovely people live. Quite a few people around. I will start from the bottom and work my way up from the top. Actually, I think Eva Gress is in the house, Wolver, Timbo, The Truth, TEOS, Sydney's in the house with Smurf. Shogun is our new gentleman. He's just joined the server today. We had a lovely chat earlier. Survivor, Resolve, Rion, Quetzalcoatl, Old Hoss, Mike Power, Iquid, Kel, myself, Jedi. Why am I reading my own name out? Indio's in the house. Heretic and Henhao, Glow25, Gemzy, Effie, Batman, Elijah, Donkey, Angel, and Jim. Hello, Jim. How you doing? Good to see you, Donkey, as well, my friend. I hope you're keeping well. We haven't spoken for a week or so. Open your mic, mate. Let's have a chat. Yes, you.
What's up?
Yeah, good speech, man. How you been keeping?
I'm all right. Getting ready to go to a party, but okay. Well, let me see. Getting ready to go to a party in an hour or so, but I'm just here to awesome. Sit around and listen in.
Don't get drunk. Don't be a simp.
No, I don't drink like a lot. I only just drink once, and then just for the most part, I'm very sober, so I don't get easily drunk.
How have you been finding your new flat earth experience over the last weeks, mate?
Been mainly speaking in the lobby. There were some new people that were interested in the topic, so I posted one that Wolfgang sent me. It's like the 200 proofs of that we don't live on a spinny monkey ball, religion ball in space. It's from Eric Dubai. You know which one I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So that was a video.
Good stuff, man. Well done. Yeah. Always need people in the lobby laying some truth down or giving them some information that they can watch at their leisure. Good stuff, man.
Yeah.
Maybe at some point I'll just go into some random servers, just talk about FE, and if anyone's interested, I'll send links.
But it's best to ask before you send the link because you can get in trouble.
Oh.
Yeah.
You can always send it to them in DMs, so it's fine.
Like for the lobby, oh, I know I have an echo. I gotta fix that. Sorry. I was gonna ask. I guess I'll ask now. This afternoon, can I upload like a link to a LibriVox, like an audio book that's like just 4 chapters with it's 100 proofs the Earth is not a globe, written in like 1908 or something. It's pretty awesome.
1908.
Why can't you do that already?
Nope, I did not.
No, can't you? You should have the ability to do it already.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant just for everybody to ask permission, but I'll do that when I get home then. I just didn't know if I needed to. Sorry.
No, you don't need extra. So, like, all the informational channels, only like flat earther based roles can post in those. So feel free. It's just not for chat. So if it's information like you described, it's fine.
Perfect. It's a resource, I guess. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, just pick what channel you think it belongs in, and stick it in there. If it belongs in multiple channels, then stick it in multiple channels.
Awesome. And I'm gonna figure out how to DM him at some point about the flight little subgroup or whatever was suggested to me the other day. Thank you again.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, anyone feel like slumming it with Hoymar?
Yes.
Oh, that guy.
Who said yes?
That's me.
You're gone for good. I'll try and get him in here.
All the way from behind his keyboard somewhere in Europe, Omar is back.
There's no better explanation for things going down than the Earth being a ball, which it observably isn't.
someday? What if things go down, of course, relative density and all that, but what if they go down because something in the Earth has some kind of attraction? I'm not talking about gravity or whatever.
This guy in the lobby has been here for years, and his globe proof still dropped something. I have a made-up story about why things would fall on a ball. Therefore, it's a ball. Na.
Every aspect has no definition of all of those core parts that in whatever they think, none of it, not one element has like an actual definition by proof of anything.
They have to whistle past the core parts because they can't validate those. It's the name of the game.
Well, surely somebody did that, or surely somebody said that. Yeah, and I saw a video and it was a deep fake, and I've seen plenty of those,
Oh yeah, both sides.
They have to smuggle the ball in to their argument and hopefully get it in there without you noticing it, so that then you're trying to battle them on some derivative thing already based on the ball assumption that they're trying to claim, right?
But it's like the scientific method backwards, as somebody said a little bit ago, exactly backwards, So.
Yeah. Form your conclusion, then find your evidence.
Oh, no. Observations come last.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A new person in the server goes by the name of Awesome. Awesome doesn't have any role, so I'm going to do them the kindness of unmuting their microphone and then give them the ability to speak and introduce themselves to our lovely server. So, Awesome, in a couple of moments, which is about now. You've got control of your microphone. If you want to unmute yourself and introduce yourself, that'd be great. My name's Jedi. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth server. How are you?
Hi there, Jedi. Nice to meet you. Thank you for unmuting me. I believe that the Earth is a globe. That's generally the consensus with most people. I don't believe that there can be a big theme of a flat Earth. I don't think it. Such a big conspiracy would be hard to cover up.
Have you checked the Earth, sir?
Well, I've seen satellite imagery. You can literally set up an antenna and receive satellite imagery if you wish.
Okay, Jedi started this. I'm just going to turn it over to him. Go ahead, Jedi.
No, but I spoke a lot earlier to the last gentleman, so I'm more than able and keen to let somebody else take it yourself if you want to, mate.
Oh, I'll be honest, Jedi, he's my friend.
Yeah, I'm just about. Hello. That'd be great. Let me just give you voice verified, mate, so you at least have the ability to open and close your mic and then leave the live stream and come back with that same ability. And you can also join the live stream voice text, which is a text room just above this voice chat. We use that text room to run alongside this voice chat. We post relevant information in there and so on. So when I've given you that ability, it should just pop up, okay?
So satellite imagery, so basically that would be images on a screen, right, that somebody has handed to you with a story attached to them about them being representative of the place that you live in.
Yeah, in a way, but with satellites, you can get a measured distance of their distance. You can use triangulation, so if you know the position of 3 satellites, you can use the speed of light to calculate how far they are from you.
How do you do that on a curved surface, may I ask?
Yeah, so we do this with like GPS, which I don't know how you guys assume works on a flat Earth.
Oh. Sorry.
Yeah. That would be like my question. How would you?
You've only just jumped in. Vegans, you brought up satellites, didn't you? And then you started talking about getting angles to them, and then GPS.
Yeah. So these are all
three things. Do you think?
I'll focus more on this, but they are generally the same idea. The way that satellites work, the way GPS works, is by taking the distance, taking the time in between the signal that has been sent.
I have to go real quick. I just have one question I want to throw out there. how do you possibly calculate the speed of light, which you say is 186,200 miles per second, to a satellite that you say is 300 to maybe 1,000 miles in the sky? How do you possibly calculate the time it takes that photon that's traveling 186,200 miles per second to get to a satellite in outer space? And there's so many things wrong with that outer space stuff. But how do you calculate that?
Yeah, sure. So that's a great question. I have a bit of experience working with electronics. Basic, if to put it in like a simple idea, because the actual implementation is a lot more complex. But if I set up a little circuit and I say this circuit every in a certain amount of time, it will go over itself a billion times.
So what's this doing to establish that the world's a ball? Because that's what we're looking for.
Yeah, sure. So by knowing the distance between all three of these satellites, and if they are at the same altitude, and even if they're not at the same altitude, you can take this into account. It gives you can see as they travel around you, keyword around, as in it's a globe, until it meets the horizon of the globe, and then in which the signal will disappear.
How do you do this without any measured curvature?
Hold on. That's the bit that I think that we can focus on. Are you saying that you can't get a signal to a satellite in the vacuum of space because the curve of the Earth is in the way?
So with most satellites, you can't. There are complex ways to get around it, but essentially you can't get around the Earth with a satellite. Yeah.
So let's just check if that curve's actually there.
So the bit that I want to focus on is sending a signal to the satellite because the curve of the Earth is in the way. Physical obstruction, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this is probably one of the main reasons why we flat earthers are flat earthers. So that physical obstruction, maybe you understand it better if I say Greeks a long time ago figured out the Earth was flat because they couldn't see the bottoms of boats at sea. Have you ever heard that before?
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Yeah. So we can't see that at distance over water because the physical curve is in the way. Same with your satellites, the physical curve is in the way, right? What would happen to you if I was to take that physical curve of the Earth away from you? As in demonstrate to you that it wasn't physical, as in a hump of water, for example, if it was on the surface of the Earth, a hump of water, and actually an optical phenomenon, depending on the technology that you use and the atmospheric conditions of the day. Horizon isn't physical, my friend. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, but I think this is quite different from a boat disappearing over the horizon. It's
the same thing.
Is it?
It's the same thing. Your satellite.
What would happen? What would happen if I was say to you sunsets or sunrise? Why can't I see the bottom of the sun at sunset and sunrise, for example? What's blocking the bottom of the sun?
The curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, exactly. So the curvature of the Earth. We are told that the curvature of the Earth is the reason why we can't do X, Y, Z. See the bottom of the sun, send a signal to a satellite, or see the bottoms of not see the bottoms of boats, or indeed, I don't know, countries. So, would you agree that if we can use a mathematical
sorry, go ahead.
formula, we can figure out where the geometric horizon should be for an observer standing on that curved surface? Yes.
Sorry, there, okay. Jedi. I think you. I'm not trying to cut you off and argue with you. I'm just giving you a heads up. I think your reception's either really bad or your mic's cutting off.
No worries.
Satellite must have gone over the non-geometric horizon. So on that point, is the horizon geometric, sir?
Well, what do you mean, is the horizon geometric?
Is it a physical sphere edge?
Or is it optical?
It's physical.
Okay.
Right.
So then it must be at a certain geometric distance then, given the rate of curve of this globe, right?
That makes sense, yeah. There must be a distance to where it disappears.
Yeah, let's see if that distance holds up in reality. 1 second. Okay, the black swan has been posted in the live stream voice text. Do you see that?
Yeah. Well.
Okay, so geometric horizon distance on a globe with a radius of 3959 miles. 1 foot of observer height times the square root, times 1.225 miles. What the fuck? Yeah, so in that picture there, 1 foot off the surface, right? We should have a geometric horizon at 1.2 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Well, I think the issue I have with this is I don't know.
Yeah, I kind of jumbled my words. Yeah.
Well,
Sorry.
it's more I don't know how accurate this information. I'm sure the math look like it must be done correctly. I'm just going to assume that, but I don't know if if that distances between these two are the same.
Yeah, let me just start again. So 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. Geometric horizon formula for a globe with the radius of 3959 miles as claimed.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so in that picture, therefore, we have a 1 foot observer height. Camera is 1 foot off the surface, right? So that should put that horizon distance at 1.2 miles if the horizon is the geometric sphere edge that you're talking about it being.
Yeah, but how do I actually know that the picture is taken at 1 foot? 1 foot. Am I when it comes to things like this,
we have the original video, so we'll give that to you in live stream.
Oh yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, it's a still from a video like Jedi just posted, and like Sonny just said, we have the original video, so you can look at that. It's 1 foot off the surface. If somebody wants to post it, memes Black Swan 6 is one you can use.
I'll post it. The original video is coming up right here. 1 sec.
Thanks, Sonny.
I have the.
Besides,
I have the darkened image up there. It has the timestamp on it, actually. So that's the same image as the Black Swan. It's just darkened from the original video.
There's something I should let you know, though, right? Because we're seeing the horizon in that picture past the furthest oil rig at 9.4 miles, right? So let's say somewhere around 10 miles is where the horizon is appearing, right? For observer height to cause that horizon distance on the globe, right, the observer height would have to be somewhere around 60 to 70 feet. You can clearly see from the original video that he's nowhere near 60 to 70 feet above sea level. So it's not even really a valid place to go. I mean, we could give you 5 feet of observer height. We could give you 10 feet. It's not going to make that horizon distance conform to the globe metrics.
When I'm just double checking everything, I'm gonna.
Yeah, you should do that.
I'm just gonna pull up some. Where is this? The Black Swan?
Yes.
California, Santa Barbara, I believe.
Rig.
Yeah. So what are you checking right now?
So what I'm doing now is I'm just measuring that distance between those two objects.
Okay, between the two objects, between the two rigs?
Yeah, I'm just trying to. Does anyone have the coordinates of it?
Yeah, I could go find the link if you want.
If it's in I'll check the video if it's in there.
Yeah, it is. It's given in the original Black Swan video from Quantum Eraser.
Someone could post that.
So while you're checking all the background stuff, what we're demonstrating to you, and of course, this is just people that you're listening to on the internet, and you've just been provided with a photograph. The point to this is, if you had the ability, you could go and do this yourself. You could go and place a camera over any distance of water and look for the physical geometric horizon. You will demonstrate to yourself, depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day, and I don't know, the technology that you use, the horizon will move, demonstrating that the horizon is not physical or it will move.
Well, I think it's important to ask, like, what would you say if there's evidence of the exact opposite situation?
How
like,
could there be?
Like if someone did have a did have a
but
picture
all the swans have to be white, though. In other words, right, every horizon must be geometric in order for any horizon to be geometric. It would always be at that geometric distance because the surface of the sphere has the same rate of continuous surface curvature everywhere, right? So that geometric horizon would have to be seen every time. If it's not seen one time, then you don't have a sphere with continuous surface curvature of the rate given.
What it's kind of poignant to point out at the moment is we're also making this observation over water. It's quite easy to understand the dynamics of water. It's level upon the surface, right? But when
wait a second, that video, is he really 1 foot off the ground? Because I saw him walk up steps. Has he calculated the?
He's not going up
camera down yet.
Does he come down?
The timestamp is right there. If you just pay attention, at 57 minutes after the hour, I posted it again. There's a original video.
Yeah, I skipped through. He hadn't.
Let me fucking finish. So you see him setting the camera up at the water line. Do you have any question about where he's setting the camera up and what he's looking at when he's looking directly down at the water at 1 foot and then just pans the camera up to see the rigs? Did you see that part?
Yeah. I'm just double checking with you guys.
Okay, good.
It's all good to just double check. But he does do some other observations too. He takes some other shots. He does take some from the stairs, but this particular one was done from 1 foot above sea level.
So the one where he goes up step, he's only 30 feet or so above. But we're talking about the 1 foot above, right at the water line.
And you're okay with the geometric horizon formula, right? The 1.225 times square root of observer height in feet.
I don't know the specific formula, but that's something I think I can trust because I think that's all public information. And
it's derived from the.
Yeah,
you're right. It is. Yeah.
You'll find it in Earth curve calculators. Just type in Earth curve calculator, and you'll find it within the math. Because that's what we were told. Physical geometric horizon, right? Physical, as in beyond it, it's obstructing stuff. Like your friend goes for a walk over a hill, and then he's on the other side, you can't see him because the hill's blocking the way. So when we're talking about a boat or a building, say a lighthouse or a shoreline or the sun at sunrise or sunset or sending signals to things, it's not the curve of the earth, physical or geometric obstruction, something else. With observations, it's the limitation of your eyes or the optics or the atmospheric conditions of the day.
Yeah.
Not refraction.
Well, for it to be refraction, never mind. Not going to go there yet because he hasn't gone there. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Heretic. I mean,
to be real for you,
this is just an observation. I'm trying to also let you know that. Go on.
I'm just not too sure about this specific situation.
Fine.
I'm not absolutely sure on the measurements.
That's fine. It's going to take time to look it over. It's going to take some time to look it over on your own.
Yeah.
Because you are walking into a flat Earth server, but you already know that the formula is public knowledge. You're just trying to figure out, okay, what's this guy doing? Like Jedi said, you could actually do it yourself. You could actually go to this location as well. Any other location. You can use a boat instead if you have a ship tracker. But the overall point is it's exponentially it's magnitudes off, orders of magnitude off. Not only that, guess what? It's still off even if you input 50 foot, 60 foot into the formula. The horizon is still too far. When you say too far, it's still beyond what physical limit it would be. if the Earth were a globe with the radius that they've given.
Yeah.
So
but
you can be as tedious with this as you want, but it's it is what it is. That's why we're here.
I'm not super familiar with this, and I understand that it makes me sound a bit dismissive. And I suppose if one day I do come back here and have a talk to you guys, I'll have a proper disagreement with you guys instead. But if I could just go back to the point about satellites, we can measure distance.
How do you know that you would have? How do you know that you would have a disagreement? We're just giving you the facts. What is there to disagree? What do you think you would disagree with? That the Earth curve is not geometric. Like what's the disagreement here?
I'm just not familiar with this specific situation.
Well,
and I would need more time to go through.
As far as satellites go, then you know that they require elevation angles for the signals that you're talking about.
Elevation angle?
When you
never heard that.
Yeah, you know what an angle is, don't you?
Yep.
Yeah. So when you're looking at your satellites, do you say measure its angle above the horizon? That satellite's 20 degrees above the horizon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I'm more talking about the measurements of distance that you can make with satellites.
Bruh. We're talking about just getting an angle to that satellite, or indeed an angle to anything that's up in the sky, like the sun or the moon or Polaris or any star.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
same thing.
The thing is, though, this was your point about satellites, though, because you invoked the horizon when you were making that point. So we went to, okay, let's see if that horizon is actually curvature, right?
Yeah. But if I could just have this one question answered, right? This is all I really have prepared because it's the one thing I know a little bit about. Is that we can measure distance between our location and satellites. And we can measure, and if we need to, we could measure, and it would be consistent with the reported location and the distance of that satellite. And
using elevation angles.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, but is the horizon that your argument invoked consistent with the globe Earth?
Well, even with satellites, the horizon is just a horizontal surface. Like I said, it requires elevation angle measurements. So either you want to talk about the horizon or you want to talk about elevation angle measurements as, it's relevant to the satellites and the distances that you're talking about.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to talk about here is that by knowing the distance you are from a satellite, you can create an image of where that satellite is. And you don't need to rely on
the measurement to get the distance, you mean? Because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the measurement that gives you the distance. I think what you're missing is what an elevation angle is. You know what? I posted the video in the chat. It's literally 15 seconds, 20 seconds, because I don't think that we're talking about the same thing, but you think we're not. So I think that if we watch this video, it would elucidate what we're talking about so that you know that we are on the same page. Do you mind?
I've watched the first 15 minutes. And the other thing is, I don't know what the bottom of that platform actually looks like.
No, you didn't. We're talking about satellites now. So you either want to talk about the horizon and the Earth, or you want to talk about satellite distances.
Okay.
It's clear that that's the subject that you came prepared to talk about. So
what I'm trying to argue here is...
Look, what you're arguing, I'm giving you a rebuttal and you don't understand. So there's a breakdown in communication because I'm responding sequitur to what you're saying and you don't get it. So in order for us to continue communicating where we both understand, I'm just asking you to watch this 15-second video.
I have.
Yeah.
You haven't watched it yet because I haven't posted it yet, just so you know.
Do you mean the first 15 seconds of the video?
No, not the video.
Okay.
He's going to post it. It'll be up shortly.
Ah, yeah. But do you guys actually believe that satellites are real?
Why would you have to believe? Why would you have to hold on? Why would you have to believe? Can I answer? Why would you have to believe something if it was a fact?
Hold on, but we're talking about elevation angle measurements of satellites. So, what is there to believe? Like I think that we all observe and see the world for what it is. It's just other people have added beliefs about it. So since that's the case, I'm just trying to share information that I have about the satellites and about the distances that they get. Um and so I need you to see the fundamental properties of this so that you understand, hey, there's a problem here.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that video so I can. But while we wait, if you can measure the exact distance of a satellite from you, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And if that distance,
then the Earth has to be a ball.
Pardon me?
Then the Earth has to be a ball.
No. Well, then you can measure. If you can measure the distance between you and a satellite, and that satellite is going around you in a shape of a circle, doesn't that sort of
How did you measure the circle? How did you measure the circle?
Hold on. I'm letting him talk so I can respond.
Oh yeah. How do you measure if it's a circle? Well, you can have multiple measuring multiple measuring locations. You can have, if it's one half is consistent and the other half is consistent.
I suggest you watch the video first before we talk any further about the horizon. So this video, just preface, I think it's necessary. It's from Globers, a Glober perspective, telling you how to find the distance to the geometric horizon. This is your claim of a globe Earth. So when you get the chance, go ahead and listen. Is that posted yet?
Yeah, I'm watching it now. If I could have a second.
Yeah, it's there. Sorry, it's not 15. It's 37 seconds. Hope you don't mind.
Oh, it's not in the live
stream. I'm just gonna definitely mute myself for a second so I can watch it.
I'll post it again for everyone in the live stream voice text called "How Does the Horizon Work?"
No, Sonny, we're not having that conversation.
Oh, we're not. Okay.
There's also another citation I like from NASA themselves when they talk about the use of satellites practically with conventional heights, using a flat, non-rotating Earth as well. But I don't know if Miguel, he would have it if he was in here.
And Hoymar's back in town. Mr. Sex Robot himself. Welcome back, Hoymar.
It's been like a minute.
Well, what is the point that is trying to be made with this video?
That they use elevation angles to read the signals to talk about distances, how far whatever is from X position.
Mm-hmm.
So now, can you Google what an elevation angle is?
I've looked it up.
So what is it?
It's the distance between something at the direct distance between something at the ground and something sort of like the what's the English word?
Two lines meeting at a vertex, a horizontal line, and one in the vertical axis. That gives you an elevation angle. And you know the point that I'm making, because for the math, they're not using a sphere or globe, at least not in this example. You can look at the entire video. But in order for any of the practical stuff to work, we're going to assume the Earth is flat, even though he says it isn't. That's the math he's doing.
Oh, no. If we want to calculate the position of satellite, we don't need to use
angles.
Yeah, no,
you need a measurement before the calculation. That's the point. You don't just do calculations willy-nilly.
Yeah, no, but if we can use the speed of light and use that speed of light to measure the distance of an object.
Can I simplify this down a little bit, please, Elijah? Would you mind?
Hello?
Yeah, it went a little bit dead there. Elijah, you still with us?
I said he got a call in the VC text chat.
Got a call. Okay. Let me try and break this down really simply. Would you agree that we can get elevation angles up to things in the sky? Satellites, the sun, moon, and stars, for example.
I don't know.
Would you agree? Have you ever heard of celestial navigation?
No.
No. Have you ever heard of something called navigating with the stars?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So using the stars to navigate across the Earth. You've heard of that, yeah?
Just real quick. If there is English is my second language, so if there's a word that's very crucial for me to know, just tell me and I can Google it.
Cool, awesome. Do you know what a triangle is?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. 3 straight lines meeting at 3 vertices where you can read 3 interior angles reaching 180 degrees. Yes.
Yeah, like the I don't know the English word, Pythagoras. It's
yeah, Pythagoras.
Yeah, that.
Yeah. All of that triangle stuff. Would you agree that you can't measure an angle if one of those lines is straight? Sorry, if one of those lines is not straight and curved, for example, you wouldn't be able to measure an angle, would you?
Well, I don't feel like this argument matters when you can measure it with the speed of light.
But I think what we're trying to let you understand is just something very simple like measuring an angle to a star to navigate across the Earth. That's what we're trying to get to. You mentioned satellites and measuring to them. we can measure angles to things in the sky, can't we? This is the very simple bit I'm trying to get you to understand. So we're on the same page. We can measure angles to things in the sky, sun, moon, and stars, for example, and your satellites.
I suppose.
Yeah, awesome. So you understand that you can't measure an angle if one of those lines is curved, right? If you've got a triangle, one of the lines.
Yeah, I understand the question. You can't do the equation. You can't measure the base of a triangle if it is. You can't do the base of the triangle.
No. So when we're navigating using the stars, we're drawing a triangle between you, the observer, that star that you're looking at, its ground position on the floor, which is a straight line down, and from that position there, a straight line to you. A triangle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So being as we can measure the angle up to that star at a known time of year, because it comes round every year over a certain spot, we can navigate across the Earth, yes?
Mm-hmm. I feel like this isn't really addressing what I've said with the...
Yes, I know. So follow me. You've come to our server. I'm trying to take you down this path because you seem like an intelligent man talking about satellites and so on. That's fine. I could have taken satellites away from you at pointing out that that's not a vacuum up there in the sky that that's said to be travelling around it. We haven't gone down that path. I'm just talking about triangles and measuring two things in the sky, something that's really simple, and I hope you understand. Because if you understand this, that we use triangulation and triangles to measure angles to stars to navigate across the Earth, if you understand that you can't measure an angle if one of those lines is curved, but the Earth is said to be curved, then we wouldn't be using celestial navigation angle measuring devices upon the Earth. So the Earth has to be flat for us to navigate across it using celestial navigation, navigating with the stars. That needs the Earth to be flat, that does. So we can talk about satellites. You're going to measure angles up to them 10, 15, 45 degrees above the horizon. But as soon as you say angle, you're going to need the Earth to be flat.
Yeah, but that still doesn't matter when you can go out and buy
and use a sextant and navigate across the Earth, requiring the Earth to be flat.
No, you can go out and buy the required equipment to measure measure the distance up to that satellite with the speed of light.
Awesome. Where's the satellite?
In space.
What space?
Say again?
What is space?
It's nothingness.
So a vacuum, yes?
Yes.
Awesome. Is the Earth an open system? Can things leave the Earth like satellites or rockets to the moon? Is the Earth an open system?
It can with enough force. But if it does not have enough force, it can...
Yeah. Is the Earth an open or a closed system? Can matter and energy transfer from one to the other?
With enough force to leave the gravitational well, yes.
Oh, okay. I understand where this is going. Hear me out, my friend. Would you agree that you're breathing gas pressure right now?
Yes.
Oxygen, nitrogen, those types of things. Would you agree that that gas is under pressure, yes?
Yes.
Yes. How do you have gas pressure without a container? If the Earth is an open system, not a container, how do you have gas pressure? Because gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. like a tire or a football, for example?
Through gravity.
Okay. Do you have a scientific experiment that proves gravity, please?
Me specifically, no.
Is there a scientific experiment that proves gravity?
I'm sure there is, but I do not have it on hand. So,
you sure there is? So you're talking about, you said gravity. Well, would you be talking about Einstein's relativity and the bending and warping of space-time? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking from a much more top level idea of it.
More than Einstein and his mathematical equations.
No. The opposite of what you're trying. More surface level.
Okay. Would there be a scientific? All right. Let me point this out to you instead of just asking you questions. There isn't a scientific experiment that proves gravity, my friend. Whether that be mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time or any idea, there's no scientific experiment that proves gravity. But I'm just talking about gas. Which way or direction is gravity, my friend? If I was to drop something like a rock, which way does it go?
Inwards to the center.
Yeah.
Of the
so
Earth.
Downwards. Yeah, so down.
Relative to you, downwards, yeah.
Awesome. When I uncontain gas, say pop a balloon or a tire or a football, which way does the gas go?
Depends on the gas.
Which way does it go? Does gas disperse freely? Hold on. Does gas disperse freely and randomly in all directions, as described in gas law?
Depends on if it's just air, yes. But if it's a different gas, it can,
move. Yeah. So, for example, let's just talk about any gas. Doesn't matter which one. I've got a vacuum chamber. You understand what a vacuum chamber is, don't you?
Yeah.
Awesome. And halfway up the vacuum chamber, choose a size, don't care. Halfway up the vacuum chamber, I've got a nozzle that I can impart gas into that vacuum chamber. I don't care if it's helium. I don't care if it's sulfur hexafluoride or whichever gas you're talking about. I'm going to open this gas and let it go into the vacuum. Which way does that gas go in the vacuum?
What do you... So if you have it would disperse throughout the vacuum. Yes.
Yeah. So it would disperse freely and randomly in all directions and would press on the limitation of its environment, yes?
Could you rephrase the last part?
Gas disperses freely and randomly in all directions and presses on the limitation of its environment. The vacuum chamber, the container, for example.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand the last part there of that sentence.
That's fine. The gas is pressing on things, right? The walls of the container. And then when you've put that gas into that chamber, the consequence of you putting that gas in there is the gas is under pressure, right?
But are we assuming the vacuum is no more now?
Well, it's got gas in it, hasn't it?
Yeah, but are we assuming that the outside of the vacuum chamber is Earth's atmosphere?
Yeah, we're doing this on the Earth because it's the only place that we can do it. But ultimately, the gas inside the chamber goes in all directions, doesn't it?
Yes.
So it doesn't go down like gravity suggests when we drop rocks. It goes freely and randomly in all directions. Even if I was to say, I'll give you gravity, even though you don't have an experiment, I'll give you it. It observably doesn't affect gas. Gas moves in all directions and is only limited by the container that it is in. If you remove the container, the gas will keep expanding, right? So if the Earth is declared to be an open system, one, we wouldn't have gas pressure because there's nothing to press upon. And if out there's a vacuum, the gas would disperse into space. Now, that's not me saying that. That's second law of thermodynamics. That's entropy. High pressure disperses into lower pressure environments. Always.
Yes, but it's the gravity.
What gravity?
Hold gravity on. Of the Earth.
Hold on. One, you don't have a scientific experiment that proves gravity. You just believe there's one out there. But two, even if I was to give it to you, it's not affecting gas. Do you understand that even if I give you gravity, it's not keeping the gas here? You might think that it is, but it can't violate a law of nature, because if it did, that wouldn't be a law of nature now, would it?
So, in this hypothetical that you say,
it's not hypothetical.
Okay. Are you saying that this would not work even with gravity?
Even with gravity?
Even with gravity?
You can't. Yeah. Which way does gas go? In all directions, Jedi.
In all directions.
Yeah. So you claim gravity is inwards towards your ball. You drop a rock. The rock goes down. That's gravity. But gas going in all directions, that's not gravity because it's going in all directions. Here's a question for you. Where's the gas produced on the Earth?
Well,
where's it made? Where's the gas?
Before I address that question, I want to address your last point. The gas is also dispersing along with the other gases around it.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist by itself. So I'm just.
You understand that gas disperses in all directions and fills the limitation of its space, especially if that space is of a lower pressure, like a vacuum. Yes?
But the principle you are applying here is when the material is with other materials of the same properties.
Or gas?
Yes.
Yeah, gas disperses in all directions and doesn't go down like rocks does when you assert gravity is a force pulling things to the centre of a ball without a scientific experiment and without gas doing the same thing.
Yeah, but there's other gas there.
Yeah, and what's contained in that gas? What's the gas at the very top pressing against if it's not dispersing into the vacuum that, according to laws of nature, it is freely able to do so because the Earth is declared to be an open system?
It's pressing against gravity.
Gas.
Well, not pressing against, but being pulled in a way.
In a way. So what you're saying, do you understand what the inverse square law is? The further away from the centre of mass gravity decreases. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Awesome. Where's the gas produced? Where's the gas made?
What do you mean? Where's the gas produced? On Earth?
Where on
the new gas
the Earth is.
Gas can be produced in many ways.
Biological and chemical cycles that take place on the flora and fauna of the Earth, right? Down here at ground level.
Yep.
Yeah, inside the mass. Yeah? And then it goes away from the mass, disperses in all directions, and fills the limitation of its space. But you say that eventually, even though gravity decreases with distance, that gas that was escaping the Earth straight away is going to turn around and come back. Can you show me that, please? Because gas moves freely and randomly in all directions and would disperse into a vacuum if there was nothing physically containing it and making it stop, something to press against. So this is what I mean about not having observable phenomena. If we're talking about science, you need to have something happening. Gas isn't happening in the way that you want it to happen. Gas is moving away from the Earth. You say it stops. Why? Gravity's weaker up there.
No, but there are other forces. It isn't just gravity. It's also the pressure from the air below.
The air below. And what's the pressure on the air above? And what's the pressure on the very, very top? What's that pressing against? Why is that not dispersed into the vacuum that it's adjacent to? That it should do according to the second law of thermodynamics and entropy. Because high pressure disperses into lower pressure environments. And that's a big vacuum, the vacuum of space. You know what Jupiter is, right? A giant ball of gas, yeah?
Yes.
In a vacuum. Right. Imagine that giant ball of gas with a football around it, like a rubber ball. Now you can understand how the gas was kept inside the rubber ball and not dispersing into the vacuum of space. And if I was to magically click my fingers and make the rubber ball disappear from around the gas, you would understand the gas would disperse into the space, right?
Sorry, I'm still thinking about the last question.
What was the last question, mate? You got an answer for the last question?
I think I do, but I'm trying to phrase it. The gases at the top of the atmosphere tend to be the lighter gases?
Yeah, which are free to disperse into the environment around them that if it was of a lower pressure, which the vacuum of space is declared to be. So there's nothing able to keep them here, and there will be nothing to keep all the other gases here because gases disperse in all directions, outwards.
But if the gases surrounding it of lighter are lighter gases, then it wouldn't
disperse. What's stopping them from being here? Gas does not contain gas.
Yes, but it's the gravity of the Earth.
No. One, there isn't a scientific experiment, as I've tried to help you understand. You haven't been able to provide me with one. You just believe that there's one. Two, I'm trying to point out within the first step of the scientific method, we need to see something happening. Because our question in science is, what caused that to happen? Cause and effect. We don't have the effect when we even try to backwards engineer and attribute gravity to gas. Gravity is not affecting gas. If I give you that is the cause of anything, which I don't have to, because you haven't scientifically proven it. And I don't mean you, I mean they. They haven't scientifically proven it. It's not you. So when you say satellite in the vacuum of space, or rockets to the moon, or remote control cars on Mars, they are declaring that this all happens in a violation of laws of nature. You cannot have the gas pressure which we enjoy without physical containment. If you don't have physical containment, you won't have gas pressure, and guess what will happen to the gas? It will go away and disperse into the lower pressure environment.
It's I understand what you were saying.
Good.
I mainly came in here to talk about satellites. I don't want to seem like I am dodging here. So I wasn't super prepared to be thinking about this issue specifically.
That's quite alright. It's not about being prepared. It's about the truth,
I'm not
right?
super educated on it. Well, I don't have all the resources that you would have because I'm sure you're much more prepared.
My resources are your resources, brother. It's not like some kind of cafeteria fight or some kind of debate. This is real life we're talking about. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I admit that I'm undereducated on this issue, but it's the issue of measuring.
It's not about your level of education. People with all walks of life come in here. People who have certain education in other areas. These areas we have astrophysicists, students who come in here. We've had physicists come in here, engineers come in here. There's a lot of people come here. It's not really about your educational background, right? Because we're all talking about really one thing. It's no big deal if you know something or if you don't know something. You know, as we were trying to talk about before with the satellites, it's like, well, in order for the satellites to have an orbit around the circumference of the Earth, they would have to have measured it that way, and we know that the ground doesn't measure that way. From the first point that we spoke about. So you do
where
know
I disagree. They don't have to measure it with a.
No, but what I'm saying is you can't say that you have to calculate something and not have a measurement first, my friend. Because then
you have a measurement of the speed of you have a measurement of the speed of light.
Yeah, but that's completely non sequitur to the measurement of the Earth. The measurement of the Earth is necessary for orbital mechanics, not the speed of light. You understand that?
If with the using light as a medium,
do you understand that it's non sequitur to the shape of the Earth and the necessity for satellites to orbit it? Do you understand that? Because if you don't, we can look at the definition for non sequitur, and then I can show you that, if there would be a premise, the premise being that there are orbital mechanics and the satellites and everything else that orbits the Earth, then the first premise must be true, that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, sir.
I just googled the definition of non sequitur, but this is if you measure simply. I don't feel like I'm getting this issue addressed. It's the issue of if we know the speed of light, and we know.
Yeah, but you didn't address that. That's a non sequitur. That's why you're trying to just repeat what you said last time. I heard what you said. My rebuttal is that's actually a non sequitur. Because if you're going to use the speed of light as the speed of light as a proof, then that's just begging the question. Yet another logical fallacy that I can justify calling you out on, because the formulation of your argument is exactly that, and we can look up the definition of begging the question as well. Like it's and I'm not trying to say that to intimidate you or stop you from making a point. What I'm saying is I actually justifiably rebutted the point, and so for you to respond with a repetition of it is kind of absurd.
Maybe you are responding to this, and maybe perhaps, but
you cannot. Don't interrupt him, Sasha. Wait a minute. Let him think it through. Go ahead, sir.
What do you mean by non sequitur? So, I am changing the. Am I making a point? I don't feel like I'm making a point completely different from what.
No, it's that you're begging the question by talking about the speed of light, proving that satellites are going from one distance to another. Well, first and foremost, you would have to have a sphere for all of that to be prerequisite to that. Well, the prerequisite being the globe. Sorry, that would have to be first proven, because if this is proof, then that makes it a begging the question fallacy. But really, what satellites are doing in the speed of light is completely non sequitur to the premise of orbits and the premise of the Earth. There's no relation there.
Well, there is.
No, there really isn't, because the speed of light doesn't necessitate the globe Earth in itself.
Yes, it does.
Neither does neither do orbits. Those two things are independent of the speed of light. That's what makes your argument non sequitur and at best begging the question, if it is your proof.
Can I be given permissions to post pictures?
Well, actually, I've been posting and I've been asking for the guys, because I couldn't speak for a second. I was asking someone to ask you to read what I've posted, because we were talking about elevation angles at one point, which is really what this boils down to.
Sorry, I've come down with the COVID.
Did you say you came down with the no globe? Oh,
the COVID.
Say it again and we'll ban you.
Is that another thing here? Gonna get into that.
It's off limits.
Yeah, I don't.
If you have, can I ask you, if you have any speed, let's say any speed or whatever, can you, with that speed, make realize what the shape of object is?
Well, you can get the position of the object continuously, then you'll be able to map it as an orbit.
What about the surface itself?
Of the surface itself?
Yeah.
Hypothetically, you could.
No, hypothetically.
Well, no one has, but the way you would do that is by using many positions. So it's only as accurate. So if you imagine people.
No, I'm asking about measuring the surface.
Yeah. So if you put people.
Do you know what is sphere?
Fear?
Sphere.
Fear with an S or with an F?
Sphere, ball.
Ball, yeah. Sphere, yeah.
Do you know what is drop over distance?
I think there's another word for it.
If you put on the ball one point A and point B, does between that 2 points is it drop or is it curving or it's straight?
Curving.
Okay. We are looking for that in reality, for that drop over distance with given size of the air.
Yes, but I don't have permission to share my screen or
do you know
the size?
Do you know the size of the air? Do you know the size of the earth?
Are you asking if I know the claim size of the Earth, or if I know not by heart, but I can look it up easy.
Okay. And can you look it up and see how much you can see on the globe with your height?
Oh, are you going to do the Pythagor?
Yeah, 1.225 miles times square root of observer height in feet again.
Yeah, I want to avoid this.
You know, you was just about to invoke Pythagoras when you were talking about the speed of light, right?
No. I this is different.
I know this is different, but what I'm saying is you tried to invoke Pythagoras earlier. I didn't hear you when I cut you off. I'm sorry.
No. I was trying to talk to.
No. Do you deny that you tried to invoke Pythagoras earlier?
In relation to the speed?
No. Just period. Did you bring it up at any point?
Yes.
You did. Okay. So I understand that this is a different subject. I'm not 5 years old.
I'm pretty confident you did say.
Right, something. But you were going to say no. This is different, but that's a waste of speech. I'm just saying it's interesting because you were trying to talk about Pythagoras earlier. So there's no reason for you to stop Heretic from talking about Pythagoras now.
Oh, you can talk, but I'm.
You can go ahead.
This is not an issue I'm confident talking about.
No, it's all good. We kind of already ran through it. Like we did the geometric horizon, and we did that whole thing. So.
And how? What did you get? Did you get something from that?
I think I know the gist of that whole argument. Like I said, I don't think I am fully prepared to talk about that. I mainly came here to talk about the distance measured due to satellites.
And that will do what? If we realize the distance to the satellites, what that will do?
Well, if you continuously measure, you would the distance would change, and if you map that distance out on a plot, you would see it as a curve, as something being revolved around.
Okay. Can I check that in reality now?
Yes.
And I check it, and there is no drop over distance, man.
What do you mean?
There is no curvature in reality. I check it.
Can you explain further?
Explain. There is a size of the Earth. Sphere. If sphere is 10 centimeters, then you have the size. Then you know how much drop over distance. But this size is 24,000 miles. And then Heretic told you that it's 1.22 miles. That is the size of this Earth. Do you agree with that?
Sure.
Yeah. And when we go to check the size, there is no such thing called curvature in reality.
But the reason I keep bringing up the satellite, I never feel like I'm getting addressed.
But I'm telling you now, I could believe you in that. Okay, great. This is showing this. Okay, good. Now, can we check the surface and see if is that all true? Because if it's curving regarding the satellites, it must curve also in reality, like physically, or not?
It's a simple enough thing to do. Should be curving at a certain rate. Should be a certain geometric horizon distance based on that curve. We simply go out, check it out, see if it matches.
Yeah. Do you think we could do a simple, drop over distance test at the shoreline? I've done numerous over and over. I've done actually over 100 of these at the shoreline myself. And there's no curvature anywhere. And actually, I've navigated on ship before. We use right triangles. You cannot have the surface you're traveling on be a curved surface and use a right triangle and find your correct location, period.
Wait, my mic's open? What the hell?
No, this is Sunny. I interjected. Yeah. So everyone uses elevation angles in reality for all practical purposes on or near the surface of Earth, or even below the surface of the ocean, including submarines, torpedoes. No one uses curved Earth math. It's not necessary because the Earth is not curving.
Sasha.
Yeah.
So if I came to you if I set you down, I showed you the hardware and the software to prove that this wasn't doctored.
Man, listen this. You will show me the software. The software is coming from where?
I could show you the source code even.
Where is that data coming from? From the satellites, you are saying?
It's coming from the satellite. Which can, if you're worried,
how you and me can verify that?
So what you can do is
I'm asking this is very important question. How you and me can verify that is coming from the satellite, from the space? How we can verify that?
So what you can do to verify with this specifically, if you imagine a satellite dish.
I don't want to imagine. I want to verify that it's true, that it's coming from the space and that it's coming from the satellite.
This is provable. This is.
Did you fucking say imagine and now you're saying it's provable? What the fuck, buddy?
I'm saying imagine to create an image image in his head.
That's fine. Here's the thing. That's why I said it's begging the question. Now, that's not significant. That's actually the justified rebuttal to what you're saying. Okay? Unless you're like, what is your argument? I mean, because if you're saying we can use the speed of light to look at distances, I don't know what that means.
What that means?
What is the conclusion?
Well, the conclusion is, let's say it takes these aren't the real numbers, but I'm using simple numbers for ease of understanding here. But let's say I get light here and I measure the light, and it takes 1 second to get back, and I do it 5 minutes later, and it takes 1.5 seconds to get back.
Mm-hmm.
I can measure the distance and the change in distance that has been created. And if you have many measurements of the change in distance,
elevation
you can create a picture of what is happening, of what is the movement of that object.
Well, why to create the picture when you have the picture?
Shut up. And what's the conclusion?
The conclusion that it is revolving.
Okay, that's begging the question, sir.
What do you mean?
Yeah, you need a globe for that.
You assume the globe in the first place, and they are putting the data on that globe.
Well, if an object is revolving, it cannot. Are you saying that it is revolving around a flat plane?
The measurements that you're talking about, they're elevation angle measurements. That's why I showed you the video I showed you in the beginning. You can't say no. That's exactly what it is. He talks about the time it takes and everything that you just said. So you can't say no, because that's not a justified rebuttal to what I'm saying. That's kind of unfair, especially when you have less knowledge about this subject. Like I'm telling you what it is, and I gave you a hostile witness, a globe earther.
Yeah, but when you
no. This is a justified response to what you've been saying. There is no yeah, but.
You are using the assumption that this is using angles to measure the
he's
distance.
Talking about satellites, and he's saying exactly what you're saying.
It does not use angles in this measurement.
So you know what? Do you have a citation to drop in the chat for us? That would help. And make sure it's a citation that supports your argument right now about the revolving and there not being elevation angle measurements or anything like that. Support that. Is that fine? Is that reasonable?
I will find you a.
All right, so we got time. Don't rush.
I thought this was. Okay.
Don't rush. We got time. No need to throw up all over the live stream. You know what I'm saying? Just.
Would you guys accept a citation from NASA?
Listen. Yes. That supports your argument, and then I want the support to go with it.
I have the source here.
Yeah, you're gonna have to cite it within the source. Cite the part that supports your argument, and then we have to find the support for that. Sorry, I might have lost a little service there, but in case I was unclear, go ahead and find the part that supports what you're saying.
Yeah.
And then we'll look at the information that supports the claim.
So I've posted the information. So this is the explanation of how the satellites use light to measure distance.
Yeah, you see how it says right here, to make such a calculation, the receiver, someone on Earth, must be able to tell precisely when the signal was transmitted and when it was received.
Yes.
Okay, so that would have to do with the elevation angles I was talking about. You said no, it didn't. And the guy explains it perfectly well in the video. Not in the short part of the video that I sent you, but in the video in full. And he's a glober, so Why'd you deny what I said was true? Well, why'd you deny that it had something to do with your argument?
I think by angles
I'm sorry, when it
elevation,
explicitly does.
Do you mean using the distance plus the angle to calculate the distance?
They're doing something on Earth, right? That's where the receiver is.
Yes.
Okay. So
could you? Okay, I'm sorry.
right.
Maybe some
Because
miscommunication here. Could you clarify?
It's prerequisite to the calculation, specifically right here, to make such a calculation. The receiver, the person on Earth.
Yes.
And this is vague. If we could get more, that'd be great. Because
I didn't know.
This isn't supporting your argument against me. Is what I'm saying. You're supposed to get a citation that explicitly talks about the speed of light without the use of elevation angles.
Can you clarify what you mean by elevation angle?
I mean, you got the video right there.
But can you explain to me?
Well, the satellite is at a position somewhere, right, over the Earth, and you have that vertical angle, and you have the horizontal plane that you're getting that vertical angle off of, like the video shows, and like the guy explains.
Can I read the definition, Elijah? Elevation angle is defined as an angle between the horizontal plane and oblique line from the observer eye to some object above his eyes.
But you aren't using the horizontal plane in this calculation.
Or in this case, the equipment on the ground. So the calculation, again, comes after. So you said that it had nothing to do, but actually it's dependent on the measurement. That's the problem.
You were saying using the horizontal plane. So do you mean you use the angle plus the angle plus horizontal plane to find the?
Well, horizontal is just like the zero angle that you begin with.
Yeah,
where you are.
Yeah,
exactly.
Can you make angle with the curve?
But are you standing on a flat? Are you standing on a flat surface?
Yes.
Maybe not in your exact definition.
No.
I don't feel like I can concede.
No, I'm sorry. Let's rewind. Are you standing on a flat surface?
To my observable ability, I am on. To my observable ability, I am on a
yes
flat
or no? It's a simple question. In the case of, having an angle where there's a right angle and a line directly from you to the ground position.
But it's not using a right angle.
Not in this instance.
No.
So?
Can I have the full video of that guy?
I mean, how do you get an angle without? How do you get an angle without two lines? That's the point.
By knowing the speed of light.
What?
What do you mean? No,
because if you know the speed of light and you know how long,
not know. The problem is the measurement came first. You can't. I mean, that's absurd.
But if you know how long it takes the light to get there and back, and you know the speed of light is
that's
constant,
the calculation that happens after you have the measurement. That's the problem. We keep going in circles. I don't know why this is happening. Do you deny that the calculation comes after the measurement? Do you deny that the calculation comes after the measurement?
The calculation comes after the measurement.
Sir, do you deny that the calculation comes after the measurement?
I have answered.
No, you didn't. Yes, yes or no? Do you deny that the calculation comes after the measurement?
Did you hear me answer?
Was it a yes or a no?
I have answered. It feels quite demeaning to be
yes or no?
to be pressured like this to answer in a specific way.
It a yes or no?
And I have answered.
All right. Well, I'm going to mute you and I'm going to go back to the live stream then. If you don't want to say it, I'll just go back to the live stream. How about that?
I said the calculation comes after.
Okay. The calculation comes after?
Yes, I said that. But then
okay. So then, what's your rebuttal to what I'm saying?
You're saying that you are using right angle triangles and
no, that's not what I said.
Or an angle.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
For me, could you clarify one more time?
Well, just like the guy in the video, you have a flat baseline and then you have the angle to the satellite. What's the issue? So we're talking about the surface that this angle is being measured on. And it's either a horizontal surface or it's not. Now, we already know that looking at the math and diagrams here, that's exactly what it is. So what's your justification to say no, it ain't? That has nothing to do with them using the speed of light. No, he's talking about the speed of light. You can see the equations right there. But he's not using a curved surface. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, what's your point, bro?
Could you send me that full video of that guy explaining?
Of course I will.
Thank you.
And if you know the history, when ships was crossing the Atlantic or oceans, Columbus or Magellan, they didn't thought about speed of light. You must know that. They had sextant, and they measured the angle of the elevation, and then they got distance and they traveled. But still, if that's not true, we can check it always in reality. Orson, if you see the 10 miles of flat surface, how we will call that flat surface?
Pardon me?
If you see 10 miles of distance, flat surface, how you will call that?
Isn't the answer kind of in the question?
Well, I'm trying to
if I
understand.
See,
if you would call it a flat surface.
Okay. And I see 10 miles. Why I cannot call that flat surface? Because there is a sphere.
Is this argument about the wording?
Yeah, because I'm not speaking now. The math is that horizon should be 1.22 miles, but I see 10 miles, How is that possible? And how I will call that if and you answered, I will call that flat surface. Because of that, we calling flat surface, because it's flat in reality. Only because of that, not because we want to be flat surface.
You silenced him.
You believe
no,
in
that? I'm watching the video about the
You want to realize something about satellites. That's all right, but you cannot verify that, man. You don't know if is that real. You personally cannot verify that. Do you understand that?
Yes, you can.
No, you cannot.
Why can't you? The equipment is not impossible to get.
Okay. Question: Is it easier? What is easier to find out where is the satellite, distance to the satellite, speed of the sunlight, and to realize where is the curvature, or measuring surface itself? What is easier?
Well, with the satellite, you get a receiver, you plug it into your computer, and you walk out with an antenna. I would say that is easier.
Oh, okay. What about you get antenna in your computer, and you are sure that that is coming from the space because it's in your computer?
Well, what do you mean?
I'm telling you, you are sitting in front of computer. Some data is coming on your computer. You're saying this is coming from satellite from the space. How you can verify that? You said I have antenna. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How you can verify if surface is curving or not curving?
Because you measure.
No, a part of satellites. Because we didn't have satellites. We didn't have satellites 100 years ago, and we have these dimensions like for a 5, even more, 100 years.
He doesn't want to talk about that. He doesn't want to talk about that. He said that already, like mad times.
Yep. He doesn't want to talk about the shape.
We can't force him. We can't force him to talk about what he doesn't want to talk about.
I know, but
like so, a strength is when to disengage unless you're going to engage the point that a person is trying to make. That's a strength, not a weakness.
Yeah, it's all right to speak about satellites and speak, especially if you don't know anything about that.
No. My point is not. My point is not that it's all right to speak about satellites. My point is it's not all right when someone expressly doesn't want to speak about anything but satellites. The only thing you can do is engage the point or not engage, but it's not all right to tell them to talk about something else when they've clearly said they don't want to.
Okay, so the satellites, that being said, I heard that. So the satellites, okay, so how do you double check the satellite measurements?
There's nothing wrong with the calculations. The calculations are whatever, and they're going to make whatever assumptions that they make. That's not the point. The point is that you're making a measurement first.
Right, exactly.
Of course, because you need to send that satellites in the orbit. You need to have all measurements before all dimensions, because you're sending some things in the space. You need to know how big Earth it is. The fuck, it will crash or something will happen.
I know. So what I'm saying is, so let's say, for the benefit of argument, that you have a good reason, okay, whatever the reason is, to believe that those satellites are doing that thing. Okay, so what I'm asking is, how do you physically verify that? Double check it. How do you double check it? I think that's a good question.
Double check that the measurement from you and the satellite is the same.
Yeah, how do you double check that physically to make sure what you're saying is correct? That being your conclusion that the surface of Earth is curving. So how do you double check it with reality?
You can have multiple sets of equipment. You can use. There's also you can have the satellite. If both the receiver and the sender of this are on the same clock, you can have the satellite send a signal, and if those two match up. And this can be done visually.
Okay, good. So that's exactly what I wanted to hear. Say now, how do you double check that with some other technology besides the one you're actually supposing with. So you're saying the satellites are there. You're not using satellites as a proof of satellites. Well, I'm asking, how do you double check it against something else in reality to make sure that the conclusion is correct, being that the Earth's surface is supposed to be curving at a specific rate? Logically connect those two, please.
To be fair, is that even his conclusion? Because all I've really heard is that he can triangulate the position of a satellite.
No, with that triangulation, with that distance measured, you can.
Hold on, that was a big long fucking cricket moment. Did everybody?
I was thinking. I was thinking.
Okay.
I was thinking about the question, and then he talked, so I replied to him.
That's a straw man, isn't it? What? Wait a minute. Maybe I missed something, but there's two different conversations going on. With celestial navigation, you most definitely use, a part or a portion of the right angle triangle. You use the right angle part of it, but that's not the same as what we do with satellites. Though you still need elevation angle. So what are we talking about here? What are you trying to say we're saying? Exactly. Do you deny anything that I've said up to this point?
One moment.
Yeah, because I have a citation for the first claim, and I also had a citation for the second claim.
Sorry, could you say that again?
Yeah, I said, do you disagree with anything I just said? Because I had a citation for the first claim and the second claim.
No, but before that.
That's all I said.
What are you referring to?
Well, you said something about us saying something about triangulation. Well, who said what exactly? Because we're having two different conversations, so I'm trying to figure out what you think we're saying. Exactly. Yeah, same thing I asked you before you said hold on. Nothing's changed. Well,
I'm sorry.
Take your time. I know this is new. Maybe. What you thinking about, hun?
I'm looking at the explanation that Kiwi Buzz sent about the celestial navigation.
Okay. Is this going to help you answer what I asked you?
I'm still having trouble with what you mean by.
What are you saying we're saying? That's a very simple question.
The thing I think, what I'm understanding, I know I bring this up before, with but you said this
what are we saying? That's the thing.
Yeah, please, one moment. I will. I brought this up before about this, but you said this is not what you mean. Is that you're using the angle, you had a specific word, elevation
angle?
Yeah, elevation angle, and you use that to. By using that, you must know the angle at which the object is from you.
Okay.
Is that
I mean, I don't know how the video and the citation, the math, the equations that he does, all of that is in the screenshot, right? So you asked for the whole video, and I posted the whole video. So, I mean, how much more clear can I be?
The whole video. Where is that? Did you post the whole video into the live stream text chat?
Yeah, I did. Because the point is, you seem to have a problem with me saying, no, you didn't, because you agreed. You said, okay, the calculations come after the measurement. And I'm like, okay, then. So the prerequisite would be a horizontal plane. And so I then asked, what's the problem?
What you were saying, but doesn't the using the
does using the speed of light change it from the horizontal plane they started with? No. Why would that happen?
Let me find.
I'm just trying to get you to make your conclusion logically. That's all. You came in here with knowledge. This is the subject you wanted to talk about, so we're talking about it. I don't get the long pauses.
Well, I'm not super familiar with the angle of I get the idea is that you're either using
it's not an idea. It's reality. What do you mean idea?
Well, it's semantics, but you're using.
Well, is an idea the same thing as something happening? Well,
it can be if
in reality. I'm sorry. Like if I'm looking at I'm sorry. If I'm doing something, is that an idea?
You can have an idea of a phenomenon.
No, I'm sorry. If I'm doing something, is that an idea?
It can be. No. This is a silly argument. This is a silly argument.
It's not a silly argument. I don't want to have to mute you, bro. Because I don't want to have to mute you, bro. It's not semantics is just understanding each other using defined terms. The problem is.
I apologize. I apologize. I won't use that word.
Don't apologize. There's nothing wrong with using the word. It's just you want to use it however you want. And the thing is, words have definitions. So that's the thing. Now, the entire point being that you can't just use definitions however you want to, bro.
Okay. We'll get back on track to the main issue.
Yeah, so what issue?
The angle of elevation.
There's a horizontal plane. What's the issue? That's where you start before you make any calculations. Yeah. What's the issue?
So you're saying we need the horizontal plane and the angle at which it's being measured
to
make a calculation.
Problem? What's the problem?
But you do not need the distance of the horizontal plane.
No, I didn't say that. But what's the problem?
No, I'm saying that you don't need the distance of the horizontal plane.
What's that guy saying in the video? Does he agree with you?
I scrolled up, but I don't know.
Well, you're going to have to find it, and you're going to have to come back later, because I know you don't know now. You're just saying stuff. And I've been as reasonable as I possibly could. I'm not trying to embarrass you. You came in here saying, well, this is what I'm prepared to talk about. I'm like, okay, let's talk about it. And now here we are. You don't need to force it because I'm not trying to embarrass anybody. You use a couple of fallacies, right? We can't deny that now. That's on the live stream. I pushed you and questioned you, asked you whether or not I was being unfair or unreasonable in any of my rebuttals to you. You said they were well. You didn't. You didn't really. You, you didn't have any argument against my argumentation at all. When I asked to define terms, we defined them. What's the problem?
But in
You
the
keep
video,
saying there's a
in the
problem, and I'm
video
like, I don't understand.
In the video that you have sent me, I'm trying to see where he mentions the horizontal plane.
Well, if you look at the video that I posted, that was the citation of the video, right? You know exactly where it is. Like, I did that 30 minutes ago.
A lot of people are posting images.
What that got to do with what I showed you 30 minutes ago?
Because it makes it difficult to find what you have posted.
No, it's not about finding it. It's, I mean, Jesus Christ. Did you see it or not?
I found the video. I have not found the citation.
Did you see it when I asked you to see it when we were talking about it? Because you said you saw it at that point or not?
I thought you were, if I did, I must have thought you were referring to the 15-second part.
What do you mean 15-second part? Of what?
There's a short section that you sent me previously.
Okay.
But in the video, okay. Where is the? Is it just that one video that you've sent me? Is there an additional citation?
All right, 1 second. $23 minutes.
23 minutes.
Do you think that his story about the horizontal plane is going to change? You think that, like...
Could I just be given a moment so I can see what you're referring to?
Yeah, I mean, well, there's a video of exactly what I'm referring to. That's why it's called a citation. So there's the bit that I'm referring to.
Yeah. I'm just watching through the section that you've referred to, which is 23 minutes.
Yeah, that's the citation that I've already posted, not 30 minutes ago, over an hour and 25 minutes ago. That's the citation.
I'm watching it now. Give me 1 moment.
Okay.
He doesn't mention anything about the using the Pythagoras idea.
I didn't say he did.
So he doesn't need a. You don't need a flat plane. You don't need a plane to measure on the.
No, you need an elevation angle measurement. So the degrees are dependent on starting with the horizontal plane and seeing he's talking about it right there. In order to get the position information, the distances and yada yada that you're talking about, and then he goes right there. He said the Earth is flat, but we know it's not. And then he says it comes over the horizon. So I'm very much in line with what we're talking about, and my point stands. Like, you're trying to get away from the fact that they're taking an elevation angle measurement. I don't get that. You see it right there. If you Google elevation angle, it's exactly what it would look like.
But
just like the one in the citation. So that's why I asked you, what's the problem? If what I'm saying is correct, what's the problem then?
That uses the distance. Gets the angle from a right angle triangle to find the position to where to point the receiving satellite. But you don't need that if you have a triangulated system, which he's not talking about.
Excuse me, but I asked you to provide a citation for something that supports that you don't begin with an elevation. You need to be on the ground to receive anything. So I'm not understanding what the problem is. Like, he talks about how you have to point the whatever that little diagram is.
Yes, because he's talking about one satellite.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It does matter, because if you have three, you don't need to take into account.
You just have three angles, right?
No,
are you saying that there's just no angles at all? You just
if you have three satellites, the angle in which they are pointing does not
no angles. Yes or no?
Yes, you don't need angles.
How is that? What do you mean? How is that possible? Give me a citation for that.
I don't have a citation on hand. I could explain.
You gotta find it. You gotta find it, though. I don't need an explanation. I need a citation that supports what you're trying to explain, because I already know that it's bullshit. So if it's not, just go ahead and cite something. Because I don't like the BS. I just like to talk about the facts.
I don't understand the disrespect in the voice text.
Yeah, but you're supposed to be getting a citation, not looking in the voice text unless your citation is in there.
I have two screens, so I'm currently
No, but if you're
scrolling.
looking at the screen scrolling on the voice text, that means you're not looking for your citation. That's the
I am
problem.
currently looking for citations right now.
You can't do both.
Well, maybe you can't, but I can.
Well, all right. We don't want to hear you crying on the live stream while you're looking. So go on ahead and I'll put you on mute. When you come back with the citation that supports what you're saying, and then support of that, then we're good.
Yeah, so if you guys want, I can help research something.
Yeah. So
what is
if he could do that, two things at once, why can't he like tell us how to double check his freaking satellite supposed measurements? He doesn't know anything about with a curved triangle. What the? Once again.
Well, he dipped.
Wait, I can look it up. What is he saying about satellites and three angles?
Yeah, that's the question.
No, what is he talking about? What's his problem? What's his problem? You know, that's literally it. Because I gave the information I gave. I said, is any of this incorrect? No. Well, do you need a measurement before you need a calculation? Yes. Okay, so what's the problem?
Just pick another piece.
Any more questions?
Is this about spherical geometry and triangles?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's not. Well, what's
I'm
that?
not even.
What's a spherical triangle?
Yeah.
Because that's a made-up concept. You can't use it for anything useful other than math and made-up things.
So he was claiming to know things about software. He didn't know anything about what an elevation angle is. So there we go. There's a big jump right there. So he doesn't know like the difference between theoretically, conceptually looking at software, whatever it says in the software, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't relate to anything in reality. When you go outside and look, the horizon, yeah, it's set to zero. He didn't know anything about elevation angles. It's suspect.
Well, you think just because somebody puts spherical in front of the word triangle that all of a sudden that makes it all good?
Hell no.
I can just say I'm white black. You know what I mean? What does that mean?
White black.
I'm short tall.
I'm black white. Let's switch it up.
I'm slim thick.
Hey, what? I don't have any money, but I have spherical money.
If Orson's gone, we do have another globe earth in the room. Goes by the name of Pinky something or other. Hey, Pinky, how are you?
Oh, hello. Hi. What? Do you guys use the live stream voice tech? Yeah, I guess you would. Never mind. That's a stupid question.
Yeah. So, did you listen to the last conversation?
No, I just joined at the end.
Oh, okay. We were talking about triangles and how you can't use them on a sphere. Have you heard that conversation before, young man?
Yeah, I know it's about like spherical trigonometry, not all that well, but I understand. Yeah, apparently it's different if it's on a sphere. Of course.
Yeah, of course. But you understand that when measuring angles up to, say, stars or the sun and moon, for example, then you're going to require the surface-based
I wonder if he's going to go ahead and post a citation that supports him.
To be level, right? It can't be curved to measure.
Jedi, I think the satellites you're connected to went over the non-geometric horizon.
Wait, so was Jedi glitching out for anyone else? Because I couldn't hear what he was saying.
Yeah, Jedi, come back in.
Is Jedi cutting out like that proof that the Earth is a globe because satellite connection?
That's a good one.
I don't know because I couldn't hear what he was saying. But if you guys are talking about the horizon, then yeah, you wouldn't be. It wouldn't be about spherical.
No, I don't know what statement that is. I don't know what it means because I don't know what the horizon has to do with what we were talking about.
Yeah, I still don't know because Jedi was cutting out when he was explaining it to me.
Oh. Well, that just had to do with whether or not the Earth's a ball, and if we can see it being a ball.
You can tell it's not a ball because it's not. It's pretty simple.
You know, I had a conversation with this old school Coast Guard guy the other day, and I never mentioned flat Earth, but I just asked him about the functions of a sextant, and I got him to admit that yes, they're getting a horizontal baseline to a GP under a celestial object thousands of miles away. And then I said, well, you know, that creates a triangle, right? And he says, yes, it does. It's on a sphere, right? And it kind of got like the dumbfounded, like, oh, wait a minute, what? And I told him, it's like, well, that only works on a flat Earth, right? He said, no, that's all. It's in the math. They already have that in the chart. It's figured out for a sphere.
That's what they're saying. Listen, see, that's amazing because look, I never knew this shit until like very recently. Till I was 58 years old. When I was 21, 22, 24, I was sailing on boats long distances and up and down the coast of California. And so so that's amazing that this old timers like had that separation as well. That's incredible though, that you could be doing something like we were doing, like I did, or people do, thousands of people do every day, and have this separation of like thinking that it's still a globe because it's all separated. There's been this thing that separated it in our minds. So now when you connect the dots with the triangle, you go, holy shit, we were right.
Well, what would have been your guys' response to that, where he said, oh, that's just already accounted for in our navigation chart? I didn't really know what to say about that. All I said is, well, you're making a triangle that obviously doesn't fit on a sphere.
Yeah, here's what you say. You say in the nautical almanacs, those zeniths of all of those luminaries are in the same exact spot. That's why they never edit those books. Do you get that? How significant that is. They never change because they're always over the exact position geographically. This could not possibly happen on their globe that's spinning around. Do you get that?
Well,
has to be over a still horizontal plane.
Yeah.
That's the only way it can happen.
If someone could finally read what I posted in the chat.
Hold on, I'm up and down.
First what Zanuck said, and then what I have circled, and then where the arrow is pointed.
I can read it. I got it right here if you want me to. All right. So Zanuck 3.0. Can you explain why you might think you need a triangle when using a sextant. In other words, just because we have an angle doesn't mean there's a need for a triangle or a curved or flat baseline. Aviation sextants don't use the surface at all. Elijah says, wrote red herring, all of it, but
No, not all of it. What aviators use is a red herring.
yeah, exactly.
Secondly, that's what the bubble is for, so that you can create a horizontal, because you can't
Exactly.
do it using the earth
Yeah,
anyway.
you're right. Absolutely right. You're still achieving the level for the horizon. Absolutely. They don't get all this practical stuff that you do when actually flying or actually sailing or any of this stuff. They they disregard all of that. How it's actually done.
Sonny, can you read the second? Only the figure 2, I think it is, and then where I'm pointing the red arrow to.
Wait a minute. So what time was that? Hold on.
It's in the same. It's just that I posted them at the same time.
The angle measured with the sextant is in reality one corner of a right triangle formed by you.
Yeah, got you. And then it says, let me read that again. Figure 2. The angle measured with the sextant is in reality one corner of a triangle formed by you, the celestial body, and its geographical position on Earth. Yes. So then over to whenever you take a sight of the sun, you are one corner of a large triangle. It's a right triangle. The difference between being that the bottom of this one is not a straight line, but an arc, and is not just any arc. This particular arc is the great circle track between you and the point on Earth that is directly under the sun, a point known by the name geographical position, but is usually seen as an I don't know. That's confusing because there is no flat surface. You can't, there is no curved surface. You can only use it, the right triangle. That's the one you're traveling along, that bottom leg. That adjacent.
The second part, Sonny.
Am I missing the second part? Should I read the whole thing, or it's
all right? I got it. Whenever you take a sight of the sun, you're one corner of a large triangle. It's a right triangle. The difference between the bottom of this one is not a straight line. What says what?
Yeah. It's double.
But because that's not a triangle. You don't have a. What do you mean you don't have a straight line? That's what an angle is. An elevation angle. Two lines meeting at a vertex.
Yeah.
So what are you talking about?
That statement is contrary to itself, because they're actually admitting use the right triangle, but this one is not that. That's pretty freaking crazy, man. Don't you? Am I missing something? Holy crap!
On a globe, that angle would be like a milli arc second. It would be like 0.00001 of a degree. I would think, if you're trying to get an angle to something that is light years away.
We're not talking about that.
Light years. What are you talking about? What on the surface of the Earth is light years away?
We're talking about on the surface, bro.
Getting an angle to a star.
No, we're not. Yeah, we don't care about the distance to the star. We're talking about We're talking about the angles on the surface at 0 is the line of the horizon. You're using navigation as a 0 point for your sextant.
Yeah, you see that line, right? Like right there. Like and since we because Globers imagine, right, that not even Chicago, that's a bad thing, because they say, oh, look how much it's blocked by, but at the same time it's like, but we see it at all. So there are buildings and things that people think the horizon is blocking. They're like, oh, look at half this boat cut off, right? So if you continue that curve, right, all the way to the point that the star is 90 degrees above it, that is most definitely not a straight line. Not at all. It's definitely not a right angle to the GP of the star.
So you couldn't possibly get the bottom leg of that correct if we're actually using a right triangle. If the surface were curved and you were using a right triangle, your location would be wrong, correct?
No, you just wouldn't have an angle. You wouldn't be doing anything at that point.
But look, you're traveling along a straight line of the mean surface of the ocean. And you're using a right triangle. That surface, even if it's like waves don't count. I mean, they're there and all of that, but that just affects your dead reckoning. But when you're taking your fix, that like, and you're traveling along that bottom leg, or the adjacent on that right triangle, if you were doing it with a right triangle and using those kind of angles, if the surface below you was dropping away, then you could never be in the right location using that method. You'd be off. So you can never find your location. Be running into rocks every time. Rest my case.
Yeah, since I muted that guy, I figured it'd take him a shorter distance, no, shorter time, a shorter distance in his citation, and thus shorter time for us waiting.
Shorter time distance.
People just want to say what they want, contradictions, be damn, who cares, and that's that. No, not in here.
Yeah, it's like rinse and repeat too, just over and over and over, like same thing. It's from the same person. And the first, and a matter of a few minutes.
Wait, I have a question. With the whole flat Earth point of view, how far away is things like, say, Polaris? Is that just do you assume it's infinitely far away, or like essentially infinite, like it would be with a globe?
It's never been measured.
Okay.
They don't know how far away they are. They don't even know what they are. They're not physical. They're possibly okay. It is speculation Sunday. They're possibly not even physical objects, but focal points of some kind of light source.
Oh yeah.
You don't know how far they're. It's already been shown that when people try to triangulate the sun, they never get the right thing. If you do two or more, if you do more than two, everything's way off. So suggesting that everybody has their own focal point of the sun, that it's a personal sun, and every light going to your feet along a straight path across still water, going all the way to your feet from across the shore, across the bay, is going to each person separately.
Like with a rainbow or something.
Yeah, it's all going separately to your own feet, every observer's feet. So that does suggest that these lights are just personal to us, and you could never triangulate or find out where they are. They're not possibly, I wouldn't suggest at all. That's a fairy tale suggesting those are places you can walk on, or that gases are burning in a place that can't exist in reality, that violates laws of nature that we know of, that have never been violated. Second law of thermodynamics. So you can't have pressure systems. You can't have gas burning in a vacuum. Like you can't have light burning. I mean, you can have light burning, growing plants with a burning gas of any kind, but only with an electric light. So these are things we know.
And lastly, but not least, figure 2, the angle measured with the sextant is in reality one corner of a right triangle formed by you, the celestial body, and its geographical position on Earth. What part of that is not understandable? For God's sakes.
Hey, Elijah.
What's up?
I see you're both in the same wavelengths. I'd hate to interrupt. I just wanted to
I'm sure you'd love to interrupt.
Well, I just did.
Go ahead.
Hey, you remember me? I've been posting memes here for.
Yes, I do, Smurf.
Yeah.
Of course, I know you.
been posting memes all day the last few weeks or something. Here and there, go back and forth between like a handful of channels, dropping memes and stuff. And well, anyway, so we got this. What's his name? Timbo Slice. Okay, all day I've been posting memes, right? But then I posted some flat Earth. I'm sorry, Freemasonry related flat Earth memes, entirely relevant to Elijah's conversation earlier. And then memes related to those memes. But what I started posting memes similar to what Elijah was talking about. Sorry to interrupt you, Elijah, and sorry about that. My bad, Sonny. Sorry to interrupt you. But
It's
anyway, I
cool.
just found that highly suspect that Timbo Slice was deleting a series of Freemasonry related, but otherwise relevant to memes.
You can't talk about this stuff on the live stream though, right?
Well,
You
why?
could have
Well,
called
why
me.
not? No. I was just posting memes
No,
relevant to
because it's in the rules before you enter. When you agree to come into
yeah.
this place, that's one of the rules. That's why not.
Okay. Well, hey, I just wanted to. I didn't
So
know that. Y'all can carry on.
do you
Go
not
ahead.
respect the rules?
Yeah. Okay. Y'all carry on your conversation, and okay.
Now send me what you
Yeah.
posted so I can see how it was relevant to what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll help you out.
I'd had to scroll
Uh,
up. I've started posting memes to
Yeah,
what you're talking
don't
about,
worry about it.
and
Just
then, and
just
then
go
I was
ahead and
then I was just posting other memes because it's earlier
I,
there
I
was
don't want to.
somebody.
I don't want to mute you, bro. I don't want to mute you. I'm just saying,
There
go
was
ahead and
this
go.
earlier. Well,
All
none of
right.
this. Sorry,
I'm
you
sorry,
should.
man.
Somebody should have a talk with that Timbo Freemasonic character. Sorry, I got nothing
What?
else
What?
to say.
Shut
Have a
the
nice
fuck
evening.
up. What?
Have
Go
a nice
talk
evening.
to Timbo. If you have a problem with Timbo, go talk to Timbo. What are you
He's right
talking about?
there, isn't he? But he just doesn't say anything like the coward that he is.
I'm just gonna
Doesn't say
mute
anything.
you.
Yeah, I muted him. So
I muted
that's the
him.
end of that conversation. So again, since maybe you guys have forgot, but I love reading this. The angle measured with the sextant is, in reality, one corner of a right triangle formed by you, the celestial body, in its geographical position on Earth. That's odd. Because Zanuck asks, can you explain why you might think you need a triangle when using a sextant? In other words, just because we have an angle doesn't mean there's a need for a triangle or a curved or a flat baseline. So it's like, what? What are you talking about, bruh? Like, I
Wow.
just hear what I read.
You all right? Really? Exactly. Are you feeling well? I think you should go take your temperature right now. Like stat. Oh, okay. I never heard such great silences of vacuous nothingness coming from the globe side.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Mic check.
Yeah, loud and clear. I don't know what happened. I was like, everybody dropped out, so I guess.
Yeah, I was like, did I miss something? Are we supposed to be somewhere else?
I'm here, just listening.
What's going on, son?
I'm just doing household chores.
Nice.
Hanging out. I'm gonna go outside. It's a cloudy day again. It rained. It was wet on the streets this morning. It was sprinkling yesterday evening, afternoon, and it was indeed had rained last night. And now it's cloudy. Welcome to San Diego, the new Seattle. It's basically it's like Seattle weather.
It's been a lot colder lately, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And I wish I could say the same for San Antonio. It's been hot.
Hot, yeah, really hot.
It's good. Yeah. 96 degrees.
Dang, that's really hot. But I actually like the hot weather myself because usually it's, well, probably not in your area. It's probably high humidity for that high a temperature, like it was in the Midwest growing up.
Yeah.
For me, but the dry heat I can handle. I can handle 110. I've been in 107, 108. Like with the low humidity, super dry, high heat, I can handle that.
Yeah, that's how it was in Lubbock, Texas. It's a little more north, and yeah, the dry heat wasn't so bad, but it's actually where I discovered the Earth is flat. Was in Lubbock, Texas. One of the flattest places ever.
Lubbock, Texas. That's for
Buddy Holly.
Buddy Holly. That's right.
But yeah, there's a running joke that says, Lubbock's the only place where you can watch your dog run away for 2 weeks.
I thought Janis Joplin was from Lubbock, Texas, also.
Oh, I don't know. I know she's part of the 27 Club, right?
I should look it up. Yeah.
I don't think Buddy Holly is. I think he actually died a little younger. With Richie Valens, right?
Yeah, Richie Valens, yeah. And the Big Bopper.
That's right. Chantilly lace.
No, she was born in Port Arthur, Texas. Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't realize she was from Texas. It's cool to know. Thought I heard a Globie or two earlier today. Has there been anything on this wonderful Speculation Sunday?
Yeah, we actually had a several-hour talk with Orson.
Nice.
I heard Orson Welles talking about satellites, never getting once to an actual anything, how it correlates with Earth being a ball. But wants to jump to, yeah, we got satellites. Refused to look at that. He didn't understand elevation angles. Didn't even know what they were. So he's probably someone that could be sit at a booth somewhere looking at software data or something. That's fine. That's not reality, though. I mean, it's not.
But Sonny, it's on a screen.
And then every time it's you got to imagine this.
Imagine for a second.
Let's just imagine you don't have all those freaking land-based towers that are receivers and transmitters, that they're all based on, that all their trajectories for everything are based on a stationary flat Earth. That all the flight models are based on stationary flat Earth from all the freaking alphabet agencies, every single one of them. If they're flying anything or building aircraft for that matter, any of them are using radar technology or doing freaking navigation or even putting freaking navigational data, actual navigational data and elevation angles of zenith and zeniths of stars into GPS. That still does. So what? They're using elevation angles from a horizontal plane. I don't care if they're wrapping them around the ball afterwards. Who cares?
And I gotta say, Elijah's he brought up, pretty recently about, sort of bigotry and the definition and how it's kind of applied to flat Earth, right? And I definitely have used it. And it went so well, right? It stops them in their track of, well, I was told flat earthers are this. And I was like, so you're being a bigot right now. I was like, what? I go, yeah, you're being a bigot. Let's look at the definition.
It's worse because they're being a bigot by proxy, not even of themselves, by something they heard from someone else.
But it was great because they immediately I mean, that's almost taboo for people. They don't like, if they're called a bigot, I mean, especially if they're a little lefty, they're like, what? Me, a bigot? Never.
I was talking to some guy on another Discord, and I was talking to him about Antarctica. And he told me, he messaged me, and he said, I have a friend on Antarctica at the moment, and they just got Starlink. And so the reason why they got Starlink is because there's going to be a flood of population going there soon. Now, I don't know how fucking real this is. Just some random person that I started talking to about Antarctica.
Sounds totally ridiculous. But I don't know. I mean, that sounds like a very short conversation, but interesting.
Well, I kind of there was a little bit more to it, but I just went straight to the point. Like, the other stuff is just nonsense.
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to be.
What's your longitude? Sorry.
Well, I asked him to give me the name of the person and his credentials so I could find out.
That's the next last-ditch attempt to reify the precious globe. Oh, we're standing on the South Pole. Santa Claus is antipodal. The guy in the chat's doing the same thing. Yeah, they think now that they know that outer space is sort of they can't pull it back from fairy tale status. They're going to run to the South Pole or tell stories or look what the guy's posting in the chat. That's the next best thing. That's their next. I guess that's their cheapest option. Find people who want a vacation in snow or whatever it is, and photo op time. Maybe they can send Shatner there, and he can weep.
Yeah. This wasn't like a flat Earth discussion or anything. I was just talking with the guy. It wasn't
I'm just saying. Don't be surprised if these things start creeping into the. Conversations, random conversations people have. It's either aliens or they're going to stand on the South Pole.
My whole family's been coming at me with that recently. They're like, "Did you hear about the aliens in Las Vegas?"
Well,
like, yeah, what about them?
Yeah,
they were 8 to 9 feet tall. They showed me the whole news reel and whatnot. And, if it's on the news, it must be real. So.
Really? So were they on the main strip in Las Vegas, or were in some outer area?
They apparently in somebody's backyard. And get this, Sonny, they even had the 911 call.
I love it. That's really thinking.
So it must be real, and they must have really come from space.
They were trying to phone home? Is that what they're trying to do?
And I got another one for you. No one has ever been fooled in their entire lives, ever.
Ever?
No, it's not possible. No one could ever be fooled by video.
They even provided a nice little audio. It might have been the same. That was some parking lot closed circuit camera. They said, "Oh, and listen to this." There it is, hitting. Pretty wild. Funny stuff. Yeah, they just get people thinking about it.
Yeah, there was like a police dash cam, footage from the person, the officer's chest. They have like cameras now, and it caught, a blue greenish light coming down. That's one thing I never see. I never see meteorites or quote unquote meteorites or comets come up from the horizon. I don't know. I've never had. Whatever they are.
Ever. No one's ever seen that.
Exactly. They were like shooting across. You think it would arc or something sometimes.
Let's think about how many things about the globe Earth that have never, ever happened.
Pretty much all of them.
I mean, you could count them. There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, like however many stories they have. Pretty much, it's all false. They sure have a bunch of stories, though, don't they?
You can both see the curve and cannot see the curve at the beach. According to the globe model. Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye the Science Guy.
It's still a physical curvature, but you can't see it. The one that they're using is the one you can't see.
Hold on. Hey, Pinky Bandinsky, did you delete those Antarctica South Pole photo ops?
Yeah.
Who said yeah?
Pinky.
Yeah. But when you posted them, did you see that as providing evidence that the Earth's a sphere?
I guess it depends on what model of flat Earth you have. Like, if you believe in that thing where it's like the ring of Antarctica is like this big ring that goes around, If it's that model, then I guess that going to Antarctica would prove that that's not.
Well, apparently when you go south, you know.
There is no flat Earth model, and there is no globe Earth model also.
Yeah, we don't have a model. So if you go south from anywhere, you're going to end up at ice. I could guarantee that.
You'll get to the same spot because you could have multiple people.
Pardon me?
But that spot, like the ring, quote unquote, of ice that goes around, you could show that it's the same spot. So if you go south from Australia, then south from South America, if you have two people, you should get to the same spot. Or if you, yeah. Or if you,
oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, actually, I mean, if you were allowed to go there, then yeah, sure.
Okay, so the thing I posted was expeditions to fly there or to ski there if you really want to do it.
Cool. Have you got money to go and pay for that?
No, that's what he told us to do. He told us to save up money.
Yeah, I said you guys
should
choose the person you trust the most and then all save up because it's not that expensive, honestly.
Hold on.
This is something that actually needs to be addressed, right? So let's say I invited you to my house for a house party, right? But you were only allowed in the lounge. Would you say that then you could go to my entire house, or that you were restricted to only going to my lounge?
Well, I don't know what part you'd be restricted to go in.
Well, but that's the point, isn't it? You can't freely explore it, so you're not actually going wherever you want in Antarctica. You can't just go and check out whatever you want to do and do whatever tests you want to do. You have to collect your own wee and poo and all the rest, which is obviously very difficult. You've got to take supplies of water. It's not just the money, right? There's a lot of red tape. There's a lot of all sorts of governmental restrictions on top of that, right? So there's this kind of argument that, oh yeah, you can go to Antarctica. Yeah, you can go to Antarctica in the same way that you can go to my lounge for a house party. But it doesn't mean that you can go to my house.
I don't think anyone's. I mean, first of all, even if there were restrictions of where you're allowed to go, I mean, I don't know who's going to stop you if you're just wandering through Antarctica, to be honest. But
give it a go.
Do you think anybody's just wandering through anywhere they want to go on the oceans, bro?
Yeah, I mean, that's a positive claim for the globe side, right? So why don't you just prove that that's true? Go to Antarctica on your own, in your own boat, and then just freely explore and see how far you get.
Yeah, that's not our claim. So why don't the globe earthers go there? You go there yourself. So why hasn't it been done until this point in 2023? When you're here asking, telling, or whatever, flat earthers to go to some place that it can't be gone to.
Wait, well, there is. I mean, I posted. I took it away. I can post it again.
The South.
It's a red herring. It's a red herring, a non sequitur, and it doesn't apply when we have dozens and hundreds of shorelines all over the flat plane. We can do local observations and show that the globe Earth doesn't exist. There's no drop over distance ever been seen in reality or used.
Yeah, that's what I was.
So for example, even if they don't allow you to go wherever you want, all you need to do is get to the South Pole. Once you do that from, say, South America, and you can fly there, then you can ask them to fly me to Australia, and then you'll see that.
Get there. Now it needs to get to. You can't just like put on an extra swimsuit and just front crawl there. There's hundreds of
you're just presupposing the whole idea that once you're at some location, you're on the bottom of a sphere.
I know exactly. What a doofus.
Well, no. Wherever
you have to start. Listen, in order for there to be a locale known as the South Pole, not just Antarctica, not some snow island.
Yeah,
you would have to have the sphere. You would have to have the spheroid Earth in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe if the Earth just expands on infinitely in all directions, but there's just a ring that surrounds this ocean place.
No. Listen, we're not talking about. We're talking about the globe model. The globe model has Antarctica as the polar cap of a spheroid.
Yeah. So what you can.
So would you agree that in order for a place such as the South Pole to exist, the Earth would first have to be a spheroid?
Oh, yes, I agree. But what I'm saying,
let's let that sink in.
I know, but what I'm saying is, what you could do is fly from Puerto's area in South America to this one spot. Right now, this is the spot that you've been there before because maybe you can like leave something there, so it's the same spot, and also you'll just see this building's there. It's the South Pole, right? Now you fly back, you go to Australia, and then you can fly from Australia there in a similar amount of time. To that same spot. If it was that ring model, then you wouldn't be able to go to that same spot.
The spot with the shiny silver ball.
Yes.
Okay,
so basically, according to your model, that should be impossible to get to.
We don't have a model, and so if the planes are flying in level flight, that means they're flying over horizontal oceans, right?
And again, you said according to our model.
Wait, Sasha, I was waiting for him to answer that.
Oh, fine.
If planes are flying in level flight, they're flying over horizontal oceans, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Well, I mean, according to my model, they'd be flying over the surface of the.
According to reality, what do you think?
Yeah, and reality, they're flying in level flight, which means a straight fucking line of flight.
First of all, Sonny, give me 1 minute. Did you say according to your model? What is my model?
Oh, mine's just the regular one.
What is mine? Because you said according according to your model. What is my model?
Oh, just the standard globe, Earth, all of that stuff. The standard.
You said my flat Earth model. What's that?
I meant the globe a model. Just
you also quoted us.
You said according to your flat model.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say flat model. I didn't mean to say.
Okay, so what is our flat model? You did say it. So what is our flat model?
Yeah, your flat model. I can understand you guys might have different ones, but the one I'm specifically addressing, well, actually, to be honest, any one that you could come up with.
Listen again very carefully. We don't have any model.
Okay. Well, I mean, you must have some.
No, we don't. No, we have no model. Period. Why do we need a model? We show the Earth is measured flat. Why? We don't need a model.
Okay. Well, I guess that's interesting. I'll try to think about that.
Yeah. What do you think about behaving of water?
Behaving of water?
Yeah, how water behaves in nature.
Yeah, that word in English is behavior, by the way, Sasha.
How it behaves? I don't know.
How what lakes when you have a lake, how lake look like?
Yeah, I'm visualizing in my head.
Think about this. What happens when you have a mirror, right, and it's curved, right? What when you look at that mirror when it's curved, what do you get? You get like when you go to like the fair, right? And you see the image all disconfigured, You've seen that, right?
Yeah.
So when you see these pictures of these lakes that are like huge, I mean, possibly even miles large, right? And you see a perfect reflection of the mountains, okay? That's not possible in a globe Earth.
Oh yeah, that's pretty good. You could probably look at the reflection of mountains and see if you could see. I don't know. It might be. I don't know if statistically you'd be able to see it because maybe just even the aberrations on the surface of the water might abstract it, but possibly that could be something to look into. That's very interesting.
There are images of that. Perfectly still waters, reflecting mountains perfectly. Yeah.
And do you know your globe model?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is the radius?
Oh, I don't know it off the top of my head. Actually, I just thought
that means that you don't know your model.
And you said you know. Now you don't know.
Oh well, just because I don't know this, like
just because you say you know, and then you don't have anything to provide proving that you know anything, so you don't know anything.
Well, I was just talking about that's the model I believe in.
I'm not sure it's possible that you could know anything about the globe that you speak of.
Can I just mention that every single flat earther you talk to in this chat will know the radius of the globe? Just, I know that for a certain. Like, there's not a flat earther in this server who doesn't know the radius of the globe model. So, I mean, what does that tell you?
It tells me you guys think about this stuff quite a lot. I mean,
hold on. We were globers. We were globers from the very beginning. That's the point. We grew up as globers. Me until I was 58 years old. How about them apples?
But do you guys see that, like, just because if I don't have in my memory the exact radius of the Earth, that doesn't mean that I don't believe in this model.
And you're here in a flat Earth server, and you're trying to provide proof of the globe, and you don't have anything. Yeah, we understand.
Well, I mean, actually, I don't really accept that logic, because in terms of the pure, just because you don't know one thing doesn't necessarily mean that you don't know the model. That is true, but it's also missing the bigger point. Like, for instance, if you are having like a high-level genetics discussion, or biology discussion, or whatever, and one of the two guys who claims to be a PhD in biology didn't know what an allele is, for instance, right? You would call into question whether he actually knows very much at all, because it's such a foundational part of the subject. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, some things are like squirreled away. Like, if you were to say, what's the size or how far is Antares, the star? Fair enough. Probably most people won't know that. But we're talking about the Earth itself. What is the size? What is the shape? Now, people who are interested in that subject are going to know the radius. They're going to know, because it's a foundational element of that. Anyway, go on.
Well, sure. I mean, but keep in mind, I mean, I don't claim to be. I mean, I know a lot about the world just because of just living my life and such. But I mean, it's like most people who believe in the round Earth model, like just seriously pick anyone really from the main street, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, all these people, like just anyone, like Sam Harris, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, anyone. Like if you ask, the round Earth model is still the one they believe in, regardless if they know the exact number.
Yeah, but
they only have a belief though. It's like a religion. They don't have any proof for the globe. If there was, you could show us a test that would show specifically where the geographical location is repeatedly. This drop over distance would have to be there on the surface of Earth, and you can't show us that, or any motion, or that gas pressure can exist without a barrier next to a vacuum. Thank you.
Question: if we have the size and radius, can we check the physicality of the Earth?
Size and radius.
Well, what he's saying is, if you know what the proposed size is, can you test that?
Oh, the radius of the Earth.
Yeah, can you test it? So, for instance, if I was to say to you that all Lamborghinis are blue, can I actually go out and test that? Will you find a yellow Lamborghini and then not all Lamborghinis are blue, right? So you've got a radius, and so it must be that radius, and all tests must conform to that radius. Can that be tested?
Yeah.
Okay.
But also, I'm just realizing you guys are like jumping on me for not knowing the exact radius of my model, but you guys don't even have a model.
We don't have a radius. We don't believe we live in a ball.
But doesn't matter.
So I couldn't even ask you like what's the latitude, like what's the distance of going around like from south, like on the latitude of Australia.
So well let's try and address that then. So how much funding from governments was put in by governments into flat Earth research last year?
Zero.
How much was put into globe Earth research, rockets, space missions, all this other shit last year?
$10,000 per second.
At least 70 million per day.
Yeah, billions is the answer. So obviously there's going to, if you've got like hundreds of people on full-time salaries to come up with this stuff, then obviously that stuff's going to exist. So I don't really know what your point is.
Oh yeah, I guess. Oh, I mean, my main point was, you don't even have a model. But to be honest, admitting that you don't know something is like actually the right thing to do.
Okay, Pinky.
It's a true thing.
Okay, Pinky. Tell us do you know where, when, and how Earth's curvature, any time in history, was actually directly measured?
Can I just?
Wasn't the first person to do it for like some ancient Greek person that used like an eclipse?
Oh my God! Sticks again.
Yeah.
No. He's talking about something else. Look, can I just ask very quickly, Pinky? Do you think that if a government agency paid, I don't know, 50 people full-time salaries to come up with the flat Earth model, that they could do it?
Yeah, it sounds like a really interesting problem to do. I mean, possibly, I don't know, maybe not, because obviously all the claims you're making might not mesh together, so it might be impossible. But it would be very interesting to try. Because I was thinking before when you were talking about the like using a sextant, and then someone said, "Oh, but we don't even think Polaris is a certain star. It could be just like curvatures of light. So that's why on the flat Earth,
it doesn't." You totally don't misrepresent me, bro.
Oh. Well, no, I'm just saying that's an interesting idea, and you could come up with some model where all these things.
That wasn't my idea.
Yeah, I know. This is just my.
But he's trying to answer my question by, and I think you're being.
No. I think if you're right, Crypto. Just because you don't have a model doesn't mean that it's bad. Like,
yeah, it just means
more
funded, right?
Yeah.
So I would suggest that you should ask the governments why they're not researching this if it is true.
Does the globe even have a model? I don't think it really does. I think it's all over the place.
The globe
has no model. That's kind of the point I'm trying to get to. Is like, if you were to throw money at coming up with ideas, well, guess what? You're going to end up with ideas, right? Obviously. No. But what does that prove?
I don't know.
Right.
And maybe you want to compare that's a flat Earth model with the globe Earth model, and then you say this cannot work on the flat Earth model. But this is like a wrong. Well, let's check the surface and realize is it curving or not. If it's curving, there is no point to be flat, and everything is fine.
What do we need a model to begin with? The very thing that we should test is reality. You don't test models, we test reality, right?
We actually can't test a model. A model is only useful if it makes reliable predictions, but it still doesn't mean that it actually conforms to reality.
Well, you have a model and then you do a bunch of tests and see if the evidence aligns with it.
Yeah,
but I suppose
you could test
right,
it.
but I could come up with a model that says, I don't know, the temperature in England. If you give it a time delay, the temperature in England correlates with the rising of the sun. Therefore, the dropping of the temperature causes the sun rising. And obviously, the nighttime causes a lower temperature. And so I could prove that mathematically there's a correlation between the lowering of temperatures and the sun rising in the morning 8 hours later or whatever. So that would be valid for making mathematical predictions. But does that make any sense to you?
Oh yeah, you can. I mean, the correlation would be there, but then like coming up with causation requires you to understand it at a deeper level because you need to understand the mechanism of what's going on. But like,
no, it doesn't. No. It doesn't require a deeper understanding because that would just be doubling down on the idea and thinking you understand it better. What it actually requires is for you to manipulate that and observe what the manipulation does. Because otherwise, all you can do is say that X correlates with Y. And that's what you can do with the sky. Because you can't take the sun and go, oh, I'm just going to move it, see what happens. Right? So the only thing you can do with the sky is go, well, that correlates with that, and that correlates with that, and we've got all these correlations. You can't find out any causation.
Yeah, using that scientific method that you just explained, like do an experiment where I decrease the air temperature and see if the sun goes down. That's using that sort of experimentation is untangling all these different correlations to get to a better understanding of it all. But there's also other ways. Like for instance, if I just I know that this is probably not going to go well over with you guys, but like if I send a satellite to space and then I just imagine if this is the case. Maybe I should use a different example, but if you send a satellite to space and then you see, oh right, I can see the terminator of the sun's light on Earth. That's what's going on. Now I can see, of course, there's less heat, thermal energy, so the temperature is going down. You can understand it through other means than just, changing variables. Like if you get a better understanding through many other different pieces of knowledge, then you can put things together like that.
And how I can check that understanding?
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely true. If I was to get my own tin can and shoot it up into space and look at a globe Earth, and look at the Terminator line, then I'll just have to say, well, that's going on. Similarly, if I was to go to Azeroth and meet an orc, and then we go and buy a dragon, and then we ride that dragon into, I don't know, some big ogre's lair and slay the ogre, then you'd have to accept that dragons exist, orcs exist, and ogres exist, right?
If you do that, I mean, I wouldn't say with 100% certainty because, like, there's very few things in this world that I would say you would know for certain. But like, it appears using the standard evidence that, I mean, the standard sort of rules of believing stuff.
Sorry to interrupt. The point I'm trying to get to is that you're already assuming the truth of your assumption to make the argument in the first place. But the truth of the assumption is what's in question. So you can't assume the truth of the conclusion. This is why it's begging the question. You can't assume the truth of the conclusion as the premise.
Are you talking about the satellite going to space thing in regards to that? Yeah, so that's exactly why I was hesitant, if you remember, to use that example, because by making that example, I wasn't making any claims about the flat Earth or anything. This could all be in a hypothetical universe. The only thing I was doing was explaining how you can use more observations and a better understanding of a phenomena to understand it. That's why I knew you would go there. That's why I had to. I was going to try to think of another example I could use in something more terrestrial in terms of understanding a situation. But yeah, so when I say that, I agree that all would be in a hypothetical situation. I'm not saying.
But it's worse. It's worse than a hypothetical. It's actually making the question. It's a very well known fallacy, right? And I'm not trying to be a dick to you or whatever. But it seems to me like you kind of already knew what you were saying was fallacious. So you should already be thinking, is what I'm saying fallacious? And if that's the case, why do I think it's true or valid? That should be the first thing you should be asking yourself.
Wait, with regards to what?
With regards to sending a satellite into space.
No, that was just. I don't know exactly how was I fallacious with regards to that?
Because it's begging the question. If we already
I know.
accepted that the Earth was a ball and that you can send satellites into space.
Okay, never mind. I already answered this. That wasn't supposed to be any proof that the Earth is round. I was trying to just explain how you could, if you had a situation where there's cause and effect, it doesn't have to be Earth.
Look, dude, I understand. Yeah. Trust me. I understand fully what you're doing, and it's not a problem. But all I'm saying is if we already accepted those things were true, then you wouldn't have any reason to present the argument in the first place, because we'd already be agreeing with you.
I don't think so, because in that moment, if I had, instead of talked about satellites, talked about, now I have to come up with another one. Cause and effect. Okay, like if you've got
cause and effect, there is no cause and effect. It's a shape.
Listen, man. Let's put it this way, right? So, if everyone in here already accepted that satellites could go to space and that satellite going to space could view the terminator line on a ball Earth, right? We'd all already be globers, and you need to be making an argument for the globe based on those things.
I know.
Okay, that's what I'm
it doesn't matter. Let's just move on from this. I mean, I've already answered this a few times. I think we should just move on.
I feel like you don't really get what I'm saying, but it's all good.
No, I do get what you're saying. But go back, rewind, and instead of me talking about the satellite, instead, because I was very nearly going to do this, and I thought I'll just give it a go, but I guess it didn't work. Imagine a new circumstance where you're trying to figure out cause and effect, like say maybe like the classic one. Is if a person's black, then they're more likely to have a.
Here we go.
No, see that one I can't do either because that's going to annoy people. How about this? I'll try a different one. We've got. I have to think of.
Ice cream and murderers to me.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going with.
Why to imagine? Let's go directly to the proof.
Okay, so
to be honest, I haven't even started talking about flat Earth.
No, global. No flat Earth. Global.
We need
you presuppose the South Pole is.
No, I didn't.
I would like to know why we have so many satellites. We have so many missions to Mars. We have all this bullshit. Yet we have no fucking pictures of the Earth. Like, none. They're all CGI.
Well, I mean, you know why that is. It's not what they're saying it is. The Earth, that is.
I know that, but I'm just wondering, like, how do Globers not see this?
Because they don't want to.
Because they want to hold on to the fantasy. Maybe they haven't been presented with the evidence, and when they are presented with the evidence, maybe they want to try and ignore the evidence to believe that they were right all along, and so was everybody else, and he's going to still remain on his ball, whoever that person is. What was the conversation earlier with you, Pinky? What were we even talking about?
He was going to like some racial stats. I was like, what?
Oh, just trying to think. Causation, correlation.
Causation and correlation are two different things. If we want to find a cause of a phenomenon in a physical natural world, well, we can science the shit out of that. That's cause and effect based. What caused that to happen? You're kind of half building a hypothesis, but it's interesting when you have to beg the question when building your hypothesis as well. But what are we trying to prove in a cause and effect relationship, mate? Or what assumption are you going to have?
No, I mean, so I've talked. So this is my first day on this channel. I've basically I was in chill text for a bit, and of course, I understand the need to not beg the question, like assume a spherical Earth when I'm making these arguments. I did actually make that mistake once with someone. I think he's in this chat. No, with Old Hoss. When we were talking about the horizon, that's one mistake. Just because I'm so used to thinking of the Earth as spherical that I did do that, like I built in. But most of the time, you have to trust me. I'm pretty, cognizant of, or at least I'll try to be, of not obviously assuming things. And so with the Antarctic thing, all I was doing with that was just showing that given a certain model, now you guys don't agree on a model, but given the whole Antarctic ring thing, that would be a way that you could disprove that, and it would actually show more evidence in line with the spherical Earth thing. I certainly wouldn't be, traveling to the South Pole doesn't assume that the Earth is globe, for instance. You're just traveling to the South Pole. Oh, no. Okay. I just heard it as soon as I said it. No, traveling to southward continuously doesn't. Yeah, that's what I meant by that. Yeah.
It's interesting that you're bringing up traveling and navigating across the Earth. Has anybody brought up with you the subject of navigating the Earth with the stars?
No.
No.
No one's spoken to you about navigating the Earth with the stars. Have you ever heard about navigating the Earth with the stars, better known as celestial navigation? Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah.
Awesome. So, do you have any understanding about it? For example, if I was to ask you what an elevation angle was, would you know what that was?
Yeah, I think it's the apparent angle between the horizon and some celestial body, possibly.
Yeah, exactly that. So we gain an elevation angle from a known celestial body, let's call it Polaris, and we measure an angle to it. We basically build a triangle. Let's start that triangle from us. You know what a sextant is, right? You've heard of that before, an angle measuring device?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's basically how we're going to be drawing our angle. To keep everything simple, we're going to put the sextant on the floor, because there's a couple of corrections that you're going to have to make for your altitude and this, that, and the other, but ultimately all of those corrections are going to put you back on the floor. So if we can imagine from the sextant, you draw a line straight up to Polaris. From Polaris, you draw a straight line down to the Earth, and you draw 90 degrees there, and there's a straight line from that ground position GP of that star to you. Would you agree that we've drawn a triangle?
Yes.
Awesome. Can you measure an angle if one of those lines is curved? In actual fact, if you have one curved line on a triangle, would you agree that there's two angles that you can no longer read or measure?
Well, I mean, you can still draw a straight line from your position to the point where the horizon disappears, but there's also the curvature of the ground, according to my model as well.
Yeah, so according to your model, there's curvature to the ground, which means the line between your sextant and the GP of the star, which in Polaris's case can be, I don't know, 3,000 fucking miles away, right? Because that's how we get our latitude lines. But Polaris can be 3,000 miles beyond the horizon, and there must be a straight line between you and the ground position of it. Underneath Polaris, there's 90 degrees. In actual fact, there's 90 degrees under every single star. So for celestial navigation to work, we use triangles. If the surface of the Earth was curved, we wouldn't have 90 degrees underneath Polaris or any other star, and we wouldn't be able to measure an elevation angle up to that star, because the baseline, the curve of the Earth, would be fucking up our triangle. Do you understand that?
Right, so I think I can post it. If I post a picture really quickly in live stream voice chat, I'll show you what I mean. So if you see the so I just posted it. It's if you see the diagram, so yeah, you've got S, which is the curvature from where you are.
Yeah.
Then you've got the D, which is from you, and H could be very small, like it could be a meter off the ground. You know, it's just wherever you're holding your sextant. I mean, I guess if you're on the very ground, it's kind of difficult to understand, but yeah, usually S and D will be very similar. But there is, I think, what the whole point of the sextant is measuring D, not S. Now, and also, now when you say ground point,
sorry,
yeah,
sorry. What the sextant is measuring is the elevation angle up from the horizon to the star.
Yeah, so from D.
So let's put the ground position of your triangle on that curved surface. Do you understand on that curved surface you can't read a 90-degree triangle? You understand that, right? underneath that star is the ground position that has to be 90 degrees to you. Not just that one star, but if you turn around to that star over there too, and in fact every single one of them, let's say 1,000 stars that you can read overnight will have a 90-degree ground position to you, straight line. So you can measure an elevation angle up to it. Now, like I said, that star can be 3,000 miles beyond the horizon. This is how we got our latitude lines, for example. You started speaking about navigation and going south. Imagine we're underneath Polaris, and Polaris has got a 90-degree angle, and you can point straight up to it. Go away, go south, measure the angle, decline until it reaches 45 degrees. 45 degrees latitude. Then keep going south away to 0 degrees. That will be the equator, 0 degrees latitude. Now, you'll understand that every single increment along the way that we measured an angle up to Polaris to get the 45 and the 0 and the 90 and every increment in between, demonstrating that even in this instance, we measure angles to stars to navigate to them. In this instance, I've pointed out to you how the globe Earth requires a flat Earth to get latitude lines from elevation angles to Polaris. So, to understand celestial navigation requires the Earth to be flat, because if the Earth was a curved surface, we wouldn't be measuring elevation angles up to Polaris to get latitude lines to navigate the Earth.
Well, I mean,
I get what you mean with your diagram, but that's not how celestial navigation works.
I know. The first diagram I posted isn't about celestial navigation at all. That's just finding the distance to the horizon. But we're not talking about the distance to the horizon, so it's a separate thing. But anyway, I mean, I was just showing the difference between D and S, like, you know, a straight line. So you can get an angle. Fine. But the second diagram I posted, I just typed in on Google, how does a sextant work? And so I think this is basically what's going on. I think the Polaris is so far away that it's not really like there's a ground point that it's above the Earth. You can say, I mean, it's not like it's hovering like it would be over a flat area. It's just so far away that
you're incorrect. You're incorrect.
I know.
Every single star has. Why would you even say it if you know that you're incorrect? Every single star has a ground position, because every single star.
According to your model, wait one second. I'm not talking about according to your model. This image that I posted is according to the whole the spherical Earth model. In which case, with a spherical Earth model, I don't really know what a ground position would be. It would just be wherever it's tangent to the Earth. Although I suppose Polaris is probably tangent to it's the North Star, right? So like 90 degrees.
Let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
Can you read 90 degrees if one of those lines is curved?
So
can you measure with a protractor, an angle measuring device, 90 degrees if one of those lines is curved?
Are you talking about in relation to the second model I posted? I mean, the second picture.
I'm talking in relation to a fucking triangle, a protractor, and measuring an angle, and relation to the question: can you measure an angle with a protractor or an angle measuring device if one of those lines is curved?
Yeah, I wouldn't know what that would mean, so I guess the answer is no. Yeah.
You wouldn't know what that would mean. Have you ever used a protractor?
No. I agree with you. I'm saying, like, if a line is curved, I mean, you can measure an angle at a point where it intersects another line. But
we don't do that. When we're talking about measuring an angle with an angle measuring device, we don't plot a point on a curved line and measure an angle to it. For a GP of a star that can be 3,000 miles away, that line, straight line, has to be straight.
Right. So I would basically I would say I don't think any of the lines that I am measuring with my sextant in my model are curved, because you've just got a line from your eyes to the horizon. That's a straight. You can point a laser at it. Then you've got a line to Polaris, and then you see the angle between them. So there's no
straight
curve.
line. Yeah, welcome
to straight line. You're using the straight line on the surface of the Earth and calling that the curve.
No. I'm saying if you look at the first image I posted, I'm talking about D, which is a straight line.
We are speaking about reality, not about drawings.
No, but that's how you use a sextant. You point it at the horizon.
No.
Right, I'm going to have to do this again. Because I get that you're going to be pointing the sextant at the horizon with your horizon mirror. That's fine, not a problem. That's going to be where you are going to be measuring your angle up to that star. Within your calculations, this is why I put the sextant on the floor, to make everything really simple, but fuck it, we'll do it anyway. Within your calculations, you're going to want to subtract your altitude above that curved surface, so you are reduced down to, what, 0 altitude. So there is a straight line between your sextant, which is now on the floor, and the ground position of the star, which can be over 3,000 miles away in case of Polaris. Underneath Polaris is a ground position. It's plotted point on the surface of the Earth, where you will read 90 degrees. So you've got a straight down line down from Polaris, 90 degrees. You've got a straight line to your sextant, and then you measure your angle up to it, requiring the surface of the Earth to be level, because if it was curved, there wouldn't be 90 degrees underneath Polaris to begin with.
Oh, I see. You're saying if you go, because the point on the Earth, if it's spherical, where Polaris does have that 90 degrees spot,
okay,
it would be impossible.
What about the stars of the Big Dipper? Because yes, you can't read 90 degrees underneath Polaris, but remember I said every star. Now it's kind of hard to get one 90 degree on a curved surface, but we're going to talk about every star now. Because every star has got a ground position, so you, with your sextant, can read an angle to it over the course of a night, and every star will have 90 degrees. That's impossible on a curved surface. You can't get one, let alone many.
So if you're navigating in this way, like as we do with right triangles, if the surface below you was indeed curved at the prescribed rate, then you could never find your location accurately, let alone thread the eye of a needle off in the distance across large bodies of ocean, like across 2,000 miles of Pacific Ocean from the California coast to Hawaii, or even further from Hawaii onto further islands, which could be 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 miles across ocean water, and find your way to this little tiny island accurately, even most times without seeing it.
Wait, why?
A lot of these places are covered with fog. This is how these things were done in reality with navigators. That's why.
I don't understand why.
Okay, go ahead.
Why you couldn't use a star? Of course, if it's not the North Star, then over the course of the night, its position in the sky will change. Is that what you mean?
You cannot.
Not exactly. No, what we're talking about is we're practically traveling across the bottom leg of a right triangle. That has to be a flat surface in order to have an accurate location. The thing is that you're actually finding out where you are located according to this GP of the star at that angle. The bottom leg is very important, so you can't have a curve be trying to calculate with a right triangle with your actual sighting and traveling across a surface that was curved. You would lose your way.
Wait! I think I get what you're saying. Are you talking about the to find the distance from from yourself to the GP?
Right.
Is that what you're saying? Oh, okay. Right. Yeah, so if you look at the so the way that latitude is defined is it's not defined as distance from you to the GP. It is literally defined as the angle between the horizon and
there you go. There you go. So it's an angle then. See, this was my point and why. But hold on.
Sorry.
It's an angle. As long as you say angle, you require the Earth to be flat. See, this is the instance as well where the globe Earth model requires the Earth to be flat in the first instance to get latitude lines to begin with.
No, but it's actually not. I disagree with what you're saying. I'm not saying it's an angle. It is a location on Earth, but it's defined by the location where that angle exists.
Do you know what 90 degrees, 45 degrees, and 0 degrees are when relative to latitude? Do you know where 90 degrees is?
I'm sorry. Relative to
90 degrees north. 90 degrees north. That's underneath Polaris. 0 degrees. Where's that?
I'd hope it's right on top of the North Pole, but there could be a corrective factor because obviously Polaris isn't exactly above it. It's probably
it's the equator. So 90 degrees underneath Polaris, 0 degrees at the equator. You notice I'm saying degrees is angle measurements. That's why they're called 90 degrees and 0 degrees. They're fucking angle measurements. You require the Earth to be flat to get angle measurements to Polaris, to get latitude lines to navigate across the Earth, because the stars are constant. They come around every year and we know exactly where they are, time, day, month, second. And because they do that, we can figure out where our longitude and latitude is. Our longitude and latitude come from elevation angles to Polaris. Navigation of the stars requiring the Earth to be leveled disproves the Earth being a ball, because we wouldn't be able to do that.
No. So they are like it is a measure. Like again, you can just look at it and see the diagram I posted. But essentially, it is a location on this sphere. If assuming it's a sphere.
No, it's not.
But it's
no, it's not.
Assuming the model is correct.
No,
it is a model.
What model?
The spherical Earth. It is
okay. Can you post that in live stream for us? We want to see the spherical model, and we're going to head back to those angles because they're not just any old angles; they are elevation angles.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying if you give someone a longitude and latitude, it defines a spot on that.
No. How do you get the latitude on a sphere?
Using a sextant.
You can't do it.
Not on a curved line, which is what I've been trying to point out to you. Sorry, Kiwi.
You can't do it. Because define an elevation angle.
Wait, I think instead of answering that question, I'm just going to try to understand what you're saying. I mean, by Jedi, I mean Jedi. He's saying, I mean, don't you agree that if I draw on a circle a latitude, it defines a series of locations in a circle that goes around the sphere, assuming if there is a sphere.
What is he talking about?
What? I don't know. He wants me to agree that if we draw lines around a circle, that the Earth must be a ball. I want you to understand.
No. I'm assuming that it is a ball. Then
don't want to do that. I want to show you that without any assumptions, we measure angles to stars to figure out our location on the Earth. No assumptions needed. We use triangles to do this. You can't do this with a sextant, as you've pointed out, on a curved line. You will bastardize the 90 degrees underneath any fucking star you want to choose from, and also the elevation angle, because you wouldn't be able to measure that, would you? Because your line's curved to the Earth.
But wouldn't you agree that there exists spots on this world where you using a sextant will give you the the same value, right? I mean, that's what a sextant does. So I agree with you there. Yeah. It shows locations, right?
It measures angles.
It measures elevation angles.
Yeah, it measures elevation angles and
all the elevation angle.
And all the elevation angles in certain locations are the same.
I'm going to ask you one more time. Define an elevation angle. It's very simple.
Wait, I already have. I don't know if you've been listening to this conversation.
You already have. Then what is it?
It's a distance. It's the angle from the horizon to a celestial body.
Nope. I got it at 21 minutes after the hour. Elevation angle from radartutorial.eu. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane.
Those are two straight lines.
Where's the horizontal plane at on the sphere?
I think the angle you use in a sextant is to the horizon. I don't know.
What?
Oh my.
We just said this. This was an open test question. We already gave you the answer just a couple minutes before of what an elevation angle is. And when asked, you couldn't even recite it.
You're confused on what an elevation angle is.
Oh yeah, that's wrong.
That horizontal.
Go ahead.
What I was going to say is that horizontal line is between the sextant that we put on the floor earlier and the GP of the star, which could be Polaris 3,000 miles away. That's the horizontal plane. That bit there, that straight line. Do you understand yet?
I think I'm missing what you're talking about. I mean, do we need to go through what a triangle is again? 3 straight lines meeting at 3 vertices, and where you can read 180 degrees on the interior of that triangle. That's what a triangle is, right? Yeah, I know what a triangle is.
Good. So if you curve one of those lines, you cannot measure no longer 2 angles along that curved line, right?
Sure. Yeah, I agree.
Good. So if the surface of the Earth is curved, that curved line, then your horizontal baseline is curved and not straight. You require it to be straight to measure 90 degrees underneath the star, whichever one we're going to talk about, so you can get an elevation angle up to it. We draw a triangle. We couldn't draw a triangle if the surface of the Earth was curved.
Yeah, but I've already answered this. Do you know what I'm going to say next? I mean, because I have said.
You know what I'm going to say? Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the left, DJ spinning requests, baby.
That's perfect timing.
Yeah, it is. That's what I'm going to say. Unless I don't know, unless you're going to redefine a triangle.
No.
Hey, smoke him if you got him.
I mean, I'll try to understand. I mean, I think I'll just say it again. I mean, like I said, it's between the horizon, which is a straight line, and the.
I'm already smoking them.
We've already debunked you.
Yeah.
The fat lady already saying, I'm already smoking mine.
Yeah. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to, because I'm not understanding what your point really is, to be honest.
The point is, it's the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight, measured in the vertical plane. That means the hypotenuse is the elevation angle off the horizontal plane. You can't get a 90-degree angle off a sphere. It's impossible. Go to AutoCAD. Do you know what AutoCAD is?
Yeah, yep.
Draw an angle, a right angle triangle on the sphere, and then give me the angle between the hypotenuse and the adjacent. Tell me what it tells you.
Dun, 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 dun.
I think so. Yeah, that is. I guess if you're standing right on the North Pole,
no.
How are you gonna get an angle?
Doesn't matter.
I mean,
what do you mean North Pole? Where did that come from?
Presuppose the North Pole again?
Where did that come from?
No, you're right. You're right. I should in all of these. Whenever I talk about what's going on, I should say in this model, if you do this, or in that model.
No. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Let's get back to that.
Your brain.
You said you had a sphere model. Can you post that in live stream? We'd like to see that.
Yeah, let's see.
Of course, just so you guys know that you can, even if you have a sphere, you can obviously have a 90-degree.
Can you show us the
No,
model?
you can't. No, you cannot. You would fail third grade geometry.
What? No. So it's just cool. So it's like
We'll
you
get
know,
back
like
to your model in a second.
Listen, Playboy.
It's just called like a tangent line. It's like
not a tangent. Show us the tangent mirror in the sextant.
So the tangent line on the surface of where you're standing
Show
on a
us the tangent mirror on the sextant, please.
What's a tangent mirror?
You're going to need a tangent mirror on the sextant to give a tangent line.
Put your sextant on the floor. It removes the idea of your tangent line. I tried to point this out to you earlier. If you're at elevation, you're going to draw a tangent line between the sextant and the horizon. Your calculation is going to take you down to 0 altitude above the surface of the Earth, which is why I put the sextant on the floor to keep everything fucking simple for everyone.
Yeah, Playboy. You
I guess that's what you can think of.
You could just show us your model, Playboy.
So I guess what a sextant's kind of approximating is
where's your
assuming.
Stop. Where's your model?
I'm telling you the model I'm assuming in this is the global model.
Holy crap.
Let's see that.
If you, I posted a picture of it so you can see what.
Oh, really? Wait, hold on a second. What's the time?
Anyway, the sextant seems to approximate the different.
Anyway, your ass. Where's your fucking sphere model?
You don't have a model.
Anyway, bullshit. Post your sphere model again right fucking now.
Wait,
let's see the documentation. We want all the white papers. Come on, get to it.
So I posted the second image I posted is what I'm talking about. Is that
post it again?
Okay.
Should be larger than Encyclopedia Britannica.
I think it was at 10 after the hour, guys, if you want to scroll back up and see. I think it was at 7:10 that he posted it. If I'm talking about the right one.
Yeah, you are. I posted again, though, so that's all it is.
That's your model?
Yeah, that's the from the side view in 2 dimensions. You can see how it seems like what the sextant's doing is approximating the tangent
No. We've
line
already
to
been over
the
the
sphere.
sextant. We already been over the sextant. I want to see the model, and you said you have it in here.
Wait, what do you mean by model exactly?
No. We're gonna get to what you mean. This isn't a fucking scientific model.
You don't even know what a model is, bro.
Define a scientific model for us, please, with citation.
Okay, I'll grab one.
Yeah, please.
By the way, you said that. I'll just grab one. Like they're laying around everywhere. This will be fun.
Would you please bring us the model?
Who is this bullshit from
So
anyway? What's this bullshit? Where'd you get? So the 90 is only at the North Pole.
Isn't that where the 90 is?
This is like a walking non sequitur. Like what the a moving target of a non sequitur. This has nothing to do with how the sextant works. Do you realize this?
Oh, that's what a sextant's measuring.
No, it fucking. You have no idea. When you're traveling across the freaking oceans, do you get that part?
So you can only get lost at the North Pole.
Well, you couldn't even. No, you wouldn't be able. You wouldn't get lost because I think you'd be able to approximate the distance.
Holy retard. Look, we know water doesn't do that. Water doesn't wrap around. I'm sorry,
You're not getting it. You're not getting it. Now hold on, Sonny. He's not getting it. Anywhere you are on the Earth, you use a sextant to get your position fixed by using elevation angles. Not you. According to you and your fuckwit model here, you can only get lost at the North Pole to have a 90-degree angle. You can't get lost anywhere else because you're screwed because you can't get a 90-degree angle. Follow?
I don't think you'd get lost at the North Pole. I think it's still.
You said that again, you dumbass. You're not getting it, are you?
No, I'm not sure I understand what you're saying.
In your depiction on your squirrel model that's not a scientific model, you have 190-degree angle with a guy standing on the North Pole. Let's say I'm near the equator and I take an elevation angle to get a 90-degree. Where can I get that from?
There wouldn't be a 90-degree. They would
then
just
you're screwed.
No.
But anywhere other than the 90, other than the 90,
every star.
You're screwed.
Anywhere other than the North Pole, you'll get something other than 90 degrees. That's the whole point.
Then you're screwed.
Why are you
Welcome
screwed?
to Flat Earth.
If you move away from the north, you will get to 45 degrees. Further south you go to 0 degrees. We'll call that the fucking equator. You might go beyond the equator, not be able to see Polaris anymore, but you're going to fucking find an elevation angle up to one known star. In fact, you can do all of them. In fact, every single ship at sea is going to be measuring an elevation angle up to every single fucking star, requiring there to be 90 degrees underneath that star in a straight horizontal plane. The plane of the Earth to the sextant we put on the floor to fucking ruin your tangent line.
Yeah. And using that for hundreds of years to accurately go to the same place accurately. Like I said, so a lot of times without even seeing the coast because it's stocked in with fog. Sorry, you lose.
Is it possible that horizontal plane could be flat?
Wait, so Jedi, I just want to talk to you really quickly. The horizontal thing. If you're at 45 degrees, you know how like if you have a plane and you put it against the sphere, it touches the sphere at one point, right? That's where you are. That's the plane. That's the
sphere? Hold on. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing in contention. No, what sphere?
Wait, I'm just saying, assuming my model is correct.
No, model. You haven't shown a model. So what sphere?
Fine, I'll stop using the word model and assuming that the Earth is
wait a minute.
globe.
Where's the measurement of curvature? If the sphere should drop over a certain distance, where's that? I need that repeatably done. It should be the one that has a Nobel Prize attached to it. Should be easy to find. Should be everywhere. Please do show that.
I'm gonna try to understand what you mean. You need a measure of curvature.
Yeah. Well, hell, a ball is supposed to drop over distance, is it not?
What does that mean? A ball is supposed to drop over distance.
Okay, you don't understand a ball. If you're on the surface of the ball, if you move anywhere on that ball, it drops in elevation.
You mean it gets further away from Polaris? You mean
when you get holy crap? We're on the surface of Earth. On the surface of a ball. You're on the surface of a ball, not up in the sky above a ball. I'm talking. You're on the surface. If you're on that surface,
wait. I'm sorry. Are you assuming a flat Earth in this?
No,
oh my God,
no.
Right, hold tight, Sonny.
No,
Let me help.
stop. Okay, go ahead.
Right. If you put your finger on top of a ball, let's call that position A. You move your other finger along the surface of that ball, let's call that position B. Between position A and position B has dropped from position A. Let's call position A, you on top of a ball, and that will be B. Anything over the distance of that curvature would have descended from you.
Yes,
right?
Yes, I agree, yes.
Good. Okay, awesome. So on this ball, it has to drop over distance. So that would mean it would be easy to test, and it would have been done over and over and over again, because you would have to do that for every single thing you do. And you would adjust for this in any kind of operation you were doing above the surface. Let's say flying at high speed, supersonic speed.
Oh.
So hold on. So where is this drop over distance been documented any time in history that has been directly measured to curve down on Earth? When was that done?
Okay, so I see what you mean. So I can try to think of something to answer that, like measuring the drop using.
Listen, I don't want you to think about something. No, I want you to give us the exact documentation of when it was ever done, anytime in history. A direct measurement of curvature on the surface of Earth, let's say over water.
Yeah, including drop. That's something I'll try to get back to you on. But just so you know about with the whole sextant thing, the sextant doesn't account. It doesn't need that drop. It's because it's not measured in regards to that. It's measured as a.
It's related. Bro, you don't understand the relationship between the horizontal situation in water to the sextant. You don't understand how that apply, how profound that is, how that applies to traveling across the Earth. You don't see that it's correlation. Like you're traveling.
I know you're traveling across the Earth.
Listen, you're traveling across horizontal oceans. We know that's how water behaves. It's measurably so. And if water was curving around a ball, it would be easily measured based on the metric they gave us. Do you understand that part?
You're saying that with a sextant, it would show up.
No sextant, man.
No sextant, just other stuff. Okay.
Just geometry. You can go to Google and find out what is this radius, and then you will find out how much drop over distance you have with your elevation. That means if you are, I don't know, if you're on a mountain, if you're on the ground, they will tell you how much you can see on the globe, and there is a formula for that. There is not our math, that is the globe math. And you don't know that. That's the problem also.
Right. So you don't know what the consequences are at the surface. So I'm going to just bring it at you at 3 miles away. That's 72 inches or 6 feet of elevation drop. Now at 5 miles, it goes all the way up to 16.67 feet of vertical drop below your line of sight, which is a straight line. You only see a straight line. You don't see around curves or corners. You don't see like that. Nobody does. So, sorry to break it to you. That's cartoon logic. But anyway, so
we say really quickly, we can talk about this, and I'll try to think of some ways in which you could measure that drop and stuff. But just to reiterate, nothing about using a sextant.
It should have already been done. It should have already been done.
Nothing about using a sextant has anything to do with that drop.
Yes, it does. No, because you can't do it without a flat adjacent. It has to be a horizontal plane that you're starting from to get your 0 point, or the elevation angle is incorrect, and your location is incorrect as well.
Okay, so if you look on the picture that I posted, it shows the different elevation, the different 0 points, the different
no, it doesn't.
Horizon points.
No, that's this. You don't even understand the object.
Really quickly. Allow me just to quickly explain. So you see how when you get to different latitudes, every single one of those so-called lines to the horizon is
How'd you get to the
different.
latitude?
They're
How'd
not
you
all,
get different latitudes?
Oh my god!
How'd you
They're
get
not-
different latitudes? How do you get a latitude on a globetard?
it's in the diagram. It's the
It's in
How do you do it?
wait. Let's just assume I know. Assume I do know. I think you know as well, right? So
No,
let's
you
just
don't.
assume I know.
You tell us then.
No. How do you get a latitude on a spheroid?
The latitude
Yep.
is the using isn't it using a sextant, right?
You can use a sextant, but any tool in the box that measures an elevation angle, you'll get your latitude. Right?
Like a fifth grade school protractor.
Okay, define elevation angle again for us. I got it at 41. I'm sorry, 41 minutes after the hour.
Wait, why do you keep saying that?
Because it's kind of important. Because to get an elevation angle, it's the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane.
No, but why do you keep saying I have it at 7:31 and all this stuff?
Yeah, you don't have
741, so you can identify it.
It's in voice
41
text.
minutes. 41 minutes after the hour and live stream voice text under Quantum Eraser. I want to know, because you can't get an elevation angle. Anything you try to do without a horizontal plane is a law of identity violation if you're not including the horizontal plane. So my next question to you is, how do you have a horizontal plane on a sphere?
I think it would be useful to draw a diagram or something.
Draw a diagram? Now just tell me how you can have a horizontal plane on a sphere.
You cannot have.
Wait, isn't the latitude is the if you forgot say a line going up to us. I mean, assuming a global Earth, a line going from the North Pole to the through the center of the Earth to the
why to assume? Let's have it.
What you're talking about doesn't have anything to do with a sail or looking at a horizon and measuring elevation angle. You have people standing on a sphere. What the? I mean, that's just not. Yeah, he doesn't even understand. He's still stuck on the sphere, like in this diagram.
You can't get an elevation angle off a sphere.
Exactly.
Not only to the stars, you can't get any elevation angles. None. Zero.
Oh.
They can't exist in your worldview.
Yep. So you
Simple
can't
as that.
triangulate.
Wait, can you define an elevation angle really quickly?
Holy shit!
Yes, for the third time, just with me. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane. You see, right at 41 minutes after the hour, horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. So as you can see, the line of sight in the vertical plane, that's the hypotenuse of the right angle triangle. The line of sight is not to the horizontal plane. That's already established in order for you to be able to get an elevation angle. You're screwed. With a right angle triangle, the whole spheroid collapses.
Yeah.
How do you get the GP of a star if the Earth is curving?
He can't. He can't get an elevation angle.
So the horizontal plane, as you put it, is the plane that touches the sphere. Right?
No, that's
not a horizontal plane.
No, it's the one you're traveling along, bro.
It doesn't matter. He can't get an elevation angle. You guys are talking about the GP. He can't. They can't. Baltards have to dismiss a sextant from their worldview. It cannot exist.
I know. That's why they're in cognitus every time it's brought up. It's fantastic.
That horizontal baseline doesn't stop at the horizon. It keeps going and going and going to an observer that is zenith to a select object.
And when it's going, how that look like? Is it curving?
It doesn't matter. He can't get an elevation. You guys stop getting in on this. Just shut up. How do you get an elevation angle off a sphere? And if you can't, you're not on a sphere. That's it. End of argument. Unless you can redefine an elevation angle, you're going to have to redefine a triangle with that, by the way.
Well, I don't know. I think so. First, a few things. One, I'm scared to say anything because I feel like you seem to get respond poorly whenever I speak.
No reason to be scared.
No, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't understand. I'm trying to understand you, quantum eraser, what you mean. Like, could you perhaps, like, if you with assuming a circular model, could you I think maybe the guy called Russ is trying to use a diagram to show what you're talking about. But I still don't understand when you say you can't get an elevation angle, because I'm just saying it's the line to the horizon.
I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why. Because it's I got it right here at 45 minutes after the hour. You see this? This is a right angle triangle. Do you see that horizontal line at the base where from the adjacent? You see that horizontal line?
Yeah.
That can't exist on a sphere. Simple as that.
and that line, the horizontal line, what are you defining that as?
That's the adjacent to the right angle triangle.
No. But what, in terms of being on a globe, what?
You can't be on a globe.
You can't have X. You can't have X be a straight line on a globe.
That line's curved on a globe. You can't have it. You can't get the 90 degree beneath the. You can't get an elevation angle. Number one. Number two, you can't get the 90 degree, the GP position underneath the star, because that's 90 degrees. You can't get 90 degrees on a sphere. No way.
And practically speaking, if you're traveling along that line, you would miss your islands up to hundreds of miles off. Sorry, you're lost at sea. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's the next point.
But what I'm saying is that line is the tangent line touching the.
Okay, then I asked you, show me the tangent mirror.
And
that's not part of the definition. I didn't see tangent in the definition of an elevation angle. Did you?
I mean,
I didn't.
I don't know where you're getting this definition of an elevation angle from.
Elevation from radartutorial.eu. I got about 12 other ones. Do you need those too?
No, I'll just look it up. I'll see what you mean. Radartutorial.eu.
It's right there, and I pointed to it. The link's right there.
Live stream voice text.
Can
I throw in on this for a second?
Please.
You can't measure an angle off the surface of a sphere, because depending on where you measure it gives you a different angle. So look at this little triangle here. So the angle between Z and X, no matter where I measure it between these lines, it's the same value. But on a sphere, that is not the case. So you cannot measure an angle from the surface of a sphere in a line. Period. End of story.
Yes, so what? So
mathematical impossibility.
No, Indio, I agree with you that when you use a sextant, the actual, in time and space, the actual line that is the horizontal is different depending if you're in different latitudes. Like the diagram I posted shows that. You can see that the lines.
Holy crap! Water is still flat. Horizontal still. The line of sight is freaking horizontal.
Oh, hold on, Sonny. Let's say that one more time.
Me?
Yeah.
So if you see on the diagram I posted, right, you see where the guy's standing, the line that's at his feet in different spots. If he's is actually it's a different line. It's not the same line. So when you move to different latitudes, you can see that it's at a different angle, which is to say they're pointed in different directions. You see what I mean? The lines at the people's feet aren't all. It's not the same direction. They're all different.
What? How do you get an elevation angle off a curved surface?
I'm going to look up what you mean by elevation angle just to make sure I understand exactly what you mean. So just talk amongst yourself. I'm just going to just make sure I'm not missing. This is some like esoteric definition, or
from the horizon. Just like I said, the horizon, your line of sight, your straight line of sight to the horizon is a flat line, and then you get an elevation angle to a celestial body off the horizontal plane. That's it.
There's 3 definitions for you right there. At 49 minutes after the hour.
And there's several malfunctions going on, man, in your brain. I don't know what it is, but you're traveling along the line. That has to be a flat line, or else you've been lost. You're lost.
See, there's what you're actually measuring versus some idea you have in your head about your orientation relative to some other idea you have in your head. Right? But what are we actually doing? We're measuring an elevation angle from a horizontal plane up. Conceptually, mathematically, in every possible way. Right? So, but you think that under that horizontal line, there's actually a ball. So,
because the horizontal line is the tangent to the ball, so it
Yeah.
changes.
Okay. So I got to ask this question right now.
Cool.
Then,
Prove it.
are ships traveling along imaginary balls?
Wait a second.
I mean,
don't
along the
see-
surface of an
Wait a
imaginary
second.
ball.
That's not an elevation angle. I don't see a tangent anywhere. Any my definitions, none. Do you?
Oh yeah, these Okay, so that's just how the latitude is calculated using a sextant. If you look up the definition of elevation angle, I'm sure it probably does. I mean, I'm sure it does probably assume.
Sure, or probably.
I don't know because I know a lot about math. I mean, there's different things about like the definitions of elevation angle. I mean, I don't know where you got this definition. Let me look.
Radar tutorial. I got 3 at 49 minutes after the hour. Radartutorial.eu, byjust.com, and susdesign.com. All saying the same thing.
So that's what it is, and that's how it's used.
And what we get, John,
so I have to say I really have to look this up because this is some terminology I think that is specific to what you're talking about, and so I need to.
Yeah, it's about traveling across a flat horizontal plane.
Kiwi did not start those websites and put up those definitions. They're not our definitions. So if you go on, sometimes if you go on SunCalc, they'll call it an altitude. But that's in astronomy, right? Actually, that actually only applies to the sun. So, wait, we're talking specifically about celestial navigation. So each of these little fields have their own little stupid terminologies. Celestial navigation, it's an elevation angle.
So yeah, I agree with you. Elevation angle assumes a flat ground from A to B. Using that diagram you did from O to B. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Assume or using.
You don't have
well, it's just. I mean, it's explicit in the diagram. It's just a horizontal line.
Yeah, you don't have to assume anymore.
We are asking: does we assuming when we use the sextant, or we are using the horizontal plane?
So you're right. It's using it. So 52 minutes after the hour, Jacoby Harold, professor of astronomy, Columbia University, navigation, chapter 6, the sextant, from Cornell University Library. The height of the sun or of any star in the sky is called its altitude. And so the altitude is always an angle to be measured in degrees or minutes. The point directly overhead is the zenith. The angle between the lines drawn to the horizon and the zenith is 90 degrees or a right angle. Turn out the lights, baby.
Between the horizon and the zenith?
Turn out the lights, baby.
Wait, can you read that last sentence again?
Drawn to the horizon and zenith is 90 degrees.
I agree.
Yep. Turn out the lights, baby.
What does that mean?
Once again,
the sphere is dead.
On this use of the sextant and the right triangle.
Yeah. So the zenith, according to the spherical Earth model, is the line that's perpendicular to the surface of the sphere. So
what zenith?
So that the zenith, as you know, you just mentioned the zenith.
Zenith at 90. Show a 90-degree angle on a sphere.
Oh, between the tangent to the sphere and the
no tangent. There wasn't any tangent in my definition. You made that up. You're not traveling a tangent. It's non sequitur.
Is it my English bad? I'm reading. The point directly overhead is the zenith, 90 degrees, and the line, it's horizontal line, and you get angle. What is so difficult to understand?
He gets.
No, I don't think anything. I think we just agree with each other. Yeah, it's the zenith is perpendicular to the sphere.
And your zenith.
No. Can't get a 90-degree off a sphere. Do we want to go to AutoCAD next?
You can get a 90 degree from a.
No, you can't. Show. Pull up AutoCAD, or we can all watch it right here because I got it. You ready? It's only a minute and a half. You ready for it? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. At 55 minutes after the hour, it's time stamped. 90 seconds. Say goodnight.
The Pink Panther. That's great.
So are you saying in this video is exactly what you're talking about summarized in one video?
Exactly.
All right.
90
I'm gonna mute myself and I'll just watch this video. I think that'll help. So
90 seconds. Can you play this, Indio?
Yeah, I can play it with the bot, but how long is the whole video? Because it can't play like a timestamp.
Oh, it can't. It's
no. Listen, what I'll do though for the future, I'll clip it out. So
okay,
yeah,
the
I'll clip
is right on the spot.
All right.
Since when did
the
everybody
end,
get
or
played?
so like from there to the end, from this starting point to the end, from this.
Yes, from 8:10 to 9:47. Yes.
All right, cool. I can actually do it right now.
And before you do that, can you tell me how to spell non sequitur? I got another conversation going on. How do you spell sequitur?
SEQUITER.
Thank you. Proceed. Sorry.
Since when did somebody replace parallel with or concentric with parallel? Because that's not the same thing.
How many L's are in parallel? Fancy.
3.
Thank you.
And they're all parallel.
Turn out the lights. I muted too fast. I laughed really hard at that. Thank you for whoever said that.
He should be getting his self-actualization right about now.
But.
Are no buts.
I keep telling everybody on Twitter to come in and talk to you, QE. They love you.
Who wouldn't?
He's so lovable. Squishy.
I know.
Squishy.
No, I mention your name on Twitter and they go nuts. So it's a good thing.
I don't know if it's a good thing. They might be.
Oh, no, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. Because they immediately follow it up with McTunes or McKeegan.
It's not only scientific method yours. Now it's also elevation angles. It's yours.
I did. I created them.
Fuck, John.
I told you. I'm the Terminator. I came back from the future.
How many?
Concentric means parallel. Apparently.
But why is not your name under all these? You know, I don't see. I see other scientists, not you.
But they plagiarized me.
Oh, okay. Bastards.
Damn, it's been longer than 90 seconds. What's he doing?
He's forming a rebuttal.
Good luck.
Got to give him time to vomit.
Yeah. The whole sphere tard is destroyed with an itty bitty right triangle. Isn't that precious?
Yeah. It would make any third grader giggle. Say that real fast.
It's not just precious. It's stinking precious. Okay.
I don't think I invented several logical fallacies. I pointed several of them out that probably is not common.
Now we have different shades of all of them, like they're variations.
I was going to say, it can't be several logical fallacies when it's the same logical fallacy every time.
Yeah, but they have ways of weaseling around to they twist them. Like there's the twisting and rotating fallacy.
I know.
So I'm going to be able to play that in a second. Just give me a second.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. I'm good. I got game.
He's got game, man.
We need to come up with a name for because it needs to be considered a logical fallacy to preface everything with nobody can know if reality is real, and then start evangelizing the globe.
Not according to some globetards. Well, they think a straight line's curved. What else are you going to believe from them?
Right.
Oh boy.
Holy mackerel.
Pinky, you better get yourself off mute. It's well past time, man.
I think this one's flatlined.
Mickey!
Mickey, where are you? Come on, bring on the paddles. Wait.
Someone get the smelling salt.
Clear.
Hold on. Indio's got something for us.
Yeah, I'm going to play it. So, in case anybody wants to save just that section, I posted that in the live stream. But I'm going to play it.
Okay, to briefly touch on what the guys over at Flat Earth Debate have been saying, we're going to use the exact same examples of the GP positions here. I'm going to look at it from an orthographic view. Okay, if we're standing here on the Earth, this is the angle to the celestial body. Let's take a line from our position, representing the horizon. The angle formed here is definitely not 90 degrees. And even at the position where it meets the Earth, you can't have a 90-degree angle to a curved surface. And AutoCAD will actually verify this, because if I choose the angular dimension command, and I pick this line and this line, it will give me an angle between them. If I try to pick this line and this arc, it says here, object selected is not a line. So it will just not give me an angle. And why would it? How could it? The angle will be different at every single point on that arc. So the question is, to the people who believe we live on a globe, 1. Where are you getting your 90 degrees? 2. Where are you getting your straight line to form the 90 degrees? And 3. Where are you getting your circle of equal altitude? Because from what I'm seeing, none of them are available to us using a sphere. Thanks for watching, folks.
Turn out the lights, baby.
I try to take the angle of this line in an arc. AutoCAD says, you're a retard.
Yes, exactly. Yep. That's what it's saying.
John, maybe you need to tell him about that circle of equal altitude, because
I don't want to go there.
Okay.
Don't need to go there. I don't.
Yeah, I know.
You guys like to go downstream and fight
No, I don't
every
like.
little thing. I don't. I stop. I put all my chips right in the middle of the fucking table, right on the elevation angle. All fucking in now. And then it ends.
Wait, I just showed up. I'm sorry, QE. Why are all of your chips on the table? Elevation angle is all I heard. I don't know it.
All my
90 degrees. It's real simple. A right angle. As soon as you have a right angle, it's over.
Because you can't do that on a curve?
Exactly.
That took me a second to understand, because the brain wants to be like, well, I mean, it's like basically straight across over there, right? And it's basically straight up.
Well, look, after that, you're basically negotiating with terrorists if you continue reasoning past that.
Well, and it was an interesting, like, I don't know what they call it, like a thought experiment or whatever, because it's like, yeah, and at that point, a squared plus b squared does not equal c squared. Like, that does not work anymore when you're just like pointing and curving things, even though I get it. It seems flat, or it is flat. Like that portion right there where it's like none of the math that we know, or not math, geometry, none of the geometry that we know exists if it's on a fucking curved thing, right?
Well, you just ask them. If I was going to measure the elevation angle to a star that's at zenith, what angle is that? Okay, it's real simple. If that angle's 90 degrees, it's over.
Ooh. And if we were on a curved surface, it cannot be 90.
You can't even measure it. It's not
You
even
can't
measurable.
because it's curved, right?
Yes.
It'll give you. Go ahead, Indio.
Yeah, because if you listen, I don't know if you just heard the audio I just played, but every point on that curve will give you a different value.
And it is a curve that you're on. You're not on.
So if you measure the separation between the line and a point, right? So the line to the zenith and some point on the curve, every single measurement will give a different value, which just means it's gibberish.
What's smaller than a nanometer?
Micrometer.
Micrometer. What's next?
Uh,
Come on. QE, don't let me down. I just told my dad about you.
I could see it. It's lost on me.
Centimeter.
It's not a centimeter.
But I think that's the weird thing. It even took me as a flat earther a minute to really get, was like, my child can be 3 feet away from me, and on the globe she's not straight in front of me, right? She's somehow like an arc away from me.
She's under the floor being lifted up.
Yeah. That's like a really, I think that's an interesting one. I don't know. That seems like flat earth, maybe 402, 403 maybe. But
look, it's real simple. Is a 90-degree angle a right angle? Yes or no?
Yes, Papa.
Okay, so that's it. It's over.
And no, there are no curved lines.
You know, if you look at a diagram, right, and a diagram shows a 90-degree angle, like usually there'll be a little bracket, a little square there in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's over. They don't put a little curve there. They put a little square there.
If you say yes, if you say no, then it's not over.
So that's part of the weird indoctrination where we sit across from someone and we're like, nah, we're on an arc right now. But if we're doing math, though, if we're doing a little bit of geometry and building anything, then we're on a straight plane. But we're also on a straight plane if we're on the curved thing.
I mean, this is like second grade geometry. Like if I'm going to construct a square or a triangle, what do I need? I need three right or 4 right angles, right?
Well, it's not curved because the curve is really big.
On a box?
It's like it's basically straight. Sorry.
Yeah, well, like it's not curved. Like once you have one 90-degree angle, that's it. Can't have a straight line because a 90-degree angle is the intersection of straight lines and they have to be perpendicular to each other. That's it. That's over. It's at the end. You don't need to go beyond that. If you guys can't agree or they can't concede that a 90-degree angle are 2 lines that are perpendicular to each other, there's no reason to even be talking to this retard. Like, move on with your life.
There is a reason to talk to them because they were us.
No.
Yes, they were us. There was at one point.
Going in an insane asylum, are you going to try to talk somebody out of being crazy? No, you're really not seeing little spider monkeys fly out of the vents. It's just in your imagination.
But that doesn't mean that we all weren't retarded. Like less than 5 years ago, I would say 95% of the people in here were retarded.
No, this isn't retarded. This is crazy. It is crazy to think that a 90-degree angle, a so-called right angle, can be taken off a sphere. That's not a mistake of like intellect or IQ or something like that.
Indio, how old were you, or how long ago? I think is the better question.
When
how
I
long
realized
ago
that a
did you
90
find
degree,
it out? How long ago did you find it out?
When I realized what a square was.
How long ago was that?
When I realized what a square was,
years?
3 or 4.
So 3 years. So, and how old are you now?
50.
50. Okay, so 46 years ago, you were like, "Nah, it ain't a globe."
No, I'm talking about a right angle, dude.
Well, no, I understand that. I'm saying
no. That's what I'm talking about. I like the whole. Forget the globe part.
Why would we ever forget the globe part?
Why wouldn't you?
Because there is a triangle. That's why.
Because this is a what would you call it? Piece of evidence against the globe, and it's based upon a simple proof.
Yes, I understand that part.
Okay,
I'm trying to bring in an emotional part that there are globers out there who don't understand that a straight line cannot be curved. Right? Like we have to put ourselves
you're wasting your time talking to a retard. Like,
that's their fault, dude.
Well, obviously you're talking to a retard, but everyone in this room at one point was retarded.
No. When did you think a straight line? At what point?
Y'all are acting like y'all weren't retarded. You're acting. You're just acting.
Sir Edward, let me ask you a question. Sir Edward. When did you think a straight line could be curved?
Never in my life.
Okay, then. That's the end
But
of
I
the
also
story.
never thought about it. I never thought about it because I didn't equate that like there could not be straight lines on the sphere.
But now you can think about that when you have everything now. Now you can think about it.
Yeah, now that I'm almost 40. That's what I'm saying. Most of the people are going to come in here in their 20s and 30s and teens and whatever. And they didn't realize that they were taught their whole life.
I know, but let me explain to you this way.
A triangle with a right angle can exist on a sphere.
Look, you're trying to conflate two things, Edward. You're trying to conflate the simplicity of a straight line not being a curve with the conclusion that the Earth's being a globe. We're not berating them for that. We're berating them because they're rejecting the simple, obvious truth that a straight line cannot be curved because they want to keep that abstract idea that it's a globe.
Yeah.
Which
all of us held at one point.
Yeah,
that's all I'm trying to point out.
That's fine, but I never denied abject reality to keep that, right? It's mental illness, bro.
Well, no, but it's not mental illness. It's literally just what every glober has been subjected to.
Sir Edward, let me ask it to you this way. All right, you're Morpheus and I'm Neo, right? And you're trying to get me to this door that I'm supposed to walk through on my own, right?
Do I have a big? Never mind.
Don't worry. You're trying to get me to this door that I have to walk through on my own, right? You've done everything you could. You held my hand all the way up to the door, and you tell me all I have to do is walk through the door now. The door is my choice to walk through. I have to walk through it, and I say, you know what? No, I don't want to walk through the door. Mm-hmm. There's nothing you can do about that, dude. They want to stay retarded.
Yeah,
but
I'm with that. But I'm just telling you.
Hold on, sir Edward. It comes to you're talking about two different things. Number one, it comes to a point when somebody demonstrates or shows you that what a triangle is, and you already know. We already know, from third grade what triangles are.
We do inherently, like we understand.
I'm not done yet. It's a three-sided polygon, right? The sum of all the angles have to equal 180 degrees. Now, your other question was, well, aren't we retarded because we didn't connect that part, the triangle, to celestial navigation and to a sphere? No, we knew that what a triangle was. We just didn't make the connection. So we're not retarded. We just didn't connect it further to a sphere.
Yeah. Yes.
Follow?
I do.
Okay. So, but when I pointed out to somebody that you can't get a elevation angle off a sphere, and the reason being is because it's a right angle triangle and you need 90 degrees. As soon as I end that statement, if they fight against that, then that goes beyond retarded. That goes into religious fanaticism, because they're contradicting themselves. They're holding two opposing truths as true at the same time.
Yeah.
So,
but do you, and I'm just speaking from my own personal experience, right? And that has nothing to do with anyone else. And I get that, but I hope that it resonates with a couple other people, maybe like 2 in the 8 billion, maybe 4 if we're lucky.
Fine. I'm just speaking to your argument. You said,
but no,
aren't we retarded?
I would, yes,
No.
I was. I literally thought the Earth was a globe, and I thought triangles existed on a spherical place.
Like, then you're retarded.
Yes. Oh no, I'm not going to fight that claim. Like, I will also claim that I am retarded.
Okay. So
I just think that there's a moment there where if someone doesn't get it, like they just are like, wait, no, but because I've lived for 30 years and I've been playing with triangles all of those 30 years, and I've also been doing that on a sphere, that I can somehow, with the cognitive dissonance, I can say like, no, like triangles exist on a sphere and they have curved lines, but they don't. And the right triangle, and there's a little square in the corner, and I get that means 90. I just think that there's a little bit of room to just say like, bro, instead of it being you're retarded, there's a place on the other side that actually is very comfortable, and it's very open, and it's very warm, where it's like, bro, like triangles don't exist on a sphere. Like you can just come over here and it's warm and nice.
We got it.
Hey guys, I think Pinky's back.
Pinky is off. Pinky's off deafin. Pinky.
Hi.
That was a long 90 seconds, man.
Oh no, yeah, I watched the whole video, and then I was also.
Why would you watch the whole video?
Oh, I thought it was.
He was doing his due diligence.
Yeah.
Hey, Sir Edward, can you tell me if you can hear me? I'm just testing my Wi-Fi here.
Anyway, I posted a video about how to get
No,
because I'm gonna go. I have to go to dinner now.
90-degree angle off a curved surface.
See, I don't nothing. I don't think what I'm saying is about 90 degree. If you want to know what I'm talking about,
question.
I don't know. It depending on what you define by 90-degree angle.
I'm sorry, 90-degree right angle triangle off a sphere.
Yeah, we could go down this. I think if you just watch the video that I
I just did. This is in your video. This 90-degree angle.
Why are you yelling at anyone who doesn't understand you?
Hey.
So when you're trying to, there is no 90-degree when you're like say finding the.
This is from your video.
I know in the very beginning because he's standing at the.
No, it's in the middle actually.
Oh, where? What point?
That's at it's a 6-minute 14-second video, and that's at 4:20.
All right.
So 2/3 of the way. You didn't watch your own video, did you?
No, I did not because
Well, you watched the whole entire other video.
Because I already know how to use a sextant with a global model. But let me just look this up.
Well, you can't because that's a fucking non sequitur. That video in AutoCAD showed that he tried to get an angle from the hypotenuse to the adjacent. What happened?
That the video you posted, he was trying to find. He's trying to draw a line from where he is on the sphere to the GP, as you call it.
He was not trying to draw a fucking line. He was trying to get an angle from the between the hypotenuse and the adjacent. What happened?
Yeah, but it doesn't work. Well, I mean, depending if you want to do calculus or not.
Thank you.
But I understand what he's talking about. Like, yeah, if it doesn't make sense.
Depending on whether you want to do calculus, get the fuck out of here.
You didn't actually listen to that, did you?
I did.
Okay, so he said, if I'm in AutoCAD and I hit the angle measurement and I pick 2 lines, it gives me an angle. But when I pick a line and an arc, it says in proper shape or something like that, right? And the reason is because every point on the line between the line, well, every point on the arc has a different value, different angle value between it and the line. So AutoCAD will not spit out an angle measurement off the surface of the sphere. So you didn't watch it. You didn't even watch your own video.
I did
You're
watch
scrambling around. Did you miss that part? The time?
No. I got the AutoCAD doesn't want you to try to find an angle with a curved line. I'm just saying that you can.
What is AutoCAD?
I don't think I need to answer that question. And by the way, I looked up the point in the video.
No, what is AutoCAD? What does it do?
It's an engineering tool to build models in 3D graphics and try to
so to make things in the physical world, right?
Yeah. But anyway, so
it won't let you do it. Why? Because it's impossible, right?
Well, it's just not defined in that program. I mean, mathematically, what does it mean?
So show us. It doesn't mean anything because it's not possible in math. It's not possible. You're denying reality.
Yeah.
That's why we're getting irritated, because you're denying reality.
No,
you're here. If there's a 90-degree angle, which there is, that means there's a right angle. If there's a right angle, then you can't have the surface of a sphere. Your own video shows a straight line in a 90-degree angle.
Yeah, so I can do the 90-degree thing. So I watched the video. I mean, I watched the bit you're talking about. So with that, he's talking about the zenith, which is perpendicular to the sphere, which is curved at a certain point. You can't have it 90 degrees above that. So that has to do with calculus. Like, you know how in calculus,
No, you can't.
It has nothing to do with calculus, dude.
Nothing to do with it.
Well, it does a lot. I mean, that's what the zenith is 90 degrees away from the tangent. That's at a curve. You can have the angle.
Where'd you get the tangent?
You can have an angle at a curve at a certain point. You can have a tangent line there, which is the.
Where'd you get the tangent from?
Well, that's 90 degrees away from the.
No. Where'd you get the tangent from? Did it come from the sextant?
In the sextant, it's model. It's the same thing as the line to the horizon.
Although wrong. That's not a tangent. That's a horizontal plane, and the definition of an elevation angle.
So a tangent against a 3D sphere.
No tangent.
Would be a plane.
Not a tangent. Sorry, you're making shit up. Citation,
that's conceptual. Please. So from your own video, I'm going to post it again.
Sure.
What is that? This is your video, your evidence.
Yes.
Yeah, what does that say? Horizon? So everything Huey just said is factually correct, and everything you said is made up bullshit. Sorry.
Yeah, so in the video, so at the point.
So more made up bullshit. Hand wave what I just said. Pretend I didn't say it. Go ahead. Keep going.
No, I'm honestly trying to figure out what you mean. So the horizon would be the line that's tangent, or this in this diagram that at 420 or at least at 434. That's where I'm at in the video in the one I posted.
Yeah, that's why he asked you for a citation for that instead of made up bullshit.
Well, that is just what.
Yeah, that's your made up bullshit. We want the citation.
It says the horizon is a tangent. Please, the floor is yours.
But the line from you to the horizon
is a horizontal plane.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, so that's not a tangent. And where'd you get the 90 degrees? The second question, where'd you get the 90 degrees on a sphere? Here we go again. It's like Groundhog Day.
It's the perpendicular line directly perpendicular to the surface of the sphere that you're standing on.
Not to the sphere. You can't get a 90 degree. We just showed you in AutoCAD.
Okay, one second. Let me find some better ways to explain this really quickly.
You can't explain it.
Has anyone in this room taken calculus?
Do you know what a fucking right triangle is?
Yeah, yes. But can I ask you guys this? Has anyone in this room taken calculus?
What's a right triangle? Fuck your calculus. You'd fail third grade geometry.
That's a good point. I don't know how you're in.
Define a triangle.
Wait, I'm just looking something up, but I don't think I need to.
You better look up what a fucking triangle is. I don't even know why I'm going down here. It's all over.
Yeah, it was over. Like,
yeah, it's over. Don't worry about it. You're done.
He's swimming
All
in
right,
the
all right.
lava at this point.
All right. Well, anyway, sorry if you guys are getting mad. I wasn't trying to annoy you guys at all. I was just, trying to figure out what you were talking about.
We're just getting frustrated.
You know exactly what we're talking about. We're getting irritated by your dishonesty. You know what we're saying is correct. Your own source said it was correct. But because it comes from flat earthers, it's a bunch of bullshit. And now you're even throwing your own source under the bus.
Oh, and by the way, in your little diagram here, the sextant's not measuring the zenith above your fucking head. So I don't know what he's doing.
Which one? Which diagram?
The one that Indio posted from your video 22 minutes after the hour?
Oh, yeah. So that is measuring straight up from the guy's head, right?
Yeah, the sextant doesn't measure straight. The sextant doesn't have a fucking plumb bob on it.
No, yeah, you're right about that. The sextant doesn't do that. The sextant measures the to the horizon. Although actually, if you think about it, you could measure to the zenith and then to the object in question, and
zenith
then
of what?
The zenith using a plumb ball. You could use the zenith and then measure the to the object in question, and then just subtract 90 degrees from it.
Yeah, that's the co-altitude. That's regardless of that. You don't have a plumb bob on a sextant, and that's not what a sextant does.
And even if you did, horizontal is defined. The horizontal line is defined as 90 degrees from the plumb, from the perpendicular.
Yep.
So you still got a 90-degree angle. You're still screwed.
Yep.
You honestly could have a one with a plumb ball on it. That would actually work, and then you wouldn't have to use.
Look, check this out. I haven't got anybody to read this out today. Can you go on and read where it says figure 2?
Where at?
In the live stream voice text. Because he keeps saying he doesn't know what you or Indio are saying, and
okay, I'll read it. Figure 2, the angle measured with the sextant is in reality one corner of a right triangle formed by you, the celestial body, in its geographical position on the earth. It's all over. Right triangle. It's done for. They even got a picture of it. Of course, they got it on a sphere, but it goes underneath the water.
Yellow water triangle.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Well, shit happens.
Are you really going to be quiet now? This the moment you're going to decide to be quiet? Do you understand, or?
No, I'm just reading the thing.
He just read it out.
I'm just looking up the. I think that's to do with more like not if you're using Polaris. You're using there's other things you can use the sextant for, like the geographical position against things.
Can I ask you a question? Does it say tangent anywhere in there?
Probably not.
Probably not. So why are you saying it? I can
I just
search.
know the definition from that.
Yeah, great. But I can go search gazillions of celestial navigation manuals, and I'm not going to come across the word tangent.
No, they. I don't think they'd be in there. I agree.
Yeah, but can you honestly search? Can you do it honestly? Right?
Doesn't matter anyway. He's not going to find it.
Because honestly, right?
Wait. He just agreed. So you agreed that you're not going to find it. So what's your?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, you might. I don't know. It depends.
You ain't going to find it. It's not there.
Maybe if you wrote the navigation manual.
Well, sir, you gotta consider if you're gonna be honest about this, you're gonna be debunking the globe. Are you ready for that?
Calculus is used to calculate certain things, man. Not a ball, not a basketball. We don't need calculus for basketballs. We know radius.
Yeah, it's simple geometry. It's all over.
Yeah. So stop trying to use calculus to say that curved lines can be straight lines, because that's retarded. Honestly, honestly.
Yeah,
Because
but
if
no,
I say honestly, then it's true, right?
I don't believe you. I don't agree.
All right, this is the only point that you
One
guys.
second, let me just look it up. I'll be back.
Oh my god, this dude.
You're gonna look what up?
These guys don't believe.
Say
Hey,
again,
I'll post the
Elijah,
definition for honesty for you. Okay.
These guys.
on you, Elijah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, these guys don't believe in a sphere. They don't believe in a geometric horizon. And now you're gonna go ahead and how are you gonna justify denying what you see right here, a right angle, and them trying to say that there's a bit of a curve on that water there? Like, that's obviously ridiculous.
Yep.
Like, why can't you just respond to what's obvious? You don't need to be like a Preston University student or something. Figure that out.
Because you will not get me. I don't want to be flat earther.
So, what else have you guys gone over with him? Just this argument? Is that it?
Well, we tried with the radius, but nothing. It was more about satellites in the beginning.
Oh, satellites. We can bring that. Okay, let's get back. Well, when he comes off deafened, we'll hit him up with the satellites. I want to hear his how he's going to deny the second law of thermodynamics. So we'll get a list. Denying right triangles, denying second law of thermodynamics. We'll just make a list.
All right, so I looked up the using a sextant in the way you're describing with like things like the sun or other stuff. So yeah, I understand that in that case, what the diagram you posted is correct. So it's everything's good there.
Right. So your mind should be red flags should be popping up because that's obviously a contradiction of what you believe.
No, it's not, because what I'm talking about is using a sextant to find.
Don't say no, it's not, and then reply with a non sequitur.
Oh, I'm definitely not going to.
As it pertains to you taking an elevation angle measurement, right? That would be done in reality, right? So if we're doing that in reality and there happens to be a star, whatever distance away, you know that you're angling that sextant to be horizontal and measuring a vertical position of whatever star that is. Now, there's going to be a ground position. And you understand that there can't be any curvature between you and that position. That's just what it is. So you can't tell me that that's not a contradiction in what you believe, because that makes no sense.
But by the way, that diagram you posted isn't how you use a sextant, because obviously you don't know where that GP is. You do measure it from the horizon, and then what you do is you do a site reduction calculation to find out where that GP is, essentially.
No.
Reduction.
Oh my god.
What does that have to do with that? That's why. No, stop. How did you get the elevation angle to begin with?
You measure it from the horizon, surely.
You measure it from a horizontal plane. So we're going to go back over this. Show me a horizontal plane on a sphere. Every turn you make, there's a flamethrower there. Have you figured that out yet?
So I'd like to see the full this thing you posted, the full where it says figure 2. Like, is there any more to this? Because I feel like
it's not going to help you. It's not going to help you.
Well, I just like to see the full context.
You're going to have to redefine an elevation angle.
I just like to, if anyone
right
knows
angle,
what to post that.
And the genus, and 90 degrees, and you have to rewrite geometry, bro.
Yeah. Is seeing more of this going to change the fact that there's a right angle formed between you, the celestial body, and the GP? Is that going to change, you think?
I'm sorry, I'm just reading the thing.
No, you should be reading what I cited. You got to stay focused. See, I told you there was the circle bit to the left. So I'm asking you, if you had more,
I'm just going to read the thing with figure 2.
If you had more information, would that change what figure 2 says?
Possibly. One second. Let me just read this thing at its entirety to make sure it doesn't, because this thing says it's contradicting into Wikipedia. But let's see if it
contradicting Wikipedia. Oh my God! Hell no!
Ooh, damn. Is that your problem? Is that your problem right now? Is that why you can't process the information? Because
Delete
Wikipedia?
this shit. Delete that. Scrub that from the internet. It's contradicting.
You know you can correct Wikipedia, right? Just go correct it then.
I don't even know.
Wikipedia is automatically correct. Everything else is wrong. You got it backwards, Bong.
It contradicts everything you ever thought was reality.
So
the problem is.
Yeah, Kiwi was talking about religious zealotry. That's where we're at right now. Because if he was like designing something, right? So you say, yeah, like, hey, buddy, come over to my house. I'm gonna hand make a boat, and I'm gonna design it in AutoCAD. And then they fire up AutoCAD, and the AutoCAD was telling him, oh, you can't do that. He's like, shit, we got to use some other technique to do this. And they wouldn't argue about whether, you can take a 90-degree angle off of a curved surface. He wouldn't sit there and argue with his buddy for 6 hours about it. It's only because it's this topic that he's gone crazy. I just want everyone listening on YouTube and in this chat to realize that. This guy has lost his fucking mind.
Hey, Quantum Eraser, how do you draw a plumb line out in the horizon?
How do I draw a plumb line?
Yeah, what kind of angle is that?
A plumb line, say out to the horizon?
Oh, just a plumb line anywhere on Earth or on a plane. What angle is a plumb line cause or do? Maybe I'm wording that wrong.
The plumb has to be 90.
Right, that's all I was trying to get at.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm in complete agreement with you. I like how you circled the argument back around.
I mean, I know you can't have satellites in a second law of thermodynamics violation, but what you're doing on Earth requires an elevation angle as well. So I don't even where would you go with that? Do you even know?
He's not going anywhere. He's on deafen.
Oh shit!
He's on phone a friend. Hopefully, he's calling the mental health hotline.
Or a geometry teacher. 3rd grade.
Oh, what a thought. That would be horrifying. QE, you are dark.
Did you see the video I tagged you in, QE?
He's looking up sex stuff.
I don't get tags, man. So if I don't look at them, that's probably why I whack the tags off. Because I get too many people doing that to me, and I can't keep up. Sorry.
I got you. Here, I'll. Can I DM it to you?
Are you in my DM worthy?
I don't know.
Go ahead, DM.
It's your decision.
Go ahead. I'll have
Bring up.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm sending it right now.
All right.
Anyway, I think you would laugh. I think you would laugh at this.
Send a ribeye. You will be worthy with the precious.
Unblock.
The magnitude of the insanity. I just don't want anyone to underestimate it. The magnitude. Just like, look, man.
Yeah, Indio, that was a good point. If it was any other subject, he would just concede.
Yeah, they would just talk about it and they would just be normal and like, yeah, you can't take a 90 degrees off a curved surface. Let's move on.
You can't do 90 degrees on a basketball. Can't do 90 degrees on a soccer ball.
They wouldn't sit there and argue about it for 6 hours.
But their only argument is to always try and backport whatever observations on a flat plane are to their so-called sphere model, quote-unquote model.
Yeah, he wants to put flat spots on a ball. Fuck that.
I could hear QE's video in the background.
Let's take a horizontal line and measure an elevation angle, but in our head we're going to imagine there's a sphere underneath this.
Orbits? Somebody say bone.
Orbits.
That's a pretty good gum.
The gum. Bone?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, CB. Flat earthers can't be right syndrome. Like, once you mention you're a flat earther, everything that you say is wrong. You can't be right. There's a contradiction to everything.
Even if you're parroting what they say.
Correct.
Now they're wrong too, because you're copying them and they get thrown under the bus.
I love it, man. I love it. Because when you hit the normies out there and they try to flex on you and you're like, oh, I don't know. What's this say right here? It's like, it's always a look of horror. Remember the other day when the guy didn't even want to read the sentence that the imagine that the earth was a stationary, non-rotating platform or plane? He just skipped over that entire part. It's crazy.
Imagine turning out the lights and the party's over.
I just saw how he threw he's like, watch this video on celestial navigation. Like, okay, now they got this 90-degree angle. Oh, well, I didn't watch it. Right under the bus.
I need to add that to the soundboard.
People who use celestial navigation can never figure out how to make it work on the ball. They tell you, well, we have to assume that it's locally flat. But
they think it's science.
You have to expand your mind, Bong.
Expand your horizons.
See, do your measurement, right? And look at this horizontal and this zenith, right? And look at the flat plane and then expand your mind and it becomes a ball.
Using 7/6R, expand your mind.
Look. I know you didn't know that. Okay, I know you didn't know that celestial navigators have to assume a non-rotating plane. He thought something else. You thought there was a globe, like in the captain's. You thought the navigator had a globe on his table, and all those charts are just cartoons.
Yeah, it's because they listen to goober YouTubers. It's like step one is get a source, but step two is make sure there are no contradictions in it. Unfortunately, since they don't know what a logical syllogism is or how to not commit logical fallacies, this is lost on them.
Exactly.
Preach. Man, this is a great bar. I hope you and yours are well.
We had a sort of follow up, Elijah. We had another logician in the lobby who thought a logical statement was just making an assertion, just saying it. That's the logic. I'll find one of his logical statements. Hold on, I posted in here earlier. This is just a train wreck of nonsense.
So it's crazy. Like that's the thing. It's like, oh, what's his name? George W. And he's like, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, fool me again, or whatever. That's exactly what they're like, because they've been watching space stuff on YouTube for 10, 15 years now. And here comes Flat Earth, and they're like, oh, you didn't fell for YouTubes, and then somehow got duped again by all of the fucking Professor Daves and Simon Dans out there. That shit is crazy.
Say it ain't so.
Someone deleted it, man. That's not right. Why did someone delete that screenshot? That's messed up. I didn't post it there.
That wasn't me earlier on with the vortex, but was it Indio?
No, I might have. I might be searching. I might have not actually posted it in the live stream. Maybe I accidentally posted it in another channel.
I know I had a class with the vortex, and something disappeared, but I don't know what it was at that time.
What was the meme, Indio?
It wasn't a meme. It was just a screenshot of some person and fucking God. What the fuck?
Thank God, I thought you did. Right? Okay.
Maybe I hallucinated the whole thing and none of that ever happened.
Mind virus, bro. What's the fucking mind virus?
It's crazy how much a CB's presence can be felt even when he's not around. Well, even when he's not on the mic. You know? It's like, yo, as soon as you hear a sound, you're like, yeah, he's got my back.
Put some respect on my name.
I mean, for me, as a when I learned about celestial navigation as a flat earther, I was like, it made me smile to realize that they have been using the stars as a map to navigate more accurately than maps, But as a globe earther, it might be horrifying to find that out, But what? I know, right? More accurate than Google Maps.
Especially,
I don't know if I know
the story that the stars,
There you go.
What's that?
Yeah, what's up, man? What have you got?
So yeah, I was just looking up all about this like geographical position, line of sight, intercept method, all this stuff. It's really interesting. Yeah, I learned. This is why I like Discord because I didn't really know about all this stuff before. But yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, the thing that figure 2 you posted, I'd have to see more of the of what it's talking about to understand what it means because that's certainly not. I mean, what
You need more. You need more graphics. I got you, bro.
just where you got that from.
No, it's okay.
Elijah,
look, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where. It doesn't matter where you look.
Well, could you send it to me just because I'd like to see if that's in more context makes sense?
Are you questioning that?
No.
Are you questioning that that's what it is?
No,
he wants to read the whole thing. He wants to link to the source.
Yeah, if you just give me a link to the source, because what that figure 2 says doesn't really make sense, but maybe it will make sense with more context. But
so why doesn't it make sense? What do you mean? What about it doesn't make sense?
Because that's not what a sextant is measuring. You can do calculations to get that horizontal line.
What do you mean? What do you mean a sextant isn't measuring what?
The distance.
What isn't it measuring?
It's not the angle you're measuring is not a right triangle between you, the GP, and your boat.
Oh, you think so?
No, but you can find
That's how I feel, Sasha.
So hold up. So let's just explain some things. There are these almanacs. Okay, they're called almanacs. It's where everyone thinks where the navigators, where the people who study the stars, is where we know the stars are going to be, the constellations, the sun and the moon, in the sky. These, if you're going to go navigating, you have to have these almanacs, either in book form or in software form. You need this data in order for you to look up and know what you should expect to see in the sky. Now, you see the sun, you see the moon, you see the constellations. Check the almanac. What do you see? When should you see it? Where am I? Now, you use a sextant. Okay, you use a sextant to find the positions of these things in the sky, and you match it with the almanac, and then you can figure out where you are. Okay, do you understand how navigation works?
Yeah,
that's how this works. You can't get these angles, okay, if you think the ground or the ocean is curving. Do you understand that?
No, that's not true. In fact, you
don't understand that. So you don't understand. You didn't learn that in school. Is that it? You think something totally different from what's taught in school about triangles. What is it? How many degrees does a triangle have?
Well, anyway, okay. I think I'm gonna go now, but
Well, think about it. I think there are 80 degrees. Okay. Now, if the ground is curving, how many degrees are you going to end up with?
Oh, it's not really like that. You find so I understand that the angle between the object and the GP, as you put it in this diagram, figure 2, and the angle between the line to the object and to the horizon are different. That's that's why you have to do that corrective method to try to figure out the circle around the GP in which you could be located. But there's
Yeah, well, you do a couple of them. You have to triangulate. You don't just do one. You take a bunch of readings and you triangulate where you are, where you think you are.
Yeah.
But how are you going to do all that? How do you calculate?
Before I go, I just want to say if you struggle with the whole how are you going to find the horizontal line at the bottom bit, don't even worry about that. Don't focus on that. What you can do is you can find the line, the angle between the object and the zenith, which is just directly above your head, and you can figure that out using
how you do it.
That's
bullshit.
No, wait 1 second. Using a plum.
I'm not waiting anymore. Fuck off.
And then the last thing I'll say before
fuck off.
Hey, this is Speculation Sunday.
Just go.
Why is he lying, man?
Listen, he's just making shit up at this point. Like he already did with the tangent line. Like he just goes back. He's like, maybe they won't see it this time.
Trying so hard, right? Calculate that. Like no.
He tried to bullshit with calculus. Like he was like, you just have to use calculus. I love when they say that. They have no idea what calculus is. They're hoping, please don't know what calculus is. They're flat earthers. There's no way they know.
Hey, Bong, to answer your question, when you have a curved triangle, you have more than 180 degrees.
Well, it depends if it's convexing or concaving, right? Into this.
That's not a triangle then.
I know. It's
exactly.
But if you calculate,
it's a survangle.
Yeah, everybody's blood boiling.
It's a triangle.
It's a triangle that had the surgery. It's been reassigned.
The transangle.
Oh my.
Right. So much fun.
You can't say you didn't let him talk because you let him waffle for at least a good minute before you finally said, no, we're not going to do it. He wouldn't make his point.
It's the idea that, yep.
Well, I was just going to say, he started bring your own celestial navigation. So sometimes they have to bring your own globe, where they try to just bring their own version of the globe model. And this guy was trying to bring his own celestial navigation at the end there.
Bring your own model.
It's like what you were saying, Bong. If you use 2 stars there, right? So if you're at one of these intersecting points of this line of position, the 90 degrees is where the star is at, man. Not where you're not. There's nothing above you. I don't.
Yeah.
Why did they just? I don't. You cited something already, bro. You had your chance, and then you totally dumped on the video that you posted. So I mean, I don't get it.
You cited the wrong video.
What's up with it?
Why doesn't? So it's Speculation Sunday. Does India want to take them off moot? And...
No.
Speculate?
Oh, come on. No. I mean, as long as he, caveats it saying, I'm speculating now. This is how it could be done in my mental construct.
Yeah.
You think he would?
Think he would what?
I'll unmute him.
Admit the truth and say that he's just speculating and imagining?
No.
Let's take odds. We need to have some sort of tokens or something so we can bet on stuff.
Some tokens.
We could bet on what their answers will be, or it would be funny.
I totally gamble.
All in, he says Eratosthenes.
Oh, bingo. We play bingo.
Bruh. All right, I'll mute the guy. I got a question for him. My question is, do you know what a trans angle is?
Oh, God.
Oh, do I want to go there? It is Pride Month, so I will unmute him.
It's
Math is done. Math is over.
It is something that is not a triangle, but you can believe it's a triangle. Therefore, it's a trans angle.
It's a trans angle.
So anyway, I'm not going to argue anymore. In fact, I'll be quiet for quite a long time. I just want to say thank you for talking to me about everything, and hopefully, as far as all these pro-global people go, I wasn't too bad. Maybe I was.
You're all right, man. Like it's hard to let go, man. Like it's like Santa Claus. It's hard to let go of Santa. Like,
yeah, and the only thing I'm guilty of is being stupid. If you're right about this whole flat Earth thing, so so as long as we talk to each other with
well, no, it's not stupid. Like it's
ignorance.
They get you when you're young, man. But that's it. Like I always say this, when you went to school, when you went to kindergarten, and you went in the room, and they said the Earth is a ball. They didn't actually give you any evidence for that claim, and what they did was they showed you that if you thought opposite of that, you were going to be ridiculed and shamed and all this other stuff, right? They didn't use the traditional techniques of so-called education, right? They said only stupid people thought the Earth was flat, and they thought you'd sail off the edge and sea monsters and blah blah blah, right? They didn't say, oh, so here's the measurements of curvature and this, that, and the other thing, right? They didn't teach you any of that. They said, see the toy in the corner? You live on that. Shut up.
Next subject.
Tell me I'm lying, dude. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me any of that's inaccurate.
No, yeah, they certainly didn't prove it.
They didn't even give you evidence.
No. And even if you ask how gravity worked, the teacher will be like, I don't know, it just does. Or they'll let you play with magnets and tell you that's how gravity works.
Well, anyway, I've got to go, but nice to talk to you guys. Hopefully you'll do it another time.
Yep. Later.
He knows we're right.
See you later, Pinky.
He's like, according to Wikipedia, you don't need no right angle, man.
Hey, gang, get your ass in here.
If Wiki says it must be true, man.
That's not what the Wikipedia says.
Conflict of interest with Wiki.
I've been studying Wikipedia for 6 years.
Wow. What, the edits as well?
Hey, the index is actually the index is quite interesting if you search through certain sections of it. I actually found things that I didn't know existed back in my conspiracy theory days.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Who's it?
Hey, audio's fine, bro.
What do you guys speculate microwave fires are? Like where the houses will burn and then like the metal will stay and then the trees won't burn either? What do you guys think about that?
I mean, there are direct energy weapons out there, so I don't know. You can't tell me they don't play with frequencies.
The Star Wars project, Ronald Reagan. Yeah. There's supposed to be a laser in space,
I guess
somebody shoot.
I'm gonna start calling it space.
I guess that's why it's Speculation Sunday. I mean, perhaps they do, perhaps they don't.
This is Speculation Sunday, right? Why?
Well, it's not in space, okay? Imagine it's an airplane that's up there, ready to strike down any bad guys. Missile.
I'm in the wrong day, man. I shouldn't be in here. I can't say anything, right? Because it's Speculation Sunday, so I can't fucking do anything.
Yes. You can have a curve adjacent for sure, man.
I would love to hear I would love to hear a QE speculation, though. I don't think I've ever heard you speculate on anything, QE.
No.
What do you mean? He has.
Why would I?
He's got.
I've only known him for about a year and a half, so I've never heard him speculate.
Why would I?
Speculation.
Well, I mean, like, you might form a hypothesis and then maybe go out and figure out how you're going to test that hypothesis.
Hypothesis isn't a speculation, though.
What is a hypothesis?
Scientific
prediction. It's a prediction of supposition in the natural cause and effect relationships. I guess partly the independent variable would be partly a speculation if I were to think about it. Technically, it would be an educated speculation. That's about as far as I could go. Right.
There you go. I'm starting to get you to lean in a little bit.
Yeah, but then I'd test it, and then it'd be over. Right.
I mean, the phenomenon does exist.
Hypothesis test, is that even possible? What kind of knowledge would that produce?
Which phenomenal?
I didn't hear you. Too many people were chiming in.
Oh, I thought our hypothesis test.
The kind that kills people.
I can't hear you, dude. Say it again.
A hypothesis test. I was wondering if I heard the word hypothesis test, and I was wondering what type of information could I gain from testing a hypothesis.
You gain the cause of the effect. The hypothesis test is just an experiment.
So we're talking experiment, right? We're talking science.
Correct.
Hypothesis test. So this knowledge that I'll gain through a hypothesis test, what type of information is it? Like
it's the methods and material part. It's where you collect your data.
I don't think he's asking that.
Oh, okay.
What type of information is it? It demonstrates the cause of the effect.
Well, it's empirical. What is empirical knowledge?
Empirical means observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable.
That sounds very important.
It means you can do it yourself and prove that this is the cause of this thing that I didn't know what the cause, the phenomenon.
It's pretty strict.
It's just
rigid.
It has to fit all those parameters, or else you're not actually doing science at all, or doing anything empirical.
But that's just big words, right? Like, you don't really need all those big words. Just
now, a lot of people conflate empirical with just observation. They'll not conflate the two terms. They'll equivocate. They'll say, "I observed it. It's empirical." No, you observed it. That's a composition fallacy, because observable is part of empirical, but it's not the whole. Follow?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's part of a process, right?
Say again?
It's part of a process.
Now, empirical is observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable. But if somebody says empirical is observable, well, you left out the other three.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it's a composition fallacy.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. Something that can be tested to be true. Yeah. So that's a lot of words. So testable, falsifiable.
It's important.
More than something. Let's a natural phenomenon.
Right.
That's enough to throw many people right there. Natural phenomena, because you get all kind of nonsense.
Yeah.
Right. You'll get all kind of man-made stuff. But they don't. It's. I can't even believe after almost 8 years now, people still ain't getting it. Even I'm not talking about new people. I'm talking about people that's been out here for a while.
They just decided that it wasn't useful. You know why? Because they wanted to beg the question again. They wanted to get back in the La La Land door.
Yeah, well, the getting is good.
Scientific method. What can I get out of that?
So empirical just summarizes the scientific method, right? Observable, testable, repeatable, falsifiable.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
just a summary of the scientific method. Period. It's not that hard.
Yep.
All I've heard for the past 3 years is scientific method doesn't allow me to play with my globe friends.
Really? Somebody actually said that?
No, I wish they did. I'm just saying, like, every time I'm like, well, it's not even a phenomenon we're talking about, and they're like, yeah, but that mode of argumentation is, I want to smack them around a little. No,
so they can play with their balls.
You were singing "Foolish Pride" earlier, right? Turn out the lights. Right? Travis' greatest tricks.
What part of scientific method would measurement come under, QE?
That's not Travis Tritt.
Measurement.
Foolish Pride?
That's No, turn out the lights. That's not Travis Tritt. That's Dandy Don Meredith and Monday Night Football back here with Howard Cosell back in the day.
Well, there is a song by Travis Tritt called "Foolish Pride" that he says, "Turn out the lights. The competition's over."
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What year?
Oh, I don't know what year. Here, let me find out.
Find out. Maybe that's where he got it from.
Travis Tritt, "Foolish Pride."
A quick Google search shows that Don Meredith was probably quoting Willie Nelson.
Ah.
Of course he was.
You guys, you haven't lived until you watched
1994.
Yeah, this was way before 94. This was back early 70s.
I was born in 91. Give me a break.
Yeah, there he is. Somebody Indio just posted. So you haven't lived, right, until you watch Monday Night Football with Dandy Don Meredith, Howard Cosell. And when the game was sealed tight, right, there's no chance, you'd get Dan singing that song. It'd say, "Turn out the lights." People would have signs in the stands.
Just crack up every time you sing it.
Yeah. There would be sign in the stand saying, "Turn out the lights."
This is Howard Cosell.
Those guys were crazy back in the day, man. They're lunatics, I'm telling you. That was before there was any censorship on TV and shit. They get in big trouble, too.
Oh, this is great. It's nice. It's funny to reminisce. This is Howard Cosell. I'm live with the heavyweight champion of the world, Joe Frazier.
That's a good one, Indio. Thanks for posting that.
I miss that accent though, man.
Hit that video that Indio just posted, and you can see the signs in the stands.
That's when the American accent was cool. A smooth sound. Like a world champion, Joe Frazier.
No, you're right. That's what I always think that. I'm like, man, I wish I spoke as cool as the dudes back then.
Sophisticated American.
Bone.
Okay.
Now everybody just sounds like like everybody just like shit.
Yeah.
Shit.
So I have it's not really I guess not speculation because I've proven it, but I guess it could be because every child is different. But I taught my son pattern recognition, and now he can count by doubling numbers all the way to 4,096. Wow. And he's 4 years old. Crazy.
Shit, I can't even do that.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I didn't know what he was doing, and then I realized it, and I'm like, holy hell, this child is doubling numbers. What?
That's
and we have adults out here that don't know what a right triangle is.
I call that's bullshit, Flatsy. Put him on the mic. Let's go.
Okay, hold on. Let me run back inside because I came outside. Oh.
We have adults that don't know what a straight line is.
Booger, come here. Come here. Booger, come here.
Creation bear, man.
Booger, you double the numbers? 2.
Count by doubles.
Count by doubles?
Count by doubles tomorrow.
Count by doubles tomorrow.
That is awesome.
2, 4, 8.
Double.
Count by doubles tomorrow. Count by 2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
Okay, well that's by twos, but what about doubles?
2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 8.
Come here. They can't hear you.
I believe it.
He's getting distracted.
That's
No,
yeah.
he's
That'll
cute.
do.
That's sweet.
That'll do.
That's sweet, but he ain't gone to no 4,000. Nope.
Come here, baby. You gonna prove Kiwi wrong. Come here.
Even at that far, he's gotten further than the last 100 Glovers.
He's like, no, I'll put him on. He's wanting me to prove that he can.
Kiwi on blast, that guy.
That's like counting in
our
computer
friends
memory.
last night. All right, Booger. Ready? Go.
I think we got the wrong.
4.
We believe you. Square root.
No, 2, 4, 8.
Yep.
Oh,
Next
I
level
am.
is-
It's like I'm putting him on a show, like a dog show.
Yeah, I
The
got
next
you. That's
level-
what somebody would say if they know he can't do it.
Booger, I'll say hey Siri if you count by doubles.
I hate to say that.
We all know Booger can do it.
128, 252, 2012, 1024, 2048,
And
496.
4,000. 4,096.
Yeah.
Oh, dang. He got it. You give that kid a break. He's so tired. We went swimming
I
today.
know.
Yeah,
That's
that's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty sharp.
He's so smart. He did that for somebody last night. We went to a friend's house to eat. You know, they were doing some sort of boil, and they were fishing out on their deck. And he was in there saying doubling numbers, and nobody knew what he was doing. And then we figured it out. I'm like, well, holy hell. Yeah.
And that might be a sign of vaccine deficiencies.
Jimsy.
Globe deficient.
Jimsy, right on time.
Yeah, he's too smart. I like that, Jimmy. That was good.
He's too
He could
smart.
not be a Glober. He
Certain
would not be.
I've got
Certain jobs you might have to drum himself.
No, I'm so weak. Jimmy, I'm still dying.
I guess the next generation of flat earthers are gonna be scary as.
Oh my God! Can
Be
you
sure
imagine?
they're not evil. That's all.
Can you imagine they're like fighting with their teachers since 3rd grade or something? When they're like 30 or 35, when they have that much time, think about like how long we've been doing it. Like think about a person who's been doing it since they were like 5 or 6 years old.
Yeah, those are like computer numbers too, man. Like, what's next? Binary, counting in binary? Like, what?
They'll be able to flat smack somebody in like 30 seconds flat. Well, say that real fast.
I hope they can keep up with the AI, or at least, use it to their advantage.
Yeah, maybe they'll be able to foil
top
the
of it.
AI.
You guys made me break TOS to prove that Booger could count by doubles. I'm sorry.
I thought
No,
for
that's
sure.
not breaking TOS. No, you're the parent.
I thought
We're
for
all
sure I
here.
heard him say I doubled the model. I'm like, am I hearing things? It could be.
Counting by doubles. Just doubling each number and going up.
Count by double.
Do like the Glovers do, double the model.
Very
They
good.
don't care if it's double, triple, quadruple, 16.
You should teach them Python language coding. Yeah, he'll love it. Sounds like he would. It's a language,
According to the
ABCs.
Glovers,
Yeah.
The Earth can be so curved that it's flat. It appears flat, and that's how you know it's so curved, right? Great logic. I wonder kids are confused these days.
But did you check? Okay. But did you check with Wikipedia though?
About what? Hold on.
We can disprove Wikipedia right now.
That kind of
How many sides does a circle have?
Listen,
that made me want to walk out the room, man. I was like, all right, I don't want to talk to this guy anymore. Fuck.
You know,
we've been talking.
No, the joke is not on, the joke is not on Wikipedia. The joke is the fact that he didn't know that the source on Wikipedia was still important.
Of course it was.
Wikipedia is just another, again, a place that anybody can put information and edit the information. So it's important to know what source you're looking at on Wikipedia. It's not that Wikipedia is necessarily good or bad.
That's great. Can we do it right now?
So
Anybody got any suggestions?
Not all the
That would be
information
fucking
on
fun.
Wikipedia is editable because people have hijacked parts of it. There's a famous incident where an author, his birth date was wrong, and he kept trying to correct it, and they kept, whoever was running that page kept changing it back. So yeah, I think that like the guy who's the article's about should know his own birthday better than the Wikipedia editor.
So,
You guys excited that we got a live stream from Mars, though?
Oh, when does that start?
I don't know. It was
From where?
weeks ago.
From Mars?
First live stream from Mars, yeah.
Oh, right now? It's happening right now? Got a link, man?
Yeah.
I'm looking for hamsters.
You what?
Dude, who that guy yesterday?
What?
Which is that you debated? Where did you find that guy?
I didn't find him. I didn't know anything about him.
He didn't write his first thing was circumnavigation. Didn't even know how it would even work on a flat Earth. He was
Bruh.
I stopped watching right there. I'm like, nope, not watching this. Don't you have to know your opponent's arguments before you engage in a debate?
He literally said, I didn't come here for a debate. I just wanted to ask questions and figure out why you believe this.
I hate that. I hate those guys. I'm just here to ask you what you like on your burger.
Yeah, I like to hook them guys up with a lie detector test and watch the little needle spike the whole time they're talking to you.
That's how relevant that was.
Yeah, that statement is definitely a lie.
There's no supposed Mars live stream. I just posted the link for it, but it just looks like fucking same old shit.
Dude, he was like, how do we stand on this flat disc? I'm like,
what?
With our feet. He's like, well, but how do we stand on the flat disc? With our feet, bro. Like,
with our hands.
So I hit him with like everything's intrinsically electrostatic, and then the density relationship, which is the compactness of matter, which i.e. the force that actually holds the matter together, thus has a certain compactness. Blah blah blah. I gave him like a pretty quick summary, and he said,
what the fuck you been saying?
I can do an experiment, and I can actually manipulate the independent variable of electrostatics and change the weight and the acceleration and the vector of the object, so the cause and effect. I'm like, can you isolate gravity and do the same thing? And he said, I'm done with this. I want to go to questions.
Dude, that's epic.
I want to speak to the manager.
Yeah, that guy talked a lot of nothing. Talked a whole lot of nothing.
How do we stand? We stand tall with pride.
Where did they find him though? Like, why? Like, why would you do that to a human being? Like, I don't understand why you would just take a random person completely unfamiliar with the topic and throw them into a debate with you, right? To me, It's like, are you trying to get this guy killed? Like, you don't take a guy off the street and throw him in with like Sugar Ray Leonard, right? You're just gonna get mashed.
Yeah, I think that James is a closet flat earther, and he's like trying to put like the worst people up or something.
Or maybe that's the best they got.
Yeah, at this point, yeah, I'll run through most of what he has that'll step up. And I'm like, I'm not debating McToon anymore, So.
It's kind of funny you point
What
that
is
out about
happening?
James. I get the sense he's maybe a closet flat earther, perhaps, just based on body language and stuff during the debates.
Well, he's definitely not like closed off to the idea. He thinks that the Globers on the internet are the most like vile, toxic, degenerate people ever.
Well, I mean, maybe
Kind of hard to ignore it.
Maybe he had a transition like Owen Benjamin, right? Just watching it over a period of time. I'm just going to moderate these debates. But eventually, man, that stuff sinks in.
I was just thinking, I'm watching this Mars thing, and out of nowhere, you see a Bud Light beer bottle again on the floor. That'd be hilarious.
What language are we speaking right now? I'm asking for a friend.
Do you speak any English?
That sounds like they're celebrated too early before they got the curvature measurement.
It's the globe language. Global. It's a global language. Yeah.
This is not a live stream of Mars. That's not even video. This video is the video that's on YouTube. This is an image that they took in a photo editing in some program, right? You can just do this in Adobe Premiere or whatever, and they're just translating it, right? They're moving it across the screen.
So,
right. So they're zoomed in on it, and they're moving it left to right.
It's not the right footage. So here's the PSA's official footage.
Okay, because that's bad.
I mean,
remember, you could go in a photo booth. You could go to the local pier and go to the arcade part and go to the photo booth.
You pop up around 10 minutes, you start to see Mars, supposedly.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Oh, 100%. That's Mars, 100%. What the?
Yo, it says live, bro. It's legit.
So, the elephant in the room is the second law of thermodynamics, entropy, right? Heat always moves to cold. High pressure to low pressure. That's why we're laughing at these images from Mars. Just in case you're not in on the joke.
That's actually not the elephant in the room. That's the elephant squashing the globe.
Oh my God, the comments are just psychosis. Watching this screen Batman.
Bro, but what's so funny, dude? This is supposedly the first time that they've released a live stream of a planet called Mars. And it only has 1 million views in like 10 days. That's terrible.
I don't think the average person probably even believes it.
Or even thinks about it.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you, we don't care.
I'm telling you, that fat ass on that elephant is squashing that
one of
globe.
these comments, just like these crazy people. To humanity, we achieve more together. Kumbaya, my lord.
Diversity is strength.
I almost vomited. Be careful when you use those kind of terms on here. Someone could get ill.
We had a Psycho Glover with the other day in the lobby chat say that aliens aren't visiting, talking to us because there's flat earthers.
Oh, well, great. Wow.
It's your fault, Indio.
Hey, Indio. Here's another one, Indio. What an amazing time to be alive. To think that I once never thought I would live long enough to be in my mid 70s and actually be able to watch a live viewing of the quote Red Planet. Gotta love it, don't you?
Dude, this one says 16-minute delay via Mars. Wow, what a moment in human history.
Oh my goodness.
You have to get really high to talk to aliens. It's not our fault. No.
Yeah, no, you have to get really high and actually talk to your television itself. That's what you have to do. Yeah, that's what they're doing. That's where they're getting their information. We all
Why do you
know
want to
this.
talk to aliens?
They're talking through the TV screen.
So Sonny, does CNN have this on TV right now?
What's up, Jim?
Hey guys, how's everybody doing?
Aliens are gonna say that Jesus was an alien, and you too can be an alien, just like Jesus. That's all they're gonna say. Like, what do people expect to hear aliens say, right?
Or they'll just say that no, your ancestors were aliens. You're actually the son of alien.
I think it's gonna be cool, right? I mean, like the news is saying aliens. I'm like, yo, let's go. Have you guys seen the meme where they have the stick figure has
Sir,
a stick and he's
you
like,
are talking to an alien.
Hold on. What's it? Are they ramping that up like right now? Like,
yeah, like officially a government insider intel guy just came out and said that they have for sure alien crafts and they've actually uncovered alien pilots. But anyway, what's up? Did that one right there. So like they'll have like COVID down there and it's poking it with a stick. It's like, come on, do the alien invasion. Like that's kind of how I feel now. You know, it's like,
Right.
let's do it.
Come on with it. They're not ready.
It's like be about it, bro. Just do it.
Yeah, stop teasing.
Come on.
They had since 1947. Like, what the fuck's going on?
We want to see an alien invasion next. Come on.
I know. We're waiting.
Come on, do an invasion.
I want to make sure.
Angles. Let's be the first ones to be like the alien invasion is fake. You know, let's get a documentary out there.
I want to make sure I have a good seat for the show, so I need to know which direction. I might have to have, advance warning.
That's like just throw up a lawn chair in the front yard, kick back, smoke them if you got them.
Exactly. This is the time. Right now.
I'm gonna be that crazy guy, I'm waiting for the alien invasion.
With my cat.
Sitting in your lawn, sitting on your lawn in the sun, smoking
With my
your
cats.
your bowl.
You guys didn't hear about it? Like they're like legit doing it. Tucker Carlson, he has his own show now, like on Twitter or something. I don't know. But he was saying like it's official, the aliens are real. It's on Fox News. It's like whole thing. You guys know that, right?
Okay, they're real. All right, really? Okay.
They're saying the government has.
Hey, they just landed on Mars. What's it?
Well, they just.
I mean, aliens are possible. Like Dave Weiss said, they could be coming from the outer planes.
Outer space. This is inner space. They're extra land, extraterrestrial. But
from here somewhere.
Yeah, it's just
extra land.
It's weird. We live in a world where the news can be like, the government has alien pilots, and everyone's like, oh, what's on TV tonight? And no one cares.
That's hilarious, though.
Pretty bad.
More and more movies, too, have all this bullshit, like all this.
We're all waiting for space Jesus.
Like,
I feel sorry for the first people that go to Mars, the first trip to Mars.
Yo, I'm gonna check Space Jesus so hard, bro.
Hey, I want you to know that Matt Damon has already been to Mars because Hollywood told me.
I know.
I think he's been there twice.
Wait a minute, duh. The movie is called The Martian.
He ate a lot of potatoes. Is that the one where he ate like a bunch of potatoes?
Yes.
Yeah.
He grew the potatoes. He was a botanist.
The only thing NASA's lying about is that they actually have bases on the moon and Mars. Yeah.
Only that.
Like we were in a debate recently, and that's what the dude said. They're like, "No, we know they're lying about space. Like, there's probably bases on the moon." Like, what the?
Yeah, they're ancient alien artifacts that they're hiding.
That's where the Germans are.
They're like 10 years old. That's like 10 years ago. What the fuck are they talking about?
Look, Quincy, here's my argument against researching alien technology that they supposedly have in their possession. Go watch the Ukraine. You go watch the Ukraine-Russian war footage.
Let's see.
$1.5 million pieces of U.S. equipment are being destroyed by toy fucking drones with an RPG strapped to them. Okay? Just stop it. Just stop. Like,
Really?
we don't have alien technology. Still takes 10 years to build a fucking bridge that's only 20 feet long. No.
Yeah.
No, we don't. Sorry.
And it doesn't last very long either.
I've seen UFOs. So, like, I've seen stuff fly like crazy. So I don't know. I don't know if they have like I don't know. People may think I'm tripping, but I think Bob Lazar's telling the truth. For example, like I think he really worked on like a crazy little craft.
He might have. Well, I don't know. He might have. I guess.
Well, it's a pretty convincing story if you listen to him. Like he sounds like he really worked on something, and he's like, yeah, they say it was archaeological discoveries. They don't know how to get it to work. So I don't know. You know.
Well, there's interdimensional, right? Or interplane or whatever you want to call it, right? That's ancient. That goes back way before the idea of space, right?
Yeah.
If you go into Hinduism or whatever, like any culture, right? The spirit world, right? The metaphysical spirit
I got a
world,
question.
whatever you want to call it, right? So it's like, it's only in modern times they think they're coming from out there.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
And in ancient times, or even in very recent times, they're already here. They're here existing with us. We're just not able to interact with each other. And there's moments in time or ways to interact with people or entities that are living within our plane of existence.
Yeah, or I can jump around between each one or whatever.
Yeah, people use esoteric magic and, all sorts of ways. Or, the crystal ball, black mirrors, scrying stones, seances. Like, the list goes on and on and on. The way to...
What about the Vimanas from the ancient Sanskrit and all that kind of
they said they used mercury to make the UFOs work. And now we know today that you can use mercury for combustion.
I've told this story before. It's about so there's a South American tribe. They don't even have like words for numbers, right? They're what you would call super fanatical empiricists. Like they don't believe anything unless you've seen it yourself or like someone has seen it, right? They don't believe any of that crap. So this guy, so listen, this guy was, he was a missionary. He was telling about Jesus for like, trying to convert them for 6 months, and they were like, well, do you know this guy? And he's like, no. Well, do you know somebody that knows him? Then he's like, oh no, this guy lived like, a long time ago. And then they stopped going to his little his little proselytizing sessions. They just gave up on him. They're like, fuck you. So here's the funny part, right? This is how their mindset is, right? He said one time that there's lots of rivers and stuff. It's the Amazon rainforest. They don't deal with any white people. He actually got in big trouble for even interacting with them. They all saw, the entire village saw something across the river, some entity that he said that he couldn't see, but they were all throwing stones at it. And he asked them what it was, and they said some evil spirit, demon, or something like that. But they're all throwing rocks at the exact same place. Now, it's hard for me to square that circle, right? People that are ultra empiricists that are dealing with strict in your face reality, hallucinating something that exists, right? In part as a mass hallucination are part of their imagination. It's hard to square that idea when that philosophy, if you want to call it that, is ingrained, the super empiricist philosophy. Right. Basically, to prove it to me, philosophy, right? I don't believe you unless you can demonstrate it. And just to go to that and you're seeing, imagining spirits across the river, that's weird. So maybe just because they live in, because the environment they live in, right, of hand to mouth, basically you fuck up, you're dead. Maybe you have a deeper connection to nature or reality or whatever, because we get lost
the
in our heads.
metaphysical world. Yeah.
Yes,
They're more
exactly.
sensitive.
Yeah, more sensitive. Yeah.
I'll never fuck
it's
with Ouija boards. I'll tell you that.
It's in the Bible. Yeah, something similar is in the Bible. Elisha, the prophet Elisha and his servant were hiding in the house, and this army was surrounding them. And then Elisha tried to tell his servant, "It's okay. The army, God's army, is bigger than theirs." And the servant was like, "What is he talking about?" So he prayed to let this guy see, and then he saw the armies, spirit of God, surrounding. He was like way more, and then he wasn't scared. So it's like spirit, just metaphysical. I think they can manifest themselves to whoever they want, and not to others. It depends also, the sensitivity thing that comes from belief. It comes from the power of belief that these things manifest to people. They're not going to just manifest to some guy trying to muck around or troll or test, try to be mocking about it. These rituals that people perform.
Well, there's also a thing about being in a state of nature where the only thing that actually matters is your sensory perception and like your concepts and ideas of what, reality are. They don't mean jack, literally. If you're sitting in the middle of like the Congo, right? It's just you. You're in the Congo. You got nothing. You got your loincloth or whatever. What good is trigonometry or fucking Newton's laws or, mass equals acceleration or any of these concepts or songs or music or any of that crap? You'd have to have a heightened state of awareness with actual nature, your natural environment and where you are in it and everything's proximity to your fucking body or you're going to die. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, that's the wrong group of people to people who are unaware, possibly, that sin even exists, to tell them the one who is not sinned may cast the first stone. Yeah, they all picked up a rock, apparently.
Wow.
Yeah, you lost me with that analogy, man. I don't know.
Well, I'm saying if these people are so deep into the jungle and living, as you say, just within nature, they may not even be aware of the concept of sin.
Oh,
and
yeah.
If this guy's speaking of someone famous for saying, "He who is not sinned cast the first stone." Well, if that's what the apparition or whatever that they saw said to them or channeled to them,
That's a totally different context.
Partial joke, but partially serious.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if this guy was like that kind of Christian.
Yeah, I would like to see that study because all those weird people, those anthropologists that go into the jungle, even if it's fiction, it's fascinating.
He was a linguist supposedly, and his name's Daniel. I can find it. But like he got in big ass trouble for even going near these people. But the thing is, they don't even have words for like numbers. Like there's no number 1, number 2, number 3. They only like say more, less, things like that. That's the only way they quantify things. They don't even really talk about like the past. They really like live in the present. I've seen a documentary on it, man. It's pretty crazy.
So was I jumping to? What was the whole story was that while this linguist was with these people, he witnessed this occurring?
Yes. The throwing the rocks, that part?
Yeah.
Yes, this was just like one of the incidents that he witnessed that they did, yeah.
And here, yeah, so who knows?
Yeah, of course. It's just one story, but it just reminded me like...
No, I'm not discounting it. I'm not discounting it, but it's sort of like, unless that's like a regular practice for those people to go out and throw stones at demons.
Yeah, for all he knew, it's like they do that every week, every like 6 years or something. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know.
In 2014, a company from the U.S. came to my island to install the fiber optic cables. I was there on the island. Okay, and the foreman, they were digging. Okay, the foreman, he's been there for like a year. Oh, not a year, like a couple months, almost to a year. And he saw a bunch of people standing there dressed in like old clothes, like from the past, and he called one of the workers over, one of the workers from the island. It was like, "Hey, do you see those people?" And the worker didn't know what he was pointing at. He had, he had some kind of, he panicked, a panic attack, and but he got sent back to America. He went to the hospital, like something, I don't know what happened there. Bro, I was like, what?
Someone I worked with on board. Someone I worked with on board. Someone I worked on board with that was subordinate to me. An E4 third class petty officer. I was a second class. But anyway, he said he was from the Philippines, from the PI Philippine Islands. He told me in the village that they all watched these apparitions in the fields. Like you have field and it's been raised down or whatever whatever they were growing, like cane or I don't know what they're growing, but the fields, and some of it would be cut down. Then across the field you have more fields, right? So across the fields in these areas, these boundary areas, they would see these apparitions that were like black things that looked like humans, that flew straight up in the air. They were solid black, like they had no. This is what this guy. And when you see someone telling you a story and you're looking at their eyes, that's different than just hearing their voice or anything else. So that kind of freaks you out when you hear.
Kind of a messed up story too, man. Like, who would make that up?
Exactly. And they were all feared. They were all afraid, deathly afraid of these things. But there were some kind of apparitions that they knew about that flew straight up in the air, like several of them.
I've seen a lot of things. Let me just say, sorry to interrupt. I've seen a lot of things with my professional licenses that I carry in this kind of realm. But sorry, I sound a little stuffy. I just my fiance and I just ended it, so I'm back now. And yeah, cool topic.
Good to hear you.
Oh,
I thought you were going to say you were snorting. I thought you were going to say you were. I thought you were going to say you were snorting some mushrooms.
Oh, that sounds really unappetizing, but right on.
Snorting mushrooms. You're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong, Sonny.
Yeah, don't do that.
I got all that out with my last acid thing, like a 3-day thing, like 4 years ago. Got all the purging out that I needed to.
That's good. That's why it's a joke, guys. So did you miss the joke? Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, sorry.
Sublingual.
I think these entities really are afraid of the name Jesus, because on my island, the Assemblies of God church that we go to is against the Psalm 1 church, which oppresses the people, and it's that's the evil church, I guess. And every time I've had an experience with my little brother where one of the families was possessed by the grandfather, and as we passed by on our bike, she yelled at us, and they said, "Hey, you guys got to leave because my grandpa doesn't like your church." So I told my mom when we got home, and she's like, "That's because they don't like Jesus. They're afraid of Jesus." So this island is called the Ghost Island in Samoa. Every it's called Manu'o. But I've never really been like the ghosts never really mess with me, like, and I think it's because of the church, Jesus, and everyone else is really afraid of it because their belief in the Bible is like incorporated with their Samoan mythology, just like the Catholic. So it's not even real.
Can I give you a heads up, brother? Can I give you a heads up?
Worship.
Can I give you a heads up? If you're going to continue to claim the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, you should expect resistance. So be ready.
Yeah. I'm saying, like, somehow this name, even in the UFO community, it works. If you look into like some CIA documents, you're not allowed to use this word at, like, I don't know, Area 51 or CERN. I was like, what? Am I getting trolled here? Yeah, people cry out in that name, during their encounters, and it stops. The experience stops. The abduction experience.
Well, I'm glad it stops because I was getting ready to call an exorcism on myself pretty soon. I'm like, did somebody? I'm out of options, and I'm not sure which way to turn. Feeling kind of lost to your father. Just joking. Sort of joking. Sort of not joking, actually.
Yeah, the power of belief.
I performed one, but it took like two other mediums in different states to do it, and it was really scary. It was not pleasant, but I hope that that's not needed. But anyway, message me if that is something you're considering. But no, I know some very experienced people in there. It's a very rare thing, but and yeah, I think that a lot of them and everything that I've interacted with in the dark realm, things like that, I just, it's not so much like I'm a slave to the Bible. It's the fact that, or the invoking of the name of that, because I don't feel. I mean, a lot of times that's just not needed. But
it's okay. You know what? I appreciate that. I think I exercised in the spirit of Sonny came through, and I think I actually scared them away myself. Yeah, with the name of Jesus. And I'm not sure I even believe, but I have to ask for help wherever it is, and I don't know what or where or whatever that is. But when you need help, you need help, and there's been existential terror, and it's because I have my eyes were opened, I think, so wide that I started seeing things that absolutely and things that I was capable of producing in the world that were real as the sunlight or the daylight is.
No, I believe you for sure.
And scary as hell. Like, and then I also realized that I can heal myself too. And I saw my skin as all eaten up and all decayed, and I rubbed it and it turned perfectly. Thank you, Jesus.
Oh man.
I'm serious, but I got problems, and there's more than one, because I seem to get attacked on more than one level, and it's been constant, and I don't care, because I'm a true warrior, and I will keep going. I have a tremendous, indomitable spirit. I don't know where this came from, but it doesn't matter. Like this, what I would think, even myself as a frail body, has done amazing things, and still more to come, and so I usually am able to accomplish things I don't think I could possibly accomplish if I just stop thinking about it. All things become capable. I become capable of all things, almost. I mean, practically.
No, I understand completely, and I think that's great. On the right track, not the attacks, of course.
But in some ways, I'm a very frail. I mean, we're all frail. I mean, human life is frail. Like you get my age, you start thinking about your the end days coming closer.
Your mortality.
Yeah,
if you're thinking the wrong thing about the world, right, then it's probably not going to help no matter what you do. You know what I mean? If you don't have the truth about, your experience, then, you can't really do anything to help find the cause of the problem.
No, I think it's this way. I think if I hadn't discovered flat Earth at the time exactly in 2017 that I did, I might not even be here. That was 6 years ago to still be talking with you.
That's
like, why didn't you come see me when I was in San Diego then?
What's that?
But why didn't you come kick it when I was in San Diego then?
Why didn't I come? Because look, I have times when I hadn't even checked any mails or been totally disconnected from all media, like, and just forget, like I forget because I have like all these immediate things going on around me. And by the time I heard it was like almost sunset, and it's like a half a day journey. I have to pack up my bike and go all the way there. Like at that time is the way that was. I mean, it's not always that way. But sometimes I'm sick. I've been sick. I'm not making excuses. And I'm
champions make examples, not excuses, man.
No, look. I'm really I apologize that I wasn't there when you came.
Bro, I'm just kidding, bro.
Listen, I was paying attention. You were coming all the way across, and I was paying attention. The last thing I heard, you were in Seattle. Next thing you know, like the next day, you were here in San Diego, and I'm like, I can't get to it. By the time I found out, it's like you were already gone.
San Diego was pretty cool, though.
What's that?
It was all right.
Did you surf?
Nah.
Damn, it'd been a lot cooler if you would have.
Hell yeah.
Hey, listen, I'm sure there's a lot more to see than you did here.
I just like it was cool. Like a lot of people were open to flat Earth. Like
What's that?
In San Diego, a lot of people were open to flat Earth. Like,
They are.
quite a few people were like, "Yeah, I know."
Yeah, they are. A lot of them are. When you talk to them, especially the locals are all around water for their whole lives. You know, some generation after generation, and they see out in the horizon. If they get just an inkling of this information that we do, it's going to catch them quick. So you're not worried about all that, gang. I've been surfing myself, had my eyes above the water on a pretty calm day where you could see the ships way out and you're only like 6 inches above the water.
So word.
Hey, thank you guys for being awesome. I'm sorry, I just had to say it. I'm calmer now. I appreciate it. I just probably wouldn't have calmed down as quickly as I did if I didn't come back in this stream.
Forget about it, Sydney Adams.
I'm just giving you a big hug through the phone in the ether. That's all. Just a big old hug.
Thank you. I feel
yeah. Thanks for coming by.
I feel
Houston, Texas.
Come by more often. Come say hi.
Quite possibly having my first drink to myself in a long time, so I deserve it.
Ooh, heck yeah! Enjoy.
With my pinky up. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
I may have to join.
God willing.
Yes. So where's everybody at in this chat today? What countries do we have?
It's
I'm
Sunday.
from Texas. What country are you from?
I'm at Sunday.
US of A. I'm sorry, America is how it's pronounced. Yes.
It's a saying down here in Texas when somebody says, "Where are you from?" Say, "I'm from Texas." What country are you from?
That's fantastic. I've actually supported like financially the breaking off of that just because I know a lot of people in Texas and lots of friends there. I might move there, but I'm actually in Kansas City. But I might move to Texas because USA. Now that I'm free to, I guess with this ending, USAA wanted to hire me directly on, and it would be in like either Houston or Dallas. I don't know.
Okay. Lot more city type people like Houston more than Dallas.
I've never been to either. I've only been to Austin, so that you already know my perception of.
Yeah, like I mean that's a it's hard to beat that area, especially if you got to see a lot there.
Oh man, I hated Austin.
Yeah.
But Dallas is an awesome. Dallas is an awesome launch pad. So.
Yeah.
Like there's good homes up in Dallas. Weather is not as humid.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. Yeah. I grew up. I don't know. I'm from Florida. Grew up in North Carolina, just somewhere by the water. So anywhere that's like that doesn't feel landlocked is usually a good bet. But USAA, it's not in every state.
Correct. What do you do for USAA?
I'm a licensed insurance agent in all 50 states, but I'm a third party. Unfortunately, that's why it's like, well, I had the opportunity when I was with my fiance a few months ago to take that job, and I might just reach back out to her and say, "Hey, what's going on? You still got that job?"
There are 30 million people in Texas, and there are 26 million people in Australia. Yeah.
I think it would be fun just to like take a flight as my name's Sydney and just do like a demo flat Earth video about the experience or something. Figure it out.
The 15-hour flight from LA to Sydney?
Nope. They have to go from above Hawaii either way. They have to go from Australia in Sydney. There's no other way to do it. On the flat Earth map, it makes perfect sense why they have to add 3 hours to the flight by stopping in like if they're going from Sydney to Houston, they have to add about 3 hours, and they have to do that by quotation mark. Well, they don't tell you why, but they have to stop in Mexico City to get to Houston just to add that time when they don't have to. And it would actually be the same correct time for the straight line to go either to Houston or Mexico City. So they just have to add that and make a stop. It's kind of crazy. But
yeah, there's definitely hours missing.
Yeah.
Like
you're right. I think it's intentional.
Yeah, of course. It's definitely missing.
Subtle. It's subtle, but it's intentional.
And every time I leave a flight, literally since like even last year, like the last one I took, I literally say every single time. I make sure people go ahead of me. I take my time. I just like, no, after you. So I'm the last one off intentionally, and I make sure I say, thank you guys for everything to the pilots in the room. And I'm like, thank you and enjoy the flat earth. And they always say, thanks, you too. Or like something positive, always. They've never, ever once had a negative anything. How funny.
It's awesome.
I mean, if you don't say it, they're not going to, if you don't say it, then what's the point of knowing this stuff, you know?
Yeah. They better.
I think I need insurance. You know anybody?
Need what?
I'm kidding. I wish I was funny.
I didn't hear what you said. It probably was funny.
He wants insurance.
About insurance. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I could talk about insurance literally all day. It's such a weird thing that I am good at. I don't know. I did not think that I would.
You give out space junk insurance?
Nope.
Oh.
But I mean, I can cover for like hail and fire and theft and vandalism. And
Osho is here.
They don't give like meteor insurance or anything like that?
What is a meteor?
Like good questions.
An act of God.
Right? I know I always retract to like I have so many like my artist brain just kind of like I have so many memes in my mind at this time. But yeah, no, they don't. Not to my knowledge, but they'll just call it like oversized hail maybe for now. But it might. I don't know. No. But I was the first in my class to pass, and that was great. So then I used my time to tutor others to, after their first fail, to actually keep their job and pass on the second time. I like teaching. I like helping. But
just put it under hail. Okay, hail.
Well, you have to be like, the test is like, the exam is kind of ridiculous. Like, not many people pay for that. So, yeah. It's awesome. But it took me, I had to have an investigator, but they dig up everything on your past, like every single thing. I had an investigator from just California that actually made me on unpaid leave for like a month back in December, just because it was like they missed one document, one out of like 5 cases from Fairfield, Ohio from like 2010, right? My very first, thing. It was crazy, but I got it. I did not lose that job, and I was not about to let the bureaucracy tell me that I had to. So,
on you.
You have a parking ticket; they will know.
CYA.
They know who we all are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cover your ass.
Yep. Yeah.
Anyway, the reason why I was asking you what you did at USAA was because I'm looking to open a business account. So.
Oh, nice.
I just don't know who to talk to.
Yeah. So you're gonna call the phone path. Are you already a member?
No, but that's what I want my business to be through is USAA.
That's okay, cool. Yeah, so we're using the bank product. That would make sense. Yeah, just go you on the phone path. It's a really wonky phone path. You're just gonna probably just do the new member. There's a path.
Right. No, I got basic questions before I actually want to get in and do it. You know what I mean? I want to kind of have
my dad served, and I know, and without like losing my job over this, I can probably talk about a little bit. But
no. I mean that would be a conversation for a different room. I was just asking for that reason. That was the reason why I was asking. You said USAA, was like bing.
I have such a lonely, hermit existence, like without, girlfriends, that it's fine. It's cool.
Anyway, no, it's cool that you do that. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, in 2023, nobody socializes anymore. Everybody has their phones.
Well, they should, because the phones are like destroying brain cells, man. But I know, especially we need them. It's the bane of my existence.
We're all hermits. Look what they've done to us.
A happy hermit is still happy, so I'm like a walking T-shirt, just like full of one-liners. Just so you guys know, now that I feel a little bit like more free to speak, a little bit, it's weird.
I think that's cool that you do that with the pilot when you walk on flights.
Oh, you have to, because they all laugh and acknowledge. Because
They
they
know.
always either say something positive and like, or even shake my hand. Like the last one shook my hand coming out of Dallas, actually. So yeah.
Can you do the I've run out of bubble gum one liner? Like
I'm here to
I have
kick ass
come
and chew bubble gum.
and chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of bubble gum. Can you do that?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You never heard that one before?
You don't know that one? Oh, wow.
No, say it slowly again. What is it?
I have come to chew bubble gum, to kick ass and chew bubble gum.
Is that from a
And,
movie?
Yeah,
It
it's
is.
from They Live. Yeah.
They Live with Roddy Piper.
Yeah.
What is it called? Oh, They Live. Duh. I just watched that like last year, and I'm like, that is so accurate. Because honestly, like they're doing the whole psyop alien thing about things in backyards, but it's like that's from the CIA. My uncle works for them. I know this. It's like it's so obvious. It's insane. It's like, dude, get your head out of your ass and understand the TLAs are doing their TLA thing every day. It's called 3-letter agencies. Like they're just doing that thing, making our perception is what it is. It's like no. Once you see it, it's like you cannot unsee that. So I would never. And people at my job were talking about it so much that I left my USAA Slack channel yesterday at work. Like, because I was so mad. It's like, do not bring politics into this conversation. This is for work messaging only. Like, you got no. I got so heated, man. I'm not cute when I'm angry. It's like, nope, not putting up with that. Don't believe it.
No politics, no religion.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So it's like leave it to me, the one that can seem almost abrasive at times. I'm sorry, I can be like that. I know I can be perceived as abrasive and blunt in things, especially over like texting in the voice chat. But I do not mean it that way. It's just like my nature. Yeah. But I ain't got time for the backyard alien nonsense talk, man. Anyway.
It is speculation Sunday. What time is it?
For every one of those stories, I have literally saved on my computer. I have like at least 500 examples of how that's all lies. So
it's the progressive woke talk. You know,
well, it's a distraction tactic, but yeah, essentially.
But Sydney, you understand the play on words, though, right? Like going, if you're any kind of a spiritual person, alien is something that's foreign to you. Extraterrestrial is something that's not of this terrain.
Sure.
So
I think there's more likelihood of extraterrestrial, as like the Kobayashi map, for example, as opposed to extraterrestrial, because what is space and how do we know that exists? And it probably doesn't. Not the way that they tell us. So
space is length, width, and depth.
Huh?
Space is length, width, and depth. That's a good nerd joke.
I just do that
or
definition.
They could just, show us a video of like underneath water with all the bubbles showing, and that's space to them. I don't know, but
outer space. That's awesome. This is a good conversation. This is a good conversation. I'm excited.
Oh yeah.
You know what else looks like space? You know what else looks like space? Deep under the water.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
The exact same motion without having to slow motion anything. Yeah.
Yeah, and they even train in water.
That's the only thing that they do to train, actually.
Yeah.
They have that
Space
little carnival, carnival ride with no dust, that looks like a little Ferris wheel going and spinning you around like a donut. But the G something or other. But I think that's the only one that they do that's not in water, I think. So.
Octopus, right? The octopus looks like Cthulhu. Aliens.
Oh my God, Cthulhu! You went there.
Hey, did y'all ever see that news segment where they talk about how the astronauts have to train with snorkels now because their buddy almost drowned?
It's like, okay, well, they've been doing it for 70 years. Man, no, I cannot do that.
The G in the water.
You haven't seen that, Sydney? I'll send it to you.
No. I tried really hard not to pay attention to NASA because I know it's all horse manure, and I cannot tolerate it. It's almost like when there's somebody that's a germaphobe or like afraid of the number 4, they just will not tolerate it anywhere in their life, or shaking hands or something. It's like, I welcome all contact, like a hug or shaking hands, but I will not tolerate horse manure from NASA.
The smell of poop. Yeah, the smell of poop is not tolerable. Of course, it's like move far away from it.
Hey Sydney, I'm gonna tag you in the live stream.
Is that a good thing?
It's coming up right now.
Is that a good thing?
Oh yeah, no, it's the NASA news. Good Morning America saying.
Oh my god!
Yeah, when they do spacewalks,
double evil for me.
When they do spacewalks, they have to wear snorkels now when they do their spacewalks.
Oh, that's hilarious! You're joking. No, people actually don't buy that, do they?
No, that's exactly what it said in the news segment.
It's like, too many people are catching on. Let's make a coordinated effort to disseminate by saying they all have to do that. That's crazy.
That's what it said.
Like I said earlier, there's nothing that is meant to be complicated to understand in the realm that we have been given by divine, or whatever you want to say, created it. But there's nothing that's supposed to be this complicated.
Yeah, but hey, is this the word snorkel? Yes, that is the word snorkel. Is this the words you have to wear? Yes, those words are actually there. In space. Yes. This is actually for real, for real. I think
but don't worry, you're so small and insignificant, and without creation and design and perfection, without that spark, you're none of those things. So just stay small and live on this globe, and that's really all it is. So
yeah, I will never look at the beach the same way ever again. Like,
I love the beach.
Yeah.
Hey Sydney, I put another video in the chat for you to save. You'll like this video too.
Can you just please remind me what voice and name you are that just spoke? I'm really bad at looking at the phone.
Sheepdog. Do you want me to send it to you in a DM or?
Yeah, I just am terrible with recognizing without the faces and the names. It's like, I don't know if it's like a ADHD or dumbass nonsense or whatever. I have a hard time with
I'm guessing you don't have your phone in front of you.
I do, but I just don't want to multitask like that.
In the Discord settings, there's something called overlay, so you can see. So you can see a little pop-up will show up. Whoever's talking, their picture will show up. Yeah,
that's great. That would be super helpful. I'm gonna do that on my PC. I'm gonna pull it open on my PC, and I'll see all this.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for nurturing me and my newness. Appreciate it.
You'll have to accept these DMs if you want to see it.
I just want to know that I have friends now. It's so nice. I'm dead serious, though. It's pretty sad. But I mean, whatever. Better late than never, right?
It's true.
Better late than never. And honestly, like, for real, it's about time. I think that, honestly, this was one of those divine intervention things. That's just my belief. I don't care if, nobody's felt that, or if anybody can't relate to that feeling, but it's it is the capital K knowing, as opposed to a feeling or just like a gut influence. It's bigger than that. And this chat kind of found me, and I don't think it's a psyop from the feds. I hope not, but I don't feel it is. But yeah, I feel like I have more friends in here than I did with my fiance or any of that potential that could have been, because I feel like it was more energy that I had that I didn't have to give. Or that I didn't deserve to give, because I'm just fine the way I am, and that should be recognized, So.
Yeah. No.
It was exhausting, to be honest.
It's nice to have a group effort going.
Well, it's like unspoken things are already understood and respected in this group, So we don't have to, giggle, what do you call it, pussyfoot around the bush about a lot of things, So.
Right.
To me, this place is like a campfire that people just come sit around and be like, hey.
Yeah.
It's warm fire.
I feel so bad for a lot of the people that come in, but there were like 2 today that were super receptive. I feel like, so that was cool. Oh, and I have a question randomly. Who is the person that they call what was the name? Who's AI?
AI Arden?
AI Overlord.
What? Overlord. Oh, is Is that literally somebody here?
He's not here, but he's often here.
Oh, okay, cool. Just making sure.
He's a moderator here. Yep.
Cool. Yeah, just so I can be completely 100% candid, my goal here has always been to, one, have friends I didn't know I had, or needed, but to be a mod, and also just to devote, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday of every week to helping out and boosting and whatever else I can do for this channel. So.
Yeah, just hang out and kind of like get the feel for how all the different mods or all the different people, speakers, how we work, how everyone's.
What you were saying earlier, or Elijah, I think it was Elijah that was talking. I can't quite honestly remember, but it was like, I don't know, 6 hours ago. Talking about internal drama and pulling people out of this channel, but I don't want any other channels besides this one. But I can totally understand what was said earlier, and I'm like, wait, with just dumb stuff. But I appreciate being here, so that's just what I wanted to make clear.
Yeah.
Your spirit sounds up. I'm sorry, your spirit sounds up. As long as you quit apologizing to us, you'll be great. You'll be fine.
You sound like a nice person. I wonder why you don't have any friends.
Just now?
It's just Bill.
Oh. Yeah, I need to work on that, but duly noted, sir. Thank you.
Forget about it.
It's nice people
Forget about it.
I'm learning. I'm like, putting my hand palms together with like my fingers, doing the spirit finger things and just being like, I'm learning how to have friends again, like riding a bike. So.
It's not that I don't have friends. It's just I like to work alone.
I do too. Yeah, it's a good thing.
Friends are hard work.
Right.
No, friends are just like impossible. Like, okay, they're like 5%. It's very hard to find a true friend, especially as a female, man. You have no idea.
Yeah, I will say this. In this server also, it's taught me how to be a better listener for other people out in the world. So I get to be a better friend out there.
Yeah.
It's made me less interested in listening to most people too.
Well, when it's okay, there needs to be a term for like not the person talking, but the brainwashing talking. There needs to be a term for that because that's exactly what I don't, like. But of course,
it's a mind virus. It's a mind virus. It's
because the mind virus can be any psyop to me. That's how I interpret it. So
there's a word for that. Who knows a lot of words here? There's a word for that.
Sonny. Sonny knows a lot of words.
Dissonance. Yeah.
Sorry.
Dimbo, what's tomorrow looking like?
Sunny.
Yeah, Bong's over there too. You can't ignore Bong. You can ask Bong what tomorrow looks like.
Sydney is sunny. Timbo is in the south. It might not be sunny down there. It might be winter down there. It might be.
Yeah, I'm north of Bong, and it's a bit gloomy and a bit rainy. I'm north of Bong.
Gloomy and rainy.
Yo, we got a chick going to talk to some astronauts tomorrow.
I am Painbot. All I know is pain. Sheepdog, that's hilarious. I just saw that.
What's that? Oh.
You're talking to astronauts tomorrow, what's it?
Yeah, we got
oh my god. Talking to Ralph on the Big White Spoon? Yes, talking to Ralph on the Big White Spoon, yes.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, what's it?
It was talking to Ralph on the Big White Spoon, the toilet bowl. It's, it's an archaic, according to Wikipedia, it's an archaic, lingo, colloquialism, so.
All right. Chill for a second. Witzel was trying to say something.
That was funny. That was hilarious.
I have moments. Thank you.
Yeah, so
One more time,
we have this chick going to talk.
Your elbow is waiting, I promise.
Oh my god, I give up.
No, dude.
Oh my god, dude.
Are you going to make him swear in the Bible?
No. She's wearing a microscopic camera, and she's going to go ask him some questions specific to what he's claimed to have done. So it's probably going to be pretty dope. I was just throwing it out there.
Well, that's dope. Yeah.
I feel like that picture that Sheepdog posted is like what Shatner did on the CNN thing, where he like went up into space.
Is it going to be in a Masonic temple? Because that would be
only if he does the hand gestures, and that's a really really easy thing to find. So really easy to find. That's all I'm saying. So funny. And that's okay. I'm a Star Trek like freak fan, and like, but Picard always trumped. Okay, Shatner. Okay, always. Just Stewart trumped Shatner always. And yeah.
Earl Grey.
They both are. You know what they are. But either way,
gay.
Lame. But yeah.
If anyone has any ideas for questions to ask the astronauts to try to like slip them up online.
Yes.
Let me know, because like we have a lot of people going out to NASA in the next few weeks.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Oh yeah.
Where should I put the questions?
I mean, you can just DM me, I guess.
Who is that speaking?
What's it?
Can you comment about, was it the modern day debate? Were you doing that yesterday or something?
Yeah.
Did you ever bring up
I'm just horrible at navigating.
Their mods are completely biased?
Say again?
Like, you never brought up to them about their mods being like assholes, completely biased against flat Earth. And I mean, in the Discord server, like it's the same guys that are mods in the YouTube channel, but I've never like been back in since I got banned. But they says I'm not like back at all. I never done shit. I just
I don't go to the Discord. Yeah, bro. If you want to debate, do it on camera in front of a few thousand people, or shut up.
I'll do it on. I'll show myself in camera. I'm so sorry. I have no idea what's going on, but I'm just posting my question in the live in the voice chat.
Like in the YouTube, they say, "I'll keep the debate going. Come discuss the flat Earth in the Discord server," and you go there and they just mute people. Like, oh, you can't mention that. You're not allowed to say this. You can't say that. That's propaganda.
Yeah, the Discord's gay, but like when it's on YouTube in front of it's gonna be viewed.
They've got no choice.
Like they have more manners.
Because they've got to.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm getting that type of sun ray where it goes through the clouds, like it's columns.
But this is the thing, just to clarify, this is what we're doing. So I started Audit NASA, right? And the whole idea is being like hella discreet to trap NASA, right? So it's like specific rules are that we don't talk about flat Earth because we want them to think we're like NASA fans, and then we're asking them like loaded technical questions on the record.
That's perfect for me then.
Let me ask you something. Are you jeopardizing it by talking about it?
No, because we have front companies, so that there's no way to track it back. We have like everything's encrypted, like 7 layers. And then we have clearance levels. Like there's no way that they can track me back.
Of course, it's compromised for mentioning it here, but that's okay. My uncle works for the...
I mean, like the only thing, if I give you specifics of where the person is and when they're going and stuff, which I won't do that, obviously. But
yeah.
Either way, there's lots of Freemasons everywhere. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, NASA gets an email, all the employees, careful, there's going to be some bullshit.
Literally, my former client was, cyber, whatever the hell, pretending to work for something else, like Broadcom, but he works for the FBI. Like, I know a lot about a lot, just randomly, and then my uncle and I have to talk in cipher, because, he was DHS and his whatever other government agencies. So I really don't have I don't care. I can decode
a lot about a lot.
So like to actually get into Audit NASA, you have to sign an NDA and submit identity verification. I'm not letting anyone in that doesn't. Just because I got flooded with maybe 300 flat earther, trolls.
Cool.
That's fine.
Be careful, yeah. No, I'm sure you're good. If you want to be part of Audit NASA, you can go to auditnasa.com, bang, fill out the application. What I'm saying, so anyway, if you guys want to send me questions, like to give you an idea of some of the questions, it's like we're going to ask them about simulations, like how their simulations are so realistic you can't tell the difference between really going to space and the simulation, and like just getting them to go into depth about that, right? Because that's them basically admitting like they wouldn't even know if they really went to space or not.
Well, that's ridiculous. I mean, unless there's some sort of like, chip that's like way advanced that honestly can like attach to like, the vril nerve or something in your spinal cord. I don't really see how that's possible to not feel the physical effect of anything like that. But
they have centrifugal machines, right, that you get in.
Who says that though?
Well, that's what NASA says, but I'm just saying, if you look at the interviews with the astronauts.
Well, most of them are liars doing the Freemasonry hand gestures, so that's all I have to say about that. So
yeah, of course they're liars. A lot of them are claiming to go to space.
Yeah, and then they admit it to like an 8-year-old child, and before they die, and then that's about all we have. So,
like, look, if you've ever seen this right here, this is a supposed NASA astronaut, and it's like she doesn't really know that it's all fake. It seems because she's
well, then that's fine, and I still feel bad for her, and I will pray for her. But that's all I have to say about it. I mean, sorry.
No, what I'm saying is, so in this interview, she's like, yeah, I wouldn't even know if we really went to space or not because the simulations are so good. And
I think I have seen that, actually.
Oh my god, you need to wait until he's done.
Sorry.
It's annoying me.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, but yeah, you get the idea. Like, so it's like, she said the only difference is that the real one doesn't have any mess ups. Mm-hmm. So anyway, I think they may be MK Ultra is what I'm saying. I think a lot of the astronauts may like just be, they have no idea. I mean, I know some of them are obviously lying, right? They flips on the ISS. You have to lie.
No way, right? Yeah, you're right.
I want to trap them. That's all I'm saying. If there's an astronaut that doesn't know, we may get them to say too much. And
that's a very good point. I will give you that, and that's a valid fight. And I think that I would like to be a part of it. I'm sorry for judging earlier. That was not normal. So
yeah, just gotta let them talk.
Yeah, no, I was accustomed to.
You don't need to comment every single time.
Yeah,
I mean, just chill.
No, you're right. You're right, and it's something I need to work on. So I'm going to mute myself. I'll talk to you guys soon. But thank you. I'll check out the website.
Yep. Take care.
Later.
Someone said my mic.
She feels better.
Yeah, your mic is a little bit like funky sometimes with it, but I mean it's fine right now.
Yeah, I can hear you good. Anyway, can you recap what you were saying? Like, can you give us a little bit of insight or on that?
Yeah. Like I just can't give any specifics. So
right.
Like latitude and longitude lines. Can you give us those? I'm kidding.
No, but I mean,
I wish I was funny. Funny.
You said you can't act like a flat earther. You can't say flat earther cues.
Nope. Like not even in the Telegram group or anything. Like it's not for flat Earth because that's gonna hurt the mission. You go into NASA and you're like, doesn't pressure need containment? Like that's not gonna help us trap them.
Right. You got to use science.
You just got to put your pride aside and be tactical. They use.
Wait, I thought you said they were the victims. Are you trying to trap the victims? Richard, I just don't want you to end up in the federal penitentiary and then come on here asking us for fucking bail money.
I'm gonna come on Discord from the pen. You go to the pen, there's no bail money.
I wish I was. Hey, you know what I'm trying to say.
It'd be like
just going to jail, guys. We're gonna be doing a 24-hour marathon.
They're gonna put him on.
I've been in jail many times.
They're gonna put him on the next trip to freaking Mars.
Sorry.
How about the Challenger mission of it in the 80s? That's a good one to talk about, actually. If we're gonna talk about NASA.
Yeah, we buried that in the Level With Me film.
In the what?
The Level With Me film.
I actually emailed the guy that they claimed was dead or whatever, and I got a response back within like 3 days. That was kind of cool.
Yeah. Have you seen the movie?
No, I have not. What's it called?
Level With Me.
That's funny.
Do a shameless plug. What's it? It's appropriate.
I'm plugging it. I'm about to drop the link.
Blue Jumper already has it up.
Nice.
Blue Jumper's a real one.
Yeah, because like when we went to NASA, we snuck in microphones, and cameras and stuff like that, and we found out it's really not even that serious, bro. Like they don't care. They're all like triple boosted and think space is real. You know what I mean? Like you just walk in there, bro. Just be chill.
Automatically submissive a little bit.
I bet you they have a lot of sudden deaths.
You know, I just had a family friend that died like that in a sudden death. It was real bad. On vacation with his family in Ohio. Died in the vacation pool, like in the backyard of the house they were renting. Just died in the water. Very sad. He was vaccinated, but that's very sad.
Yeah, well, I'm really sad to hear that, but this isn't the channel to be speaking about these things.
I understand, but you know he's the one that brought it up.
Actually, hang on a minute, Pet. Hang on, you need to understand. This is broadcast live to YouTube when you're in here, so at all times we really shouldn't be talking on medical information or anything to do with the past 3 years.
Okay.
It's nothing personal. It's just how the things are. We don't talk certain words. We don't mention it. We don't put it in text. That's just the way it is.
I will do that as long as nobody else says die suddenly. That's what I was thinking. It was okay. So I apologize.
Well, the point of it is that I'm trying to advise you that it's not about what people are what's happening to people in your personal life or in society. If you want to talk about these things, you're free to talk about them elsewhere. But
I will.
This isn't the forum.
I understand, Spake. I'm just saying. He said died suddenly. That implies one thing to me. So I apologize. I will not do it again.
Okay. Thanks very much. Okay.
Yep.
Something else that, like when I talked to the astronaut, I was like, so do you guys have to test your suits in a vacuum on Earth? She's like, yeah, of course. And I'm like, okay, well, the only video I've ever seen of someone doing that, their tongue started boiling. So, like, I can't find any videos of this. Did you test it? She's like, oh, no, I didn't have to. I didn't actually get out of the spaceship. I'm like, oh, that's convenient.
Ask him if he has a space sextant. If you could see a space sextant. That would be awesome.
That seems a little direct.
What's the baseline? Like, what baseline does he use?
You're in space, bro. There's no baseline. Come on.
Well, he never loses track of the horizon, right? If he's using the sextant, he has a horizon. So what's the horizon that he uses in outer space?
You need to ask how they use the toilet.
I asked the girl, this is when I was getting her autograph or whatever. I was like, do you see stars in space? And she's like, yeah, of course. They look the same as they do on the Earth. I'm like, what? But I was like real undercover because Justin came up behind me and like showed her a picture of her in the pool and was like, I bet you didn't know the public was going to find out you do all your spacewalks in a pool, huh? And then she like nervously laughed and said, well, we trained there. Yeah. Imagine if all the flat earthers did that.
Yeah.
So like we need to do something, right? Instead of just
like 100 people just showed up.
Well, just like, you know, one person at a time, and they're all asking it. Eventually they're going to get exposed.
Yeah.
That's what I think. I think we let NASA off by just sharing videos. Like Justin just went to a city council meeting, called out the ISS, and it got over 10 million views. NASA released an official response saying, oh, the footage on the ISS isn't faked, it's just transmission issues. That's one person giving a 3-minute speech. So imagine if all the flat earthers did that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I agree.
It's like that's what woke up my wife, right? She saw the fake footage of NASA and she was like, wait a minute. Flat earther in 2 weeks, you know?
Why did you even take that debate with the modern day debate? That guy was fucking crazy.
I didn't know who it was going to be.
Yeah, that was really bad.
I have selective dyslexia, probably.
I don't know if I'm less dyslexic or what.
D is for dyslexia. Correct. Yes.
Are you superstitious? I'm just a little stitious. What do you think?
I am not. That was funny. I like wordplay. Words are the best. Logos. Words are the best, man. Well, real men speak. They don't say words. How about that?
Oh wow! Say that again.
Real men speak. They don't say words. Probably my favorite passage in the entire book thing.
Your sentence is silver, but silence is gold.
Yeah.
I like that one.
Mm-hmm. Understood.
Yeah, I use that a lot with some of these globers.
Mm-hmm. That's like too much a lot of the time for them, I'm sure. But that's a good one.
Nah, they probably don't even understand what it means.
Honestly, like the last friend that I lost over this argument of the globe versus flat earth was, again, he just called me racist and left the room, like in a huff and a scuff. So.
Oh, that's awesome. That's so precious.
No. He's very talented. I hope he's okay.
I feel like we've come full circle. We've talked about a lot tonight. Now it's time to wind down. No, it's still Sunday somewhere, right?
No, it's still Sunday in the East Coast.
Sunday here. 10:30.
I got 3.5.
Is anybody going to address the elephant in the room?
Roll Tide. Roll Alabama.
That's not what I meant.
Is it me? Is it me? What is it?
No, it's Kosho.
Who's that?
The
Globe
Earther.
Oh.
I may be an anti-flat earther.
Usually, if they get that Globe Earth tag, they've shown a pretty staunch stance on the globe.
Well, it's a foundational thing. Like if you're building a house that you design, you want it to have the most strong foundational roots of all time. You know, that way you can thrive with your family. So that's what the globe is to a lot of these people psychologically, and even internally, that's what it is. It is like a religion, but they don't see it that way. But if anything else is unacceptable in the visual of the mind, there, my opinion.
Is White Knight new? I don't see a thing on White Knight.
You know, the problem with the globe is that whenever they decided that it was a globe, that was step one. Assume it's a globe. And then everything came after that.
And that's when that whole method got reversed. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, nobody decided to check to see if it was a globe, you know, empirically. They just assume it is. Step one, assume it's a globe.
Well, they had to do that with the media too. But yeah, exactly. That's a very good point. Yeah.
Let's just imagine for a second that it's a ball. That's always my favorite one. Let's just imagine.
Oh, fun.
Ooh.
What the hell?
Did Jimsy leave? Everybody left.
Well, I would say, Sydney, your question, Sydney, won't be super relevant to folks that work at NASA that have claimed.
What is going on with that was a weird chat thing. I thought people were talking.
I was just going to let you know that your question won't. I mean, think about it. You're asking people who have claimed to go to outer space. So
right, the one I just posted.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't be a good idea to ask them that question. You gotta be kind of discreet with what you ask.
So what am I doing here then? If I have to be discreet.
Well, I think they're asking these people at NASA directly. So
and that's fine. I'd rather ask in person then.
I got you. I'm
a much better deliverable asset in person than I've done that for like pretending to be liberal and stuff and other things. So I can do it.
Yeah.
I mean, really get an answer. It's fine. But like that was the weirdest interruption of the voice thing on the channel that I've ever experienced since I've joined this channel. So that was a little.
Someone yawning. Someone yawned. That was it.
All I heard was a button press, like a tape recorder or something weird, and it just was dumb. And I'm like, okay, hello,
Oh, we do live stream this on YouTube.
I know that, and that's fine.
I don't think anybody.
Well, it'll tell you who spoke. Their name will pop up.
What, right now? Right now?
No, I was
all I'm saying is I'm very confused right now, but I understand. I guess I'll just not ask that question then.
No. I was just saying. Think about it. Think about what he was asking.
Nobody's saying it's a bad question. It's just the thing is they're trying to be like spies,
I'd rather act that in person than I guess type a question here. I thought that was talking to the group. I'm sorry, the question's being asked.
Oh yeah, it's Witsit was going to be using these questions to ask people that work at NASA.
I would much rather ask in person, so I won't supply any questions then. No worries.
Well, he gave an example like about the simulations that they run. Where they supposedly go to outer space, like how would they know the difference between a simulation and reality?
Mm-hmm.
That's one, or if you see stars in space, just kind of like play along with them and kind of ask those kind of questions that would trap them. If that makes sense.
I'm much more effective in person, so I understand what you're saying. No, my bad.
No, you know what Justin asked? Justin was like,
he's asking for
so I've seen he's like I've seen on the ISS they have harnesses and wires.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering, do they do that to keep the astronauts like in frame because it's kind of hard when they're floating around to try to trap her into saying that there were harnesses? You know what I mean?
Oh, that's a good question.
That is a good one. How about the hairspray? I mean, that's enough for me, but.
You gotta ask them if they do their makeup, like right before they go live.
I mean, it's more like the 3D overlay that is whatever they're seeing on their screen, and it's just not what we see. But anything that they put out is so clowning. It's like I'd rather ask it if I have a question provided. I can ask it in person and be super effective. But yeah,
But you realize they're not admitting that, and you're assuming that. You got to realize that they're not admitting that, and you're assuming that. So you're going to have to prove that to them,
and that's totally.
And they're
fine.
just going to roll their eyes at you.
Mm-hmm. I'm down with that.
What Witsit is trying to do is trying to not get them to roll their eyes. He's kind of playing dumb and laying them into a baited trap where they admit something without even admitting it.
Right, I get that. I've done it. The whole acting role thing is very, very effective. Yes. So
yeah, like I literally wore a NASA hat and a NASA shirt. And
oh my gosh!
Yeah,
that's awesome.
I love that. Thank you.
You need to take a picture of that, dude.
I do.
It's in the movie. Well, I guess
it's in the movie.
Yeah.
Now I have to. I've been waiting to watch it with the chick because, like, I met somebody online who's a flat earther, and so I'm like I know, right? So I'm trying to like get time with her, and I was going to sit down and watch the movie with her as like a kind of a surprise thing. But
challenge.
I need to watch it. Because it looks good.
I was gonna watch it today, but then I got busy and I didn't do it. But
Got all my favorite people in there too. We need Eddie Bravo, man. I want Eddie Bravo to come in here while you're in here with it. And yeah, the real Eddie Bravo.
Yeah, he's just busy, man. He's just hella busy.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
He's got some awesome podcast stuff, though. I watched his podcast. Look into it. It's a good podcast.
Yeah.
Witsit, this is kind of a question out of the left field, but do you know anybody who speaks about flat Earth and speaks in Spanish, like
Iru
on YouTube?
Iru Mandushi.
But like he does all his stuff in Spanish.
Isn't Iru from Brazil? I think he speaks Portuguese.
Yeah, only Portuguese. I only know Portuguese.
Just have known him for 4 years and do a show with him every week. I'm
Habla tres años, pero no es más buena.
Okay.
What's up, Timbo?
Hey, what's happening? Oh,
yeah.
Obviously, you know better then.
Yeah, I'm trying to find somebody that speaks Spanish.
I'm about to drop you the channel, bro.
Yeah. Jamesy.
There you go.
That's Jamesy. He'll translate it for you.
Not something all the time or always.
You guys know Sam Tripoli just came out as a flat earther, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, he's been a realmer. He's been a realmer for a while, hasn't he? I used to love it at Tinfoil Hat Show.
Yeah, but Hibbler pressed him, bro. Sean was like pressing him so hard that he just finally said it.
Because he didn't say much on that that last one they did with what's the frogs are gay? What's that guy?
Jones.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he said
he didn't say much on that interview, did he? When Dave was on there.
I think Hibbler said he's he basically agreed that he would try to have me on there and debate someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson
On Tinfoil Hat.
Yeah.
That'd be good to see.
I've never watched the tinfoil hat thing. Never, but I know a lot of people associated with it, but I've never actually watched it.
It's a funny show.
That's perfect. That's perfect with it.
Yeah, it'd be hilarious. Yeah, but I mean, he's not going to sit down and debate me, bro. Live.
Totally. Oh, yeah. But I'm terrible. I'm like audibly fluent in Spanglish. It sucks, but I mean, it comes back to you, you know.
Has anyone spoken to Watsol and know why they're muted? Or no? Have you guys spoken to them?
Watsol? Why are you muted?
You're asking someone that's muted why he's muted.
Why is Sasha muted?
That's Sasha muted too, is he? What happened there? What, server mute?
Deafen? Are we talking deafen or mute?
Sasha's been server muted.
Yes. I don't know why I'm celebrating, but it seemed like the right thing to do.
You'll have to work that out with whoever muted him.
Like, does Sasha? Like, we're surprised that Sasha got muted. How long have I been away from this place, man? What's changed?
You gonna do any more debates in the near future, Whitson, or are you pretty much done with those? It's too easy for you now, mate.
Yeah, I did one last night.
Did you?
Yeah.
Where on what?
Modern day debate.
Oh, okay. Oh, is that what you guys were talking about before?
Yeah, it was terrible.
Yeah, it was a shit show.
What? The other guy didn't know what he was talking about, or
literally didn't know anything. He was like, how do you stand on this flat disc?
How do you stand on a flat surface?
Yep, I credit Zebulon. My best friend's name is Zebulon von Vianen, and he said he was going to be joining this chat about an hour ago. And he is the best. He's Indonesian and Dutch, and my best friend. He's actually what woke me up in part, and I was part of what woke him up in part. And yeah, man, I trust him with my life and my cat when I'm leaving, and he's pet sitting and whatever. He's just the best. So I hope that he comes.
When he gets here, just tell him to jump in VC check-in, and we'll go.
His middle name is Jolly. So his middle name is Jolly, so it's Zebulon Jolly Van Vianen. How awesome, right?
Sounds like an astronaut.
He takes care of your cat?
That's what he thinks. And he takes care of my cat, yeah.
Nice guy.
That's a hell of a testimony.
He makes fun of my shit, but I wouldn't trust any. I don't ever give anybody my key except for him and my dad. So yeah.
Key for the cat.
For my cat Guppy.
His name is Guppy?
Her name is Guppy, like the fish. Yeah.
Yeah. That's cool.
She's a silent cat, so like she can't talk or meow or hiss or anything or make sound, but she's not deaf.
Is she a black cat?
She is.
You communicate with her through blinks.
She's an
Sorry, this conversation could go in a really wrong direction.
She's oh gosh, that would be like some other. Yeah, that would be hilarious actually. But, my brain first goes to like certain things from like the 60s. But that's really funny.
And we're bonding.
And we are. I feel like I have friends now. So great. What a great audience. What a great audience. You know, always. That was a South Park reference, by the way. What a great.
I'm going to unmute What's All and see what they're all about. Anyone disagree?
Mm-mm.
Nope. I second that. All those in favor say aye.
Keep my finger on the mute button. Just in case.
Aye.
Nay.
What's All 468? Are you
Just
there?
back on the bike ride.
Knee. We're the nice to say knee.
What's All 468? Are you there?
What's all? You can unmute your mic, buddy. Would you like to talk? What's all? That's a tongue twister right there.
Perdón.
What's All? Are you there? If not, I'll have to put you back on mute because I don't know who muted you. All
right, what's all?
Speak or forever hold your peace.
Yeah.
I left before I could mute him back up. Smart guy.
You gotta be quicker than that.
So what's going on since I've been gone? The 6.3.
Oh, you know, got some curvature proof, all of that.
Yeah, so much curvature proof.
Someone came in, proved the globe, and so we're just thinking about how we're going to shut the server down.
Yeah, so much overwhelming proof that I can't name any of it. You know how it goes.
No, where's the curvature proof at? Is it in the voice or the text chat?
Not sure, Maximus. Did you bring any?
No, I don't think he did. I just checked him in. He's flat aware.
Okay.
Flat aware. Oh, that's good.
No, I'm just being very sarcastic, man.
I like the dryness.
I gotta get some more food stores.
That upside down sense of humor.
I get it. Well, food stores are important, even if you are upside down.
Mm-hmm.
Even more so. I would think being upside down you would expend more calories. I would think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you got to push the blood back down.
That's kind of weird.
That's so funny. I can think of a toilet joke to go with that. Get it? I'm not gonna do it.
Wouldn't your feet look? Because of
Here comes the fart joke.
Because of evolution, wouldn't your feet grow differently
on your head?
What do
Why
I
else
mean?
would the water spin backwards? You know.
If you lived in Australia,
Your
feet would be flatter and wider or something.
Oh, they are, but that's because we don't wear shoes in the summer.
So they can grip onto the bottom of the ball, as they're antipodal. You know what I'm saying, right?
All right, I guess we're all caught up, right?
I think so.
Okay, Timbo, you've got claws to dig into the earth to walk, right?
I call them talons.
Talons.
Like a raptor bird.
Earth grasping talons.
I love that word. Talon's a great word.
For the antipodal. The spinning antipodal. Can you imagine what that would be like? They talk about forces nonchalantly, but think about the forces involved. Are you spinning around in a ball?
Yeah.
On the bottom of one, for God's sake. And so I'm here in California. I'm spinning, wobbling some like 40 degrees off like the horizontal or something. I don't know. That would be kind of weird. Like I know I would feel that. Spin me on an axis 40 degrees from horizontal. Spin me around, see if I don't notice it.
Well, spin me as far as it goes to where I don't feel the sun ray on my face and the warmth that emits.
Yeah, and it only comes from 0, the horizontal.
I think I worked out with Dude one night that I'm 130 degrees antipodal to you guys, Sonny.
Wild.
130 degrees.
So that's
Yeah.
90 degrees. So that's kind of weird. So going on to 180, which would be directly below us, that's 130 degrees. So 50 degrees off, directly down.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That was, I'm not sure whether I got it right. That was off 60 miles per 1 degree. I think it's 69, but
that was close enough.
But I just did 60. So.
Yo, you guys want to see something crazy?
Yep.
It's all convention.
I just found that video. Founded Earth Brothers, they covered the Nova documentary where it shows lightning coming out of the firmament.
Yeah, what are they called? Sprites. Sprites?
Yeah, sprites, brother. Yeah. Check out the sprites. What's going on, dude?
The upward
ones. Have you ever noticed that trees and veins and lightning all look the same?
All of them.
Not till you mentioned it. Not till you mentioned it.
You see one time I posted that wood art where they put an electrical current through timber and make tables out of it. It looks like a river, like a river catchment area with valleys and stuff like that. And then it gets to the end, it starts looking like tree branches and.
Yeah, exactly. The rivers look like it too. Yes, Timbo being upside down doesn't make your
safety moment. Safety moment.
It's because there's more
this
blood.
This is not
going
scientific
to the brain.
advice. Safety moment, guys. Safety moment. This is not scientific advice, but do not remove or do not take apart your microwave.
Yeah, don't do that.
What do you guys think about instead of calling it flat Earth, call it like ancient cosmology?
No.
I like to call it geocentric.
I heard somebody. I heard somebody say it on Witset's stream the other day. I thought it was a pretty good idea.
I think True Earther is a good one.
Yeah, that was another one that they said. True Earther.
I like how flat Earth is super.
The problem with flat Earth is that it's a meme. That's the problem.
Weaponized.
I don't care.
It's been weaponized.
It can be used because of that. It can be used as a weapon. We can use it to draw people in. We'd use it to draw people in.
This is hilarious.
We use it to draw people into that they think is idiocy, and then they find out that they're the dumbest one of hundreds of people that are listening at the same time.
You gotta love that, don't you? They come in going, "You flat earthers are stupid." Okay, what do you know about the globe?
Yeah.
Oh, not much.
They leave scratching their heads.
Well, that last dude was scratching his head because we told him we're all ex-globers. He could hardly believe his ears.
Who was that? What was his name?
I don't know. He was on about like satellites and he couldn't get off it. And then
that guy that
saying about
elevation in 4 hours
about elevation angles, and he didn't even know way. So he's talking about I can give you the source code to the programs. The source code, the programming. I could give you that source code. So that has nothing to do. He didn't know what elevation angle was. He couldn't get the concept that he provided some weird kind of cartoon diagram of someone standing at different angles on a globe.
What's kind of funny? He didn't even seem to have a
relationship to the triangles we use in celestial navigation. He was trying to tie that together and kept on just reifying it every time. begging the question and circular reasoning back and over and over and over and over.
He kind of didn't even seem to really have a point relating to the surface with that, though. Because every time we got there, he's like, "Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I don't know much about that. I don't want to argue that. I just want to say that I can triangulate the position of a satellite." It's
exactly.
Like, okay.
I had to stop listening to him because there was so many like silent pauses for like minutes.
Oh,
I was like, "What's he doing?"
That's not normal. Like I was expecting it for like a quarter of that time, and
well, pretty relaxed for a globe proponent.
I don't know. It might have been pumping the morphine in or something. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe even that.
The actual conversation went for like 3 hours, but it could have been over within 15 minutes with the amount of words said.
No,
It was. We did the horizon right away, and he was like, "Yeah, that's fine." He didn't even put up a fight against it. Didn't even try to argue. Just said, "Yeah, no, I don't know much about that. Yeah, okay, sure."
Hey, Timbo, were you in here?
Triangulating satellites, though.
Yeah, he's like la 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 la. Skip through the graveyard and then go right to satellites.
Yeah.
Timbo, were you in here when after, like during the orbit conversation, and then shortly after that?
Which one was that? Sorry.
When he was talking about satellites orbiting.
I was in and out.
And then shortly after that.
Patches of it.
Yeah, I was looking for you earlier, dog. It's good to see you. That's
No,
waving
I
a
heard
hand
you
at
say
you, buddy.
I heard you say what's tomorrow going to be like, but I was cooking, so.
Yeah, it's been cool in here today. This is a good little. Yeah, there's some clips in here for the eager.
Yeah. No, I was on, this morning, my morning. Actually, I was on all night, but I had it next to me while I was sleeping, so kind of caught it.
Sometimes I've heard you like, for me, early in the morning having arguments with Glovers. It was a trip.
Man, Sonny, man. Love you, Sonny. I wish you and yours the best, man.
Oh,
you see that video from
I'm so
Neil deGrasse Tyson?
I'm so ancient, man, that like there's almost nobody left. Like,
can't be that old, bro.
Okay. I'm going to continue on. The whole thing is, no matter what happens, backstabbing between family members and things like that, I'm just going to show them all. Did
I open Pandora's box?
By surviving it all, I'm going to I'm going to keep alive.
Yes.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson, bro. He said low Earth orbit is 60 miles up. Can't go past that. That's what he said, not me.
Yeah,
What's 60 miles in feet? What's that?
About
60 miles.
300.
1 degree? What?
300,000 feet.
300,000. Okay. So what's the highest we've gone up with a balloon? 140,000?
Yeah, 120. But that's not to
that
say
Go Fast rocket hit something at like 71 miles.
Did he also say you can't see any curve from up there either?
That's about.
He said that too.
That's about what they're saying. That's about what the original photos out of the cockpit, of the square windows of the X1 and the XR70, whatever those SR71, those aircraft flying way up there, completely flat. They said they were at about 300 and some odd thousand feet in the first pictures from NASA from those aircraft that they could barely keep together because they leaked so much when they got to the ground. Like in order to have a fit,
like a sieve.
Yeah, they said they were just draining out all the fluids because.
So speculation Sunday, you heard it here first. The sky is flat, ladies and gentlemen. It sure is.
I don't know how flat it is because
I don't know if the sky's flat.
The Arizona
it's speculation Sunday. The sky's flat.
Well, it's probably mostly flat.
I gotta get more.
The Arizona thing, it was 71 miles up. The Russian
clouds look flat.
Operation where they're shooting nukes at it, they were shooting them at like 60 miles. That hits shit. I don't know. It's like an 11-mile difference, bro.
I don't know about those,
Arizona.
You got to think about how they get those heights. How do you think they get those heights? Like record the heights. Where do you think that comes from?
Some kind of altimeter machine.
Yeah, and how does that work?
Some
Does
kind
that work
of
with the air?
Got like some mercury in it.
some kind of
Pressure.
elevation angle.
Convention. It's a convention.
Yeah. So it works with air pressure. So how do we know that up at that height that the air pressure is at what they think it is? So we don't know what that height is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you'd have to figure out the speed and the time. You'd have to do it based on time and speed.
You have to
So how do
work
you get
in
the
the
speed?
convention.
How do you get the speed on a rocket?
Yeah. How do you get? Because speed's only
GPS.
relative to ground. Because if you're looking at airspeed, then you've got to think
Yeah,
about
yeah,
air
yeah.
currents as well.
They got to have a GPS deal on there, GPS speedometer.
And all that's doing is
Yeah,
taking flat information and wrapping it around. Also, so what? It's the same location. It's so funny. People ask, how does it work? It works just like it did when they had all ground stations and all the communications. Still, no matter what they're floating up there, which I really think they are, there's evidence of them having balloons 2 football field sized.
Don't be so conservative in your estimation.
It could be, yeah. Who knows, man? Like,
I mean, it's Sunday, baby.
Okay, so look, my last speculation before we go to the store, is that they have multiple things and that they've actually floated them right up against the barrier. That there's a bunch of junk floating up there against the barrier that they have an idea what's going on, but they hit the barrier. They must have.
What's floating? What's floating up there?
Balloons going all the way up. Who knows what kind of gases they've experimented with to go up, see if they could go up higher, do it's different materials. They've been doing this for 70 years.
So is it like calm up there? Because I thought it was like high wind speed up near the dome.
Doesn't matter. Well,
near the what?
Who knows?
Dome?
It's just speculation.
The firmament, dog.
I didn't say a dome.
How do you know that the firmament
Yeah, I'm teasing. I have tongue in cheek.
That was me.
Oh.
Sorry, Timbo. I stepped on you.
No, you're all right, man. Yeah, I just wanted to have a discussion about knowing that what the firmament is.
Yeah, you're just like flat earthers, globers, they all can get some.
I'll tell you what it's not. I'll tell you what it's not. It's not gravity. Ha, ha, ha.
I love this channel.
Are we talking? I don't want to talk about I don't know worldviews that deep.
Oh, Timbo, I love you.
Let's talk about beef.
Thanks, Flatsy.
Let's talk about beef.
Right
I'm cooking a medicinal coconut oil, a specialty medicinal kind of thing, and I'm going to watch the story because I need more beef. I need a bit. Let's talk about beef. I'm only kidding.
Veal, baby, veal, fish, right? Lamb. Oh man,
beef liver.
Someone's back.
I need some beef liver, yeah, and some
Pinky Bandinsky.
Brown, some good old like ground beef, like cooking that up by itself with just the patty and just some barbecue sauce. That's it. No bread. I have more room for more protein if I don't eat the bread, so that works out well. Anyway, so I digress. But cows grazing, the fields like that, they have to be level. Cows aren't
not necessarily. Not necessarily.
They graze on hills, I guess. Different varieties graze on hills.
Not here in Australia. We got some on hills and
But
I got some in the lower terrace.
Yeah.
These American cows are lazy, though. They're fat and lazy. They just
Pinky.
You can tell it's a hill because it looks so flat. Pinky, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get Pinky to open his mic. Pinky Bandinsky, are you there? Did you bring any globe? Did you bring any globe proof with you?
Oh,
Hey, Pinky.
well, I don't think I really should talk. I got muted last time, to be honest.
Oh, you're all right,
I
man.
just like listening to you guys.
This is a new conversation, so we can start wherever you want, really.
These are a different group of guys, so
leave personalities out of it, though. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
It's Speculation Sunday. We can speculate that Star Trek is real.
This is a different shift at the moment. So go ahead, Pinky.
Nah, I don't know. I'm not really all that interested in it. To be honest.
Are you English and Kiwi?
No.
No,
I was watching
Australian and American.
I was watching Zoolander.
Wow.
I was watching Zoolander.
Blue Steel.
And what I saw was all these news anchor people that I grew up watching on CNN, on the news, were on Zoolander, right? Reading the script. It sounded legit ass, man. And I was like, huh, I saw it on TV. Right. Yeah. Which one? The real one? The real one?
Do you believe you live on a spinning space ball, Pinky?
Yep.
You do? So in order for you to believe that you live in a spinning space ball, you'd need some convincing proof just for yourself, not for anyone else, but just for yourself. So would you want to share that with us? Or?
Yeah, I mean, there's lots and lots of stuff that all comes together. That's
just one's fine. Talk about one at a time if you want.
I don't think I should really spend all that much time trying to convince you. I think I just want a more of a relaxed. If you guys have any questions specifically for a global person,
let me say something. Let me say something real quick. Pinky, you know how many Globers come in here and tell us? There's so much. I mean, and it all comes together. There's so much evidence. It's been done so many times. And then we ask for just one example, and they always do the same thing that you just did. Nobody can ever just supply us with one thing, but there's so much. So why can't we just get one thing? Okay, that's all I wanted to say. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can. In fact, over the past couple hours, in fact, pretty much over most of the day, actually, at this point, because I have been talking about this. So I don't know. At this point, I don't really feel like having that conversation. I probably will.
Well, no one can force you. So,
but if you guys have any specific questions for that I could possibly help you with, obviously. I mean, not that.
How do I got a specific question. I got a specific question.
We like to talk amongst ourselves about how the stuff from NASA is faked. So you may as well just chime in, because we're about to talk about it.
I know a lot about space, or not that much, but a certain amount about space travel and stuff. So I could possibly help.
How can you know a significant amount about somewhere where you've never been and don't have any experiments to prove that these things that you believe in are real?
Well, I guess from my point of view, there's lots of evidence that it's real, and I don't know anything about. Yeah, I mean,
and what is that?
I don't know. Like, for instance, I've never been to Saturn, but we can figure out what's in its atmosphere.
That's the evidence.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
The evidence you're talking about is what we're about to talk about too. It's the photos. It's the the video.
So it's lore, and it's like knowing a lot about Star Trek.
No,
I thought he was going to say something like, "I know a lot of. I don't know a lot about Saturn, but I heard the weather's nice over there." Like, that's what it sounded like he was going to say.
Hey, I'm still waiting to go fishing.
I got my hand up
on the moons of Venus. Europa. See.
Well, I mean,
Timbo, I got my hand up.
I don't know what conversation he was having prior to this one, but it sounds like whoever it was probably didn't have any evidence for the Earth being a globe, other than if he did, and he would have provided it, and the person would have been like, "Oh, okay, that's evidence right there." So obviously he didn't have evidence, and neither does he have now. So he doesn't want to get into the non-evidence. of the case.
The only real evidence of such things, right, is observable evidence. Your mind naturally says, "Oh man, there's got to be so many like videos and footage, right, of a rocket leaving the Earth, and we see the ball." There are none. There are
The
zero.
question is faith evidence? And further to that,
So there's no evidence.
Is faith evidence? And further to that, how can I get more faith in the ball?
I feel like we're never going to know because Pinky's never chiming in. We're just talking amongst ourselves. So we probably would just go to the next guy and we'll talk about it other than Pinky. So
Yeah,
Pinky would have to then come in now.
Someone else. Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's like I'm just a little bit tired at this point. I don't really want to.
Tired of what? Yeah, but that's the issue though. Like we don't know what you're tired of. It's like you're just telling us you're tired. Tired of what? Tired of being right? Tired of being wrong? Like what? We don't know.
Provide
like,
at least
tell us something.
At least provide one evidence, like at least the strongest that you feel is the strongest evidence. At least do that, like photos or video. What is it?
I'm a roast. Base me.
Because it has to be photos or videos, right? Like your brain doesn't naturally freaking start looking up at stars and try to do all this stupid math that these so-called astrophysicists.
Yeah, but I think we're just kind of like elaborating, Bong. I think we should just let Pinky. I mean, the floor is yours. Tell us what's going on.
Yep.
How about instead of giving you specific evidence, which I could. I mean, I think there's a Wikipedia page, empirical evidence for spherical shape of Earth. You've probably all gone through all of that and stuff. I guess for me, I could.
You can't get away with that shit.
You're using words wrong. Okay, it's not empirical evidence. Did you hear QE explain what empirical means earlier?
That's just the title of the article. I don't know.
What does empirical mean? What does the word empirical mean?
For me, it just seems like overall, if you look at, I mean, I guess it's more of just.
What is the definition of the word? I'm not asking you for your opinion. I'm asking you for the definition of the word empirical.
I guess it's basically if.
No, it's not. I guess.
People in the world.
Just look it up,
man. Listen. I'm not giving
Google
you a specific argument. I'm just saying if you actually want to know why there's so many globe earthers out there, it's because if there's so many people.
We know why. Why.
It's basically if all these independent people, scientists, governments.
It's not independent people. No, that's false.
They've all come with this conclusion, and there's lots of different ways apparently of them proving it. And
but you're making false statements.
Satellite images.
You're assuming that you're making false statements.
People have gone to the South Pole. People have gone to the North Pole. All this, like basically, all
people have gone to the South Pole.
Wait.
So the claim is.
Wait. Before you guys attack each thing I say, can I just finish my the reason?
We just got to go through the claim. The claim is
go through them one by one.
The claim is that, hang on. The claim is that there's a ball rotating in the vacuum of space. So first of all, everyone says, "Oh, they discovered this 2,000 years ago." How did they do that? Because don't worry about satellites, because you need a ball for a satellite.
Indoctrination. That's how they did it.
Well, I mean, I haven't looked it up, so I'm like a standard, globe believer, so I don't really know the exact details. But I think if I remember correctly, wasn't there something like maybe finding the radius of Earth using a solar eclipse somehow? From
yeah, see what you're doing right now is what all of them do. This is what every glober does. Not one of them knows how this knowledge was derived because it's not actually really knowledge. It's not an actual conclusion that was drawn. It's a pre-conclusion that was worked backwards from.
Right, but so just if I could really quickly, before we go down each and everything, to finish what I was talking about in terms of looking at the whole picture, it just seems to me that it's far if all the people in the majority have agreed on this one thing, and different people, like different countries that can even compete against each other,
Pinky,
and there's all relevance. Wait, listen.
Spare us the motive speech. No, Pinky, spare us the motive speech, dude. Spare us the motive. spare us the motive speech, dude. Well, if everybody was in on it, dude, let's just skip that and go straight to the evidence. That's what we want to talk about. We don't want to talk about why psychopaths do what they do, bro. Like, let's just drop that whole why would they do that shit.
No, but
we're
this
not
is
gonna
also
talk about that. Let's just, bro, let's get into the evidence.
okay.
It's
This is. But you've asked for
It's that
evidence,
simple,
and this
bro.
is the one I want to talk about.
But
because
Pinky,
That's
it's not
evidence.
evidence.
It's not motive, brother.
Wait, listen.
It's not the motive of what. Listen,
Pink. Yeah.
Sure.
Flat Earthers, please. Whoever's jumping in here besides me, please. So what we're doing right now is ascertaining the information for what evidence there is for the claim of the Earth being a globe. We don't care to hear about the motive of why psychopaths do what they do. We don't care at all. Period. Zero. We don't want to hear it. I don't care if maybe somebody that you know, a friend of yours, has the information. We just care of the evidence. That's all we care, Pinky. So the next words that you should be talking about are the ones that are going to be pointing us to the evidence that you have. That's all. So let's just start there.
Right.
Nice
Okay.
and calm.
We can do that, but
no, we will do that. We will do that. No more diatribes. No more diatribes. No more soliloquies.
This is
Bring
what
evidence.
okay, listen. See, this is why I didn't want to talk about it. This is the evidence I want to bring to this, right?
I can help you real quick. It's not evidence, right? It's a geometric claim, and you're making a social argument. That's the problem, right? So start making a geometric claim.
Yes,
argument.
I know. It's not concrete, but this is still, in fact, evidence. If you don't know this, so just listen to this, right? There's so many, like all these things that you're doing, which is like, if I bring up a certain thing, you'll say, "Oh, well."
Now, you're talking about me now. You're talking about us.
No.
That's not a geometric argument.
I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm just saying flat Earth is what they'll do.
Okay.
There's a certain amount of study that you guys.
A group of people, that's not a geometric argument.
My God.
There's a certain amount of study into all this stuff.
Are you seriously doing this, Pinky? Are you divining people's thoughts now, divining their thoughts? Well, if I was to give you the evidence, it's just like you wouldn't hear it. Just tell us the goddamn evidence, bro. Stop playing footsies with us under the table, bro. Just tell us the goddamn evidence, and so we can get on with it.
Okay,
You're waffling, bro.
No, all right. Listen, let's say this. So I think I'll just talk some other time because this is what I want to talk about. But this is, so I think I'll just probably leave it.
Relax. Okay, you have no evidence to talk about. You want to talk about other things instead. Okay, noted.
No, I'm talking about especially since the way you're reacting. I can tell this is something you haven't considered.
You're making a social argument.
We just want you to join the conversation.
What's his evidence? Did you say it yet?
You're jumping through freaking hoops just to tell us evidence, bro. Like, it's motive, then it's divining people's thoughts. Now it's like, well, my feelings are hurt now, so I think I'm about to excuse myself. Dude, is this what you're talking about with evidence? Like, why don't you just get down to it? Just get right down to the evidence, tell us what it is, and we'll talk about it. And don't get all like your feelings are hurt now.
All right. Listen,
stage left, bro.
What I want to talk about is a statistical argument and also an argument from
the fuck?
That's not geometry, dude.
We're talking about the freaking shape of the Earth. Like the man said, geometry. Why can't we start there? It is a geometric shape, is it not?
Because this argument that I'm talking about
is it a geometric shape?
Yes, it is, but this is one of the more important ones, which I feel like a lot of you guys don't seem to grasp.
What's statistical argument, bro? What's your statistics? What is it?
No, what the fuck?
Okay.
What? No, fuck some statistics, dude. We need some geometry. No. Fuck some geometry. Fuck some statistics, dude. We need some geometry right fucking now. Now, fuck the statistics. I don't give a fuck about who said what. Bring some fucking geometry right now. Where's that shit? Because that's what we're concerned about. Fuck statistics. I don't give a fuck how many people thought about what, who, where, when, why. Give us some goddamn geometry right fucking now. Like, that's what we need right now. That's all we need. Geometry. Geometry. Sphere, radius, diameter, circumference. Let's have it. Go ahead. Whenever you're ready, present geometry.
I'm sorry, I don't want to talk about that.
Thank you.
Pinky, I gotta be honest. I think it's weird that you're scared of like geometric claims.
It's the sphere. We're talking about a
I'm definitely not scared of it. I just...
Well, then just tell us.
I just think something else is more important. I mean, I'd rather talk about something else.
Something else is more important than the geometry of the Earth that we're standing on. Is something else more important? That is the actual claim that we're talking about. We're getting down to the claim of geometry. And you're telling me there's other things that are important to provide evidence instead of geometry? Drop over distance? What could it be?
Well, listen, if you guys ever want to talk about that, I'm happy to do it. I don't know.
What?
I'm not going to get bullied into talking about something.
No, we don't care. We don't care how Group A likes ice cream and Group B says that they don't like flat Earth. I don't give a shit about that. I give a care about like what people are saying about the geometry of Earth. In that, the people who think the Earth is a globe, they think it has a radius, diameter, and circumference. So how do we know that's the truth, Pinky? Because that's the only thing that we're concerned about, not about stupid statistics. No one cares about that except for you and every other globe earther who wants to talk about every other derivative topic under the sun except for geometry. Right?
Yeah, because this would answer the whole question. This would be the first question that you need to answer, right?
Yo, Winston Gets It. What's up, bro? I share your videos all the time, bro.
Thank you.
It's kind of too much for him most of the time.
Appreciate the shout out, my good sir. But we're getting to the bottom of why Pinky's not giving us that geometric shape.
Yeah, let's focus here. Focus.
Pinky's chilling. He's trolling. He either knows or.
I don't give a fuck. Let's not divine his thoughts. Let him answer the question, guys. Whoever's answering right, let Pinky stand up on his own 10 toes and tell us. Go ahead, Pinky. That was your cue.
Look, if your statistics have to do with measurement, uncertainty, or precision, yeah, then it would be valid. But
no, this is just in general, like smart.
Hold on.
How to see further in certain situations, which I think is going to be far more useful than going through different things.
Fuck me, dude.
The statistics
anyway,
are based
I'll do it.
No, the statistics are based upon what? A Gaussian probability or Lorentzian p-values, like what?
Bayesian. Anyway, I'll see you guys.
A Bayesian inference.
What is the likeliness the government will lie?
Hold on, man. Fucker derailers, dude. Based upon what data set?
Just there's no single data set. It's just all the different evidence you see in life, and
so no data anecdotes.
No, just. I mean, I could explain it, but I feel like
no, you don't actually have anything to explain because I just asked you what data set and you don't have any data.
All right, so I joined this server trying to explain stuff.
Yeah, so now you're going to talk about us.
Now I try to explain it.
No,
you don't let me explain it, and then now you want to ask me questions about it.
So can you derive Bayesian inferences without data? From which to draw
I'm going to come back when there's a less.
Yeah. When you actually have evidence.
Oh, not only do I have evidence, I'm very.
So where's the data? So where's the data?
No, I'm talking.
Wait, let me. Can I hold his hand?
Yeah, bye.
Yeah.
I'll come back when there's flat earthers that. I'll come back when there's flat earthers that let me just waffle like I want to, and then I'll go ahead and just waffle because that's what I want to do. Ain't that right, Pinky? Because other flat earthers let you waffle and do shit so that you can just be here waxing everybody like you're intelligent when you're saying absolutely nothing.
He gone.
Good job.
Pseudo.
He gone.
He said it himself, though. He said he's just a normal globe earther, and it displays what a normal globe earther is. It's somebody who doesn't know anything about the globe. And we're over here knowing two models, asking for evidence, and they can't give it. This is, I guess, there's nothing new under the sun.
What model?
Who's this talking? Who's talking right now, man?
Solid. Nameless.
Oh. Bro, these fucking guys, man. They keep coming in here and they give us absolutely nothing. It's annoying. And then they say they got some other kind of evidence, and it's like, we're not trying to hear what other. Just give us some geometry. That's exactly the only thing that we need. Go straight for it. Why do you want to talk about everything else?
And he spoke with arrogance, too.
Good point. Ah, man, I don't want to say the wrong name. I always forget the name. I know you as the other guy. His name is Mayhem. Good point, Mayhem. Everywhere you go.
Well, I'm just trying to bring these guys to like actually say something that's of any significance to flat Earth or globe Earth discussion. But it seems like they want to talk about every derivative topic. It's annoying sometimes.
What do you think, Miggy? Is faith evidence in a heliocentric worldview?
I'm sorry, did you say faith?
Yes. Is faith evidence in a heliocentric worldview? I know it sounds like a double speak question.
Well, that's the only thing that you would need for following this idiotic idea that the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, you would
He's
have
trying to find. Dude was trying to find a motive without a confirmed crime, and that doesn't make any sense. It's a waste of time.
It's crazy. It's like they have a little script in front of them. They're like, okay, avoid the evidence, quickly make as many claims as possible that beg the question, jump back to questioning the motive. Okay, ad hom. Okay, let's repeat. It's like, holy shit.
It is highly suspect if you're not wanting to discuss like the primary thing that would actually answer the whole question.
You can't find it high, you can't find it low. Just where is the curvature of this globe? Bam!
Slack. Wow. That just happened. We live.
Yeah, but newsflash is going to keep happening every day.
Happen again.
2 or 3 times a day.
He was just trying to chill, and nobody would let him chill. They're like, no. Give us something. We know.
Hey, the chill server is that way.
Right.
This place here is to bring some evidence for the Earth being a globe.
Word. Always vigilant. We're gonna show up to fight, and the winning and the losing is gonna take care of itself. Can I get an amen? Hallelujah.
Amen.
Couldn't we just like do some like line segment measurements and show that it starts curving? Like what? Like wouldn't that just prove Earth's a globe pretty easy?
The geometry's broken.
Yeah, at least throw some fake NASA shots or something.
Well, no, I mean like you couldn't you just do line segments like like how we build things.
Hey, they could measure drop over distance in a second, but they lost that technology.
Happy Sunday, people.
Sorry for the one-liners, guys. Sorry.
I'm gonna address the elephant in the room. Roll, Alabama.
Okay.
Roll God.
I'm from Tennessee, bro. Chill.
I was actually for a second. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm from Tennessee. That's blasphemous.
Well, man, boo boo, sticky head and doo doo.
War Eagle.
That's blasphemy. Ew.
But don't you guys think it's interesting, right? Like you would just go out and you would make line segment measurements and you would connect them and they would begin to deviate from each other if the Earth was a ball. But we don't. That's not what happens. We just connect them horizontally the whole way. Because I was thinking, like, if a baller said, how would you suggest that we physically measure the curve? Like, that would be my answer. Like, controlled, direct physical measurement in line segments.
You think you could stretch out that line?
What do you mean?
You think you can measure? I don't know, man. You can't measure the horizon. For all practical purposes, it is infinite.
But like, how would any of you guys enter? Like, say a baller said, "Well, like, okay, how would I physically measure the curve of the Earth?" Like, what would you?
How we have tested for it.
Make a 25,000-foot measuring tape.
Don't try to measure. That would be impossible. Rather realize the truth. There is no curve.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But like, if you're saying, can you guys show me? Like, when people say, what would falsify flat Earth? I'm like, real physical, empirical measurement of curvature. You know. Yeah, you just don't ever want to fall in the trap of what they do, right? Because what ball earthers do is they just like they keep it unfalsifiable. Like if you ask a baller, like, "Hey, can you name something that'll falsify the globe?" Like they can't really answer you. Like they just have to keep the globe unfalsifiable, you know.
You don't have a spaceship.
Be a lot cooler if I did.
Hell yeah.
Too bad for you, entropy. And that's all I got to say.
Call it like you see it, Flatsy. When are you going to sing?
It's the live stream. I've got a YouTube channel. You can go hear me anytime.
Shameless plug, Flatsy. Let's see it in the let's see it in the chat. I'm a subscriber. Let's see.
It's like if you think you live on a globe, right? Like when you thought you lived on a globe, it's almost like that's the metaphysical world. You know, the imagination world. You know, everybody's hallucinating the same reality.
Yeah, well, that's where their evidence is, too, in their imagination.
Anybody got any good questions to trip up the astronauts?
Space sextant is the only thing that comes to mind. For some reason that is hilarious. They'll never lose sight of the horizon, right? They need the horizon to use a sextant.
Do we know? Do we know who the astronauts on SpaceX are?
It's a concession. They never lose track of the horizon. The navigators. Ask them.
How high before we start seeing before the horizon starts dropping down into the ball that it is, you know, and start seeing that curvature?
Yeah, you could ask that question very tactically. You don't want to make it obvious that you're questioning it. You just want to say, like, how high do you have to get before you start to see the curve of the Earth, like you're a fan?
Yeah.
That's actually a good point, though. Like, if you asked all of them that, but at the same time, we don't want to make it too flat Earth centered because we want, for PR reasons, right, like public relations, we want to keep it separate. Yeah.
Okay, let's reword that. Let's see. How would a fan say it?
Here's. Hold on. Let me formulate this question. I've got one. I think. Hold on. Go ahead, Bone.
No, I'm thinking.
How do they account for? They have to account for orbital mechanics, I guess, when they lift off. How do they do that again from wherever they take off from?
Wait, I missed it. What is it?
Huh?
I missed it. Sorry.
Okay, you know how they have to account for the radius of Earth for orbital mechanics. Like, how do they account for that when they land and take off back to Earth? Like, what do they use to account for whatever at that point?
Sounds it sounds confrontational.
I know, but like, if you're telling them that you're interested in orbital mechanics, and you know that that's how they use the radius of the Earth for orbital mechanics to take off from Earth, they have to use the same thing to take off from wherever they. I don't know if it's the moon or Mars or whatever. If they're coming back to Earth.
He said, "We're just passengers on a flight. I don't give a damn about any of that."
I just figured that's something that they would have to account for, but I guess they're like the engineers do that.
Yeah, that's what you'll get. And you want to be really careful because you don't want to let them out, because one of the ways is like you go to get their autograph. So you have like 30 seconds. You might can slip in a couple questions. Yeah.
Well, this is a tough one. It's hard to come up with good questions.
Ask them the questions regarding safety procedures from the ISS, because they would all have to know exactly what to do given certain scenarios. I guarantee you'll trip them up.
That's interesting. Or like the whole what would you do if there was a hole in the ship? What are you supposed to do?
Yep. Or fires, or you know what I mean, loss of pressure. Because
that's a good.
They would have to. They would have to all be familiar with it if it was real. Well,
because just so everyone understands, the idea is you want the astronauts officially on record answering questions that they would have to know if they really went to space, and then giving contradictory answers. Because like that's why how do the stars look in space, right? I mean, if 5 astronauts give 5 different answers and they supposedly all went to space, that doesn't make sense, right? That's what you want, is them on the record contradicting themselves. That's good enough. That's a win,
Yeah, 100%.
I feel like the biggest issue is that normal people that would probably introduce themselves to those guys, they probably wouldn't ask them anything. They'd just be like, "Oh my god, I'm so happy to see you."
But I'm just saying from experience, when I went to that astronaut, she wasn't suspicious at all, because I just I bought a NASA patch or something, and I gave it to her to autograph, and I bought her picture, or they gave it to you for free, or I can't remember. It was like $8 or something. Anyway, yeah, well, Sean actually got her to sign the shirt, but a NASA shirt, but I have it. But anyway, if you're just hey, I had a question I was wondering about. They don't think twice about it. They're just signing their whatever, and they just answer your question. And especially if you're wearing NASA gear, right? They don't think anything about that. And you just casually ask the question while they're signing. When I asked the astronaut the question, she's her Sharpie stopped. She stopped mid signature, bro. It was suspect, right? And then she looked up at me, and everything changed. Her whole vibe changed.
Yeah, you broke her. You broke her flow, her concentration.
Yeah, I think a good way to approach it is to have a funnel question, but you can have the same question, just ask it in different ways, and then the questions that come after, right, are the ones that are going to get them. But I mean, you can ask the same question in different ways.
You might want to get a bunch of people at once with it, if possible, because if you do it once or twice and then try to go back a couple weeks later, they might catch on and have, ready answers that they spread around to everyone, ready to go for tough questions, So you might want to be able to hit them all at once with 6 people in line, just nonchalantly asking good questions, on the same day.
Well, this is what I think. I think that if you wait a while to release what you get, then you'll avoid that. I don't think that the astronaut goes back home and they call their handler and they're like, dude, they're asking this question now, because they don't think there's a they. So there's no noticeable camera or microphone.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that NASA inevitably will react. They'll start putting safeguards up, but yeah, I think you should just compile as much as you can before that. But I will just say we have let's say we have plans of action that specifically are tailored to avoid that. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not going to be able to do that because they can't find out where it's coming from. Like, there's no way.
You should ask if there's ever been an astronaut who almost drowned in the spacesuit.
Yeah, I mean,
or like how they repair spacesuits or something like that. I don't know.
I think a really good one is like, okay, any astronaut that claims to have gone on a spacewalk, asking them about how they tested their spacesuit in a vacuum, right? Because they're gonna have to turn and look at you and lie about their experience. They're gonna have to bold-faced lie about how they went and got in a vacuum. So, I mean, I guess it's possible that you can go in a vacuum, but I don't think they do.
No, they're going to give you the B crew. They're going to give you the Flat Earth 24/7 B crew, and they're going to be like, "We're still training."
Maybe. I mean, the astronaut I talked to was like old, you know, and I've been to space a while back, and really they give you like famous kind of retired astronauts usually that sit there and do meet and greets and stuff like that. Which is funny, but like, so when I asked, she was like, I didn't have to do it because I never went out into space. I never did a spacewalk. I'm like, oh, that's convenient. So,
of course, outer spacewalk? Of course he hasn't.
Yeah, well, yeah, her. Like, so like, you can fake footage and claim someone's in a vacuum. They can just go get in a box and you're like, I promise the pressure went down. Trust me. You know, like, that doesn't mean anything to me. Like,
Hey, I got a question for her. Is the old her astronaut?
That's who I talked to.
Well, I wish you would have asked her. Did her hair get into everything? Like everything? Because her hair will get into everything.
That is actually a good point. I should have asked about that maybe. Because they'll have no idea. If I'm like, I was wondering, like, what's it like in space with your hair? Like, because that's a question a fan would ask.
Yeah, because your wife's hair, my wife's hair, like it breaks off, and I find it all over the bathroom. So it's got to be there in the ISS as well.
Bro, that is such a good point that you like. I should have asked that because I had to ask questions that were like real safe. You know what I'm saying? I had to be like a NASA fanboy, bro. Like, I had to be like, oh yeah, it makes sense. You know what I'm saying? I had to be like, I was really soft and timid and like really like I was just making sure she couldn't tell because Justin was coming behind me with like the haymaker, basically. You know, like he just straight up told her like, we know you faked these in a pool. So yeah, I was like, really, dude, it was so hard.
Did it even land? Did it land?
She just like laughed it off. I mean, yeah, she just like looked up and like nervously laughed.
Be a lot cooler, right?
They have to change the altitude of the ISS every so often, right? Like it lowers over time, so I think they have to like reboost it up. How does the ISS tracker always stay the same when they do that? Kind of weird. I never thought of that.
I know that people that are regular in here would be really good in audit NASA because they like pick everything apart. You know, they're like, wait, what is going on? And they like deep dive. And that's what we need is like, I think this is actually the number one way to change everything. Like, this is the actual way to glitch the matrix. Like, sure, we're far beyond ironing out the arguments. We've the most veteran ballers just say nuh-uh, right? Like, they're just going to say gravity gradient for the second law of thermodynamics question. They're just going to say refraction for all the geometric concepts.
I feel like this it's like a never-ending circuit that like the same answers will be given on either side, like you said, refraction, gravity, there's been proved that it's like a thing that we just go on a waltzer around and around, and it's better if some people can come up with arguments about their own personal definition of what they believe and be able to be given a voice. There's away from just trying to explain the truth of it all, but to give your own experience about what you've gathered from it, and have that be observed, not just the arguments against each other.
Yeah, it's just like we already won the argument. Like we know, like dude, mirror flashes debunk the globe, bro.
Doesn't infrared kill refraction?
Yeah, that's my newest argument. Yeah, I think we're like.
Can I bring up that?
No.
Oh, sorry, Austin.
No measurement. Real quick. Yeah, no measurement of R kills quote unquote refraction.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to the I just wanted to go back to the audit, the questions and stuff. I mean, it doesn't necessarily need to be questions either. It could just be like a statement, like say somebody like ex-military or something has something in common with an astronaut, and they just make a statement that that gets the astronaut to reveal something.
Yeah, absolutely, because the whole point is you just want them making claims on record. That's it.
On that point, I spoke to an ex-naval officer in Britain. I'm a British person, and I spent time in prison, and I spent time with an ex-Navy, someone who worked with the Navy, and he worked on a battleship, and he said that I mentioned Flat Earth to him, because I'd already known about it for like 2 years before, and I mentioned, have you heard about Flat Earth? And he said, yeah. He said, yeah. I said, what do you know about it and what do you think about it? He said, well, the way the missiles work on naval ships, they do not account for the curvature of the Earth, and that's what he said from his own experience. By the way, the way that they coordinate the coordinates to where to fire the missile and how they work is not based on any kind of curvature.
Well, of course, why would they be accounting for something that nobody ever measured?
Because the Coriolis effect? Yeah, well, because it doesn't exist.
Yep.
Because I'm a flat earther.
Great thing about you're not at the mercy of a man with an argument, but experience can be overrated, usually by old men, because it's the only way to train an idiot.
I constantly think that everybody is a globalist and that there's no flat earthers. Is there flat earthers out in this lobby?
Everyone in here is a flat earther, dude.
Oh, thank God for that.
What the fuck?
But yeah, like, do you guys agree, bro? Like, okay, look, dude. Anyone in this Discord with any experience could go on national television, debate Brian Cox or Neil deGrasse Tyson or Lawrence Krauss, anybody about flat Earth.
I mean, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson is the epitome of a shill of a frontman like Bill Nye. Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson should be shamed and named as shills for science, basically.
Yeah, brother.
They are been committed in the name of science, and I hope that's not one of them. What is?
Boy, you got to tar and feather them.
All right, real fast. I just want to explain real fast. So my point is that everyone in here can dunk all over them live national television. Okay, like, so we're beyond the point of the argument. The point now is get it out there. So now we have to become tactical and think of how to get it out there. Right. That's clearly the next step. We've already debunked the globe.
Well, I've been thinking lately. I mean, I think it would be kind of hard to pull off, but it would be really smart if flat earthers like collectively started infiltrating organizations secretly.
Yeah, like who was that guy who claimed himself to be Mark? Like, the 200 flat earth. He went into the court, didn't he? And he had his own channel for a while, the YouTuber. But he went into the courts where you can discuss your case, and he called himself Mark. What's his name? The famous flat earther.
It's kind of in line with the whole difference thing.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know about infiltrating. That's what Scientology did, if I'm not mistaken.
That's when you end up. That's when you end up at the bottom of the ocean.
So, like, in my opinion, there's two options here, right? Like, either we can sit here and when people just like seep through the censorship, they come on Discord and you get to flat smack a normie for a few minutes and then their whole life changes or they run away. Or you get such an influx of people you can't even keep up with them because millions of people have now been shown what's going on. Right.
Well, what has happened when, like 5-6 years ago, the influx of YouTube, where it basically opened up the conspiracy, the people who were interested in conspiracies, it opened itself up to us. It went from Illuminati, dark conspiracy, secret societies, to belief in aliens, alien dictatorship over the New World Order, and then what was the final one that it opened up to us? It was Flat Earth, wasn't it? And to me, that was the final one that I thought, hang on, this is something that I can look at and think, is this what my reality is? This ain't some alien flying across the sky that I can't even see or touch? Am I stood on a flat Earth? I can ask this and think about this, and then there's other people that think the same thing, and it stretched across to about 3 million people, all within a space of a year and a half, 2 years. So where has that gone, and what has it done?
Yeah, dude. So that was where I was.
So yeah, like anyway, like where like let's take a survey of sorts. Like where were you guys in your awakening to flat Earth when you saw a lot of the NASA footage that was faked? Was that like before you fully flat Earth? Was it?
It was like it was about 8 years ago for me, and it was like the first people that were producing the main content, and it was showing like the CGI where they were like fading in and out of like and disappearing when they were going from like one room to the other, and you could basically see that they were on harnesses. That was like what, 8 years ago, wasn't it?
That went a long way to like me fully getting behind Flat Earth. I don't remember how far into my awakening it was, but that was definitely a big part of it.
I can see, like, I'm good at reading honesty and what people come across about whether they're being truthful or not, and I could see that they were hiding something. And when it comes to like, I'm British, like the guy Tim or whatever his name was, like, let's do a backflip. That was the biggest deal of the person in the ISS station and poking around a ball of water when there's electric wires everywhere, and it could go, it just looked weak, flimsy, deceitful, and they looked like they were hiding something.
Dude,
like, the harness is on their shoulders for a start.
Yeah, dude, I watched people disappear from the screen, and they disappeared from the screen, bro. Like,
yeah, they float along. They float along, and they disintegrated before they left the room. I mean, that is artificial. There's been something is controlling their image to show them disappearing before they even leave in the room, which shows that they are not doing something natural, physically natural.
Yeah, what's your answer, bro? What's your
that's why I wanted
answer?
to ask the question. That's why I wanted to ask the question. Do you like to ask an astronaut? Have you ever felt like all this is like a
You cut out.
That guy just keeps cutting out half mid sentence.
You keep cutting out, man. But I don't know if you call the super truth when they're cutting you out, but I think it's better saying the large.
Michael, can I have just? I'm just saying. I'm curious as to everyone's answers. Regis answered. Okay. Mine was I found out. B.O.B. said the Earth's flat. Looked up for a real picture of Earth. And the last one's 72. Fell down Eric Dubé rabbit hole. I was like, wow. So this is super suspect. Where's the evidence? Then I saw the NASA footage, and I'm like, holy shit! They are literally faking space. Okay, I never even thought about space before then, really. But okay, so it was a huge deal for me. It was a huge deal for my wife. Regis said it was a huge deal for him. Okay, does anyone else have an experience like where?
That's the exact same thing I went through, and it cemented it when I saw the fakery of the NASA stuff. I looked at like the top people's Mark Sargent, Eric Dubé, the top 200 flat Earth things, the ideas of the Bedford level, the idea of it, and then when I saw the lying and the deceitfulness going on, and it just cemented it, and I was a true believer, and I was upset. I was shocked, but I was also full of wonder of of my view of the Earth not being a spinning ball hurtling through space into nowhere, and I kind of felt a bit safer. But I also felt that we've been denied a truth that God gave us, and they've taken it away from us, and I was upset.
All right, and just to clarify, I'm not asking like, hey, how did you guys wake up to flat Earth? I'm asking, how did seeing the NASA footage play into your awakening? Like, was it a big deal or not?
It was a massive deal. It's what cemented it. If you say what cements something, it's what finalizes your idea of knowing, of cementing your idea, what changing your opinion.
We got your answer, brother.
You know what really cemented it for me? It wasn't really the NASA videos. It was when I saw exactly how the Earth is moving and how it's moving through the solar system, and it's like chasing the sun and all this crazy thing. When I saw that, I was like, "What? They didn't teach me this in school."
Word Heretic was about to say something. By the way, I don't think it should have ever solidified flat Earth for anybody. That's insane. It should be the other way around. But Heretic was
it was like the entryway for me. It was the tip off. It was what like started it for me, because at first, like, I wasn't even looking into like NASA fakery videos or any of that. It was just on its face, blatantly like CGI all the way down and stuff like that. And it was like, wait a minute, I think that this is a false narrative. So I don't know. It doesn't exactly speak to what you're saying because you're talking about like the fakery specifically, but I just thought all of it started to look really sus, and that's when I got going.
Do you by chance remember when you first saw the videos of the ISS and stuff? Though, like, is there a place in your mind where you kind of remember that? Like for example, I told my friend, my longtime best friend, he was an atheist. I told him about flat Earth, and like I was just blowing his mind, but he just kept fighting it, dude. I made him sit down and watch an hour compilation of NASA failures. I can't find the video anywhere now, and he was like frozen. His whole world came crashing down.
Yeah. By the time I got to the actual like blooper reels and stuff like that, I was already deep into this. But I didn't even need to see that stuff specifically. It was just the overall imagery that they present was just so blatantly fake.
It was black. Yeah, like, I want to step in and say that like it wasn't what they were showing. It's that what they were showing wasn't what you expect to see of what they're trying to tell us is what is real. Like I was expecting to see a satellite image of the Earth flying through a black space spinning. Where's the footage of So we have 3,000 satellites in space. Where is the footage of an Earth moving and spinning? There is none. So for me, it was the lack of seeing a spinning Earth moving through space. If a planet is spinning and moving through the Earth, and we have instruments in space that can observe that, like the main satellites in the James Webb, the satellites we have, yet there is no realistic visuals of our Earth spinning or moving forward away from, as the sun moves, the solar system moves. It's just basically nothing moving. Look at the one where they had the moon go around the Earth. It was pathetic. It's just disheartening, and it's lacking of realism. And I always thought I'm a realist, zeitgeist. Like I was looking into zeitgeist. Like, where's the realism of this? And it was just lacking and lacking and lacking. And then you see the fakery of the NASA, and you see the looks on their face, like the sociology of it. Well, it just all adds together, and it's really hard to go back to being a globalist after that. All that.
I need you to keep it a little bit more concise, bro. I love you though, man. Like, I'm trying to get an honest survey because I'm trying to think about like out of NASA here. I'm trying to decide the best way to wake up people. And like,
I would agree. It was like when I saw, seeing that the NASA hoax stuff was what opened the door to be like, oh, holy shit! Now I can question the shape of the Earth. Now I can question more. It's like I had to like first see how ridiculous all that was.
Okay, very interesting. That was for my wife. Anybody else?
For me, it was like I've been on the conspiracy trip for a long time. Since 9/11, but then I think when YouTube came in and you could actually watch the videos, and like College kind of knew the moon landing was bullshit. And then I'm sort of been on FE for the last 3 months, so I'm fairly new. But it's like all those like old theories that we were watching a lot of those just go away. I'm like, okay, NASA makes more sense now, and like all the crap that they lied about. So now I've been rewatching the videos. Now they've gotten so much better than when I was watching them, like, a long time ago. That it's sort of like ties it all together. You're like, oh, okay, it's definitely bullcrap. So I don't know how much they tied into it. Really, it's just sort of like a long journey for me.
Are you taking only data from ISS for awakening from ISS? Is that what you're doing?
Or any space failures, like space missions, though, right? Like I don't, I get the whole like CGI of the planets and Earth and stuff, but yeah, because like I'm trying to make a documentary. I think that I want to make like a 4K super epic, professionally produced documentary exposing NASA and showing Hollywood movies behind the scenes, showing you how you do it, showing people using chroma keys and augmented reality and live time augmented reality overlaid, all the technology, and showing the glitches, and then showing that ISS do the same thing, where like someone can sit down for an hour and they literally can't walk away the same. And I'm just trying to figure out some of like different.
I want you to make sure you get the clip, because I noticed this years ago, and I was one of the first people to mention when Bush Senior.
I was just about to say that. Yes.
When Bush Senior walked into the NASA office with his checkerboard socks on, and then behind him was Tim from the British astronaut with a blue grid, which is the grid they use to create CGI with a fake thing in front of it.
VR.
It was a big screen behind Bush Senior. Everyone know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I noticed that. What is that like?
It was what got me too. That was exactly what I was going to say. That and the harnesses are clearly visible.
Which the reason why it's so effective, in my opinion, is because you can always doubt your own intelligence when people with credentials and scientists are all saying, this is how it works, this is the model. You can always be like, all right, maybe I just don't quite understand it. But when you're looking at video and you're seeing things that are impossible and things that don't make sense, it hits you hard. And then if you see people who are trying to debunk it and they're coming up with these crazy explanations that don't make sense, that's kind of where it clicks. You're like, whoa, like these people don't understand this. Like, you know what I mean? Like it just kind of brings a more objective way.
What you're saying is all they're coming at you with is language and an explanation, like a mathematician would do, when you've actually seen where it's actually false and impossible for what they've shown you is actually breakable and is a lie, and all they're giving you is an answer or a definition with no backup to discombobulate, to disprove what you've seen, to see that is impossible and has been and shows that people don't fade away into invisibility when they go from one part of the ISS to the other, or do a backflip every time for the little children, and they're pulling a weird face, looking all shy and like coy, looking all like embarrassed, like it's a joke, because that adds to it. After what we've seen, we've all looked at it all. We haven't just looked at one part of it. It all comes to a head with the social side of it, of what they actually show and what they actually proclaim.
Everything they put out, though, everything that's put out for the space narrative is blatantly fake on its face. It's all a cartoon. That's the thing. Like, if you follow any of these, like, social media pages, any astronomy blogs, stuff like that, after a while, like, I don't know, I guess it doesn't do this for everybody, but it clicked for me that, like, every single story is accompanied by a cartoon. It's like a story of an asteroid. It's going to be a cartoon. It's going to be CGI. There's no actual image. Right?
It's so true. Like when you think about it, and then you start seeing it, every single thing they show you, it's just cartoons, like blatantly cartoons. Like they're like, this is going through space, about to go around Mars right now, and it's just CGI, like blatantly
every time.
Animation. Yeah, bro.
I used to gobble that stuff up. It'd be like, oh man, asteroid strike, it's coming. And then after a while, I was like, every single time, this is actually just a cartoon, and nothing happens. And just like,
yeah, like NASA live streams where they claim that they're going to the moon in Artemis, they show you cartoons pretty much the whole time.
Yeah, that's exactly what they did. They cut straight to CGI. So I mean, like the bloopers aside, just the stuff that they show you on its face is fake as hell.
Like, what do you guys think about like
It's
Elon
all
Musk?
a blooper. Sorry, go ahead.
Like people are placing so much trust in Elon Musk's intelligence and his faith in his idea of space and his rockets. Like, is he
he's an idiot.
on it? Is he? Does he know?
Yeah.
Does he know, or what? Like,
Yeah, he knows. I know someone that's like texted him, and that dude sucks, and he's a shill. So anyway.
He's got to be. I mean, people say he was born into it and shilling for it, and it's what just happens. It's just the amount of shillness going on. That like there's so many of them.
He has to know because he's sending rockets up there, and you don't want to waste all that money for nothing.
This dude,
so there's like
said it looks
and like Richard,
how you know
Richard Branson as well. I mean, it's them two basically, and there's bits of it, but they're the main two provocateurs of private space travel. Is Richard Branson and Elon Musk, and I'm worried.
It's almost like that time when he was saying that about the car. It looks so, you can tell it's real because it was almost like he was realizing for the first time. He was like, "Oh shit, this is not real, is it?" It was like that was the moment.
Yeah, it was almost like he was realizing that it looks so fake that he's gonna have to fucking say that this looks so fake that it gotta be real because he's fucking piss steak. Basically,
one last thing I want to say. One last thing, and then I'll drop back. What's it? Just one other thing that kind of added like another level of solidity to Flat Earth for me was when Mindshock did his logical analysis on your debates. It just, I don't know if this is just like a personal weakness I had in my mind or something, but like I could always tell you destroyed debates, and it's just a hard thing to swallow sometimes when you're like, wow, like is Flat Earth seriously this like solid and real that we're destroying Globers in debates? And then once you see the logical breakdowns and everything, and you see somebody who's totally unbiased, like literally talk about how the Globers are just ridiculous, it just, I don't know, that solidified stuff for me too. I don't think it's anything you can add into your documentary or anything, but I figured I'd mention it.
Yeah, but I think we should all add together about what the main points they add to try and debunk ourselves as flat earthers. And I think one of the main things, like how the asteroids work and shooting stars, and the fact that things do come flying into the sky and into our atmosphere, and how does that work on a flat Earth? Do you get what I mean? I mean, things that we don't quite understand because they've hidden the truth from us.
I'd like to hear what Whitson said about Elon. I wasn't able to hear it because he's not able to talk.
Yeah, so I know a producer. Whatever, I'll say it. You guys know who Dead Mouse is?
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty famous producer, yeah. Yeah, he was messaging Elon, saying, I got some homies that they say the Earth is flat and all this space stuff is BS. And I was wondering if you'd have a convo with them. He said he just viciously cussed him out, said never talk to him again, and blocked him. So.
Wow.
So Elon cussed him out? Is that what happened?
What Dead Mouse, the famous music artist?
Yes.
And Elon got all nasty about it.
Yeah.
That just shows what they like, man. They're leading us in a way that it does come from Illuminati, New World Order, and secret societies. The truth is, I've experienced this. I've been gang stalked and stuff by my own government in my own country, and there is a set of families, they call them lodges, like the Freemasons. They're all part in on it and get given roles, and they all are leading us into a way that's full of lies that is the Luciferian way. And there are people out there you would think were crazy with the things they come out with about what is actually going on, but it is real. And to be able to accept that the rock we're standing on is a lie to what they're telling us. You need to be able to look at all the other things as well, because they're in control of it all.
Can I throw one more thing? Going back to the videos on like what was potent for me, I think you're trying to take a poll on that. It was contradictory statements like we didn't see stars. The stars were as bright as they could be, from the 60s astronauts to today's. That was potent for me. Like if that's what you're asking, Witsid, like what was potent and what is good to be focused on or what hit me hard, that was like probably one of the bigger ones. It was like these guys can't even get their freaking stories straight.
Well, this is why Adaness is so fuego. I don't know why we haven't already done this. It's really, honestly, it's frankly pretty stupid that we haven't. But so what Flat Earth has done is they've taken like those comments, which the veteran defense attorney globe zealots have come up with narratives for, and they just cycle them over and over and over. And it's like, so think about how much traction just a few comments from astronauts have gotten in Flat Earth. Why are we not just getting new ones? You know what I'm saying? Like that's kind of my whole thing. It's like, think about how many people I've seen, like just a few clips we have. Why don't we just go get hundreds of them?
Yeah, like that instantly takes me to like when Neil Armstrong, when they were put in that courthouse and they were asked like, what does it look like when you look up on the moon? Can you see stars? And they were like, it's dark. And like it took them 20 years to decide whether they can see stars from the moon. Do you get what I mean?
That's what he was saying, but I think what he's trying to say is like you'll hear from flat earthers say like, oh, we should storm Antarctica and storm the wall and go 10 million strong or whatever. They can't stop us all. Why would we go to Antarctica when we can just go to these NASA places and have conversations with employees?
Yeah, bro. I'm mobbed right up in there more than once. I talked to NASA employees during rocket launches. It's not like these people aren't accessible. It's just we're not doing anything,
Right.
Like that's just how I am, though. I'm not really like, it's like when I was playing football in college, like if we're winning, like, okay, but you still missed the tackle. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
We could just be way more effective. And like, I don't know, because if you talk to people, bro, most people actually kind of remember when they first saw, like, I don't know, everyone's different, but when I first saw them, dude, I got goosebumps, bro. When I started seeing like the ISS, like to really wrap your mind around the magnitude of a human being, knowing that they're lying about being in outer space and showing it to the public to deceive like the world. And you can see that they know they're faking it. They're blushing. They're getting nervous. They're getting caught on their wires. They're disappearing. They're accidentally dropping things. They're accidentally grabbing things that aren't here. They can tell when they mess up. So they're intentionally doing it. And there's a group of people that are when it really clicks with you and you realize that that's like a real thing that's going on in this world. It's a
massive magnitude for me. Like I could see where this guy is coming from. Like, because even before, like I got the NASA lying stuff, I'd already like invested myself in believing that the Earth was flat, just by listening to the logic and seeing enough that I was like, yes, there are a group of people that are hiding the truth from us, and yes, we are not a spinning sphere, and there are people hiding this from us. And I've almost felt like it was a God-given right to like an epiphany to find the truth, to escape the matrix, never mind in these dozens of rabbit holes, that this is the most important thing to find out for yourself as a human being. To the way you living, someone is trying to hide from you. And
why do we talk to like globe zealots, right? Like they're like, yeah, well, the way that compression works, and they just start making stuff up, like what the astronauts really meant. And it's like, why are we not just asking them? Like, why don't we have footage of stars in space? One of the most famous videos in the history of mankind would be high definition videos of stars in space with no atmospheric occlusion. You would see all kinds of beautiful stars. You would be swimming in a sea of stars. Someone take a 360 GoPro out there as they do a spacewalk, turn around in all directions, show us the freaking stars in space. If you have to show us away from the light, fine, there goes your exposure bullshit, right? But what do they do? We talk to ballers that are like, well, it's exposure. That's why they can't see. Like, you don't work for NASA. You don't know what you're talking about. You're making stuff up. Why don't we just talk to them, though?
And they say that the software that they were using was the CPU of a Game Boy in 1989. So we have PlayStation 5s and Xbox X's. How much money they could make on showing us
talking about is talking to the leaders instead of the globe minions.
Correct.
But be careful about what you're asking for, because what if they did supply something that you couldn't refute or something? I don't.
What? I'm a truther, so if people go to a physics-defying medium and float around, then oh well. I want to know what the truth is. I
get what you're saying, but we also know, the laws of entropy. We know that there is no measurable curvature of the Earth. Like, if they send us some really, some really good footage of them doing whatever you would like them to do, which they probably won't.
Eventually they will.
You got to be careful about what you're asking for, because what if they supply it, and then we've got a whole wave of people that are going from flat to globe and wondering why we. I don't know.
You've seen what they have to supply already.
That's like saying it sounds like what a baller would say, frankly, like where they're like, they don't want to see the evidence. It's like, I'm not scared of anything. I know they're faking it.
Yeah, but she's right. She's right to be concerned, because we need to be worried about the next 50 years, the next 30 years. We need to be worried about our next generation.
That's more support for my point, which is that before the technology gets so good that they can actually fake it really well, we should be forcing them to answer questions now. Like, trust me, if they could fake it, we would have all saw it. Okay? Like,
hey, if you DM me your list of questions, I'll make it a point for me to go ask those same questions as well. Like, I'll learn the talking points of it and things like that, just to let you know. Like, I personally would love to go to a NASA location and have a conversation with them.
What I see,
sign up for NASA, dude.
But the thing is like he's saying that now's the time to do this because we've already tested the arguments. We've already done that bit. We've already won. The debate's over, right? So it's time. Yeah.
So it's time. And that's where my point comes to. Where I came to peace of mind of it is, it needs to be separatist, different community to hold strong to their knowledge of being able to hold strong to their beliefs that they are lying, and to keep people and gain people to know the truth, that we see, and that there will be an opposition, that there will always be an opposition, almost like in politics, that there will always be an opposition, that they will just not freely fool us all forever, that we may not be able to make them give up the truth, but we will always be there to tell the truth.
Well, we just have to call their bluff, and it's time to expose them on it. They already exposed. We already know that they don't have anything. We already know they don't have the winning hand, right? So now go and call them out.
Right. So have to practice with all these globe zealots.
What's it right? You have to do it before the technology gets too fucking crazy.
Yeah, bro. Let me give you an example. Okay, so imagine if I work with Hibbler, we have a whole production department in NASA. It's literally being run as a high-level functioning organization. That's why you have to sign an NDA. Okay, and imagine we get all kinds of exclusive, contradictory statements. We get them to admit that they can't provide all kinds of evidence on the record, all this different stuff. And it's all exclusive. The world hasn't seen it, and it's in this incredibly professional and amazingly produced documentary. Say that you can start to get that circulating. Say that, because Justin Harvey just got over 10 million views with a 3-minute conversation calling out the ISS in a city council meeting in Florida, bro. So if you can start to do that, NASA had to respond to him. What I'm saying is, if you can make it known across the world where it's going viral that NASA is up to something sketchy, do you guys realize how much that would change? Do you guys realize how much that would do for Flat Earth?
Yeah, but that's what happened 9 years ago, and then they approached it with a bullshit description underneath the YouTube video saying that this is an archaic description of an old belief that isn't true, because they run the whole show still. So we have to target
how much that would change the world.
Yeah, we have to target the mainframe on all sides, whether it to be with wealth, power, commerce, information, the application of information, the ability to give information out to others. We have to grow stronger and stronger and spread it. We are fighting a losing battle, and we need to know that we are fighting against the main core of the system, and we are not just going to waltz in and change it all.
We're not fighting a losing battle, just an uphill battle. That's all.
Hey guys, my friend Zeppelin is finally here. If anybody wants to talk, he's a Glober. But he's here.
I'm neither. Like, take me up there and let's have a look. Like, until I can see it, really, like, there's so many other more.
He used the gravity example.
And I think there's a lot of compelling arguments on flat Earth for sure. Like, I'm a critical thinker and I try to be fair, but I really appreciate you, Sydney, for like bringing me into all this. But and there was a time where I probably would have been more eager to like I don't like debate about it or any of that stuff. But it's like I don't know. I look around, like when I look in outer space, everything's round. I don't know. I really don't. If we can go up there and I could have a look, I'd tell you or whatever. But I don't believe we went to the moon. I don't believe stuff like that. I even wonder if the moon really even affects the tide. Like,
I think it's a plasma.
No, I don't believe the moon affects the tide. I believe that the most person to actually listen.
Be around. Ironically enough, I didn't even bring that up.
Why is that?
Because if water's in a glass, right, and I know it's a cylinder, not a sphere, but bear with me. If water's in a glass and you spin the glass will always spin faster than the water, but the water will spin with the glass, right?
The water was
It will catch up with it and be in the state of what the density.
Guys, we need somebody to take some order here because we got a Glober.
Yeah, like
but I want to look at when Picard went up in his balloon that was made of metal and went up the highest that anyone had ever been and looked down on the Earth. He was the most hardcore person that wanted to look at the state of the Earth. His name was Picard, wasn't it? He went up as higher than anyone else before, and he saw a flat Earth.
I'll do it.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Anyway, go ahead. I mean, the water you just invoked is contained. I don't see how that helps the globe.
No, okay, but bear, like, if the water was on the outside of the glass, like, okay, the Earth's round, there's water on the outside surface of it. The water's always looking for the path of least resistance. So as the Earth turns, it would push the water. So you have a difference in tide because, like, the water would bulge up slightly. You know what I mean? Because it's being pushed. But I don't know. I haven't thought about this in a long time, but
You're all good. But dude, this is the easiest way to get to the bottom of this. All right, you have to test the radius value. That's it. We can talk about all the globe theories, bro. The tidal theory. I have a paper I can give you that's called "A Century of Tidal Theory Failures" from Harvard. Admittedly, they can't explain the tides, but that's just jumping way ahead. Like, they claim the Earth's a globe, and they claim it has a certain size, and its radius is 3,959 miles. Okay, if that radius value number is wrong, everything else in the model is wrong, because that's how they made gravity, day and night cycle. That's how they claim the planets move. That's how they claim everything.
And there's a good chance someone made mistakes somewhere along the way because, I mean, you know, I don't know enough about that. I'm sure it's actually compelling. And
he's right.
Oh, cool, sweet. But like for me, like,
just made a mistake, man. Doesn't exist.
And maybe I'm missing like why the debate between the two, because really, I mean, frankly, like, I don't know if it's round, I don't know if it's flat.
Let's do a mind blow.
And maybe I'm missing like the gravity of why it's so important. But
yeah. Are you looking at the text chat, the freaking live stream chat?
I have it pulled up for us.
Okay, so I posted the Pythagorean theorem. It shows, like, so you just understand the basic concept, right? There's going to be a certain amount of drop over a certain distance, right?
Yeah.
Do you understand that concept?
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're just trying to talk about that, right?
If you're going to look out over the ocean, right, you shouldn't be able to see through, you know, the physical curve of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
So I'm gonna post
Shouldn't
this.
be able to see around it.
I follow you.
So I just posted another one. So it's the Chicago skyline. Okay. Do you see the buildings?
Yep.
Okay. So this is what happens. People go out and they test it for themselves. There's, a few different methods you can use, and you're going to get the same numbers up to 1,000 miles. We should not be able to see any of those buildings if we lived on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, period. That's not an observation you can make on a globe with that claimed radius.
How far away was this picture taken?
This one, was it 56 miles, I think? Yeah, but hundreds of observations like this.
Yeah, okay, so this isn't the best one. I'm just going to go ahead. It's like, this guy apparently was a little higher up in the math when people just assume he's low. Like, look, we see...
Let's use the one with like the oil rig or something. Maybe.
Yeah, do that. Do the Black Swan, or like, dude, we see the Canigou Mountains. The entire mountain should be blocked by literal miles of Earth curvature. The top of the mountain should have an additional mile of curvature above it. So here's another one. Yeah, you see, like, so this dude put his camera 1 foot off the ground. So the curve of the Earth, you should see the horizon of the curve of the Earth at 1.2 miles away. And do you see the horizon in the back of the picture behind the oil rig? Yeah, that means the horizon is at least 10 miles away. It's clearly further than that, but it doesn't matter. So it should be at 1 mile, but it's over 10 miles away. So that debunks the radius. That's geometrically impossible.
And then let's go into the whole whatever you got with the angles and the triangle. I was trying to talk to him about that before, but it was much easier when you guys did that performance earlier, which was stellar. So I really appreciate it.
Well, just one second on that. Just hold on one second.
A little bit.
Just make sure he understands, like, when you're looking at those, like, you understand that there's these observations where the horizon is way too far, and we're able to see objects way too far. So there's a recent one, a 700-mile photo with 49 miles of missing curve.
Oh yeah, the video too. Can I get the video?
Do you see, like, this is just, if you're starting with this belief, right, that you live on a globe that's curving. So these observations directly contradict that belief, right? At least with a curve of a radius of a certain amount.
What's being displayed in these images, like, even I've done long range shooting competitions and stuff, and it's like I've shot a 12-inch piece of steel at over 1,150 yards away, and it's just like with
by the way.
And I'm not trying to toot my own horn. I'm just saying, like, I've used long range optics before, and
this is further though. This is 10 miles, right?
Right.
And that's 10 miles out from where it should have been, basically, on the globe, right? So that's showing you that there's no surface curvature. There's no drop. That drop over distance isn't there.
We have the canopy.
I was born in Colorado. Like, I'm
hold on, dude. Hold on.
You're named after a mountain.
Real quick. That physical. Listen to me real quick.
Flat, but
can you listen to me real quick? Hold on. That physical horizon that you see in that picture is supposed to be in front of those oil rigs and blocking those oil rigs in some form of fashion. But what you're looking at is they're behind the oil rigs.
They're made up, in my opinion.
They're made up. So the sky above us is made up.
I think, well, that's the firmament.
And I'm not trying to make fun of anybody. I'm just like,
bro. I know more about this.
I don't know what's real, but I look at patterns. Like, I play
the globe
music.
interpretation of it is made up.
Bro, let me just get out ahead of this. Okay, you've said this a few times. You're saying, like, if I look up, everything's round. Why is the Earth not round? Okay.
Like, so, I don't care if gravity exists or not. If I let go of the can of Monster in my hand, it's going to fall and hit the ground and spill all over the floor.
That's what he's
like. You gotta hear what you're saying here, bro. You're listen, man. The difference is stationary plain Earth. Stationary flat Earth. Okay, it's in the center of everything. Everything moves around us.
And that concept, the way it's kind of a
stationary flat Earth, exactly.
And like, I can play with that concept, and it's not, impossible in my mind. It's not highly probable, but on the other hand, like,
why can't
there's no evidence. On the other hand, there's no evidence.
You gotta hear me out here. Let me just finish. Yeah. So, like, if the Earth is in the center and everything moves around it, why would you think it's logical that everything that moves around the Earth would be the same as the Earth? The Earth has the special, unique position. It's different. Wait, almost done. The Earth is different than everything else because it's in the middle. Why would it be the same as everything else?
What is? But I mean, the middle of what? Like our galaxy, the middle of
the whole entire cosmos.
What we can see.
I mean, especially under like the understanding that, you know, even being someone who believes in some form of a higher power, we don't have to get into all that. I think God's really nothing more than like the objective truth, not your truth, my truth, but objective truth, right? Like,
thank you. That's what we were talking about earlier.
It's ultimately, at the end of the day for me, though, and this is my thing, and no offense to anybody, and I'm once again, thank you for inviting me here and for all of you to invest your time in trying to help me understand these things. And I've spent some time talking to people in my past about this stuff. It's just, at the end of the day, for me, it's like, if the Earth's round or flat or however we're flying through the cosmos, all that jazz, I don't understand how it makes a difference.
He's about to have a kid too.
So if it doesn't
see
matter.
how it would make a difference that everyone on the Earth can't travel past the 60th south latitude. Have you ever seen the movie The Hunger Games? They drew a circle around everyone and said you're not allowed to leave it. How would that not matter?
I mean,
exactly.
Yeah, like the like
to keep us complicit and underneath their authority.
You do realize that outer space.
Real quick. If it doesn't matter, then it shouldn't be an issue to accept the evidence against the globe.
Where do I need to go beyond where I can go?
That's what Andrew said too. But
why do I don't need time and space? I don't.
If you don't know what is true, then you don't know how to think. You don't know what to think.
At the end of the day, me being good to the people around me and enjoying my life and being good to my community, like those are the things that will matter to me. Like at the end of the day.
What about all this? What about the millions of children that are being brainwashed and told that the Earth is a tiny speck of dust and doesn't matter, and that they're meaningless and that they're just nothing?
Well, yeah, I'm not a fan of nihilism either, but you don't like the shape of the Earth.
It's everything.
Shouldn't dictate whether or not things are important or not.
Oh, it definitely does.
Here's why it matters.
Say these things.
But look! You don't have to tell him why it matters because it clearly matters to him. He's trying to hold on to the globe, so it's
it matters because they're hurting you and other humans like cattle.
Hey, dude! All I know is that my world has got my girl looking awfully brown right now. So I'm just smart.
It fuels your potential.
This is why I would help you. You know.
If you don't know the truth, then you don't know how to be nice to people. You don't know how to think about people.
You don't even know anything about what the world you live in right now. If the Earth is what they told you, everything you see is backwards. You can't understand your world, bro.
At the end of the day, man, I have to decide for myself.
Discernment.
I have to decide for myself. There's no words that any person could ever say to me that could convince me of something. It's
then if you don't care, you don't care, bro. But if you want to learn more about this, but listen. If you want to learn more about this, you got to stop talking, bro. Listen, you got to start listening to people. Okay? No, you keep talking through everybody, bro. You're literally talking through everybody. When people are trying to talk to you and explain stuff, you're talking through them. I'm just saying, if you don't care, then get off. But if you want to hear, then listen, bro.
Let me say something. It matters because the globe Earth, right, is about there is no God. Is about telling people that there's no God. That's what the globe Earth. That's what all this is about.
Thank you.
That's why it matters.
I don't need to know what the shape of the Earth is.
And when you wait, and a person who thinks or believes there is no God, right,
God's
is
the voice in the back of my mind tells me when I've done something.
Everything is meaningless.
You're doing it again, man.
You're a speck, right, in the middle of nowhere, right? You're basically like expendable, and you should probably do what they're telling you to do to save humanity. Blah blah blah, all that crap. Okay, that's why. But if you knew, okay, that God made you and that you're very special to Him, you might live your life differently and be satisfied with whatever God has given you. I don't know, but it matters a lot. Truth
Look, even if
matters.
you think there's a God or you have your own interpretation of a God right now, that's cool, bro. We're talking about the world is deceived. The world is being deceived, including children, bro. If you actually care about being nice people,
No, hang on, hold up. Being a righteous man.
Stop, man.
Being,
Just listen.
I have been. I'm trying to respond. Like y'all can talk
You're
to me
not.
all
You're
day.
talking through it every time, bro. Calm down.
I am calm. Like,
okay, but you keep
you
talking
guys
through
jumped
him.
down my throat.
Just
Like,
let him talk and let him finish.
Look,
What if we bring it back to some fundamentals? What if we bring it back to some fundamentals? Because it actually sounds to me like he's got a little bit of a misconception about what flat Earth is, and I think he's accepted outer space as being absolute.
I don't care about
and I think he's.
You mentioned
One sec. I think he's placed the flat Earth inside that model.
Why don't you ask me?
And we need to take that out of his mind. So if someone wants to take it back to the fundamentals and give him a little bit of an introduction, and let's find out what he knows and what he doesn't know.
Sure, and let's kind of try not to dogpile him. So let's let him.
Yeah.
Let's let him respond. No one interrupt him, and then please you don't interrupt everyone else. So go ahead, say what you want.
Also, real quick, Sydney, could you just let him talk if he's talking to us, please? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, fine. I'll talk.
No. Hang on, hold up. Hang on. I don't really.
You're awesome, Zeb.
I have so much to say, but at the same time, like, guys, like, I'm kind of hung up on, and maybe I misunderstood somebody, whoever was speaking, and seriously, like,
like we've heard
I've spent a lot of time, questioning everything. That's like one of my biggest mottos. You have to like question everything. Like the truth's like silver. You have to dig for it. Like you can pan for gold, but you got to dig for silver, right? So I suppose that's why we're here. And but if we're talking about having a relationship with God or being, at the very least, a righteous man, if the correlation between who I choose to be, how I choose to treat everything around me, how I choose to live my life, has never depended upon whether or not I know any better.
And just let go.
About the shape of the earth or the way
it doesn't matter, though.
Time and space. Like,
yeah,
I believe that I can be.
Why are you holding on to the globe then if it doesn't really have any practical impact on your life?
Well, and that's what I'm trying to ask is like, I don't, like I said, I don't, like, there's so many huge issues going on in the world.
The value of you as a person
that literally like concerns me, especially when it comes to topics like our children, the future, all that. Like,
well, dude, that's what I'm trying to say to you, bro. Is like this lie is literally leading children into a worldview of nihilism. It's also drawing a circle around them and telling them that they have to be good little slaves and stay inside the circle. So you don't need to know the earth is flat to know that there's a God, bro. You don't need to know the earth is flat to be a good person. I don't dispute that you may be a good person and that you may believe in a God. However you interpret that, that's cool, bro. Okay? But the conversation is about truth. And if you think that God is basically objective truth, epitomized, which I kind of agree with that, right? Then you should always want to know what the truth is, whatever it is. Certainly, whenever the subject is being used to brainwash children.
So my kids, like, I totally like your reason for being concerned about what you're concerned about is a important thing to be concerned about. You know, like what our children are being taught. But and I can think of all sorts of ways that our society has been. I mean, pick whatever society you want around the world, wherever you are in the world. But like here in America, it's like the attack on the mental state, the mental development, the just whatever the development of our culture, our children, because that's what it is.
Yeah.
Is under attack in so many ways. I mean, I can think of other issues that to me are far more pertinent and important. And I'm just saying, like, I'll never know until I leave my soul leaves my body, or
so your kid's being lied to about all of reality just doesn't really matter.
My kids aren't going to be lied to about the reality because I'm not going to tell them, because
you're going to be homeschooling them.
You're going to be told, though. Let's be real. They're going to be told by somebody. So, like, I understand what you're saying, bro. A lot of us had the same thing. We're like,
a lot of these people are parents, by the way.
We have the same thing. We have the same thing. What would flat Earth
hold on, guys. Hold on, everybody. Just hold on a second.
I'll never know.
You guys gotta try to speak one at a time. You know. Witsit was trying to respond. I hear Flatsy getting in there.
Yeah, it's cool.
Check me out, bro. Look, we all had a similar experience. We're like, what are these people talking about? That sounds crazy. And what would that even matter? We all thought that. But, bro, once you find out, that question gets answered very quickly. Okay?
And all the other things that you think are attacking us, which are valid.
Sydney, Witsit was talking. Please, just let me finish and let your friend talk.
I'm just saying real fast, bro, like, it changes a lot, okay? And I'm going to try to explain this really quickly, but our children are being told there was something called the Big Bang, everything exploded, and that we're a tiny speck of dust in this ever-expanding universe of nothingness, and because of random chance, because the universe is so big, we just so happen to develop on a rock that's dusty, and we're insignificant, and we're animals that just happen to develop on it. Okay, now listen, if the Earth is actually in the center of everything, which, by the way, the highest levels of academia will tell you they cannot prove it's not. They say it's the same illusion that it looks like that. Real fast. If it's in the center of everything, something had to put it there. That means that maybe you figured out there was a God, but there are millions of children that think it's logical to think that there's not one because we're just a tiny speck of dust and it's all random. Okay, that means that millions of people are being deceived into nihilism, bro.
Right.
Nobody figures anything out. Nobody figures anything out when they're dead. Okay.
Drugs are being pumped into our heads.
Nobody knows anything when they're dead. Nobody learns anything when they're dead. The time to do all that is now. To say you'll figure it out when you're dead, right? You may as well be dead now.
I'm saying, let's solve the war on drugs. Let's get people sober. Let's get people clear-headed.
You didn't say that, though.
And then we can talk about the bigger issues. And I'm not trying to. Once again, I mean no disrespect. I just on things that I can.
He needs the gravity.
Know and solve. Like I don't want to debate with people about whether or not gravity exists, because if I let go of this can of Monster, it's going to fall every time, regardless of what is gravity is defined.
It's not about what you want or not want to do.
I let go of this can, it's going to fall.
It's not about how you feel.
It isn't about how I feel. Whether or not
about what you want to do. You don't have to do anything.
So here, check this out. Like, okay, so if you
exist, but it's like.
But his rebuttal to my gravity has not ever been proven or
my space going to be 70.
His question to me was, well, what about space and time? What are space and time? And I said, how does that relate to what I just talked about? So
I'll just say, like, let's say you actually do the work and you look into this topic and you find out, holy shit, I've been lied to about a lot of things. What that does, it forces you, it puts you in a position where you are like, I have to question everything and I have to provide evidence for my beliefs. And when you do that, you become a much more righteous, intelligent person.
I agree. The answer is that space-time is something Einstein made up. We know what space and we know what time
It
is,
sounds like
right?
he
You
doesn't really
travel
wanna
a
know.
certain space, a certain distance over a certain time.
He said they're
That's
both
right. That's all that is.
The difference between a piece of gold, an hour, and a dollar bill is nothing. They're just measurements of the same thing. It's like duration. How long have you been alive? This many years. Whether that was the sun taking laps around us or us taking laps around the sun, it's duration times duration. That's it.
Okay, so look, the topic doesn't matter, and you've been in here long enough talking about how much it doesn't matter.
Well, no,
if it doesn't matter, why be here talking about it at all? Clearly, it matters to you enough to be here talking at length about how much it doesn't matter. So, if you want to be here, let's actually address the topic. Let's address the issues with the globe.
You know who else doesn't like talking about gravity? Neil deGrasse Tyson. Next question. He doesn't know. Yeah, next question.
I think that last guy's right. Like he either wants to be here and talk about it or he doesn't. If he doesn't, that's fine. But don't take the time to talk to us if you're not going to listen.
Right.
If you want to know, then you gotta stop talking through people. You got to just chill and keep your ear open.
Totally. And if it didn't matter to you, you wouldn't be here telling us at length how much it doesn't matter to you. So it clearly does. Let's get that out of the way. If you want to talk, let's go on and talk about the actual subject.
So can I debunk outer space, or is somebody else going to come in?
Might as well start with the curve. I don't think we even got through that.
Yeah, go ahead, Heretic. You got
I think we should just have one person.
I'm kind of in between doing things, so I'm only sort of somewhat chiming in. But if someone else wants to take the reins, that's cool. Let's just start with the curve. That's step one.
I think Flatsy should do it.
Yeah, okay. So no one in history has ever directly measured drop over distance curvature of the Earth. You can go and look for yourself. You know, try to find when they've actually directly measured drop over distance curvature, and you'll find that they've measured anything but the surface of the Earth, first and foremost. So we've gone and tested for the curvature, and nobody all over can find it. All over. We've got people in Australia. I'm here in Alabama. We got people all over the U.S. looking at every coast. You go find it. If you can find it, bring it to us. We're happy to analyze the information with data and all of the things. Second thing.
Find it.
Second thing is the motion of the Earth at axial rotation. We're supposed to be spinning at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So when was this ever measured? I'll go ahead and spoil it for you. No one has ever been able to measure the motion of the Earth, ever. And just like Witsit was telling you, everything that moves around us as if we are at the center. Okay. Third thing
we don't know
is that we're told that we are this spinning globe, that nobody's ever measured any of that in an open system with gas pressure next and adjacent to a near perfect vacuum of space. And we have certain natural laws, like the law of entropy goes into our second law of thermodynamics, where high pressure goes to low pressure. And there is no reversing it. There is no decrease in entropy. There's only increase in entropy. It's not reversible. So you can't have any kind of high pressure next to low pressure at all, first of all, without it all going and dispersing in all directions violently, or to have ever been formed in the first place.
You mean like a tornado?
And you also, well, kind of, but that's how weather is. It's dynamic because of how high pressure always goes to low pressure. Entropy is the reason why we have violent weather. Entropy is the reason why we all die. Entropy is the reason why your strawberries get mold on them. Entropy is always ever increasing and never decreases. It's just the way that the world is. It's a law, a natural law. So here's what I'm going to say to you. this is the last thing, and then you guys can talk amongst yourselves.
I like this.
You can't have the gas. You can't have the gas pressure that we're breathing here on Earth without a container.
Mm-hmm.
Because the whole definition of gas pressure is how gas will fill the available volume and press on its container. And that is how you get gas pressure.
Press is when it condenses.
So, we have to have a container so the Earth is not curving into a ball. It measures flat and we utilize it as such. It's not moving. Whatever's in the sky is moving around us. And third of all, we're contained. So the antecedent to whatever we are, we have to be created. It's intelligently designed and in order. The only thing that we have to account for is this law of entropy, by the way. So we are specially put in place.
Thank you.
So the antecedent to creation is a creator, and now you know the nature of your creator. Because there's not only just a crazy world where we're living in, and people are following these laws. There are certain laws of nature, like the law of attraction, where your consent matters. So you consent to the globe, you consent to not your nature of your creator. So you have a creator, and there is a nature to the creator. So you have to know those things first before you know your creator. And then I will yield the floor to anybody else who wants to add.
Hey, Earth's flat. Go outside, check it out.
It matters for our kids' sake.
I want to talk about. I want to talk about the creator.
Whoever that was.
I think.
Thank you.
Hold on, Michael.
We're
Hold on, Michael.
right now.
Before you jump in, Sydney, your friend, does he have a response to that?
I would just like to remind you all that when I came on here, I was trying to explain that I didn't come here to be persuaded one way or the other. I don't ever know if I will be persuaded one way or the other. And I've tried to state multiple times that I mean no offense by the things I'm saying. I'm honest. I would never be blatantly disrespectful to anybody.
Check it out. That's the last time you're going to give us that same message, right? So is there anything that anyone can say that won't elicit that response?
I have a question for him.
No.
I said
we need to understand that he wants to speak first. Do you want to talk to someone in here, or no? You just want to listen? What's up?
I'm more of an observer, really.
That's fine, man. Trust me, that's fine. If my best friend Jonathan was in here, he'd rather sit in the corner and just observe. So there's no rule against that, bro. Don't let anybody push you into a situation you don't want to be in. You can observe and sit and do whatever you like, man.
Yeah, if you've looked at everything that we've looked at, and your conclusion that real, that your decision. We're not here to advise you and convince you. You know, we respect your brain and what you perceive, and we do for ourselves. And that's what I expect for everyone. But the point I was, as Sydney was saying, is that I believe in a creator. And in my life, I've gone through hardships. I've lost my twin brother. He's dead. He died at 28. I've gone through hardships, and I've made mistakes in my life. And I've suffered for it, and I paid the price for it. I'm a sinner, and I'm a Christian, but I cannot make it right, and I'm afraid, and I am trying to be on a journey of truth, so I at least know the truth. For where I went wrong, where I could have been, where I should go, and what I want, and what's right about what I want, and that's important to me, and that involves the rock I'm stood on.
And I think that's wonderful.
Continue.
The beautiful thing is like if you're able to learn from your mistakes and everything, then you shouldn't be afraid. Like.
Well, not anymore.
And I don't know. I hope it just seemed like I had maybe offended people. I am kind of outspoken about my perspective, but
if I have to be honest, I'm bored.
At one point,
Coming in real low, Elijah.
heliocentric model. So you're not alone.
I agree, Elijah.
I like some of my best friends, like one of my best friends, literally, like I have like a life debt to this dude. Like I'm definitely someone who like believes in the Constitution. I'm very like pro-America. I'm like second generation American. Like one of my best friends like believes in communism, and he went to college and to a degree, yeah. But he's a very logical person. But he's a very
hold
good
on.
person.
I'm gonna have to stop you there.
He saved my life.
I'm gonna
And
have
what
to
I'm
stop you
saying,
there.
can I please
I'm gonna have to stop
let
you
me?
there. Like I was
Please,
gonna.
the fact that you would
No, I'm
interrupt
the
me when I'm trying
moderator
to.
of this stream, so that's why I'm stopping you there.
The fact that you're not.
This isn't your house, okay? Have
You're
some
right.
respect.
It's a
So
thing.
okay,
I
so
mean,
now I'm gonna say
but
something, and this is what's gonna happen.
you stopped me before you even knew why I
Everybody
was
with
saying
the
what I was saying.
story, everyone
I
with the
literally
stories, no, because either you want to
you
have the
can't learn anything if
conversation
you're
or
offended
you.
by the title that someone holds.
All right,
No
this
one's
is what.
offended by your view of heliocentrism.
No,
At one point, everyone was a heliocentric believer.
Bo,
You're getting
Go ahead.
muted.
Go ahead.
Who else
We're
wants
talking
to get
about
muted?
people.
Who wants to get muted? Who else?
Please. You're talking from me here.
I speak for myself, not for Sydney.
I know that, but I'm just saying, please, just listen.
Yeah, you've been very defensive, and you're
No, you definitely
stereotypical
as well. You too.
Like
No,
what I
you
represent.
too. No, you too. No, you too. You need to stop talking as well. Okay. So what we're not going to do is have a therapy session for everybody who wants to emo dump in here. That's not what this place is for. You either want to talk about flat earth or you do not. I don't give a damn about your best friend, what you guys spoke about when you were in kindergarten, any of this stuff. All of that stuff is great, but we have a full room in here. So, there's also another room called the chill chat. If you want to express yourself, that would be the place to do it. We're going to talk about flat earth, how there's no measurable curvature, how there's no detection of axial rotation, and how the vacuum of space is a second law of thermodynamics. Questions?
Yeah, Elijah, are we here to convince people?
No. We're here to have a conversation about what is and what isn't.
And what does the convincing actually?
Who knows? Who cares?
Yeah, I just came back. I got muted.
I would say that would it not be Earth itself does the convincing? Like if anything, we're here to convince people to go out and check out like Professor Dude says, go check it out. Right?
I see what you're trying to say. You're trying to say that let the evidence speak for itself. And a lot of the things we talk about is kind of self-evident, where we just describe something, So, yeah, I get what you mean, man.
I missed some of what was said, but I just wanted to say this. I had to go lay Aaliyah down, but this is like what's such a trip about the globe, right? People don't realize what it does. It creates a slave state and a slave mentality, and it allows people to be brainwashed, and that's why the world is so shitty. For one, it does, of course, hide intention, thus creation, and then allows for atheism. And if you're an atheist, you have nothing left for, you're easy to control and manipulate. Something else it does is it makes it where you don't think you can understand the world around you. You can't trust your senses, so you need authority to tell you what's going on. Like, literally, you need authority to understand even the basic world around you. So it's a perfect lie to condition the minds of people to automatically hand their critical thinking over to the idea of authority, which is exactly what you would want in a slave state. So like when we see the sun, if you take a 5-year-old out that's never been brainwashed, like when I take Aaliyah out to the beach and I say, hey, check out the sunset. And she's going to see the sun moving in the sky throughout the day, and then she's going to see it going further and further away from her and setting. And she's just going to think the sun's moving in the sky, and it gets so far away, it can't see it anymore, and it's really pretty. And what they want to tell my daughter is that actually the sun didn't move at all. It just looked like that. And during the sunset, you're falling backwards, and it just makes the sun look like it's moving. Okay, so my daughter now thinks in this scenario that she can't even understand basic things. Like, she's basically stupid. She needs someone to come teach her everything, because everything she thinks she understands is wrong. So now she thinks authority has to teach her how to understand the world. Okay, this is with everything. They're like, oh, the horizon looks like it's horizontal, which is where the word came from, but it's actually curved. Oh, the sun and the moon look like they're the same size, but actually the sun's 400 times bigger and coincidentally 400 times further away. Oh, the sun and the moon look like they're both above the horizon during the cell and eclipse, but that's just an illusion. Actually, the sun's below the earth, right? It's everything. You never feel the earth moving. You never measure the earth moving. You never measure curvature, but I promise it's a tilted, wobbling, spinning ball. So, yeah, it's obviously important for many ways. All right, rant over.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is fundamental and at the heart of everyone's worldview.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just talked a lot.
Oh, I just wanted to say, like, I completely agree with you, what you said with it. Like, in your mind at that time, you've succumbed to somebody has to teach me everything that I need to know. I'm too stupid to learn it on my own.
Yeah, bro. And I just dropped in the chat the conversation I had with Robert Sengina. And that's the guy who made the Principle documentary. So when someone's like first getting into this and they can't wrap their mind around why it matters, they may need to start with that, with the idea that the Earth could be in the center. You're like, nah, we know there's a solar system. I made a model when I was 5 or 12. And yeah, like, you should watch the Principle documentary. In my opinion, this is honestly the best way to wake people up sometimes. Sometimes they just can't allow themselves to understand that our value's been falsified. They have this block. That's my experience. So I'm about to drop the Principle in the chat. And then this is the producer of this documentary, the one that made this documentary, is a guy I had a conversation with right up here on my stream. And you may need to kind of sit down and watch that. I mean, they're longer streams, but if you really want to understand what's going on here. Like, here's another one I did called Geocentrism. And it's got all the major astronomers, astrophysicists, you name it, Stephen Hawking, Einstein, blah, 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 like, admitting that we can't prove the Earth's not in the center, and all evidence says it is. So, yeah. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Like, my recent approach is to really focus on that, to get people in the door. I'm assuming you guys may disagree with me and think we should go straight for the R value.
The R value, and what's the other option that you said?
Introducing the conversation to them by breaking down geocentrism.
I mean,
they're both good avenues.
They're both intertwined. Yeah. So I think if they knew the history of where it came from, and then talk about the R value, or the other way around, I think both of them worked well together.
Well, obviously the R value is the most efficient way, right? Like if you take the R value, everything's
straight to the point.
Yeah, but some people can't see that, bro. Like, there's this block, and the block in their mind is, are you trying to say that this entire model and all of science is wrong? And they need to know, like, what's behind the curtain, like the Wizard of Oz. Like, well, you think there's a solar system. You think that science has proven it. But here's the actual situation. They say they can't prove it. all their predictions were wrong. All the evidence keeps saying that the Earth's in the center. They keep having to change their story. And here's all the most famous physicists ever that made that model saying you cannot in any way prove that the Earth is moving around the sun.
That's it.
We don't know that.
That's it. What's it? And then I like where you started that with. You're born into this world knowing nothing. Remember that. And if your dad says the Earth's spinning, the Earth's spinning, man. And that's where the program begins. But we have to kind of break that down first. And then we can show them, hey, every physicist and scientist, they all agree that this is the center of the universe in one way or another.
Yeah, and think about this. It's like, he's like, well, what about, there's all kinds of bigger things going on. Like you got kids on drugs and blah, blah, blah. Well, check this out. You know who doesn't jab their children? Flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
You know who doesn't put their children in public schools if they can avoid it?
Yep.
Flat Earther. You know who doesn't let their children watch the news and get propagandized and brainwashed by the Rockefellers?
That's right.
Flat Earthers. You know who doesn't let their children get on drugs? Flat Earthers. You know who doesn't take their children to doctors and let them give them synthetic medicine because they have quote unquote ADHD? Flat Earthers. You know who gives them all kinds of amazing herbs from a young age? Flat Earthers. Okay. So that is why it's a big deal. My 5-month-old has the visual acuity at 2 months old of like a 1-year-old. A few weeks old, my baby was like maintaining eye contact for a long duration of time. She mimicked "I love you" after like 2.5 months. It's because she's organic. She wasn't like attacked and assaulted as soon as she came out of the womb. You know why I know about that? Because I pursue the truth. I know that the Earth is not what they said and that everything's a lie. So
beautiful.
Yeah,
Man.
my 4-year-old, I taught him pattern recognition, and now he knows how to. He's 4, and he can count by doubling numbers all the way up to 4,096.
Squaring.
What? Well, yeah, but just counting in doubles. Like, that's what's up.
Right.
Just teaching him pattern recognition, and that's a sign of intelligence. So, and also investigative work so that you can find patterns and flaws in stories like the globe.
Yeah, I don't know if he has a child or what, right? But like when I have my daughter, like it becomes so much more real. Like now you're like my enemy, bro. Like I will go to war with you now, right? Like yeah, you find out real quick, especially with a girl. It's like, oh, I know what it means to kill for someone. Like
right.
You're not about to like reach in and try to grab my little girl's soul out by trying to tell her that she's insignificant. It's not going to happen.
Didn't you? This happened to me. It probably happened to you. It's got to be a guy thing. As soon as you saw her face and saw her cry, heard her cry, you literally saw the next 18 years right in front of your eyes, fully planned out. You knew you were going to do everything you could to make sure that she got the best life that she could ever live and be raised into.
Yeah, no doubt, bro. Like all of a sudden, I do care about money and stuff. It's like it's a crazy thing, but like think about it, right? So I don't see how it wouldn't be important to figure this out, because what are you going to teach your child when they ask you a question? Like when they ask you, why does the sun set? You're going to have to answer it. So like either you say, that's a good question, and you teach them how to think, not what to think, which is what I think you should do.
Yeah.
Most people are going to say, well, the Earth spins. It's a globe. And you're going to show them a globe. You're going to tell them that it spins. And you're going to tell them that as it spins away from the sun, it goes down beneath the other side of the ball. That's a lie. That isn't true. Now they can't even understand the world.
But Daddy, how come I don't feel it spinning?
Right. Oh, well, trust me. It's so big, you just can't tell. Well, then why don't I fall off the ball? Well, there's gravity. Well, what is that? It's what keeps you to the ball. Well, you just said that, but what is it? Well, it's just this force that pulls you to the ball. I don't feel like I'm being pulled to the ball. I can jump up. It's like everything, bro. You should be very cautious about what you teach children, bro. It's not cool to just spread your stupid propaganda on them.
And as your kid gets older, like you'll find yourself kind of like not being a full-on dad to other kids, but kind of being a dad to other kids. Like just because you want to see them do well too. So, I mean, you'll always put your kid first, but Like my daughter's 9, and depending on who's around or whatever, I'll just I'm like, I'll play with other kids when my kid's playing, get them involved so that way they can play together.
Like, we're about to build an entire like truther curriculum for homeschooling.
It's awesome.
Like, yeah, that's it.
So,
Because we're true.
I got a question. What's it?
Yeah.
So when your daughter, and also I guess this would be relevant to the homeschool curriculum, but when your daughter says, "Daddy, what causes the phases on the moon?" You'll be like, "Honey, we don't know what the moon is. It's just a mysterious enigma."
I'm gonna say that clearly this place was made, and there's a light for the nighttime, and there's a light for the daytime.
Right, but she didn't ask you that. She asked you, why does it have phases?
It goes through a cycle. It's a part of a big giant clock.
Yep.
But what causes the phases?
The moon counts the days, and every time it reaches full circle, that's a complete month, and then the sun counts the years, and the stars count the seasons.
Well, what's wrong with not knowing exactly what it is and how it works, mate? What's
Right,
wrong with that?
so we're gonna just say we don't know. It's an enigma.
It's better than fucking lying.
Yeah, exactly.
What's wrong with that?
Are you suggesting it's better to say something is a fact to a child when you actually don't know it is than telling them that you don't know? Are you suggesting it's better that you tell them something even if it's wrong?
Will you tell your kid about the Selenelian eclipse? Or ignore that because it's uncomfortable?
I'm just trying to figure out what's going to go in the flat Earth curriculum.
It is a truth curriculum anyway.
I guess you have to wait
I
and buy
would
it.
prepare them for both sides. I would tell them what they're going to hear by the public,
Hey,
and then
Jake.
I would tell them our view.
What do you suggest doing, mate? Do you suggest just lying to them their whole lives, or what?
What's the moon got to do with the shape of the Earth?
I'm not working on the flat Earth curriculum right now, so I don't know. But I'm just curious because there's going to be a lot of questions like that. Like,
I mean, do any of your kids believe in Santa Claus? I would hope not.
like they're going to ask you, like, Daddy, what are those things in the sky? What are shooting stars? And then you'll say,
we were
honey.
Hey, dude, we were having a nice chat, man, and then you butted in and started banging on about what are you going to tell them, this, that, and that. What are you going to tell them? Are you going to explain to them your fake globe or what?
Yeah, exactly.
What did you tell your kids? Did you lie to your kids?
He's going to lie to them.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell them I can't answer that question, honey, until Whitsitt finishes his flat Earth curriculum. Then I'll be able to look that up and say, and see what
First of all, it's not just flat Earth curriculum. It's not just flat Earth curriculum. It's just homeschool curriculum, where you remove all the Rockefeller propaganda and the lies. They're going to know that why you get sick is because you didn't take care of your body. It's called terrain theory. You can actually walk barefoot on the ground. Here's the science behind how that helps your body. Like, they're going to learn. There's so much information that children can learn that is real, verifiable, and beneficial, as opposed to just brainwashing them and flooding them down with all kinds of made-up stories by people who admittedly don't actually know for sure if what they're saying is true.
Yeah, exactly. And then you're going to go, like the kid's going to go, oh, so what's the sun made out of? And you go, I don't know. And what are you going to say, Jake? You're going to say it's a burning gas of ball in a space vacuum. How do you know that, Dad? Oh, some bloke told me.
I'll say I'm still waiting for Whitsitt's flat Earth curriculum to give me an answer to your question.
And
I'm sorry. The flat Earth curriculum is not ready yet. So until then, it's just a big mystery.
That's actually probably the best answer you could give them.
Yeah. Exactly.
and then they'll say, well, what causes the solar eclipse? And then you'll say, oh, I don't know. It's just an enigma. We'll have to wait for Whitsitt's flat Earth curriculum.
Well, it's good.
I don't know what it is. I rely on other people to tell me what things are.
Why is this guy going on about all the
Whitsitt's got $17 billion a year to dedicate to the educational system in America. Yeah. No problem.
Right, 'cause that's how we go through life and learn stuff, right? Is we learn everything single-handedly. We do all our own first research, and we don't repeat anything that anyone told us. And if someone tells us something, we don't believe it till we ourselves do everything that they did to figure out if they're lying to us or not.
What the
That's a
hell
pretty
have you
reasonable
done,
way to go
buddy?
through life, right?
What have you done?
What have you done, man? What have you done?
Yeah, I would love to
Go
know
recreate the
what
Cavendish
evidence you've
experiment.
got. Let's hear it.
Well, that's my whole point. That's my whole point. Is I'm a reasonable person, so I have enough sense to not have to question everything that everyone does and not believe anything that they say until I myself have done it. Right? Like I don't have to
what have you
drink a
done?
glass full of cyanide to find out what the LD50 for cyanide is. Right?
No,
You literally just said I have enough sense to
people drink
not think for
cyanide.
myself.
Do you touch?
When,
do you touch
when
the
people,
wall? When you
can
see
everyone
the
shut up?
signs?
When you drink cyanide, you die. That's
How
why.
do you know
Because
though? You've never drank cyanide and died.
Guys, gentlemen, let's not talk about drinking cyanide. Hiya, Jake. How's it going, son?
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, quite the same apparently. How's it going with you?
It's great.
Good. Anyone new here by any chance? Would there be anyone new to the forum that would like to talk about flat Earth or understand more why we know that we're not on a spinning space ball?
Well, watch this.
Yeah, I want Witsit to tell me what's going to be in his flat Earth curriculum.
I want you to stop getting so drunk. So hey,
Site, Jake. Maybe you could do that in DMs with Witsit, bro. Because this channel here is for talking about flat Earth, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I got one for Witsit. I'm gonna watch him dance now.
For you, it's called "You're Muted." So, I got a question that immediately shuts them all up. So I see Pinky's in here, and then I'm gonna unmute you, Jake. Here's the question, though. Okay, do you guys have any actual exclusive evidence that the Earth moves around the sun, or is it just a blind belief you have? Basically a religion.
Jake's not a glober. He's just an asshole.
He's a glober. So, Pinky or Jake?
Yeah, I'm not in the business of collecting.
Okay, so Pinky, I see you're in here. Can you answer the question? Because I've been asking Ball Earthers for about 3 weeks now. Can you give me any actual evidence that we go around the sun?
Can you give us evidence of it, though?
Even by you.
Sydney, mute your mic.
And you're saying that I'm not being open-minded when...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so they can't answer that question. So, like, it's hilarious. It just shuts them all down so fast.
I think it's better to be permanently muted.
How can we spin around the Earth or Sun?
Let me tell you guys that, like, here's the best, just so you know how to do this or whatever. In case you don't, I'm not saying that I'm teaching you or whatever, but all they have to say is parallax, aberration, and retrograde. Okay, all of those things are easily explained with the Earth in the center. All of them, even within their own paradigm, kinematically and dynamically, right? Just a fact. So, just so you know, that's all you have to say. Like, no, all that works perfectly, and you can even say there's something called the Neotectonic system that explains all of it. So they have nothing. Like aberration, parallax, retrograde, they have nothing. So it's like, again, do you have any exclusive evidence that the Earth's moving around the sun? Because all evidence shows us that we're not, and the sun moves around us. They don't. So then just ask them. So it's just something that you blindly believe in, then, right? And they can't come to grips with the fact that they don't even know why they believe that, bro. Like, someone else told them, and they just assumed there was evidence for it. So anyway, that's just my take. It's really funny. If you can't get someone to get there, you're not going to really get far with them about anything else.
Yeah, I was going to say earlier when you were asking about like the radius or like the geocentric pitch, it depends. You'd have to gauge, sort of like discern what sort of person you're talking to. I think it would depend, because they might be really mathematically and logically inclined and interested in all that, like heliocentrism, or they may be more along, a philosopher and into the spiritual side of things and all that. So
Yeah, they should read what Elijah posted, 16 after the hour. I would love for them to read it out loud to the live stream, actually.
Yeah, I was
Can I
actually just reading that's hilarious.
With it, thank you. That was awesome.
Oh, yeah, no.
Always good, man. Appreciate it.
A demonstration of skill.
Oh, Mama, he's reading it now.
Great.
Will you read it out loud, Zeb?
I'll read it, but
With
Yeah,
Somebody should read it out loud. I'll read it.
It may
Do
be
you
a
want me
big
to read it?
confusing for beginners to imagine.
I got
Hold on. Hold on.
What is the high level of knowledge?
He refused to read it out loud, so.
Okay, so you know,
Quiet, guys. 1 sec.
I just think it's weird.
I think she was gonna read it.
Because he already read it with his eyes.
Elijah, your microphone's really low. If you'll come closer to it, buddy.
It's like holy water. They can't even touch it.
Yeah, I was just saying it's super weird. Just the other day, I asked another guy to read it, and he completely skipped over an entire sentence, and it was very weird. You
It
know
may be a
what?
bit confusing for
You know what? This right here, not being able to read something is kind of the reason that
You're interrupting
exposing
him.
the lie is important.
You're
You know what I
interrupting him.
mean?
Just ever nice enough to unmute us, please, dude.
Well, yeah.
I'm so sorry, Elijah.
It's okay. The fact that something as simple as reading something out loud can't be done is why the lie is so important. It's like, well, what difference does it make, or why is it so important? It's because actually you wouldn't be able to critically think about many things that are important, integral to your survival here in this plane of existence. I
agree.
It's weird. You can't read. It's very weird, bro. I mean,
I'm incapable of reading. It's the amount of judgment that's being passed on me because
we just asked you.
Yeah, there's no judgment, but you know what? You don't have to read it. Someone else can read it out loud. You can listen, and then hold on. Because listen, there's a live stream. You didn't do us
Because the
any
whole point was
favors.
to ask you to read it out loud.
You didn't do us any favors because there's a live stream. There are other people who need to hear it. So if someone could read it out loud, and then maybe if you could be quiet for a second, you can ask you a question. I don't know what's happening.
Zeb, but why is it so hard to read that out loud? I'll read it, but I'm just so
hard to accept the fact that I read it, but didn't feel comfortable reading it.
The whole question was to ask you to read it out loud, Zeb.
What is he, a Leo or something? Like, what's his deal?
Maybe
He said,
it's not what it
he
said.
said it didn't feel comfortable reading.
Yeah.
That's
All day,
crazy.
all
maybe a
day,
bit
people have been talking over the top of each other, and it's been really annoying. Like, the noise has been fucking really hard to listen to. If someone can talk, and then someone can talk, just listen to what someone's saying, because the question's actually being directed at someone. So if you're going to let that person that's being directed at talk, it's a lot easier to listen to. And then everyone doesn't jump in at the same time,
I'm thinking really bad.
Yeah, have a bit of empathy with the people that are listening on the YouTube live stream. They can't have all these people talking over each other, or two people talking at once on one microphone, or whatever's going on. If we can just get one thing said through each microphone at a time, it's much better for the listeners, and they might actually get something from it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got struck again. Flatsy, do you want to read it?
I sure will. I'll do it.
I think it's always better to have a female's voice read it.
Let me scroll up. There we go. Okay. It may be a bit confusing for beginners to imagine the celestial equator and the related declination. A really simple way to picture this is to replace the sphere of the Earth with a flat, circular platform on which the telescope stands. The platform has the size of the Earth's equator, and the axis is the polar axis. Even when moving the telescope to any place on this disk, the declination of the object will always be the same. The famous Andromeda galaxy can, for example, always be found at declination 41 degrees to 16
minutes.
This is independent if we observe it from New York, Los Angeles, or Munich.
Boom.
Boom.
That's how it be, though. You know, when you gotta lie about the Earth being a globe, you gotta always treat it like it's flat.
Pretty weird.
But
I'm laughing out loud. I'm laughing out loud over here, man. Hold on. You got to treat it as flat, man. That makes it a globe. Are you kidding me? Okay, that's cool. That's
Yo, I thought equatorial mounts proved the Earth was a ball.
Equatorial mounts. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's so 2017 for me, man. Personally.
I was just asked in a super chat in the MDD debate last night. Hilarious enough.
Really? They don't understand what they're seeing in the sky. What's rotating above them, man? All you gotta do is follow it for a couple of months, a year. I don't know. It takes longer for some people. But what you observe, man, is actually there, man. What you see, you're seeing, and you can figure out its patterns pretty easy, man, if you pay attention. That's it.
I think there's some people that will never get it.
Yeah, like I actually think that there is something metaphysical to when people can get it. I stay away from saying never, although you're probably right, obviously. But yeah, I just think that some people aren't in a current state to get it, but I think they can.
It's whether their hearts are open.
Yeah, for sure. It's like this. It's like
eyes are open. Open your eyes. That helps.
But I think like their eyes can be wide open, but they don't have eyes to see. Like, yeah, there's something about it.
Scorpio. I don't know. Leo, Scorpio, one of those.
Yeah, my ex was Leo, and she figured out the Earth was flat.
It's like if you go up to somebody and tell them, "No, your arms aren't, your legs aren't used to walk. It's your arms." And their whole life they've been walking with their legs. So it's like
that's pretty extreme, but yeah, I get where you're going with it. It's kind of funny though.
Yeah,
Can we do another one? Can we actually play this video or this audio at least? I'm about to share it in 5, 4, more like 10, 9. 8, 7.
All right, I'll let you slide.
Because this is like I like this idea with the just expose them, just sit them down for an hour and like let them see, because that's effectively what I do piece by piece. I'm like, look what this guy's saying. Hey, look over here what this is saying. It's like it's hard to cognitively ignore it over and over. At some point, they have to go, shit, man. All right, so what am I, a flat earther or what? Like, what's going on? Like, what's happening to me?
That's true, because most conditioning is done through repetition. So if you counter it with some repetition of your own, you've got something.
Yeah, like, dude, imagine, like, we're about to make the most fire documentary about NASA faking and stuff and lying, bro. Like, it's crazy. It's gonna be so dope, dude. Like, because it doesn't exist. Like, imagine that. Imagine like an hour documentary you can show someone that's like Hollywood level production, right? Where it's just like amazing music, super captivating, quick scene, just like everything is dope. Like where you're like on the edge of your seat, you can't stop watching. But it's just about exposing NASA. Like, think about how good of a tool that'll be.
I think the order I would go with would be like you start with shining the spotlight on NASA, and then you can dive into the history of geocentrism, and now they're all buttered up, and then at that point you can just flat smack them. That's how I would do it.
Yeah, like I think that I get a lot of emails about how my geocentrism stream woke them up, and then they ended up becoming a flat Earth, like a lot. And I only have 15,000 views on that thing, but it's like you can't sit through that 3-hour video and walk away being like, I know the Earth goes around the sun, just pummeling you over the head with quotes. And
does anyone have bot control? I don't know how to play it, or I can't play it. I don't have the ability to, Elijah.
Yeah, because Michael Nicholson is having a bit of a emotional breakdown in the chat. So I wanted to play the video. That is nothing being provided, apparently.
I can't play the media link and through the bot won't let me.
Oh, right, because of the format. Damn.
you want me to
just play it over the speakers or something?
What's wrong with the format? I can change it.
Yeah, I forget what format it's in, but Discord isn't supporting it.
It's MP4. What does it need to be? MP3?
Does anybody know? Because Indio did it yesterday.
I'll convert it to MP3 real fast. I mean, no way it doesn't support MP3, right?
Timbo, which can change it? What do you change it to?
India's been playing MP4 files. I don't understand.
Blue Jumper does it all the time.
Oh, anyway, there's the MP3. I mean, I can just play it through a mic, I guess. I mean, it's probably going to not sound that good.
Yeah.
Here, I'll play it. Don't make it weird.
Spacecraft is moving straight away from you. You're not going to be able to get position information immediately if it's on that line. Okay. To get position information, what you can do is, for example, you can, let's say, it's satellite. Here's the ground. This is the Earth. It's drawn flat here just because it's easier to draw that way. What will happen is the satellite will come over the horizon and it'll
Yo, dude, he said, here's the Earth right here. It's like he almost just said it's the Earth right here. It's flat. He stopped himself.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you for that. Yeah, I love Freudian slips, man. I don't know about you guys, but if I see a video titled Freudian slip, I have to click it. And it's weird.
Well, he actually says it. He says it's drawn flat here, but we know it's curved.
right. But was he almost said, this is the Earth right here. It's float. And he stopped. Funny. Like, dude, think about this. Every single thing that we do has to treat the Earth like it's flat. Everything, bro. Building canals, railways, bridges, surveys to get our maps, elevation, sea level, airplanes, helicopters, long distance artillery, electromagnetic weapons, everything, bro.
Rail guns.
Crazy, bro.
Mm-hmm.
It's just
I'm a builder. I know. It's not crazy, man. It's a fact.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's crazy that people just like breeze right past that.
Just breeze past it, man. They're just skipping along, whistling. Like, no. You don't get to breeze past. Like everything that you use in this world is designed on a flat Earth, man. Everything. Airplanes, your phone, everything. So yeah, get over it.
Yeah, like it's just
don't make it weird.
So big. It's like, yo, leave your sodomy out of this. Like they just say the same like phrases over and over.
Over and over and over.
That was a distasteful joke, but like it's weird. I don't know.
It is weird, but they make it weird, man. And that's why you had the T-shirt that said "Flat Earth, don't make it weird."
Yeah.
We don't want to make it weird, dude. Man, I don't. I know you don't. It's like we just wanted the truth, and here it is, man. And all these physicists and engineers are all like, "Hey, flat Earth, now to build this thing based off my flat Earth coordinates here." Okay, cool, man. It's definitely going to space. What?
Yo, there's something about this conversation that makes people weird. Like, I bet this Zeb dude, he's probably pretty chill. I bet he's pretty cool, It's like, yeah, it's something about flat Earth, bro. It gets people in this weird, uncomfortable state where they're anxious and they start like having like a defense attorney, and it's wild.
It's like withdrawal, right?
Well, we've all called it. I think it's like the ultimate red pill. I mean, it's like the coup de grace of red pills, man. Once you get flat Earth, man, the rest of it's like, oh, okay, I can see that. Yeah. And that's why, they spent millions and millions of dollars trying to make us look stupid out here, man. And it's crazy how much they spent.
I think one thing we got to think about is, we really got to take that in consideration, because sometimes we get triggered with people and we're like, man, this dude sucks. But my best friend made it weird. Like, my best friend, I talked to him about everything in the world.
My best man at my wedding made it weird. It's weird.
It's one of those things, man. It's like my dad made it weird. Like, it's like it's not them. It's like the Glober version of them, or something,
Yeah, there's definitely a deep MK Ultra programming in there somewhere, man. It's hard to break, bro. And then these MK Ultra designers, man, came up with some crazy shit, man, and it's working. The evidence is super clear over the last 3 years, man. I mean, like, oh wow,
am I gonna be one of those flat earthers? Like, it's actually just the fear of holding a position that's like considered that crazy.
Yeah,
I just feel like we have to really bust our tails on learning all of the irrefutable truth, and truth is always self-evident, that we can, so that we can teach the next generation, because entropy is what was introduced into the world when the fall of man came about. So when entropy will run its course, where everything will be subjected to it, everything is always going to increase in entropy. That is the design of nature right now, that shows you there will be an end. They may try to say it's climate change, they may try to say it's global warming, but no, it's just entropy. It's always increasing. There's nowhere else to go. And here we are. We're having to deal with it on the real time scale. Pass it down to the next generation. Go ahead.
I just have to say, I disagree with entropy 100%. Even when I was a hardcore glober, I could never get behind entropy. Just the idea that the whole universe is based on going into disarray. The world around us is clearly based on order.
That's a misconception of what entropy is.
Order decays.
No, that's exactly what they're saying, and it. They're saying that the nature of everything is to descend into chaos, and it's not true.
Not anymore. Field experts will tell you that's a misconception.
Hey, whoa. That is a misconception. Yeah, that's the misconception. Entropy is not disorder. Man, it makes me angry when I see it defined as disorder. It's not. It's not disorder.
Well, there is something to be said about what she's saying. Like, so basically, it's the process of seeking equilibrium. So that means it's in disequilibrium. But the ironic part, and why it would be a misconception, is that process itself is order. The fact that everything seeks equilibrium at all levels of all physics is actually one of the strongest proofs of a creator that exists. Like, why does everything know to go to its orderly equilibrium state? Why is everything designed in such a way that it's just in a constant process of trying to get to a state of order or equilibrium? That means that everything is going to the place that was made for it, right? I mean, that means that there was a place made for it, right?
But everything breaks down over time. So all mountains will be made low, all valleys will, this is seeking equilibrium. So all of these things will even out. That's how you know that it's written into nature.
This gets really deep. Like people aren't going to like this, but it's because the true state of equilibrium is in the ether. So like literally nothing that exists is in a complete state of equilibrium. If it ever attained it, it would no longer be in the material world. So.
Well, this isn't something that I can prove, but I know that, when a rock slide happens and rocks break down, they're going to keep, breaking down into pebbles to dust. That happens in reality. I know that for sure. So that's why I was saying what I said.
Yeah, but where's like, for example, where does energy go and come from?
It can't be created nor destroyed.
That means it can only be transferred. So where is it transferred from?
To equal it. I mean, that's what I'm saying. So if it's going to dust, it's going to the dirt.
That's like the number one evidence for an ether, though. Like if energy can't be created,
force times distance, F times D.
If it can only be transferred, then where is it transferred from?
The force.
Where's
over the distance? I'm just messing with you, bro. That's the actual definition of work is F times D is force over distance.
That's it. That's what's interesting about that, is right? Because then they say energy is the ability to do work, and that's not a definition of energy. Right. Like what's a can you define a human? Humans have the ability to breathe. Okay, but what is a human? No, that's the definition. Ability to breathe. No, it's not.
Get at it. Mongos, man. I call them mongos, bro. You've heard me use the term a couple times, but it's like, really? You're going to go there? Okay. Good luck with that. It's too easy for you, Whitson. You got to be smiling all the way to just every day. You like walk out and go, what a beautiful day, man. I want to go on Discord and talk to some people, man. Great. Okay. I'm going to go over here and talk to those people. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Great place to be in, man. Thank you. I'm a similar place, but not quite as active as you, man. But
I was about to say, I never got the sense that Witsit takes it easy.
Anyway,
I'm pretty blessed, though, right? I get to talk about this, and that's what I currently do.
Yep. Super blessed, man. Super blessed. Same as me.
Or to clarify, though, I actually do have to run like 3 different businesses in the background to be able to pay my bills. I don't do it, but I have the freedom to just talk about it every day. Yeah.
Fantastic, man. Keep it up. Some days will be greater. Some days will be kind of like, wow, how the hell did I get through that, man? Damn, that was okay. I learned something. Yeah, when you get your ass kicked out in business, man, you learn something. And you're like, okay, I won't do it that way again. I'll try it a different way.
Everyone that's successful in business definitely messed up a few times.
Yep. Every one of them. Everybody I've ever known, they all messed up somewhere.
In a way, you should be excited when you mess up. You're like, oh man, we're getting.
Yeah. Actually, man, that's a great position to be in, man. It's like, dude, I screwed this up. I got to own it and I fix it. Oh, okay. What's it going to take to fix it? Oh, I got to redo it. Oh, okay. Yep. You got to own it, man. I say. That's what I always say. You got to own it. When you fuck up, when you own it right away, man, you're like, okay.
It's scary to risk your money on it, though.
Yep. Yeah. Man. Take a hit. Yeah, it's going to happen. But it's
inevitably. Okay. Yeah.
Never.
What's crazy, bro? Think about this is really profound. The energy thing. It's like, I think energy, because again, it's not properly defined by like any academia. It says the ability to do work. That's just retarded, frankly.
It is. It's retarded.
So it seems like energy is actually intent or will. So I talk about profound. Energy itself is intent. Like now I would be like etheric vibrational displacement resulted of intent, but to avoid the triggering terminology, like it does seem like energy is actually intention, and that's like really crazy to wrap your mind around.
That's heavy, man. Yep. It's going to take a minute to get my head around that one.
It's hard, man. I'm not even saying I fully.
No. I mean, yeah, I know. I mean, you don't have it all figured out. I know that, but it's a great something to be aware of for sure.
It's interesting. Energy is interesting. Again, if it can't be created nor destroyed, then like where does it come from? And this is why no one likes to talk about magnetism, because it destroys all their laws of physics. Like in fact, it can be argued magnetism flies in the face of even the second law or the first law. The first law, because it's like, where's that energy coming from, bro? And it's not moving; it's just sitting there.
Here, where's it coming from? Somebody hit me with a question one day, 5 years ago. It was like, "Hey, man, what is fire? What is it?" And I had to stop, man, for a second. Go, what? What the hell is it? Oh, it's carbon burning, blah blah. Yeah, you can get all the, but think about it. What actually is fire?
Well, y'all check this. That's another deception, in my opinion, is the periodic chart. Did you know that in India they just announced that they're going to stop teaching, I think, evolution and the periodic chart, periodic table?
Well, I'm down with the evolution, but why the periodic chart, man? Where is it dropping? I mean, I
don't know why they're dropping it from their curriculum, but it's just a concept that people came up with.
Yeah.
But like these elements, like they're actually just vibrational. Like
I saw a video.
Vibrations.
I saw a video of this guy's like ancient trees create gold, and I was like, what? I mean, yeah, man. The periodic table could definitely be like everything else. It's probably just backwards of what they tell us, but
yeah, like it's real. Like you can use it and you can do stuff in chemistry, and chemistry is like scientifically valid, like in the sense that you're doing real stuff. Just like quantum mechanics is valid in that sense. It's like experimentally valid because you're like really physically doing stuff, but at the same time, the interpretation of both of them are highly suspect. And anyone that conflates the interpretation to reality is that's pseudoscience by definition.
Yeah, you're not going to do it. That's like gas pressure without a container. Yeah, you ain't going to pull that off. Good luck with that. If you got that, man, you might win some kind of prize. They give you a bunch of money and accolades or whatever.
If you solve quantum mechanics, you're going to get a bullet.
Well, I went up against a quantum physicist for 6 hours back in 2018. And yeah, man, those guys are outside there thinking like the chair I'm sitting in is not real. I'm like, oh shit, it's not really there. That's the kind of pseudo shithole shits they want to bring at people, man. It's like, there's so many atoms and molecules here that you can't see that it actually isn't even there. Now that's the mind virus that Miggy's been exposing here this year, man, big time. There's a mind virus of people believing, Disney, Hollywood, magic tree, as I like to call it. So good luck with that. But I'm pretty sure I'm 100% without a doubt positive that I'm sitting in a chair right now. And I asked the physicist, man, if I hit you over the head with the chair, you think is that going to change your mind? And he laughed it off. He's very clever. He was trying to keep it cool back then, man.
Yeah, someone in the chat said, well, what is the Hadron Collider doing then, Artho? And I don't know if you guys know, obviously it's really silly. They slam particles into each other and all this nonsense, but they use gigantic magnets. Did you guys know that?
Wait, say that again?
Identically.
They use giant magnets.
To do what?
To like facilitate what they're calling particles, to guide them. They have gigantic magnets. That's how they do all of it. They use the magnets to guide it. Do you know actually like atomic clocks do this as well? Have you guys ever looked into how they do atomic clock? I did a stream and there's like buried atomic clocks. It all uses magnetism, bro. They like atomic clocks have like say cesium, what they call cesium atoms, has a specific frequency, and it's like roughly 9 billion like vibrations per second, and that's how they quantify the second in the atomic clock. and then they use like they send it through magnets, right, to try to flip the way that they're moving, and then they hit it with radio frequencies to try to tune them and measure like how much they flip and what basically like how many times what's the vibrational rate per second. That's how they get the second. Anyway, when it doesn't match what they want, they just change, and it does this itself. It changes and tunes the microwave frequencies to get the result it wants.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like crazy, but anyway, it uses magnets. It's like when you get to the bottom of everything, it's magnetism, bro. Like literally, like the LHC is just using gigantic magnets.
It's also, it's sympathetic vibrations, right? There's these vibrations that will come off a guitar string, man. You can't see, but if you look at it in slow mo, you can see it. It does these amazing things, and the magnet does the same thing, man. It's just that frequency of those vibrations that are pushing the, what do they use? Like ground up iron, cast iron.
Well,
to make those little circular patterns and that's how they tell us that's where we live, in those big giant magnetic fucking space radiation world, right? And it turns out, Witsit, that all those vibrations from the Big Bang and everything, man, turn out that it all actually started from right here. This is the center of the Big Bang. We live on it. That's it. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. The background radiation all centers on Earth.
Bro, isn't that crazy, bro?
On, dude. That is like stupid fucking wicked cool, man, bro. That is awesome.
Yeah, like it's supposed to be isotropic, which means no preferred direction, and homogeneous.
You're roboting Witsit, man. I don't know what you got to do, man. You're kind of.
It's worse now.
I don't know what you got to cutting in and out.
Is it better now?
Yes, better now.
Oh, so I had to. Am I still cutting out?
You're good.
Sounds better.
Okay, I had to turn it the other way. Turn it up to 50.
There you go.
Yeah, so like it's supposed to be isotropic, meaning no preferred direction, and it's supposed to be homogeneous, like evenly distributed, but it's inhomogeneous and anisotropic. And
right.
But this is the crazy part about it. It's isotropic seemingly for a good amount of it, but there's like specific areas that are anisotropic and inhomogeneous. And so it basically gives you these temperature differences. And it's a bunch of hot spots everywhere, but then there's like cold spots. If you draw a line connecting these cold spots, right, and make a line out of it, they intersect right on the Earth.
Yeah. Isn't that great, man? Oh, when I heard that, man, the other day, I was like, oh, shit. Yeah, nah, that's beautiful, man. Smoke that one, boys and girls.
Right. Just dunked all over their whole.
Bro. Yeah, I love it. I was smiling that day, man. When you explained it, I was like, oh, shoot. That's really bad.
They still have no explanation. Like their answer is like, oh, it must be wrong.
It must be wrong. But no, that's their claim. And you just like crushed it, man. Like, whoa, I love it.
Can you explain? Yeah, I've heard first that I'm up to date. What's the anisotropy thing about? Sorry, like anisotropy of what exactly?
The energy that's out in space. So there's like a background energy, right? Like, for example, there's no area in the world that doesn't have light. Like the darkest part of the ocean or the darkest cave in the world, there's still light there. It's just not the visible light. There's electromagnetic energy or radiation everywhere. And so you have the background radiation. That's just the energy that permeates all of the quote-unquote universe. It's everywhere. And when they look out and get these readings of the microwave frequency of the energy, they get to look at how it's distributed all around the Earth. Right, and you can do this with just high altitude balloons. I mean, they claim they send probes really far out. Obviously, that's nonsense, but they get them from balloons as well. It's legit evidence. Like, you can send a balloon up and get it. Anyway, it's supposed to be isotropic, meaning that this background energy is supposed to just have no preferred direction at all. It's supposed to just be going every which way because there's no center to the universe and everything's expanding and accelerating in all directions, blah, blah, blah. But when they looked, that's not what they saw. There should be smooth, isotropic, and homogeneous distribution of energy according to their heliocentric model. But they saw something in really crude layman terms. They saw areas that were bumpy, as in it wasn't smooth and homogeneous. And these bumpy areas, right, that showed a difference in temperature, those small specific areas that were anisotropic, meaning they had a preferred direction, their preferred direction, if you follow it down, it intersects on the Earth out of the entire cosmos. They called it the axis of evil.
Right. Yeah. Lovely. Isn't that? Yeah. Call it that. Okay, that's a good idea.
It also debunks the tilt of the Earth claim, because they claim that the Earth is tilted on a 23.4 degree axis, right. But really the sun just moves in an elliptic, right? And so they said, oh, well, no, the Earth's tilted. So that means that when you look way out in space, that you shouldn't see anything to do with that 23.4 degrees because it's just the Earth, so it should only be seen on the local scale. But it was seen way outside of the quote-unquote solar system, which means it can't be the Earth that's tilted, because they saw that angle way out in space, and it comes to the Earth and intersects on the Earth. So hopefully that makes sense. It's bad for them, bro.
That's fantastic.
And you know what's crazy is that citation with the equatorial plane, when they're talking about the polar axis, exactly that right there also proves that there's no tilt. There's no tilt. That citation right there.
Yeah, it's actually a trip. Yeah. It's crazy too, because like if you ask people, it's like, do you have evidence that the Earth is tilted? You can ask for evidence of any particular thing. They always say like, yeah, look at the sun. Right? They're like, how do you know this? How do you know the Earth goes in an elliptical orbit around the sun? Because the sun has an elliptic. Like, wait, what? So the sun moves in an elliptical path, so therefore that proves that it's not moving in an elliptical path, and it's actually the Earth that's doing it. That's all they did. Like that's how they, quote unquote, discovered the tilt and discovered the orbit being elliptical and discovered everything. Was they just looked at the sky. Like that's how they, quote unquote, discovered the wobble of the Earth. Right? Was just like, oh, the sky kind of changes. It's weird, bro. When you really put, it's so stupid, dude.
Well, wouldn't that just be like their way of explaining the position of the sun throughout the year? I guess that's what you're getting at.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is. And instead of saying that the sun is changing its position throughout the year, they say it's got to be the Earth doing all of it. So then they had to make up a tilt and a wobble.
Hey, but you don't feel that. You just have to believe that it's happening.
It's funny how they can just make up shit and everyone just believes it.
Yeah.
And then change their minds and be like, I was wrong. It's actually 3,000 miles closer.
Yeah, they're called Nobel Prizes. You know, like, we just discovered so-and-so was wrong about this, but, we did discover this out of it. Nobel Prize for this guy, right? The neutrino,
Hey.
Oh, Einstein was wrong about this, but in this failure, we...
Bong, imagine the Nobel Prize somebody would get if they actually measured drop over distance or even motion of the Earth.
Well, I found that a lot of flat earthers don't know about all this. Like the wobble is a trick. Ask any baller, how do you measure the wobble, and they won't know. They also won't know that there's multiple wobbles. There's like a 7-year cycle wobble, and then there's like a thousands of year cycle of a wobble in their model. And they now have updated their heliocentric model to say that the sun itself isn't the center of the solar system, but there's a barycenter and a Lagrange point that isn't actually the sun itself, and the sun wobbles around that point. So they got 3 wobbles. Because like the first 2 made up wobbles ended up not explaining all the stuff we see in the sky. So they said, oh well, we wobble in 2 different cycles, and the sun itself wobbles around the barycenter of the universe, of the solar system.
What is the barycenter?
It's like the actual center of mass, as they would call it.
But what would be
the origin of the Big Bang? Is that what they're talking about?
No, what would be the barycenter? Like, what is the, like, I don't know. What do they say is there?
Oh, like it's just a point in space. It's like the balance, like the balance point.
So nothing is there?
Yeah, it's just space. It's just an arbitrary place they picked in space.
Wow.
I think it's inside the sun. So the sun, the entire solar system orbits around a center of mass, I guess you'd say, and then so the sun is kind of orbiting around that.
But it's not in the center of the sun, though. Like the sun is supposedly moving around it and wobbling.
Oh, so the sun is a planet now, right?
I mean, I very clearly laid out that most ballers don't know this, right? So, like,
they've got all these different layers of wobbles going on to explain like all these different things in the sky. Like they would need one for the sun, right? And so there must be all these other things too that they need more wobbles for, right?
Layers of
it's
wobbles.
It's like changes in the stars and changes in the position of the sun over time, and then another change of position of the sun over time. So it's like the stars slightly move in a cycle over time, and so it didn't match their predictions for the Earth tilted and spinning and moving around the sun. So they just added a wobble and said you can't really measure it.
It just seems like they did everything but follow Occam's razor. They did the opposite of it.
They started with their conclusion, the globe.
Absolutely, yes. That's the main claim that will, lead. It's the first rung of the ladder, the cosmic ladder. You have to have a globe Earth first, then assume that Venus is the same size as the Earth, or relatively the same size. And then you go from there. These are the rungs of the cosmic ladder that they use. Even astrophysicists don't know this. They just assume that it's been done and they go off of that.
Yeah, like it's weird, right? Because their math didn't work. So what they did was they said, oh, well, like say a moon is moving around a planet and it's moving around the sun or whatever. Like they say, oh, they did the math, it didn't work. So they had to move the center a little off center of the planet. You know what I'm saying? So they're like, oh, well, it all moves around this area inside the planet that's not quite in the center of the planet to make the math work. And they call that the barycenter. It's like the balance point of all these objects supposedly moving around each other. It's just a mathematical fix. Dude, like no baller knows any of this either, dude. That's what I'm saying. It's really funny.
Well, we're used to the people that come in here to defend their government-fed education for whatever weird reason they feel like they have to defend it. Like, if you're going to come in here, you can just at least, like, hear people out and not refute, or, I don't know, whatever mental block that you have to open up that barrier and just listen to the empirical evidence that we have to offer, because what we do have to offer is empirical, and then just obliterating everything that goes with the whole globe paradigm. Because once you debunk that the Earth is not a globe, all of the other stuff has to go away, because, like I said, the Earth being its set dimensions is the first rung of the cosmic ladder of everything else.
All right, so
Yeah.
let me.
Maybe
Good.
maybe they're just fighting with reality. They come in here fighting with us, but they're just arguing that they have a good reason not to believe reality.
Maybe I'll cover this tomorrow night, actually. But like, just so you guys know, fast. So there's like the precession wobble. There's like something that's called like nutation, and then there's the Chandler wobble. And then they say that the precession is like 25,000 years or something.
Oh, damn.
I wish you could put some visuals to it because I kind of don't understand it.
Yeah, what's the
Precession of the
observed phenomenon
equinoxes,
again?
right?
Sorry.
How the constellations, there's like a 26,000 year cycle for them to do like a full circle in the sky, right?
Yeah, it's about the position of the stars relative to the equinox solstices.
Right.
Yep, and that's like a quote unquote like 25 or 26,000 year cycle, and that's called the axial precession. It's like a wobble.
Right, so it's based on the position of those constellations at noon on the equinoxes and solstices, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And they're saying that it's the Earth's axis undergoing like a slow wobbling motion, which is a cool story, bro.
They draw a path on their model, and then they say, "Yeah, 26,000 years to go and travel this path." Is that how they do it?
So the
They
Earth
have
is
a
spinning.
pre-conclusion about the Earth being a globe, and they see something in the sky, and they go, what would need to be happening for that to happen and the Earth to be a globe?
So wait a second. You're telling me the Earth is spinning? It's going around the sun, and it's chasing the sun, and it's wobbling now.
Oh, it's wobbling in like 3 different ways.
And it's working. Yeah.
In 3 different ways. Holy shit.
Yeah, dude, we're just getting to the first one there. Like, so you look at the position of the stars relative to the equinox and solstices. They say that the Earth is undergoing like a slow wobble over a cycle of like approximately like 25,000 years or something. And then you have what they call nutation, I think, like nutation. And yeah, this is like because the path of the moon didn't match their predictions. Right? Like there are like irregularities in the moon's trajectory. So they say that it's because of like the Earth, like the Earth's axis undergoing like deviations.
Oh boy. Yeah, this is kind of the same thing they say about like how they can't directly use the heliocentric model to predict eclipses. They say that there's just all these different tilts and wobbles going on, and you just cannot use those mathematics to come up with the correct answer.
It's so funny too, because like they say they both are taking place. They claim that like the nutation is just like superimposed on the other precession.
Can you spell nutation?
Nutation.
Okay. It's like, is this a song? Is this a joke? Okay.
Like, bro, think about that. They're like, okay, our model doesn't work. Well, actually, what's happening is the Earth is wobbling slowly over 26,000 years. And then, like, oh man, our model still doesn't work because the moon's not doing what it's supposed to do. Well, actually, at the same time that it's wobbling over 26,000 years, it's doing this other little wobble that's superimposed. It's just doing both wobbles, but it's just doing it like every 20 years or something.
Wobble.
Look how far, how long it is.
Wobble.
This can't be real.
18.6 years. So, precession is the slow top-like wobbling of the spinning Earth with a period of about 25,772 years. Nutation, in Latin meaning to nod, superimposes a small oscillation with a period of 18.6 years and on an amplitude of 9.2 seconds of arc upon this great slow movement. So that was pretty accurate.
Don't they use some star charts or something from like 10,000 years ago or something? Like it's like rock paintings or something to validate that.
Yeah,
isn't that to do with
something like that? Yeah.
also why they say that Polaris won't be the center star anymore. One day it'll change.
Yeah.
Oh, but you do realize that all of these things like axial precession and stuff have to be taken into account by the geocentric model as well. Like
No, they don't.
Well, I mean, it's something that's going on. I mean, the thing is that this axial precession was actually discovered in the Hellenistic world when they actually believed in the geocentric model, but they explained it as like being in terms of the heavens moving, in
Yeah.
this way, such that the seasons are changing.
Well, that's what happens. We actually observe that the heavens move a certain way. That's what we actually observe.
The geocentric model is still a ball. It's just the Earth at the center and everything revolving around it. Ptolemy.
Yeah, that is
Nothing
one
more.
model. There were several great guys that came up with different models. There was flat Earth models as well from those Greek philosophers. That always gets ignored.
Which, of course,
Thales.
it can be, if you get a
Thales,
gyroscope from any toy store, you can put it on your desk and you can see the axial precession. So it seems like that's a far more simple explanation that if the Earth is spinning, it's just sort of doing that.
Well, how do you see the axial precession?
Wait, time out. How is it? What are you talking about? Your model claims that there's an axial precession, that there's nutation, and that there's a Chandler wobble. That there's 3 imposed wobbles. They're superimposed. So can you please explain to me how that works?
Why would you think they'd be mutually exclusive?
What?
Can't you have multiple things going on?
Wait. How can an Earth be spinning and then somehow have 3 superimposed wobbles?
Well, I mean, I guess do you want me to explain each one? Like what axial?
I want you to explain the physics of that. I want you to tell me how that's physically possible, that you can have an Earth tilted, wobbling 3 different ways at the same time.
But why is there's 3 at the same time of particular importance?
That's not physically possible.
You think that's impossible? Okay, so we can go through them each one by one, and then I guess just look it up. But like, it seems like you have some problem with there being 3 at the same time.
Yeah, that's my question. So instead of us avoiding the question and pretend you're going to
I'm trying to understand so why do you think there can't be 3 at the same time?
I don't even know how that could be physically possible. So if you're so
there's not even one
to explain it. No, why can't you just explain it? Because it can't be doing multiple different contradictory wobbles at the same time.
But why?
Because that defies physics.
Can you tell me why?
You ever heard of Occam's
They
razor?
move in contradictory ways at the same time, buddy.
I mean, why are they contradicting to each other?
Well, that's what I'm asking you to explain how they're not. Because they're supposedly moving at different rates at the same time. So how can you have 3 different rates? You have a cycle of 26,000 years, and then a cycle of 18.6 years, and then a cycle of just like a year and a half. How's that work?
Well, I mean, so I understand the axial progression one. I'd never heard of notation before, but if I could probably look it up and probably explain it to you.
Well, so as of now, you just believe it. Wait. So as of now, you just
No,
blindly
I'm just
believe
good at
it.
understanding stuff, so I could explain.
No, but as of now, you just blindly believe it.
No. I mean, I understand what you're saying. It could not be the case, but I'm not talking about believing it or not.
You don't have to argue your point. Your argument is with the curvature of the Earth. You don't have any right to talk about this right now, unless you got
Guys, let Clinton talk with him.
Wait up. So do you believe that that's what's happening?
Do I believe that that's what's happening? Well, yeah, all my beliefs are sort of on a scale of probability. So basically, if this is what seems to be going on, and I see a lot of evidence for it by NASA and different site interpretations, then yeah, I guess I would have a certain amount of belief in it.
But you haven't done any of that because you currently are unaware of them. But you believe it's happening, so that would mean it's a blind belief, right?
No, it's based on, like I said, you know how I said there's a scale of probability, right? If it seems like this is something that physicists around the world have decided on,
Oh my god!
Oh, wow.
Wait. I'm not saying it's 100% true. I'm just saying that seems to be more likely than not. I mean,
So it's a blind belief. You literally just admitted it's a blind belief. You said if it's something that physicists around the world have agreed upon, so you're admitting that you believe it because you think physicists agree on it, even though you don't know what it is, which would mean it's by definition a blind belief.
You don't know how to use words because you said 100% true. Things are either true or
definition of
false.
blind belief? Is it just
Right? There's no such thing as 99% true.
You believe it even though you don't know what it is that you believe. You just like the sound of the overall picture. It's a blind belief.
if that's your definition of blind belief, believing that something exists even though you don't understand it fully or what it is.
No, you don't understand it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess
sounds to me.
I would say a blind belief isn't that. Most people, when they say that, they think of faith. Believing things.
That's what you're doing.
No.
Yeah, you know nothing about it. You're basically saying that just because I think maybe it's probably being said because some physicists agreed upon it, and enough agreed upon it that it's probably true.
Yeah.
So you must realize that is different from what you said a blind belief is, which is believing in something even though you don't know what it is.
Faith is
believing something without evidence.
No. Do you not know what the word blind means? It's when you can't see something. So you don't even know what it is that you believe.
Sure, but you.
So where is your evidence for the curvature of the Earth? Where is your evidence that the Earth is a ball?
Because I can tell you the
Why
evidence.
Are you trying to give him like a out?
Yeah. Let's just talk about this. We don't need to just talk about random stuff. Let's just talk about this. So the evidence in this case, which is why this isn't faith, is that it seems like if that's the scientific consensus, then that's something that seems like it's got lot of evidence behind it. Doesn't mean it's completely true. I mean, scientific consensus can change, but I'm not saying it.
Scientific consensus is a paradox.
For 100% certain it's correct. It's something that has weight behind it.
How do you know it has weight behind it when you don't even know what it is?
I don't have to know what it is because the thing is that the evidence is scientific consensus, right?
How do you know what the evidence is if you don't even know what it is?
You're literally appealing to that. Like, what?
Wait, okay, let's see if we can actually get through this. Right? How do you know what the evidence is? I'm not. All I'm saying is the fact that it is the scientific consensus is evidence. Can you see that?
That's not evidence.
It's a logical fallacy. Appeal to consensus. It's not evidence at all. So yeah, you have a blind belief.
You're just gonna make shit up.
No, but consensus is evidence. It's like
it's not evidence. That's a fallacy.
You can't make up definitions for words; they're already defined.
Okay, do you not know? Okay,
you know that?
It uses an appeal to the beliefs, tastes, or values of a group of people, stating that because a certain opinion or attitude is held by a majority, it is therefore correct. That is an appeal to consensus.
Hey, everybody's jumping over a cliff, right? So you're gonna jump over a cliff.
Can I get Pinky to read out loud? Can I get Pinky to read out loud what I've posted in the live stream voice text at 16 past the hour? It's a quote by Michael Crichton. Could he please read it out loud?
You can read it out loud if you want.
Okay, let's be clear. The work of science has nothing whatever to do with consensus. Consensus is the business of politics. Science, on the contrary, requires only one investigator who happens to be right, which means that he or she has results that are verifiable by reference to the real world. In science, consensus is irrelevant. What is relevant is reproducible results. The greatest scientists in history are great precisely because they broke with the consensus. There is no such thing as a consensus science. If it is consensus, it isn't science. If it's science, it isn't consensus. Period.
I.e. paradox.
It can be religion, though, if it's consensus. So congratulations.
I don't know. Who wrote that? I mean, I disagree with that. I think there is such a thing as scientific.
Well, we have a consensus on it, so you can't.
Well, this is funny, though.
Do you not know what, in terms of knowledge, the fact that if you live in a society where there's
consensus wrote that.
There's no so the scientific consensus is built upon people criticizing each other in the scientific community, not just blindly agreeing with those in authority. And also,
No. Wait, hold on. Let me just expose it. First of all, they admit they don't even know the cause of this. They have no idea how to explain it, and they can't even physically measure any of the three wobbles. So you're wrong again. You blindly believed it because I informed you that's what your belief has to be because you have a religion. It's like I can pull the Bible out and tell someone what they have to believe. They say that the Bible's real. Okay, so I got to inform you about your belief without you even knowing what it is. You still believe it to be true. You literally used a textbook fallacy, which is an invalid argument. That's what logical fallacies are. And you said that because there's a consensus, it's therefore acceptable to believe it. It's just a blind belief you have, bro. Can you just admit
if you're going to make an argument, like in terms of logic, like like A versus B, therefore C, and I'm just saying, a lot of people believe in it. That means it is definitely true. That doesn't work if you're talking about logic. But what I'm doing is making a probabilistic argument. Which
you're making an illogical one. That's what you just described.
Listen, guys, just listen. I've never seen DNA before, right? But there seems to be a lot of consensus. A lot of things are built upon DNA. The fact, like,
that's not how this works, right?
Guys, just
that's
listen.
not
Everyone agrees with me, guys. So you don't need to talk about it. If I
no.
Just listen.
No, we know what you're saying, man. Like, you're the one who doesn't know what you're saying. Okay,
Well,
you don't even know the meaning of the word consensus.
I'm just responding.
Define consensus.
So there's a lot of biology. There's a lot of in terms of figuring out things about the world, but also just medicine, like gene therapy, CRISPR, that has to do with genetics, right? And DNA.
Wow.
Now, I've never seen DNA. I've never done my own experiment to see if it's there.
Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop
and so
talking.
if I please just listen. I will not speak for the next 2 minutes. Okay.
Stop talking. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
You guys are asking me.
Listen. Hold up. Stop. Do we need a consensus? Okay, to identify a basketball as a sphere? Yes or no?
Do you want that? Okay.
We're looking at basketball.
Let me just say that you've been
we need the majority of people to agree that it is a sphere in order for it to be a sphere, a basketball, a bowling ball. Yes or no?
I will answer that. But before I do, let me just say I'm answering all your questions to the best of my ability. But just let me at least answer them. Not just like.
Can you identify that this bowling ball is a sphere? Yes or no?
I prefer not.
Guys, you have to just call out the fallacies. Pinky, you can't finish because this is a red herring fallacy, and your argument is about solipsism. It's a philosophy that nothing can be definitively known. So since you used the word definitively, then somehow it gives you an out, and somehow you didn't commit the fallacy of the appeal to consensus. But you did. You said it's true because it's the scientific consensus. It's the definition of the appeal to consensus or majority, specifically argumentum ad populum. It's a fallacy. Then you use a red herring and then on solipsism.
No, so those arguments, those logical fallacies, those are those offer more to do with logic and stuff.
You can't hide it behind probability, dude.
Okay, so now listen, he's throwing logic under the bus now. Good job, buddy.
No,
you literally have no knowledge of what you're talking about. You're arguing a stance of ignorance about something you don't even know about.
Exactly,
right, so how about this? I won't speak, because everyone seems to disagree with me. I won't speak for the next 5 minutes, but just allow me to 1 minute now, okay? The argument from probability comes from this sort of point, right? Given you find yourself in a world in which there's consensus built upon things like, say, DNA, for example, and there's many different entities, governments, companies. There's a lot of money involved. There's no particular reason why everyone would lie about this thing, and everyone's trying to disprove each other and get more correct about the situation.
So now argument for me
in a world where but the consensus is that people believe in DNA.
Okay.
That have to be much more likely that DNA exists, right, than not. For start, I mean, you could say that there's some amount of probability.
Do we have to listen to you give us 2 minutes of fallacies at a time? It's another appeal to consensus.
We're not talking about electrons. We're not talking about electricity or electromagnetism. Okay, we're talking about the shape, okay, of a sphere.
Could I hey guys, I haven't talked all night. Real quick, I just came in because I think I might be able to help. I've DM'd with Pinky a little while back, and I looked back to see what we were talking about. I think that you might have some your profession. I think is in the genome project or something like that. Is that right, or you're just interested?
Oh, it used to be. I switched.
Used to be. Right. Okay. Well, anyway, I think that a lot of that. I think it's interesting because the sciences, aren't all bunk, and I think that the tendency is to think that if we're right, then they're going to have to doubt all sciences as a whole, and it's so well constructed that there's a lot of fallacies involved within each of these disciplines. Regardless of the larger fallacy of maybe the shape of the Earth. But I think that you don't have to throw it all out, Pinky. Like there's certain.
We're not even talking
intelligently designed.
We're not even talking about science, right?
Right. But I'm saying that I think he thinks, or he kind of feels, and a lot of people do that are in the professions when they get encountered with the idea that they might be lying about the shape of the Earth, they feel like, well, then I'd have to give up my attachment to the other sciences that I'm, actually professionally involved with or have an interest in and can corroborate evidence I'm finding in the lab, which may all be true. It doesn't mean that the Earth's a spinning ball. So, but it kind of has that association, and people are made to think that if they doubt something like the shape of the Earth, they might as well not even be in the science, right?
Yeah,
this is about protecting science. With Pinky, if we're right about this, right? It's about protecting science from pseudoscience, right?
Yeah, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, right?
Would you at least say that?
I'll let
we're right about this. It's all about protecting science, not trying to destroy it or deny it. Because if it is a pseudoscience that's posing as real science, then this is about the value of science, not about devaluing it.
We're trying to keep it pure.
That's what he's demonstrated right now. He's trying to dress a bunch of fallacies up as science. Doesn't have any evidence, so he's just trying to pass fallacies off as evidence instead. So.
Well, yeah, he's going through his own process of trying to he thinks still that we must be wrong because science couldn't be lying that big because there's other things that he's corroborated or he's involved and maybe it would make him doubt. I don't know. Pinky, I want to hear him though. Pinky, do you think that that's am I hitting it on the at least admit? Can you at least admit that it is about protecting science? If we're trying to get rid of the pseudoscience, that's obvious.
Oh no, I understand pseudoscience is bad, and also I understand that just saying that most scientists believe in something is not a proof that that thing exists. For instance,
of course not. No one's saying that.
Annoy some people in here, but most scientists used to believe in the geocentric model of a thing. Maybe I should have done that. Most scientists used to believe in lots of other stuff that is no longer true. So it's not a proof. These are not strong arguments. Like the thing you have to remember about these informal fallacies is that all it's doing is showing that we don't know for certain that this is true. But saying that there is a scientific consensus does provide significant.
The fallacies show that you have no logical pathway to your conclusion. That's the problem.
Pinky, do you even know what the scientific method is? Can you walk us through it, please?
Well, before we do that, I wait real fast. I have to go to bed because I have to get up to work out in 4 hours. So I want to say one more thing. Okay. Here's the summary of what you're doing. This is just the facts. It's the facts as well. You believe that the Earth is a ball. You believe the current model, and it's because you think that there's a bunch of different quote unquote scientific fields, and they've all done the work for you, and that you just trust them, right? Okay, that's how you look at the whole thing. So when I had to inform you that there's actually 3 different wobbles simultaneously happening, thus defying physics, and you couldn't explain it, you said you've only heard of the first one, but you automatically internalized and believed the other 2 as well, okay? And this is called blind belief. You don't have any empirical evidence. In fact, your side says it can't be measured. None of the 3 can actually be measured nor explained. It's not even fully agreed upon on what causes any of these, right? They just fluctuate with, mass distribution, maybe we don't know what it is, okay? And the mass distribution explanation doesn't work because it's too consistent of a cycle and they can't have mass distribution consistently, whatever. The point is that you don't know any of this, but you blindly believe that it must be true because the globe model claims it and needs it to be true to exist. So you're in a religion. You need to face that. You need to look in the mirror and realize that you just believe something that you don't even know or understand, bro. Okay? And that's effectively a religion. You need to come to grips with the reality of the situation.
All right, so I'll just, if I could respond to that before we go, as I said before, there is a difference between believing something in something without evidence and believing in something even though you don't, know all the details of it. If there's evidence there for something, that's all you need for it to not be a blind belief, unless that's not your definition of it. If your definition is the whole not knowing the details of it, then yeah, it's blind belief. But I don't know if that's a useful definition.
If
But
you don't even know what it is you
would you
believe
agree with
in,
that?
then that's
Clearly
blind
there is
belief,
evidence.
dude. If you don't know what it is you believe, but you believe it, that's blinded, dude.
If you don't even know what it is, Pinky, if you don't even know what it is, how would you know what the evidence for it is?
No, the evidence I've already explained. You guys,
you don't know what it is. How do you know what the evidence for it is?
Because I know that apparently there's someone's told me that it. If it is the case that there's scientific consensus on it, then it seems that I should probably.
Okay, I'm going to appeal to consensus. Somebody told you.
Evidence that
Witsit told him.
Yeah, the quote-unquote evidence is that the stars don't match the model's prediction relative to the solstice and equinox, that the moon doesn't match its prediction based on what's supposed to happen. Okay, that's the quote-unquote evidence, and that you have irregularities that they claim happens every year or a century and a half or so. Or no, year and a half or so, okay, with their claim of the axial rotation. So it's just 3 different scenarios in which the globe model's prediction doesn't match reality. Believe it or not, the discrepancies in your model and in your theory don't equate to evidence. This is like saying, since gravity predicts this, but we see something completely different, that's evidence for dark matter. No, it's evidence that your theory is stupid and not correct. So you're committing so many fallacies, it's overwhelming. You need to step back and think about what you're doing. Anyway, nice talking to you guys. I gotta go to sleep. I'll catch up with you guys later.
Catch you, Witsit.
Night.
Peace out, Witsit.
Yeah.
Later.
Classic Texas sharpshooter fallacy. That's what it is.
Yeah, you don't get to shoot your arrow and then draw the circle around the arrow.
But all he's doing is just using the exact same fallacies over and over again, just trying to dress them up differently. It's just another appeal to consensus. When we asked him, okay, well, how do you know what the evidence would be if you don't even know what it is? Oh, because this guy said so and they all agree on it. It's the exact same thing over and over again. He just keeps trying to spin it some different way.
I think.
Well, he's usually relying on information. Like, what you don't mind me asking, Pinky? What did you switch from when you got out of the Genome Project? What are you in now instead?
Oh, well, that's actually why I have these beliefs and why beliefs right now about the whole scientific consensus thing. I basically do statistics and data science and computer science.
Okay, yeah. So if you weren't able to trust the information that you're getting, like you can't go corroborate all the information you're getting to do statistics. I mean, that would be kind of a crisis for you to accept what we're talking about, because then you're like, wait a minute, okay, these are just numbers I'm getting. How do I even know if these are right? Are they cooking the books before I'm able to acknowledge? How am I supposed to validate what I'm doing if I can't even trust the numbers they're giving me? Right?
So, let me ask you a question in your perspective. Do you know how I'm talking to you right now?
Uh-huh.
Can you tell me how?
Oh, you mean, okay, wait, now this
Don't say satellite, bro.
I think you're getting towards, like, maybe it's because we can't see something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Is that what you're talking about? Are you talking about satellites?
What's going on? How am I talking to you? How is the information getting from me to you?
The ether.
Fiber optic cables.
It's a false analogy anyway. It's a false analogy anyway, because you're talking about the how something works, right? You don't even have an observed phenomenon to start talking about how. You don't have a tilt that you can show us to start talking about how does this or that. You don't even have that.
Well, the thing is,
I wonder though. Do you think that it's instantaneous?
No, but listen, new perspective.
Do you think that there's like wait, dude? I just wanted to ask you this: do you think that the sound's coming out of your mouth, going through a wire, and traveling all the way to me, and we have to wait for that time for it to get to me before I hear it?
Yes.
Or do you think it's instantaneous?
I think it's definitely takes some time. It's not the speed of light.
But you think it goes from A to B, right?
Yes, and I think
have you considered that
You're
it might not be?
responding pretty
Might be
quick
a
to him. It's
perturbation?
almost instantaneous.
Listen, new perspective. I'm going somewhere with this. Like, do you think that there's an underwater cable going under the ocean connecting me?
Well, that's not a like conspiracy theory. That's
What do you mean? Do you
that's
think?
that's
In
Think
some
about what
places,
you're
yes.
saying, right?
So
You
is
can
that,
have.
why is that something that?
Wait, hold up. So underwater fiber optic cables travel at the speed of light. Okay, like, do you
Right, but
think
he's saying it goes
that's
through the
not
cable instead
what
of
we're
going
using?
instantaneously.
so
Yeah.
because do you think I'm using ravens, or do you think I'm using a fiber optic cable to
Everyone is using fiber optic cable. If you're responding as fast, of course. Do you
I
know
want
the
to ask you
latency of
perspective.
that?
Okay, Pinky, Pinky, what are you
Let
using this?
me explain your argument.
It doesn't matter.
Alright,
It's a
okay, fine.
derivative. What are you using this? What are you using this as an analogy for?
Wait,
What
hold
is
on.
your analogy
There's
for?
no
He's trying to
way.
get somewhere. Let him build. Let him build. It's okay. Okay, go
What's
ahead.
the analogy for then?
So
Let's
it's a new
find out
I
what the
understand what you're
analogy.
saying. That you, Pinky, you know that recently they've announced in the science world that like the electricity doesn't really travel through the wire, right? You've gotten that.
Oh yeah, I already know. I already know that, but
Okay, you
it's
knew that,
fiber
right, yeah.
optic anyway. But
Okay, but why are we descending into this derivative stuff? Why don't we find out what his analogy is for? What is this analogy for?
Well, so I just say new perspective. Would you? So you'd say that you have some confidence that there is a fiber optic cable, right, going under the Atlantic.
Oh my god!
I'm not.
What are you trying to say, Pinky?
The Discord
okay.
conversation, Pinky.
All right,
What
fine.
is it analogous to?
I'll just move on to
the
the whole
point.
thing. So a lot of people in this call have been saying, "Oh, there is a fiber optic cable." The thing is that have you seen this fiber optic cable, or are you just relying on the consensus that there is one?
I have seen the
I guess I can't confirm it, but I mean that there's no reason to.
I have seen the fiber optic cable. In 2014, we laid the fiber optic cable down to Americans.
Yeah, like what do you think the benefit of them lying about that would be? Like do you think the fiber optic cable is like to throw people off?
It might not be there. Are you crazy, stupid, or something? It might not be there.
Well, he's
Let me
saying
explain to you why it's
trying to make
there,
the
okay?
point that
Because without it, this
you
would
haven't
not
seen
be
it personally doesn't mean it's not there. I get the point.
Yeah. So I promise I will stop after. Like this is one more minute here. The thing
there's no probability that it's not there.
The thing is that you guys are saying, "Oh, you just read a Wikipedia article, and now you're going to say that this thing is true based on scientific consensus."
I want to ask
Well,
a
first of
question.
all, you're speaking to people who have experience, hands-on experience.
You're kind of missing the big picture, though, right?
Okay, but the thing is that
it's not like we're just idiots that are making like. You can't just say, "Oh, well, you think A is B, so now you have to always think A is B," when it doesn't really apply in the same way.
No. The thing is that, and this is my whole point, and I'll wrap it up here. Is that there's so much stuff. In fact, the majority of stuff in this world you believe based on the fact that you've been told it is the case, and it's scientific consensus.
No, we don't believe. No,
hey, even if that were true, though, Pinky, we're talking about common sense here, right? Mm-hmm. This is a battle between common sense and consensus. And if consensus isn't including common sense, there's a problem. And that's what we figured out. And you think we're just idiots here going, well, it must all be true because they must be lying about everything because we know it's flat because we were told it's flat from a YouTube video. But you've been involved in this conversation long enough to figure out that's not the case. These are intelligent people you're talking to.
No, I know. I'm just saying people are saying I'm making a fallacy of some kind by saying that there's evidence behind
all you've used are fallacies, Pinky. Face it. That's all you've done this whole time. You don't have one single logical pathway to your conclusion.
Pinky, at least hey, good on you for at least sticking around and not just disappearing like you almost did. And at least you're engaging in the conversation. I mean, you do want to know if it's true or not. Like you want to know if you're actually on a spinning ball or not. Like you really want to know, right?
Well,
or would you rather just do? Honestly, give an honest answer. Let him give an honest answer. Would you rather? Do you want to know? Do you really want to know, or would you rather assume that you're on a spinning ball?
No, he wants to know.
Honestly, if you changed my mind on that, that would be the best thing that anyone's ever done for me, to be honest. Because if you then my world of the universe gets to be more correct, and I really do want that. I mean, I want to know these things, so I am listening.
Let me
This is what intrigued me about you before. Now I remember. That's interesting. Like he's one of these guys that's saying that he would be happy if we're right. And that's the thing, right? But then, Occam's razor is pretty powerful, man. Occam's razor cuts pretty deep. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Let me ask you.
You know what? Would you be all that surprised then if I told you the reason you don't feel like you're spinning is because you're not?
Let me.
Oh yeah, that seems like
Well, that's pretty blatant, right? That's all you really need. But if you want to look at the details, we can show you plenty of them. We're not idiots. We've been looking into this for 7 years. If we were on a spinning ball, believe me, we would have found out.
New perspective. Can I ask you?
Let's let Sheepdog get his question in so he can get that out of the way. Go ahead.
Can I say something real quick? Hold up.
Whoa!
The point is, you don't have to believe. You don't have to believe what anyone says or what you read anywhere. But you gotta believe something, right? And you have to believe something, why not start with what you think is real and should be real according to your experience? See, you're gonna have to believe something, all right? And it doesn't have to be this globe Earth model, even though it goes against your senses. So do you understand that? There's no probably a ball or not a ball. It either is or it isn't.
So it's funny you said that, because I just posted a video which you guys can probably watch it on your own time, which explains the way I'm going about how I view all the propositions I hold. It's not like I hold a bunch of binary true, false propositions about things. Really, there's very few things I know for certain, right? Like,
I know you're gonna like this logic. Hold on. You're gonna like this, okay? Because this is also falls into what you. If ball, okay? If ball, then curvature. You see how that works? If this, then that, right? If this is a ball with this radius,
he's telling you he's not working off that ball.
Then it should be curving at this rate. Okay, and we shouldn't be able to see farther than this distance to the horizon. You understand?
He's telling you. Bong, he's telling you he's not interested in logical syllogism. That's what he's saying.
That's not true. So when it comes to truth statements about things like that are abstract, like math, where you define everything. So you say, if I define what a sphere is and it has this radius, then the horizon should be this far away.
It's not math. It's not math. It's not math. It's logic, right? It's like,
well, that's the same thing.
If this, then that, then then the feature. Yeah. So if a man, right, then penis. If a woman, then vagina. If a zebra, then black and white stripes, right, and looks like a horse.
If you define one, and if you define the addition, and then if you define another one or two, then you can say then for certain, then you can use syllogisms.
Pinky, are you making a case for not using logic to defend your globe claim?
No. I'm saying you can use you can use logic to make certain statements about stuff where for 100% certain if you define everything, or if you have some unrefutable empirical evidence. But for most of the arguments that people make, like for example the whole scientific consensus thing, that's more of a probabilistic argument.
That's not logical, so it's invalid. Do you have a logical argument to make for your worldview?
What's the difference? What's the difference between a straight line and a curved line?
Oh boy!
Wait. Hey, get this right. So you say the Earth is flat, water is level when at rest. Do that with the globe. Try that.
So with I could post something.
Just do it, man. Just say something that is logical, that I like what I just said. That matches the globe.
Yeah, you spent all this time fighting logic. Bring us some logic in support of your conclusion.
All right, so
here we go. You want me to repeat it, or you're just going to do it?
No, this is a good exercise.
Just do it.
The best way to explain this to you, but so essentially, what you can do is
explain it. Just do it.
The
Earth is flat. Water is level when at rest. Do it with the globe.
Like put a ruler on a basketball, right? What do you see? So ruler is the water, right? And the basketball is the globe, right? What do you see? The ruler doing on the basketball, right?
Right. So in this case, what you do is you say, assuming that the like say if I'm on the planet, if all my senses aren't lying to me, and it seems to be that this Earth is a globe. Conceptually, if there was a globe and that there had water and there was gravitational attraction, would it match?
Why would your senses tell? Which one of your senses